From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-1 Panthers. A dream 30 years in the making is a reality. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup. Lord Stanley is coming home. You always will have a place in South Florida. Oh my God! The Panthers have won the Stanley Cup for the first time in franchise history. Yeah!
Peyton, you did not lie. Pepe texted us before the show. You guys are going to go crazy over the color analyst from the Florida Panthers. Who is that? We got to get the name.
That would be Bill Lindsay, former Florida Panther, last played in the NHL in 2003.
What would Sham have done to Laufenberg there for a Cowboys championship?
Yeah, Brad would have. I don't think Brad would have taken too kindly to that one, to stepping over his moment. But that's epic. That is epic right there by Bill. He was on the original Rat Pack team, the 96 or whatever. That was the Roberto Luongo goalie team where they went to the finals.
2-1 Florida as they avoid the 3-0 comeback from Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers. They were hanging on for dear life too. Like basically no shots in the third period. I think they scored one power play goal for the entire series, the entire 7-game series. Edmonton, as we found out, with an all-time power play kill.
They not only scored one goal in the power play the entire series, they were outscored on their power play this series.
2 shorthanded goals they gave up.
2 shorthanded. I mean, go figure. How do you win? How do you win a series and you're outscored on your own power play?
That's nuts.
It's crazy, right? That's what Edmonton has done. The entire postseason. They basically just did not allow anybody to get anything on the power play.
Let's hear the call one more time.
2-1 Panthers. A dream 30 years in the making is a reality. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup. Lord Stanley is coming home. You always will have a place in South Florida. Oh my God! The Panthers have won the Stanley Cup for the first time in franchise history. Yeah!
Someone's got to cut the mic, man. Someone just get in his ear and say, "Dude, shut up."
Panther fans will probably love him even more for that.
Yeah, because that'll
be a win for him.
Right. The only people who care about the play-by-play getting stepped over is other play-by-play guys. Like, fans don't care. They love it. They probably love Bill. You're right. They probably love Bill Lindsay for this.
Some fans cared about Nadell during the World Series. When I was driving home in the post game, Peyton's getting uncomfortable now. But Nadell had a call that got caught out by a lot of people as not being excited enough. I think that was the Seager game. I think it was the Seager home run game where there were some critics. Like, I think they can get you if they feel like you're not excited enough. If you're overly excited, you're not going to be criticized. No one's going to call you out.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, exactly. I remember that. I remember the discourse. Around that call. I mean, it was a good call. I don't remember it being I don't remember Eric's call being bad.
Spittle sent us all the different players who had their NHL career journey pay off finally with a cup. 17-year vet. Bobrovsky in net, 14 years in the league. Larson, 13 years. Paul Maurice, the head coach, who has lost more games than anyone, has been fired in a ton of places. I think left the Winnipeg Jets in December.
Yeah, he is a...
And then the Tkachuk family.
Well, Keith Tkachuk, man, he looks like he drives like a Silverado half-ton with a Salt Life sticker on the back. Getting ready to go, deep sea fishing in the Gulf.
Man, he was the guy on the left?
He was the guy in the hoodie, yeah. The gray
big guy.
The big guy, the big bald guy with the gray hoodie.
I was like, wait, former player, that has to be the person next to him. No. It's one of his boys.
He has fully taken on the Craig Ludwig diet of beer. Not light beer, just beer.
Yeah.
Like, that is what he has done right now.
Other impressions from last night?
I was... Look, Connor McDavid's going to catch a lot of heat today because he had no points in Game 6 or 7, and I don't know many Conn Smythe winners who had their 2 worst games in the final 2 games of the playoff, but he was gassed, and Edmonton was just tired. I think there's no other way to shake it. They played their really a bad offensive night, and then you never see a team of that offensive capability in the last handful of minutes be that inept offensively as Edmonton was, and you could tell those guys just had so much ice time coming back from 3-0 down. They were dead. They were gassed, and McDavid did not play his best game. The hockey casuals will be all over him today.
Got to do it all in all 4 games of the comeback.
All 4. They will be all over him today.
And Gary Bettman, I know you were watching because we were all texting about it. Gary Bettman's standing up there, and I'm like, where's this going? Uh-oh. The announcement that Connor McDavid wins the award for the Conn Smythe.
The player who is going to be given the Conn Smythe this year led the playoffs in scoring and broke Wayne Gretzky's assist record for playoffs. The winner of the Conn Smythe is Connor McDavid.
In Florida. I love it. Of course, he did not come out to get the hardware, but the Panther fans had to go ahead and jeer before they had their cup celebration.
He was probably getting an IV. Boy, he sounds just like Bob Kraft. I can't tell. If you close your eyes, you can't tell the difference in their voices. At least I can. He sounds so much like him.
Play it. Play it again, Peyton.
The player who is going to be given the Conn Smythe this year.
He's got that same kind of like the accent, the delivery, everything just sounds it. But look, the Conn Smythe's a playoff most valuable player for the whole playoff season.
Which I think is a dumb award. Why is... I'm sorry to cut you off.
No.
Why isn't it just like the most valuable player for the series? Has anyone ever won it outside of the final series? Like someone who just was far and away so much better and lost in the conference finals.
Yeah, I looked. I didn't see anybody. It's happened 5 other times, and every other time it was that one team, or that player was represented on the losing team. So it's happened a few times, but never outside the finals.
And you have been a major advocate of this. You were talking about Luka being finals MVP before the end and the way that the Mavs lost. So do you love this?
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with this one because I didn't think anybody on Florida really necessarily deserved it. I mean, I guess you could have given it to maybe Barkov, Bobrovsky, but Bobrovsky he gave up like 13 goals in the final 4 games. Or 12 goals, something like that. It was crazy. I don't know that you were going to give it to him. Where McDavid set like all kinds of records, and he had.
Disappeared in the biggest games.
He did. There's no doubt about it. But as Spittle said yesterday, he had like 45 points in the playoffs. I mean, that's a season for some guys. It's insane. So I don't really have a problem with this. It's just Jaguar in 2003 won it. I mean, and he was like the story of that postseason. Was he a cheater? Absolutely, no doubt. Big pads, too big of pads. Cheated on his pads. Ask Marty Turcotte. Guarantee he'd tell you he cheated on his pads. I didn't have a problem with this. It's weird giving it out right before the Cup, like in front of their home crowd.
Well, it's like the finals MVP.
Yeah, it is. Right? Yeah, you're right.
Bobby texting saying, I hate Kachuk because he's childhood friends with Tatum. So we are going to get, I'm sure, some Kachuk, Jason Tatum FaceTime videos to celebrate.
There's also no doubt that Bobby's going to have dirt on Kachuk. He's going to have some kind of other dirt.
Whole family.
Whole family. Yeah.
Talk about the dad's caloric intake.
Absolutely.
Insulting him.
Your dad's he's a bad deep sea fisherman. Okay? That's what it is.
877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. It looked like the Stars for the Texas Rangers were going to take over yesterday in Milwaukee, but that quickly changed, and it's RJ Choppy's moment to celebrate himself, just like the Panthers, next on 105.3 The Fan.
powerful first baseman stands in on the right side. First pitch from Latz. Swinging a drive to left field, and that's gone. A grand slam for Rhys Hoskins, and the Brewers have turned this game around. They lead 5-3.
Jared Sandler with the call in Milwaukee on this radio station. We are your home of the World Series champs, and last night, a 5-run 6 for the Brewers did the Rangers in. 6-3 Milwaukee.
This was the most predictable grand slam I think you're going to find. And
look at that stat. Prior to the 5th, they had 26 scoreless. Was that a Rangers stat that I saw from the PR? I'll have to go ahead and double check that.
Yeah, I just caught the very tail end of that. Latz had walked the previous two guys. Rhys Hoskins goes up there knowing one thing has happened. He is getting a fastball. That Latz was absolutely, with the bases loaded and nursing a 2-run lead, he is going to get strike one. And that's, and Rhys Hoskins is a good hitter, and he knew exactly what was coming. That was the unfortunate thing. If he had not, let's just say the previous two guys got base hits and not necessarily walks, Hoskins might not be in the same kind of aggressive approach situation. He knew exactly what was coming there. That's just the unfortunate thing. And Latz, if you're Latz, you're not going to do anything differently. You're going to throw a fastball. You're trying to get strike one. That was the problem. That was a get a strike over, get it over type pitch.
Peyton, what was the stat you got?
So the Rangers, before that 5th inning last night against the Brewers, they had not allowed a run since the 5th inning Friday against the Royals.
Wow.
They had back-to-back shutouts.
Wow. And Latz's last 8 games, 7 innings pitched, 0-0-0 with the earned run average, a .71 whip, 9 strikeouts, 2 walks, 130 batting average against.
Ooh.
Impressive.
Yeah, that's been and look, he was just off. He was just off last night. And then from Lorenzen's standpoint, were you surprised that they decided to take him out? Because he had been so good for you and being able to go so deep into games. His pitch count was not low. Maybe he could have fought through that inning. Maybe they were looking at third time through the order and such, but I don't know. I mean, that's something that you could look at.
This bullpen has been putting up 3 scoreless inning outings. I know one thing. I could listen to Michael Lorenzen talk all day long. This guy is so eloquent. He is detailed. He beat himself up after the game. I loved hearing him describe his outing. He's like, look, I had nothing special, and you just can't let the hitter know that. And I was just trying to go out there and work as best as possible. But I think he said he threw 1 curveball for a strike. And he's like, that is a way that I like to try and steal pitches to get ahead of guys. And I just had nothing that really stood out last night. But, man, I love listening to this guy speak.
He's like he pitches like it's a science for him. It's a craft. He's strategic about it.
Is he like a Gabe Kapler bodied freak type as well?
Yeah.
Crazy dietitian?
Yeah, that's a good point. Gabe, when apparently when he was in the minor leagues, they would stop for fast food, right? On these bus trips. Apparently he would go get McDonald's chicken nuggets and take the breading off. Oh, God. That's not real chicken.
You don't want to see that.
Like what I don't want to see what color that is.
Opening up your and I love McDonald's. My wife's nickname is French Fry after McDonald's. But you don't want to open up and look at them patties. You don't want to be open up and look at any of that. Just keep it closed.
Yep.
And bite away.
It's better not to know.
Yeah.
It is better not to know. But yeah, so he's supposed to be some fitness freak too, like that. And he's been really good for this team. He's gone deep into games a lot. His like he said though, he didn't have his best stuff, and that'll happen when you notice that his pitch count's that high through 5 innings, not even through 5, 5 and change into the 6th. You're just a little off.
Rangers, Brewers, again today, right here on 105.3 The Fan, 6:30 pregame with a 7 o'clock first pitch. But let's let the man celebrate.
The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed. And for the first time in school history, the baseball national title has a home sweet home on Rocky Top. The Tennessee Volunteers, baseball national champions for the first time ever.
That Kugler? Is that Kevin Kugler?
I think so.
Oh, man, we got Cougs to call the game. Finally got a championship with Kugler on the call.
No one to step on it.
No one to step on. He kicked him out of the booth. He kicked him out of the booth. Oh, man, the Peyton Manning curse has been lifted. And I don't know if it's because you need Morgan Wallen there to help throw chairs out of the suite with Rick Barnes and Josh Heupel in the crowd. But the Manning curse is over. And so is the Tennessee curse. We've been a cursed program.
I didn't know Morgan Wallen went to Tennessee.
Oh, he's just from Knoxville.
Oh.
He didn't go there.
Okay.
He's just a huge Vol fan. Yeah, we got everybody that's a fan now. I mean, just the bandwagon is open arms. And now, the last time we were in this position in the Men's College World Series, we did win the national championship in football that fall. As a team that started the year around number 10. And we're going to start this year between around 10 and 12.
Yeah.
So,
Destiny.
I mean, I think it's... I'd place your bet right now, Peyton.
Did you watch this from start to finish?
Did not move. I was start to finish. It was a ridiculous game from a length standpoint. I mean, the thing took so long.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. We were locked in. It got a little nerve wracking, and that pitcher, 100% chance, had the plus 1.5 on the run line from A&M. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I mean, they don't throw down when the guy's stealing, second. Then he balks. He thinks the guy's still at first base. Has no idea. He's laughing on the mound. I'm like, man, this guy sold so bad.
Yeah,
he's got Aggies plus 1.5, man.
Yes, he did. He sold so bad on this one. I mean, come on, dude. You know better. You know exactly the guy took second base. You looked at him. You turned around and looked at him, and then you still decided to throw back to first, which is a clear balk. You can't throw to a bag that's unoccupied by a runner. There you go. But all for naught. We win the championship. The curse is over. There's no more curse of Phil Fulmer. There's no more curse of this or that. We got a men's national championship.
Pepe, how did you divide between college baseball, Rangers, and Game 7?
So college baseball started at 6, so I was glued to that. Had dinner early, so I could watch the baseball. And then once, 7:10, I immediately went over the Rangers. Had to go over. Was keeping up, on my sports or ESPN app with college baseball, but then I was going back and forth with Rangers, college baseball. And then I think with about 15 minutes left in the third period, I went over to Game 7. It was a good one, really good one. So I was all over the place. I need more than one TV.
And
yeah, that would help.
Did you hear from any Aggie fans throughout this?
No, I didn't hear from any Aggie fans. Maybe. Wait a second. I did hear from. I heard from one. But he wasn't a trash talker. Just friends. That's it. No, not really. Me and my college roommates had a little group chat going. We were kind of just talking trash on Peyton the entire night. Like, not you, Peyton Manning. Get out of here. Get the hell out of our stadium. You're a curse, and that jinx has been lifted.
We go from fantastic, euphoric news for RJ Choppy to terrible news as Kevin Costner has confirmed it.
Kevin Costner on Instagram over the weekend letting us know what we all feared, that they are somehow going to have to finish out Yellowstone without their patriarch.
Hi, everyone. I just want to reach out and let you know that after this long year and a half of working on Horizon and doing all the things that's required and thinking about Yellowstone, that beloved series that I love, that I know you love, I just realized that I'm not going to be able to continue season 5B or into the future. It was something that really changed me. I loved it, and I know you loved it. And I just wanted to let you know that I won't be returning. And I love the relationship we've been able to develop, and I'll see you at the movies.
Wonderful. I don't know how. What they should do? Just replace the character. Put somebody else in there to
Ashton
act.
Kutcher.
Let Ashton Kutcher play John Dutton. But you can't just act like he's not there anymore. You can't kill him off screen. You can't bring back his weird ulcer and call it, oh no, it was actually colon cancer. You can't do that.
Oh, like Mike Tyson.
Yeah, you can't, right?
Have Tyson play him.
You can't say, oh, he really died.
Dry your guns. Not the best impression.
You can't say he really died at the side of the road there when he was shot in season 2 or whatever.
Spoiler.
You can't say that. You got to just replace the character. So I don't know who is Wilford Brimley still alive? The Quaker Oats guy, the diabetes guy, is he still around?
So now he's moving on to just make another Western, like a movie.
Yeah, I guess Horizon is the movie series he's creating. I don't know. So that's what he's doing now, and this is just so disappointing because they have really taken advantage of the fans. They've gone full Sopranos here. Sopranos really took advantage of the fans later because they would go 2 and 3 years between seasons. And that's just it should be every November a new season starts.
Yeah.
Every single year. And they're just taking advantage of the fans.
Give back the key to the city, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin.
Was that Irving that gave him a key?
It was.
Irving gave him a key to the city.
I know. It was the centennial.
Maybe the wife got half of that.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
She got half of everything.
Yeah.
That's a nasty divorce. I'm surprised he doesn't want to finish season 5.
Yeah.
Because, he needs all the money.
He's probably hurting for it. No doubt. 877-881-1053. Franco and Franco injury attorney text line. Bobby already hates JJ Redick in Los Angeles. And did you see the Luka limp? And there's a sweepstakes apparently for Tim Hardaway Jr. All of that next with Sean, RJ, and Roberto for the 6 a.m. Club on The Fan.
Hey, miss anything on Sean? From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. It's a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean, RJ, and we have Peyton and Ryan in the back. Live. Whoa. You want to come in, try to screw things up in the beginning? Then you're not going to get
Lindsay.
What'd you say?
That's good. It's like, come on, Bill Lindsay.
Oh, the Panthers analyst. Well done. Live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube as Luka Doncic showed up for Team Slovenia. Did everyone see the video or not?
I did not see the video.
I did not see the video. I saw a still image of him yesterday at practice, but I didn't see a video of him doing anything.
Is this the double doors, like the revolving door he's going through?
Yeah.
Walking in the hotel.
Yeah. How would you describe that walk-in?
He's hurting.
He's got a gate.
He's hurting.
He's got a Porzingis.
He's got a gate.
He's got a Porzingis gate, as Doris Burke would say. He gets out of the vehicle. The first thing I noticed was the back of his shirt. Be more prepared than anyone else. And then he's limping up in there into the hotel, and then he makes it to a shoot around as he prepares to play international ball. So Luka going to be on the court for Team Slovenia, as we talked about yesterday. But just interesting watching him walk in.
Question. What is that? What kind of drill is this that Slovenia is doing?
It's like the Mavs pregame. They got a huge medicine ball.
A big stability, one of those like stability ball things where you do your ab crunches on. That football team. Wade Phillips, I remember, first brought these things out in San Antonio.
He didn't want to use them?
No, it was he would have players, the defensive players, wrap them up. It was a tackling drill. They would tackle stability balls.
Is Luka out there for that?
Yeah, he's he's out there.
Okay.
With Slovenia, but
Ryan's got the video just like that. Watch this walk in. Watch this walk in. Yeah.
Do you think that was like take 4? Like, I don't think I was limping enough. Hold on. Let's start over again.
I don't know. Yesterday, Tolos had a field day as Bovada put out the sweepstakes for Tim Hardaway Jr. and the Washington Wizards, the favorite to get Tim this offseason at plus 225, followed by the Atlanta Hawks, Detroit Pistons, and LA Lakers. So Wizards, Hawks, Pistons for THJ. And again, Vegas doesn't nail these things. They are experts in terms of game lines, but Tolo said sweepstakes.
Yeah.
What the heck?
When the teams after you are, 1, the worst team in the league, who just fired their coach, 2, the other worst team in the league, who got rid of everybody, and 3, the team that is considering getting rid of everybody and blowing it up with the Trae Young situation in Atlanta. That's not like, you're not really a coveted player.
They're like, oh, expiring contract? Giddy up.
That's it.
You get Kuzma. Send Kuzma back this way. Will he finally agree to a trade here now?
That's right.
That would be the third trade you've made with Washington of significance in the last 3 years.
The Knicks hired Casey Smith. Remember him? The longtime legendary Mavs trainer. I think he was with Team USA as well at one point. Knicks hired him, new vice president of sports medicine, after he was given a lesser role this past season. I thought that was going to be a much bigger deal behind the scenes. I'd heard a lot of things about that, but obviously the Mavs overcame, dealt with it. Western Conference champs.
I mean, did they overcome? It looked like Luka was struggling down the stretch. He was not healthy. So, I mean, maybe if there's a more prominent role for Casey Smith, Luka's knee is better. He's using some of the Slovenian potions or whatever we've been talking about.
The Knicks lose OG. He opts out. I mean, they don't lose him. He opts out. So, I mean, he could absolutely go back there, but that's another player that he had a pretty decent playoff run. And he might be able to not be necessarily a finishing piece, but a nice little piece for a contender.
And if I see one more freaking offseason topic on Paul George, I'm going to smash this computer more than I want to because of this crappy internet up here. It's Paul George nonstop. Paul George, Philly. Paul George here. Paul George missing piece.
You won't have to wait too long, apparently. Windhorst said the next day or two that there'll be some sort of movement on Paul George opting in, or there'll be some thing where he gets moved or traded. So the expectation, it sounded like from Windhorst, was that Paul George is going to get traded this weekend, and they just don't know where yet.
Traded.
He's
That's the expectation.
Opt in, and if they said if he opts in and he would request a trade.
JJ Redick said hello to the Lakers media yesterday, and JJ was asked, what narratives are you looking to disprove as a first-time coach?
It's a valid question, and I've certainly heard everything. It's been a really interesting 6 weeks or so, just in terms of being part of the engagement farming industry. It's been really interesting. However, I don't really have a great answer for your question because I really don't give a like, honestly. I want to coach the Lakers. I want to coach the team. I don't want to dispel anything. I don't. I want to become a great coach in the NBA, and I want to win championships, and I want my players to maximize their careers. That's all I care about.
Yeah, dropping the F-bombs.
I got two eye
rolls in here. Farming. I'll take the F-bombs.
Yeah, I don't care about the F-bombs. That's how people talk. Nobody says engagement farming. People don't talk like that. Real people, AI people talk like that. Real humans, and this happens. I was on a Zoom call with the other day, Sean, with the company, and they use big words. They use big words to show how smart they are. That's JJ Redick right there. Nobody talks like that. You've never been in a conversation with somebody outside of a business setting, and you've heard them use the term farming and engagement together.
Engagement farming.
That's not a real thing.
Very Duke behavior.
That's very Duke behavior. That's not real. So that everything he said after engagement farming, I didn't even hear. I didn't even know what these curse words are you're talking about. I didn't even hear them.
The engagement farming is an eye roll because he uses it's like double speak. Like he's saying something that you're not exactly, doesn't like prick your ear really and help you know exactly what he said. But basically what he's saying is he's being snide. Like he's basically referring to any sort of potential criticism you'd have over my hire is clickbait material, is essentially what he just told everybody.
I love the question, though, about Dan Hurley being offered the job before you. How'd you feel about that? Or is that just farming? Sorry, Peyton.
I was getting ready to call game one of the NBA Finals when the Dan Hurley news broke, and Rob was quick to call me. We had a great conversation during that whole 4-day period. Like, at no point was my ego or feelings hurt or bruised in any way. Dan Hurley is a 2-time national champion at UConn. I am a 2-time 55 Swiss League champion in the 3rd and 4th grade division. Like, I understood.
Ooh, I like that's likable answer.
Not bad.
Is it?
I could deal. Yes. I mean,
I'm a 2-time junior league champ instead of
self-deprecating.
But no, it's again. This is man. I'm gonna have to take the anti-JJ Redick stance hard moving forward.
Shocking.
Yeah, I know.
Shocking. On the Lakers.
And just like everything else, 3 months from now, Sean's gonna pop up here and he's gonna go,
What was unlikable about that answer?
Because it's so clearly like he's such an egomaniac, just with the same thing about calling engagement farming. That is just a phony, thin veneer of like humility that doesn't really exist. I was never worried about it. Yeah, you're saying that because you actually got.
What did you want him to say?
Down. No, my whole point is just.
What did you want him to say? Yeah, I feel disrespected.
It's a chip on my shoulder.
Dan Hurley's great. I'm competitive. I wanted the job though. It was frustrating for sure because I'm sure it was. There's absolutely no chance that he wasn't frustrated by it. And for him to be Mr. Authenticity up there with his like well-placed F-bombs for look how edgy I am, look how much I care. That's
you could be competitive and still understand why the other guy got the offer first.
Gag me, Duke, man. That is Duke.
Do you not see that? Like
no, I can't. I don't genuinely believe him.
Well, you can absolutely understand that somebody is better than you and deserves the job before you, or deserves an offer before you.
No, I don't agree that I don't think he thinks that. Do you think there's anything about JJ Redick that thinks he needs to defer to anybody as a basketball
Not necessarily
mind?
Defer, but you can understand without deferring.
If it wasn't the Lakers, Bobby wouldn't be going this in. He's got to do his Dallas, DFW diehard bit.
I'm so mad.
Everyone. I'm so mad. I hate the purple and gold. I'm Mike Bassick.
No, I just hate what's popular is what it is. JJ Redick's popular.
Is JJ ending the podcast? Is the one-on-one with LeBron sipping wine over?
For the time being, and hopefully it's a very, very long time, I am excommunicated from the content space. So there would be no podcast. We'll do something when I have a breather from what we have coming up. I'm going to be drinking out of a fire hose for the next month. But at some point, we'll just do something for all the people that listened, and we'll have a small little video. But I'm done with podcasting for now.
Okay.
All right.
So there it is. Done with podcasting for now.
Very nice.
JJ Redick saying hello to the Laker media.
The anti-Doug Gottlieb, who wants to still do his podcasts while he coaches in Green Bay.
I mean that's just like a weekly show. It's like a weekday, 5 shows a week.
Is he doing his podcast or he's doing his show?
He's doing a show, which from a college coach, that's a good recruiting tool, I think. In the NBA space, I don't know that's.
You think they're just going to put his scrub players from Green Bay on national radio?
No. I think his face is out there, right? So he's kind of in his face. His name would be out there. I don't know what kind of run his show gets. I don't know when it's on.
And of course, everyone was trying to figure out what type of input LeBron James had on the hire. Lakers GM Rob Pelinka saying, no. LeBron didn't interfere or try to weigh in.
He was very supportive of our organization in this process. And that's a different word, and I want to be mindful of the word, than involved. So I would say it again. LeBron was very supportive of us and our process, but chose not to be heavily involved, and we respected that. Anthony Davis, our other captain, chose to be very involved and was very involved. I talked to him throughout the process and got a lot of help and wisdom from him, and he was very excited for today.
Okay, Rob, which guy is going to be cooler with me missing a game for a sprained eyebrow? Which one is
sprained eyebrow?
Which one is going to be cooler with me missing half the season?
Yeah,
that's what I really think you should go with. That's what my gut is telling me. My sprained, my torn gut. That's what it's telling me.
Yeah, look, it is a players' league. It's been a players' league for as long as we can remember. I mean, maybe back in the 80s and before, a little bit less, but this is just the way it is. I mean, the players are going to have input. I don't care what they say. They could do all the word.
Yeah, but LeBron lies about his input.
They'll lie about it.
Yeah.
They could do all this. They could kind of meander their way through a conversation and talk in circles all they want. But we all know behind the scenes, what the real deal is.
Could LeBron
superstar does this?
Could LeBron prefer Dan Hurley, even though he was doing the Redick podcast?
I think it's possible he would prefer Dan Hurley from the standpoint of Dan's got. And he's talked about Dan having very unique offensive systems, and I think that's something that LeBron could geek out on with him.
I mean,
he's geeking out with JJ too in the podcast. Was there a text sent? Did you say that?
He said so. He texted Hurley. So that's the thing. They're either lying. Pelinka's lying, saying he wasn't involved, really, because he was texting coaching candidates trying to tell them to come over here, or potentially Dan Hurley's making that up, but I really doubt it. So they're either just lying about LeBron's involvement, or JJ Redick said, I didn't even talk to LeBron about the job. This never came up until after the job was offered to me. We didn't have any discussions about it.
Yeah.
So if that's the truth, then that means he didn't want to talk to you about it, but he did want to lobby Dan Hurley to come. So what? You didn't hire the coach that he ultimately wanted. If everything's to be believed about his involvement, what you're telling me is he wanted Dan Hurley.
Where would last night's hockey comeback have ranked amongst the greatest sports comebacks of all time? What happened in Game 7 next on The Fan?
Well, let's get you.
It's at Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fan segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's soda. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Reinhart at the right wing side. Reinhart to the right circle. A shot, and he scores! Sam Reinhart gives the Panthers a 2-1 lead here in Game 7. 4:49 to play here in the middle frame.
And that ends up being the game winner as the Florida Panthers avoid the embarrassment of having Edmonton come back from a 3-0 deficit. They were just the third team in NHL history to accomplish the feat of forcing a Game 7 after being down 3-0. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and the Florida Panthers win their first Stanley Cup.
Yeah, and look, this has been a culmination of a few years of them being really, really good. They had like the best record in the league a couple years back, and they go to the Cup final last year as an 8 seed, and they beat Boston on the way, which was a legendary type team, and then they go on. They finally win this one. They beat the best player in the world. So, it's been a nice little run for them that they've had over the last few seasons.
Yeah, 63% on the deserve to win meter last night for the Oilers, Sean. And I'll be honest, now that the NHL playoffs are over, I can firmly say this thing is stupid, because whenever I open it up, it seems like every single game tells me whoever lost should have won 70% of the time. So MoneyPuck.com will be retired after this, now that the playoffs are over, because I think in 6 of the 7 Stanley Cup games, it said that the team that lost should have won.
That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It
seems oddly consistent with the losing team, though.
That's fine. That's fine. It's not. That doesn't mean they're wrong.
I'll tell you what, and MoneyPuck is wrong, because Edmonton did not deserve to win.
Yeah, they did. I didn't think they deserved to win either. I don't know how they used their. Did they have more shots on goal or whatever? I have no idea.
This would be a lot easier to judge in a sport in which I cared about more and was familiar with. If we're watching Celtics Mavs NBA Finals and no, the Mavs actually deserve to win one of the games where Boston controlled throughout, I'd be like, all right, your website is stupid. But I can't speak to it.
I don't know. I wasn't.
It's like shots on goal. How close were the shots? It uses all these different analytics of what you likely should have scored off of those goals.
Casty kind of things.
Those kind of things.
But
Florida
ultimately didn't have shot in the third period, basically.
Right.
This is a big victory for Nick Young, though. America over Canada. He's thrilled with this outcome.
That's right.
All right, you came up with a very, very interesting list, I thought, where this would have ranked. For the non-hockey fans, we can expand the Stanley Cup topic, where this would have ended up. All-time comeback.
Yeah, and the all-time comebacks, and this is from win probability, where the series was at its lowest point versus where it would have ended up had they won. this would have been the biggest comeback in sports history.
Wow.
Their win probability at the lowest point was 3.3%. They only had a 3.3% chance of coming back and win, which means they would have added almost 97% win probability throughout their comeback.
Of all the sports, though, how do you rank them 1 through 4 in terms of comebackability?
This is 1 just by history. Like, the NHL is definitely 1.
Which
it's on comeback with a bowl.
Exactly.
It is.
But that makes me surprised over what RJ said, that this would have been the biggest one ever because the sport allows for it the most. I agree with that.
Which this has to just be...
Unless they were down something major in game 4.
So, no, what happened is that they were an underdog to begin the series, and they were outscored 11-4 in the first 3 games.
Yeah.
So that kind of skewed all the metrics.
Okay.
Allowing them to...
So being like, oh, you're that much of an underdog, or...
Right, yeah. So that allowed them to skew how much of an underdog and a mismatch it was.
Yeah, but I mean, so this has to be like, because to me, the worst odds ever would have had to have been when Boston walks up in the bottom of the 9th down a run and they're down 3-0. Like, to me, I would think, like, so this has to be just like standalone games, right? Not like how deep into that, because Boston had a like 10% chance of winning that game against the Yankees going into the 9th, and they were already down 3-0 for the series.
Right.
I would imagine they had less than 1% to win the series at that point.
And obviously I need to take football out of it, but I would say hockey is the easiest, not the easiest, but the most likely to pull off something like this. Then baseball, then basketball. And I don't even think there's an argument for any of that.
I don't either. It's
obviously we have the basketball history. It's undefeated, but less players on the floor, the better players have more control.
Right.
Versus just 3 different pitchers that go out there and can shut someone down.
Yeah, and the thing with the Red Sox, and ironically, I'll just spoil it.
Who's this from, and how many are on this list?
This is from ESPN. There's 12 teams on this list that have accomplished these major feats of these comebacks.
What would you say is the equivalent in football though of a halftime deficit? Like, not 20, right? It'd have to be more 28.
28-3 is pretty big.
Yeah, was that Jackson? The most recent one was Jacksonville.
Jacksonville was down 27-0. Bills obviously had their 32-point comeback. So I mean, there's been 3 of those ever.
Those have happened, yeah, and that's obviously the same game, not stretched over a week or something like that, but we'll get to that Red Sox one because number 2 was LeBron and the Cavs overcoming a 3-1 deficit.
Warriors.
Yep, that was actually they had a higher
Draymond.
A better chance of coming, a worse chance than the Red Sox did.
I blame Draymond. They factor that in, him getting kicked out of the series.
It doesn't say if they factored it in, but their series win probability, the lowest point, was 3.6%. I don't think this factors in game.
So it's just like after game 3, or
so it would have been what the Red Sox were after game 3. You go back to the Maple Leafs of 42. You have a Royals 1985 down 3-1, where their series win probability, they had 91% probability added by a comeback. You had some more teams in the 50s and 60s. The Chicago Cubs in 2016. I forgot they were down 3-1 in that series, and they came back and beat Cleveland. I completely forgot about that. I just thought they won game 6 and 7. I had forgotten they were down 3-1. You finally get to the 04 Red Sox at 11th.
Wow. 3-0.
3-0. Their series win probability, the lowest point was 6%, but because of their pitching advantages in games 6 and 7 with Schilling and Pedro, and the Yankees having lost, I think it was Kevin Brown, and then they threw Javi Vasquez out there. That really skewed the amount of win probability they had to add up.
Kevin Brown broke his hand.
Yeah, punched a wall or something. And then the Devils in 2000 were the next one. So that was it. But they said it would have been the greatest comeback in sports history had they come back and won this.
So that's interesting to me that 3-1 would be equal to a 3-0, like way far. Yes. But I mean, I think you had mentioned this a couple weeks ago when that comeback came up. Golden State, that was June of 16. The last time they had lost 3 games in a row was November of 2013. Like, Steve Kerr wasn't even there when they had last lost 3 games in a row. So it was completely improbable. But Basketball to me is definitely the hardest. If it's a basketball team's up 3-0, I'm like, you're generally getting worked pretty bad. It's tough to be down 3-0 and come back.
You would have to have a player like Luka or Giannis be on the team up 3-0 and get hurt.
Weren't the Knicks up on the Celtics Pacers 3-0, but that felt very fluky with all the Indiana meltdowns and lack of end game execution.
Celtics were down 3-0 last year to the Heat, forced a game 7.
Yeah.
Trailblazers did that to the Mavericks one year.
Yeah.
That was the both teams play hard series from Rasheed Wallace.
Absolutely.
So everyone wants to hear Paul Maurice, the Panthers head coach, who has the most losses in NHL history. He's run through a ton of teams, most recently the Winnipeg Jets, how his team was able to ultimately win it in Florida.
I got off the phone with him the summer I took the job, and I kept telling my wife, these guys are different. It's the way they treat each other. They love each other. It starts with Barkov, and it filters down. So we have 9 new guys on this year, and then we brought in Okposo and Tarasenko. And you can't tell they haven't been here 10 years. So they got nothing to do with the coach, nothing to do with that. That room has been special since day one.
So there you go. Congratulations to the Florida Panthers.
Yep.
Connor McDavid wins the Conn Smythe.
Yeah, and look, McDavid winning the Conn Smythe, 6th guy on a non-winning team to win the Conn Smythe, which is a playoff MVP. It's not just a series MVP. I think they should have a series MVP, too.
Yeah, the playoff MVP, I mean, it sounds like it's the same thing. If you're telling me no one has ever won it outside of the finals, then they're basically...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're kind of right. I mean, because no one's ever won it if you weren't in the finals. It's been 5 other times besides this one where the losing cup final team had somebody win the Conn Smythe, which is a great looking trophy. It's massive.
We got some, yes, it is cool looking. We have some NFL relationship news and updates. RJ's boy, Jared Goff, getting married, and more info. Bill Belichick's Bill Belichick's current definitely has a type.
Yes.
Judging by her ex.
Yes. Which one do you want first, Bill or Goff?
Let's go with the old man.
All right, let's go Bill. Bill Belichick.
Well, I was talking about the ex, but they're both old. Yeah. You're right.
So Jordan Hudson is the girl's name.
I don't want to think about this music during these topics.
Jordan Hudson is the girl's name. And her ex said she is wise beyond her years. Much more than any 20-something I've ever met in my life. The narrative about her character is not fair. People should just back off, stop with the critics, let her be, and just enjoy the relationship.
Yeah.
Her ex is 64 years old.
There you go. She got a type.
He has a type.
And it turns out one of y'all were right. It may have been Bobby saying Belichick. He was sneaking out shirtless of that video. That was of her place.
Wasn't that like 3 years ago?
How does that video get out, though?
So that's the thing. I don't know. I don't think they ever found out exactly how old it was, but it came out last year.
And is he taking out the trash, or is he just walking down the street to his place?
I guess just walking down the street.
He's not getting in his car, just driving home shirtless.
Walk of shame.
Is it me, or did it look like they lived on the docks? I mean, what's going on?
Yes.
But so she has a type. 64 and 72. And she's 24? Yeah, she has a type, man.
She's just worldly.
When was that? So wait, if she's been with Belichick for a year or whatever else, like when was she with this guy, the 64-year-old? Like how young was she? Was she 18?
It had to be. This is Leo Leo DiCaprio territory that we're encroaching on.
Yes. Do we know if her pops is around?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
It might be the question.
It might be the question. Yeah. And then Jared Goff. Jared Goff has had himself an offseason. He signed a mega contract with the Lions for $53 million ish a year, and he got married to just an absolute dime in Kristen Harper.
Who's this?
Over the weekend, and they got married in Ojai, which is right by where we're going to be. And Ojai Valley, Sarah and I went up there last year. There's like wine country up there, but it's on the other side of the mountain, so it's hot. You're in the valley. A June wedding in the heat. Jared Goff. I mean, that's it was hot at your wedding.
Yes,
it was very, very hot. But this, I got to say, for a couple things went off. It triggered me here. One, obviously the outdoor wedding. Two, he's obviously a Cowboy fan because he named his dog after a former Cowboys quarterback.
Who?
His dog name is Quincy.
Yeah, you think that's who he named it after?
I think
Quincy
so.
Carter?
I think he named it Quincy Carter.
The resilience he had to bounce back from all that.
But third, and this might come as a surprise to guys like Aaron Rodgers and Micah Parsons.
Sniffing a lot.
This may come as a surprise to Aaron Rodgers and Micah Parsons, but you can actually schedule events and trips around minicamp.
Oh!
This was amazing because he was at minicamp like a week and a half ago.
I think he looked at a calendar.
I think he may have looked at the calendar and said, I think there's probably going to be a minicamp here. Hey, Dan, could you tell us when the minicamp might be so I could schedule my wedding? It's really amazing that he was able to do this. That's good on him.
So some NFL relationship updates here on the home of the Cowboys.
This Jared Goff significant other, by the way, she looks like silicone Olivia Rodrigo is what she reminds me of. Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound too bad.
I'll take a little sip.
Well, not really. What Bobby's saying is true. Rangers
Microplastics.
Rangers lose, but Chris Young with the updates. The surge from Wyatt Langford, and how is Max Scherzer feeling following that amazing season debut? Here from the Rangers GM next on the home of the World Series champs with Sean and RJ. But
Products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Got him with a fastball at 101. And game 1 here in Milwaukee goes to the Brewers. Home side wins it 6-3.
Matt Hicks, who joined us yesterday with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club, our best audience of the entire show. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. I was feeling good about this one. Adolis hit his first home run since June 2nd, and Seager and Simeon had their first RBIs in the same game for the first time since May 21st. Let me say that again. Corey Seager and Marcus Simeon had not had a run batted in the same game since May 21st, and Adolis had not gone yard since June 2nd. Rangers lose to the Brewers 6-3.
And that right there is how you get, weeks-long stretches where the offense seems to not be able to put anything together and have any level of consistency. And then that's it. I mean, there's your answer if you need to know why. Adolis has had a kind of a power outage, and Seager and Simeon have not been on the same page offensively when they've both been on the same night, and that's just tough. When your two best players, your two highest paid, are not having good games on the same day, and Langford was out for a stretch of time, and Carter has been out for a stretch of time, and Josh Young has been out for a stretch of time. It's not surprising.
Wonder if you extend that note, because that's an insane note. But
which one?
The one about Seager and Simeon.
Yeah.
I wonder if you extend that note to Adolis. When was the last time Adolis, Simeon, and Seager got RBIs? I bet that may be the first time that's happened all year.
Wow. That's a good point. Might be.
But it's not a good point. We don't know if it's actual stats. Don't give him too much credit.
That's a pretty good point.
Wyatt Langford is going to be on the G-Bag Nation today at 3:40. 3:40 on the home of the Rangers, and it's also the home of Weekly Chris Young. The GM joined G-Bag yesterday and talked about the recent Wyatt surge.
Well, I've seen a great aptitude from Wyatt in terms of his ability to make adjustments. He obviously had a great spring training and then got off to a cold start here. But I think that should have been expected to some extent with how fast he's got through the minor leagues and just adjusting to the quality of big league pitching. I mean, we're seeing it all across the league. Offense is down. The pitching in today's game is so good. And to think that he was in college baseball last year, and now he's seeing the best pitching in the world on a nightly basis, and you're starting to see him make adjustments and really feel confident at the plate. And the performance this month has really reflected that. And it just shows what a high aptitude Wyatt has for making adjustments, for learning. How talented he is and the hard work that he puts in it. And I think that the hitting coaches deserve some recognition here as well for identifying a couple things in his swing that have put him in a better position to really handle Major League pitching. And collectively, they've all done a great job, and we're seeing the results of that.
And speaking of pitching, how is Max Scherzer feeling after the outstanding debut and the really intricate but maybe worrisome post-game report from Max himself?
Yeah, I talked to Max inside a little bit earlier. He said he's feeling good, feeling normal. He said the next couple days will determine kind of how he bounces back. He didn't have a normal spring training. He didn't even have a normal rehab, so to speak. And so we're still learning a little bit how he's going to recover, how he's going to bounce back. And he's still building up strength and endurance as well. So we are going to monitor him closely this week to make sure he recovers well. But yesterday he was outstanding. It was so fun to watch him. I know that his stuff isn't what it used to be in terms of when he was in the prime of his career, but watching him pitch and compete yesterday, it just felt like he was a step ahead of the hitters, and it was really kind of a lost art in today's game in terms of seeing a guy who could recognize swings, see what the opponent was trying to do, and make adjustments on the fly. Despite the reports or the scouting report, it was vintage pitching. And I loved watching it. It was so fun seeing him out there.
That's interesting because I think we all feel like his velocity's not been the same. It's very interesting to me to hear Chris Young basically say his stuff isn't the same, right, guys? Like, even if it's true, it's unusual to hear it put that directly.
When Chris talks about injuries, I can't stop thinking of like the old Iraqi foreign defense minister or whatever, who he would just lie to your face. Like he would just lie, right? It would just be like, no, there's no troops here. We're winning this war. They have not even bombed us. We have no destruction, none. And that's just what I think of. Like, he's fine. He'll be all right. And then you come back and there's Max Scherzer getting ligament damage surgery on his elbow.
Wyatt Langford on with the G-Bag Nation today at 3:40. And speaking of pitching, you got a little Paul Skenes money to put down to suggest to the degenerates.
Degenerate time right now, boys and girls. Peyton Russell, listen up. Take $10. Just take $10. Go to your account. Go to your offshore account and put $10 on him to win the Cy Young at 80-1. 2 weeks ago, he was 200-1. I'm going to read you his numbers right now, just his ranks. He's third in baseball in ERA. He's third in baseball in strikeouts per 9. He's fourth in baseball in strikeouts to walk ratio. He's fourth in FIP. He's second in xFIP. He's third in K percentage, and he's first in left on base percentage. This is among starting pitchers with a minimum of 40 innings pitched. He just went, his last 5 starts, 1 run, 0, 3, 2. He's got at least 5 in every start, and in at least 6 in 4 of the 5. Dude.
Correct me if there's another name that's jumping out that I'm missing. I can't double check myself because my internet won't work. He has been the biggest star on the mound this season. Every time I open up social media, it's Skenes. Now, Livy Dunn has something to do with that as well, but Paul Skenes highlights more than any other pitcher that I've seen throughout the first half of the season. I'm talking about this is cover boy stuff. This is next video game MLB The Show cover type performance.
I can't think of another one. Shohei, obviously not pitching this year, but last year when he was pitching, he was one of those guys where you would see highlights all the time. Imanaga for a minute, but no, it's been Skenes.
Yeah, it's been Skenes, and I mean it's very, very much like when Strasburg came up is what it feels like. Where when he came up and it was just like Joey Votto's told the story before about I think it was when Strasburg was a rookie that he watched him throw the first 2 pitches. He took the first 2 pitches of an at bat and he was like, I don't think I can hit this guy. Like I don't think I have the ability to do that. And so he's been incredible, and the way he's still hitting like 100, 101 into the 7th inning of some of these things.
Yeah.
If he were to win Cy Young, though, and the thing that I don't know how easy it is to figure out the answer to, that's got to be one of the first times somebody would win a Cy Young not pitching till May. Like May 11th, you missed the whole first month of the season and you win the Cy Young.
It may have been Fernando that did it. Like he may have started earlier than May, but like as a rookie.
Oh, sure.
I think Fernando did it as a rookie back in 81 or whatever. But it's just he's been tremendous. The sport needs this. I mean, because baseball now, kids follow baseball in highlight form. They follow it on social media. They follow it on Instagram, TikToks, and all that things. They don't necessarily sit down and watch games. MLB app does a great job of giving you condensed games. You can watch an entire game in 9 minutes. The NBA does the same thing on YouTube, right? You can watch an entire game in 10 minutes.
We got more Justin Timberlake fallout. We getting more information on the incident and the arresting officer.
Yes. So first off, in terms of the arresting officer, he was warned not to drive home. So this police officer is a young guy. All right, he's a young guy. He was stopped and advised not to drive home. The officer did not recognize him. He gave Justin a break because he said he doesn't pose an immediate danger, but he says, hey, don't drive home. His name is Michael Arkinson. He's a 23-year-old cop. He goes, I thought that was the end of the day, that this guy would get a ride home. Several minutes later, he's patrolling a different side of the village, and he was observed by the same officer, a 2025 BMW SUV, stopped again. And the cop's like, what a dummy. So he stops him a second time at a 4-way stop sign, and then he goes and he winds up giving him a ticket. Now, according to the bartender, Timberlake had just one martini, Vesper Martini, at this hotel bar. In a related story, the bartender had no idea what Timberlake was doing before this because there's no way those eyes were one martini.
Or he's a lightweight.
But all the stories and all the reports were that Justin
the bartender is also going to cover
his own butt or her butt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And want Timberlake to frequent there. continue. Although he probably never will again.
Because another employee said if he was drinking more, it wasn't here. That's right. They kept saying wasn't here. So it was the one martini.
Frank will be on your ass.
And he said that he had one martini and then he followed his friends home. So that's the other part of the story. Because the other things that came out when this thing first happened was that people were saying that Justin secretly has had some alcohol issues of late. Anecdotally, there's no proof of that, because nobody's inside his home other than basically Jessica Biel.
And did they say that this cop is known as someone?
Yeah, this cop is known as they call him I hate to use this term, but they call him the Sag Harbor, they say Nazi. That's what they call him.
The cop.
That people are accusing Justin's PR team of orchestrating a hit piece on the cop because this cop is apparently he's like a no-nonsense.
36 and a 35 getting pulled over?
Yeah, he might be getting pulled over, 36 to 35, but in the short months he's been on the force, he's become known for his pullover attempts, earning that nickname. And they're also calling him, a dip, you-know-what. So they're saying one driver claims he's had an unpleasant encounter with Arkinson. He was recently trying to find a spot before a meeting, and he performed a U-turn, and he made him, he pulled him over for doing an illegal U-turn. He's a stickler. Stickler for the rules.
Ben Affleck was asked, why do you look so miserable all the time? He was sitting down with Kevin Hart, and they're like, why are you so miserable on camera besides being married to J-Lo? And he's like, because of the celebrity paparazzi storm that hits us every time we go out. That's what he said. He's like, cameras in my face. I'm more of a private dude. Then there was a TMZ video that came out yesterday where he went off on the paparazzi because they blinded him going down this street, and his child was trailing. And he's like, you're going to blind my kid as well. I think he did a good job of going off, but not going viral for looking and sounding stupid because he knew they were just waiting to put this out there. But that is why Ben Affleck is smoking cigarettes in a corner, looking so miserable with his cup of Dunkin'. He says because the paparazzi following J-Lo everywhere.
I can imagine that every time you walk outside and there's cameras in your face like that, I can imagine that getting really old.
He said they got backed up in traffic in New York, and he's like, babe, we got to walk. We got to walk this. We're going to be late. So it was like a 5-block walk, and it ended up being a tremendous mistake.
Yeah.
And she's like, okay. All right, let's go.
Let's do it. I mean,
but I've also heard she's impossible and miserable. My wife has dumped J-Lo as her number one crush.
So
it's over.
Apparently her residency or whatever in Vegas, they're not selling any tickets.
Well, it got canceled, I believe.
Yeah.
Either a concert or the residency got canceled.
It's just they weren't selling.
He's historically been somebody who is that's not a new thing for him in terms of being super tense with paparazzi. It was 10 years ago. He had a big incident with TMZ where he just started barking at one of their cameramen. He's because he tried to ask his daughter a question hey, you like in school or something? And Ben Affleck turned around. He's like, you can yell at me, take my pictures. Do not talk to my kid. If you talk to my kid, I'm going to F you up.
Yeah, there's a come with the territory aspect of being a celebrity that.
Oh, tell us about it.
I don't know about it, but
you should see this guy in Stephenville.
I know, right? But you got to deal. You got to I don't know. You got to be able to put on a smile every now and then. Think.
RJ Choppy has a smile today after what happened last night, and Bobby Belt sneaking in with a college football kegger. Next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to the great.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed. And for the first time in school history, the baseball national title has a home sweet home on Rocky Top. The Tennessee Volunteers, baseball national champions for the first time ever.
And congratulations to Ralph James Choppy. Were you drinking the Jello shots during?
I was not drinking the Jello shots during, but they did do the Jello shot challenge at Rocco's, which is the famous now. They started at like $2. Now they're $5 a piece. And 96,000 Jello shots were sold this tournament. Wow. For a grand total, that place made $482,000 in the two weekends just on Jello shots. Tennessee, the fourth straight year, the winner of the Jello shot challenge also won the national championship.
Oh,
so for the fourth straight year, so that's kind of the kicker right there. We had the second most Jello shots ever. We consumed 38,000 Jello shots, almost beating LSU's record of 68,000. So not even close. LSU just is on a different level. Remind me, though, never let my kid be a pitcher in college baseball. They will use up these arms. The kid who closed the game up for Tennessee threw like 70 pitches the night before, and they just threw him out there to close the game out. Oh, you're armed. It's okay. We don't need you anymore. But it was a great day for the Vol family, and the Peyton Manning curse is gone. He's allowed to go to all sporting events now, and our curse hopefully is gone. We just could not get over the hump and win a dang thing ever since Phil Fulmer was fired. I hope that's all gone. Maybe it's Morgan Wallen who is the good luck charm. All the seats and all the chairs stayed in the suite last night. That was good.
Yeah.
All right, he's learning. He didn't throw anything out of the suite. Didn't throw anything at fans.
Scale 1 to 10, how much joy did this bring you? Obviously, this is not a football or basketball title.
A lot. I mean, it gave me a lot. It gave me a 7.
Okay.
7 or 8. Yeah, I was super happy last night. Baseball was not, when I was there, we went to the World Series one year. It was my second year there. But it was never like a major high following. Social media's really helped it. All the props, college players use a lot of props. College baseball is fun. It's not very good baseball.
No,
like the best players are going to the pros out of high school. It's not tremendous ball. The pitchers, surprisingly, most of them are thrown in the 80s. It's not like tremendous baseball. But it's fun.
What was I think Bassick said SEC baseball is like far and away, it's clearly the best one in college. But even still, I think he said SEC baseball is maybe like close to A ball, maybe like, and still then it's probably not very close.
There's a clear distinction between, the professionals in college. I mean, there's a distinction in any sport like basketball or football. But it's quite a bit down. It's quite a bit down. Step up from high school, obviously.
This is just a thought that kicked in, and maybe it's a dumb one.
Probably.
Very, very possible. The Rangers, like with the struggles they've had with their first round picks in the last 5 years or whatever, in terms of guys who aren't necessarily coming up and killing it right away. Like, I wonder if that needs to shift back to where they're focusing on high school kids, because they've gone college.
Yeah.
In fact, they've gone SEC, I think, with their first pick 4 years in a row.
But it has worked though, right?
Did it? Not with Jack Leiter, not with Foscue yet.
No, but it has worked with Wyatt, and Leiter did get hurt.
Wyatt's turning around, obviously, and it was early, but I mean, he did struggle early.
He did.
Obviously.
There's no doubt. I think the thought is that you're closer to the pros when they go out of college. Like your time that's spent in the minor leagues is far, far less. And look, I mean, the competition is better than it is in high school, so you are getting an idea of how they are at the next level. That was sort of the Billy Beane thing, was sort of like, let's take college players so we have less time to have to groom them in the minor leagues.
Speaking of college, Bobby Belt sneaking in with a little kegger.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
The biggest stand-up individual in all of the sports landscape, as it turns out, is Lane Kiffin.
Oh, really?
Lane Kiffin is on a crusade.
The Jerry Jones of college football.
Lane Kiffin doesn't even want he doesn't even want to have success. Not his own personal success. He wants the success of these student athletes and the game of college football, and he's willing to sacrifice his own success to get it. So there's been a lot of movement over the last month in terms of legislation relating to NIL and transfers and everything like that. First, it was revenue sharing through which schools will be permitted to directly pay athletes. That starts next year as part of a settlement in the House versus NCAA lawsuit. And then after years of the NCAA trying to get a bill, one finally got out of committee in the House of Representatives that would prevent athletes from being made employees. So that second one apparently is not very likely, according to The Athletic, to go any further than where it's at, because it's just not something that there's a lot of desire to have happen right now, is to block these guys from being employees. But Lane Kiffin has an issue with this. He says that if we block them from being called employees, or if we have legislation that lays out the exact terms of what kind of employees they are, then the transfer portal will calm down, and we'll be able to look, if we're going to pay these guys like professional athletes, they need to have contracts like professional athletes. So Lane Kiffin says, this is how bad it is. I'm telling you this. The current system probably benefits us as much as any school in America, and I'm telling you it's a horrible system. So what does that tell you? He says college football wants so bad to copy the NFL in so many ways. He said the NFL's figured it out after a long time. But he said, if we want to pay them like they're in the NFL, we need contracts. Imagine if the NFL had 2 periods of free agency where everybody was basically available at once, and how insane the NFL would be if we did those things. And he said, look, when I was younger, he said, if I was a younger guy, I would have totally kept my mouth shut about this as an issue, because it helps me. We usually get better players than we send out. So if I'm standing up and saying this, you have to know that it's a real moral issue. And so Lane Kiffin says that this is about doing what's right for college football and student athletes.
I mean, look, it is crazy that you would have a scenario where they're free agents every year, every player. Like the portal is a little bit nuts.
Yeah.
And the NIL, they need more, they need structure. But
more of the Wild West than Yellowstone.
Yes, it is. But the difference is that these players actually want to come back the next year and play, as opposed to Coster, who doesn't want to come back.
That was
and
my
finish.
joke.
Yeah. But I was just clarifying for the folks, Sean. They made their own bed, though.
Yes, they had an opportunity to build this up in the exact structure that they wanted, but they fought it for so long until courts basically had to step in and said, no, you're not allowed to do that. And then it was just a free-for-all, and now they have no structure that they can apply. It's similar to, like...
This is how I feel about our radio ratings. Like, right now, we are benefiting greatly from the system in place. And I mean greatly, thanks to all the Tolos. But our system is still ridiculously stupid from the powers that be. And that is not anyone in this building. The higher powers in the radio world, like, it is idiotic, and it's a freaking embarrassment to what we do, the way that we're judged on it. It's so dumb. Even though we're benefiting right now, the whole system of it is just, it's stupid. It's idiotic. It's
very
so
flawed.
random.
And this is what happens when we talked about this. I can't remember what it was. It was when we were talking about allowing the adults to start. Oh, it was like with AAU and stuff and youth baseball, right? When you start the Little League story, when you start allowing adults to get involved, that was the problem, and that's the same problem here. When you start allowing when you can't create
so what do you
a
want to
system,
have kids police it?
No. Like, but the adults in this situation is courts. When you have people who are not involved with the sport making the laws for the sport, they don't know what's going on. The NCAA dropped the ball here. They should have created a situation and a process and a format for these players to get money 30 years ago, let alone having to wait for the courts to decide.
Somebody else who is really pushing this narrative apparently right now is one Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders talked to Joel Klatt yesterday, and he said, look, I'm all supporting players getting their money, doing things like this, but he says where he is uniquely equipped. In fact, he said, God gave me the strengths to create change, so that's why he has to do it. He's essentially, it sounds a little Dabo-like, that he's basically believing that he's been put on a mission from God to change college football. But he said today's college athletes not built for the media scrutiny that comes as inherent with being a paid athlete. They're not prepared for it. So they want all this money. They don't want the criticism. So that's the thrust of the program at Colorado that he's building, according to what he told Joel Klatt.
Starting to regret my Deion take. I'm starting to worry that this is going to be a flame out, that he should have been hired at a bigger program and that he was going to crush it. I'm a little concerned.
I think you can hold off on that. I don't think Deion's problem. Let me rephrase it. I don't know that Deion's problem is Deion. It might be Colorado.
Oh, he'll throw them under the bus coming up here soon.
Yes, he will. Like, I think he will say, look,
why is Colorado the problem?
They don't have much. They don't really have any in-state players. Like, how many D1 legitimate ESPN top 300 players come from Colorado a year?
But he knew
Get
that.
off the slopes, kid.
Right, he knew that. Yes, he knew that.
He knew that, and he doesn't want to recruit high school anyway.
That's true.
He wants to play the portal.
That's true. But, like, where do the players generally go? They go play college
South.
football players. They go to the South.
Yeah.
Or they go to Michigan or Ohio State. And a little bit of Notre Dame. And a little bit of Penn State.
Yeah.
Right? That's where they go. Like, do the young high school players, do they want to be in the mountains with cold weather? Or do they want, I don't know that they want that.
Phil Steele, the very prominent college football analyst and writer, released his rankings of the top 10 quarterback units in college football this week. So it's not just the specific starter, it's the entire depth of the quarterback room. And number one, you want to guess who it is, Sean? Who's number one on this list in all the country?
Longhorn.
The guys, the Texas, the number one ranked Texas Longhorns with Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning, who were two of the highest graded quarterback recruits to come out in the last decade plus.
I think ever. Like, they were two of the highest, two of the top five.
Quinn was number one, I think, is the highest of all time, and then Arch is right near the top. Yeah. But Texas benefits from that, and also that's without considering the new incoming freshman, not for this year, but in 2025. Texas recently secured the commitment of 4-star quarterback Dia Bell, who, yes, that sounds a little bit like a English pop star's name, but it's not. It's the son of former NBA star Raja Bell. Calling him a star is a little generous,
yes,
I think, from CBS Sports there. But he is the 21st ranked overall player in the 26 recruiting class and the 4th quarterback, and he is now committed to Texas, so lots of depth there.
Why would you commit there?
Why would you? He's up till 2026, so Arch would
be near the end, or probably out. I mean, it just depends on how the one that I never understood was Malik Murphy. I never understood why he committed there. You knew Ewers was coming, you knew Arch was coming, and you were a top recruit. He hung around for a year or two and then eventually transferred. I don't know. Nice that he wanted to compete, but I just thought it was odd. Go down the list, though.
By the way, Texas, keep your hands off our baseball coach. He's coming out.
I heard Bassick talking about the Texas facilities. Sounds like if your coach has eyes, he would stay away from there. Bassick trashed the Longhorn baseball facilities. He said it was a total dump.
Yeah, Tennessee just built like a $100 million stadium and facility. So, like, they've got great facilities there. Texas has all the money in the world. And it's Texas. Like, they're a tremendous program. Just keep your hands off.
You go down the rankings. Carson Beck in the Georgia Bulldogs room. That's number 2. Number 3, Dylan Gabriel, who recently transferred to Oregon. That's going to be the top. They're 3rd on that list. But you go down the list a little bit. Oh, I do hate this one. 4, though. Jalen Milroe. Did Milroe kind of changed your mind a little bit by the end of the year, didn't he? A little bit?
How could he have not? He totally improved as a player.
He did.
But like, did he change your mind as like an ability to throw the football?
No.
Because to me, I look at him and I say he'll still never throw. He's just going to run.
He made just the one throw he made against Auburn at the end was that was a really nice throw. With the time expiring when they were losing,
he got better. He significantly improved as a college football player. Does that satisfy you?
I was talking to somebody in scouting circles about Milroe, and they went and saw him at practice last year and said, I've never seen a quarterback skip slant routes in a practice before, and he was doing it every single throw.
Well, they didn't watch Dak against David Carr.
Number 9, though, SMU. So some Dallas area love on this quarterback rankings. They come in at number 9 on Phil Steele's list.
Little college kegger here on a Tolo Tuesday with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The battle of which NFL list is dumber. We have our boy who joins the morning show and brought us his boy 2 national football lists. Which one is worse? Plus, brought us his favorite segment of the show. Ask Credit. All of it on the way.
Let's get your carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zerezway, RJ Choppy Fan Special. It's an amazing.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
To you by the on-time experts.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. Just ran back in studio. Had to go in the production room and do my commercials during the show after Bobby froze me out yesterday as I had to circle this building for about an hour as he hogged up the studio. It was maddening.
I saw him go in there, and then I saw you hanging around. I was like, ooh, Sean's got to record too. I was like, this is going to be an interesting little tug of war.
Well, he had a client. Otherwise, I would have thrown him and Stephanie out.
He had a client.
I would have called rank. But they had a client in here. I think it was Kissable Dental. So I had to.
Your Kissable journey starts today.
Go downstairs quietly. 90 minutes they stayed in there. 90 minutes as I was just sitting down there. You know, Bobby talks. Bobby talks. He doesn't want to go home. He loves just hanging around here as I have a 2-month-old that I have to get home to. And nope, just hogged it up and tried to screw over my client, which is not going to happen.
Yeah, Sean says every day how eager he is to get home to the 2-month-old, keeping him away from the screaming.
So you just drove around for 90 minutes waiting?
No, I was like chilling in the garage. I drove around 90 minutes yesterday before Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals, the first attempt to put her to sleep in the car.
Oh, yeah.
Just miserable experience my life.
Those are the fun rides.
It's a miserable existence.
Those are the best rides. You're just driving aimlessly around waiting for, and you keep looking in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
Did you fall asleep yet?
Well, then I had the battle with the wife on because she's fallen asleep in the baby seat, the carriage, whatever the hell you call it, cradle, I don't know. And then bassinet. I take it out of the car and she's dead asleep, and I'm like, I'm not going to remove her from this and put her in her crib now. She don't want to sleep in the crib anyway, and I'm not going to touch her. Keep her in the bassinet, whatever the car seat is. and she stayed asleep in there for like a 90-minute or 2-hour nap. So yesterday I did the same thing. I just carried her out of the car in the car seat and just put it in the room and quietly closed the door. My wife said, "What are you doing? You're not going to put it in the crib?" I'm like, "No, I'm not touching. I need 30 minutes of peace.
Not going to risk it."
I walk right into this circus at 10 o'clock instead of 5 p.m. when I should have a normal 9 to 5. But this baby does not sleep. I understand. I understand going to get that milk and never coming back.
Oh, wow. Yeah, just use this if you haven't used
What
this
are you
already.
talking about? I don't want to hear any parenting judgment from you.
I didn't say nothing.
Yeah, you did. I can call out, your welding takes here. I don't need I don't need to hear any of your parenting stuff.
I'd love to hear them.
I'm doing you a favor.
That's going to be an Ask Redick question here in a sec. You better be prepared.
Try use this. Maybe you use this already. But
Put her inside the wash machine. I wanted to do that with Ollie.
Just say to her.
Simulates the car.
Do you want to be disturbed when you're sleeping?
Like you talking about Amanda?
So the baby, right? If the baby.
Well, I can't say it because it didn't work.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, she was asleep like half an hour.
Okay,
and then she woke up, so I can't pull that card yet, but I will.
But yeah, like if you do you want to be disturbed when if you're asleep, let him sleep.
All right, so there it is. Getting some of that frustration off of my chest to start off the commercial-free expressway, and you all and the internet frustrated over two different football lists. Let's start off with friend of the show, Mike Florio.
Mike Florio, I'm convinced he just made this up. This isn't a real list. He came out with his preseason power rankings, PFT's 2024 pre-camp power rankings. This is not a prediction, he says, of how teams will finish. Instead, it's a snapshot of where they currently are. I think after number 4 is where he just started to make things up. He just drew teams out of a hat.
All right.
Number 1 is the Chiefs.
Okay.
Right? Nobody's fighting that one. Number 2 is San Francisco. Who's fighting that one?
No.
Nobody.
Number 3 is Detroit.
Okay.
Nobody's really fighting. Number 4 is Baltimore.
Conference finalists.
These are your 4 conference finalists. I think people generally think these are... The Ravens had a underrated bad season, right? Bad offseason. The Cowboys get all the blame and all the publicity.
I mean,
the Ravens lost a lot too.
But the Ravens took care of their biggest contract that was outstanding.
Now we get to the made up part.
Okay.
Number 5, Philadelphia.
No.
They go into the season thinking we're the 5th best team in the league?
There's no way he really believes that Philly right now is the 5th best team in football. I'm not saying it should be the Cowboys, but it's not Philly.
Okay, let me hear the rest and see if I can justify.
Number 6, Green Bay.
You can justify Philly over Green Bay.
Okay.
You can. You could.
I'm not saying you can't.
I think Green Bay's high.
I do too.
You think 6 is too high for Green Bay?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Buffalo at 7.
I don't think... Here's the problem with these lists. And it's Skip Bayless's fault, as everything in life is, including my baby not sleeping. You have to have some surprise because you're going to have surprises in an NFL season. You have to. The problem is, how do you weigh that versus being shock jockey and trying to get clicks? That's the difficult part of this. Like, who was the surprise team of the NFL last year? So if someone put the Houston Texans as a top 8 team, we'd be calling you a moron.
Right.
But you have to have those types of surprises. Now, normally, I think these people use the Cowboys. That's how I test your clickbaitiness. You don't have Dak Prescott as a top 15 quarterback. You're desperate for clicks. You're trying to get clickbait like FS1 did. So that's the difficulty in these, but you do have to have surprises.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's a boring generic list.
The only thing, though, is if he throws in the caveat that, this is not where I think they'll finish, well, then what are you ranking exactly?
Right.
Is it an end of the season rankings? I don't know, with adjustments from free agency?
And what I was going to follow up with for Buffalo is you can have Buffalo anywhere. I'm not going to fight you on it. Because this could be a Josh Allen exposure year or a Josh Allen confirmation year. Oh my gosh, he can carry a team without a number one weapon like Mahomes did.
Look at them last year. They went down to the final game, either going to be the 2 seed or out of the playoffs potentially, if things broke right.
Yeah,
it was a wild year. So we had Buffalo. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
We had Buffalo at 7.
Yeah, and I'm fine with this so far. If you think the Cowboys are going to be like a 10-win team, and you think the Eagles are going to win the East, which they could, history shows they will win it this year, then you think they're an 11-win team or 12-win team, and you can have them up there.
Well, and his argument for them is the changes to the coaching staff. So he's giving a Kellen Moore vote of approval,
Which
and he
you love.
says the poaching of Saquon Barkley. So he thinks Saquon Barkley is what makes them a top 5 team, which seems very 1993.
And his tweet said all complaints are welcome and expected. So he knows what he was doing. Cincinnati at 8. I'm not going to necessarily
Burrow
fight him.
health.
Burrow health.
Isn't Burrow contemplating his future?
Yeah, where he said it makes you think of your football mortality whenever you've got the injury issues that he's had. But yeah, absolutely. His commentary there is they'll go as far as Joe Burrow's health. Yep. If he's healthy, they'll be good. If he's not, they won't be.
Their backup did a nice job last year, whose name I already forgot. Who's Bengals backup?
Drew, who is it? It's the old Washington quarterback or whatever.
Drew Lock?
No, it's Drew Sample.
Hey, Pank.
Is it Browning?
Oh, yeah.
Jake Browning.
Jake Browning.
Drew Browning, Cowboy Insider, Bobby Bell. Get ready, Blake.
Bengals Insider.
Get ready, Blake Elliott. All that Brian Bros promotion. Now I see why.
Number 9, Tampa.
This is a surprise call that if it works out, you look like a genius.
Look like a genius.
Now they made the postseason.
Yeah.
Walloped his Eagles.
The AJ Brown
9 or something.
AJ Brown missed that game.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, AJ Brown missed the last month. He was checked out his head.
So it's a eyebrow raising call, but you have to have a surprise like this.
Number 10, Houston.
So you are predicting a little Houston pullback?
Yeah, right there. It's already on the board.
Oh!
Jacksonville wins the AFC South.
Jacksonville will win AFC South. Choppy. Oh, my. Oh, look at that one that got checked off.
Got the check mark.
Next to it. That's my call. In your face, Spencer Dinwiddie. Dumb witty. That comment was dumb witty. So Houston behind. That's going to have everyone freaking out. Houston behind the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Maybe Philadelphia. Maybe Green Bay. But look, it's possible that C.J. Stroud, the sophomore slump or step back.
Sophomore slump.
I'm defending you, Flory. I'm defending you.
There's also
it's not because I got your mob book.
There's also a sophomore surgeons he may have. He may have a good year, a better year.
Yeah.
Miami is at 11.
Fine.
I could see it. Cleveland at 12.
Fine.
All right.
What are y'all having problems with so far?
He said, by the way, Deshaun Watson is the biggest wild card in the league. Would you agree with that heading into this season?
Yeah.
Yes.
If he plays like Houston Deshaun,
like massage Deshaun,
mid massage Deshaun, they got a chance to win the whole thing.
Yeah. And the defense. We're going to find out week 1.
Yes. Rams at 13.
Fine. I still don't know what to make of the Rams.
I don't either.
No more Aaron Donald.
Still haven't got the Cowboys yet.
Yeah, on the surface, you would say the Cowboys are better than the Rams. And on my surface, the Cowboys are better than Tampa Bay.
Mm-hmm.
You would say those things.
Yes.
But Bobby Bell maybe wouldn't say that.
Maybe not.
If Tampa wins 10 games, Bobby has the Cowboys winning 9. Buccaneers over them.
Pittsburgh at 14.
Well, the problem with that is that they're freaking 14 every year.
Every year.
They're 9-8. They're 8-9.
Yep.
I saw a question: who has a better? Like, I hate the Steelers. I hate Pittsburgh. I sorry, Mike McCarthy. I hate that they just are this ugly feeling franchise that somehow is always there and sneaks in before they get wiped out early on.
His reasoning is they blew up the depth chart at the quarterback position, got rid of Kenny Pickett, so that alone will make them better. So he's just saying same team basically, but no more Kenny Pickett, so they'll be better just by that.
Well, you could argue they improved at quarterback.
You could. I mean,
Russell Wilson or Kenny Pickett, I'd probably take Russ for the year.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean,
there you go.
What are they going to do with Fields? Is he going to be a punt returner?
Wasn't he on video game?
Yeah, so Madden has him in their trailer for the video game this year as a kick returner.
He was getting just killed for his OTAs and minicamp performance. They were like, there was a Steelers insider who's like, I thought all the issues were overblown. And he's like, watching him out here practice, it's worse than people said it was.
Number 15, the San Diego Superchargers.
That was basically a bottom 5 team last year.
But another team.
Yeah.
All of us think that they're going to win 11 games every single year.
They want a running back to rush 300 times.
They got your boy Harbaugh.
They do.
So you can have. I mean, you could even argue that the Chargers would be higher.
A bottom 5 team, though, that got rid of like Keenan Allen and Austin Eckler and had a bunch of turnover. Like, it seems unlikely to me that they would jump to the middle of the pack.
Yeah, what are they ever going to do without a bunch of hurt guys?
Right, and absolutely. And at number 16, 1 spot ahead of the Caleb Williams Chicago Bears.
Oh, my.
And 2 spots ahead of the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh, my.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Oh.
Now,
So
is
that's
it
improvement.
So is it crazy to predict possible implosion this year? I don't think it is. I just said yesterday, everything on paper, this whole thing feels like a house of cards. A Cowboy house of cards. What are you laughing at?
Florio's right up for this. I've got to hand it to him. This might be an all-time write-up.
Okay.
All in my ass. And he says,
oh, mark that.
No, he says,
mark that.
The comma does some important work in that sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it does.
Because that's what
good.
Skip Bayless got burned by earlier in the offseason.
Well done.
And Florio's been destroying Jerry the whole offseason,
Yeah.
so it's not surprising that he has them down there.
Again, the only thing I have an issue with, though, is like in his discussion of the rankings, it's not even a projection for him. He's like saying, like, this is where they are. This is not where they'll finish. This is where they are right now. I don't see how you could say that. Like, I don't see how you could have the Buccaneers above the Texans, for instance. I don't know how you could say that the Steelers would be a top half team in the league ahead of somebody like Dallas, who has won 12 games 3 years in a row. And I don't even think Dallas will be that good this year. I just think there's a little bit of it here that's a little shock jockey, a little bit.
Okay. Again, when you start with these lists, find the Cowboys. Find the Cowboys first on these lists. 15, that is shock jockey.
16.
16. My bad.
Then Bears, Colts, Falcons, Jags.
Bears, Colts, Falcons, Jags. Ooh. Are people sleeping on Atlanta? I'm not for the regular season.
You're not sleeping on, like, you think they're going to win the South?
Double-digit wins.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're going to be a good team.
There are some, I mean, like, they seem like one of those teams that it was just like, nothing will be fixed. They'll still be awful. Or there are people who are like, that's a dark horse candidate to be a contender.
The Bears call, to me, is the biggest on that list. But if Caleb Williams goes out there and balls, as he's had a Justin Fields type offseason in practice, supposedly.
Yeah.
The Bears, you talked about being the team with the best current setup, having a number one pick, maybe in history.
I mean, they were a 7-win team.
They finished the season really strong.
Yeah, they were a 7-win team. Most of the time, 7-win teams don't have the number 1 overall pick. They've got weapons on offense. Their defense is pretty solid. So if they could fix their line, right? That's the number one thing. They could fix their line. They would be like really, really dangerous. So I think it's easy. I mean, I could absolutely see the Bears. I don't think they'll compete for the division, but if they knock off Detroit and Green Bay in a game, it wouldn't stun me at all.
This is Mike Florio's preseason power rankings as of right now on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so Jags are at 20, Seahawks 21, Denver 22, Minnesota, and New Orleans. Then finally at 25, the Jets with Aaron Rodgers.
I can read, though.
He hates Aaron Rodgers.
Hates him.
He hates Aaron Rodgers.
Raiders at 26, Titans. You get your pair of NFC East Giants Commanders at 28 and 29. Cardinals, Pats, Panthers.
What's up with all this Jaden Daniels stuff yesterday from Ryan Clark tied again to IU?
Yeah, so we had the issue of he was on the FaceTime saying, "Oh, they don't want me anymore, bro." Like that was the IU Daniels interaction. But Brandon Ayuk came in to do a sit down on Ryan Clark's podcast, and Ryan Clark was like, "Hey, and I'm just the messenger here," but Brandon Ayuk walked in, and right behind him was Jaden Daniels. So Ayuk is, I guess, hanging out a ton with Jaden Daniels, and that's where maybe he wants to go, is Washington, if he's going to be purged from San Francisco, which San Francisco and Washington's got some old San Francisco front office people. Does that make it easier to have those dealings with San Francisco if you want to make a trade, potentially? But, man, that's I don't know why you would say, like, oh, man, my top spot is I want to go play with a rookie who's probably got a learning curve.
All right, so I'm not killing Florio's list. I feel opposite of Choppy on that. maybe we'll destroy the one from Broadus's boy in the 9 o'clock hour. But speaking of Broadus, we can't disappoint him because it's his favorite segment of the show, Expressway. Commercial free, we ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. This is Ask Reddit. It's where we take the most viral questions every week off of the 45 million member Ask Reddit forum. All their salacious questions and head scratchers. And you can answer them yourself on the Twitch and the YouTube as well. And we'll kick them around the studio here. RJ Choppy.
All right.
This was the most viral one this week.
Okay.
You have 1 hour and $1 million and just one store. Where are you going?
By the way, I like your newsletter that you're sending out.
Oh,
Very good work.
All right, so 1 hour.
A lot of Tolos signing up for it?
Yeah, we've gotten a few hundred already that have jumped on there. So if you want to jump on that, go to the Facebook and we'll have a link to the newsletter where you can sign up.
All right, 1 hour, 1 million, and one store.
Yep.
My initial thought would be like Costco or something, but I'm going to go with like a Walmart.
Oh.
And I'm just going to buy I assume they have the most gift cards available.
Oh.
And I'm just going to buy $1 million in gift cards. That way I could take my time with my purchases and not be rushed into something.
Brilliant.
I think, I don't know, you start trying to think of obviously cheat answers. Like, can I go to a finance minister because I go somewhere can I buy a house? Like, what can I technically buy property if I have this much cash at that store? So I'm gonna go with, I don't know, like a dealership of some sort. Try to buy up a bunch of cars so that then I can flip them and have the cash. Is what I would probably do with it. And then I could buy a house
Price of Dodge Ram
so that I wouldn't get dunked on for that anymore. Peyton?
Mine was Costco as well. I mean, look, you go in there, you get fridge couch. You can buy a whole house, just in Costco. They got diamond earrings and everything, necklaces, all that stuff. So TVs, they got a bunch of stuff there that you can buy.
Why was that the first item he highlighted?
I don't know. I was joking with
you go to Diamonds Direct.
There you go, Mackenzie.
Costco.
Peyton walk out of there with a big hot dog and your anniversary gift in his pocket.
Go get you some diamond studs and a slice of pizza.
He really does want to be Alec Bedford.
Get your bracelet and a churro. Look, I can't really. I mean, I'll take Nebraska then. I'll take Nebraska furniture. The only thing I'm missing there is the food. But as my boy Ivan hit me up with the other day, he's like, oh my gosh, how did I not know about Nebraska Furniture Mart before that? So I'll go ahead and take NFM.
Arcada on the Twitch also says Nebraska Furniture Mart. Some of the answers on the Twitch or on the text, Shields. Somebody else says Nebraska Furniture Mart, Tiffany's, Cabela's.
And I'll throw something else in there after that Golden show I was telling you about yesterday in Crosstalk. I might go to a card show. And I'll buy up everything and then just wait on the cards that appreciate in value.
That's true.
I'll just buy up everything and all the boxes.
Memorabilia, boxes, everything.
Victor Wembanyama super card, super fractor, the way that they name these things. So I'll go into a card store and buy all the superhero ones. I'll buy all the sports ones, and I'll just sit back and wait. Bam.
And again, if you do sign up for the newsletter, you get the Ask Reddit questions the day in advance. So Chris in Royce City, who signed up for the newsletter, he replied back, said Academy is where he would go to spend all of his money. All right, Sean Sharif, you are going to get thrown the first one here. If you could witness any moment in history firsthand, but as an unnoticed observer, so you're literally just watching it, you don't get to take part or anything else, which moment is it going to be?
Oh, man. Any moment in history.
This is easy for me. I'm going up to the 6th floor, and I'm November 22nd, 1963. I'm trying to see who's up there.
You and Michael Lombardi.
Yeah, I would. I think that's something I would like to have witnessed. I would like to see how they actually built the pyramids.
Oh,
that's always been a big question of
exactly how did they with no tools get.
I'd like them to build my house. Better construction.
Multi-ton rocks 500 miles across the desert. How did they actually do that?
That's a good one.
Genghis Khan's burial.
Sure.
Nobody knows where he's buried. There was like 2,000 people at his funeral. They were all killed by his guardsmen. And then his guardsmen were killed by this other secret group of guardsmen who then decided to kill themselves. but nobody knows where he's buried.
What if I pick a moon landing?
There you go. Tell me more, Derek.
Yeah, I mean, you can just drive to Hollywood for that.
Holland's got other issues he's dealing with today.
Well, if you were looking for the burial, then Jimmy Hoffa, then you could know where he is, tell everybody, you get some big reward, something like that. Peyton, with your vast knowledge of, U.S. global history, what event would you want to witness?
It'd be a Cowboys Super Bowl. I mean, that was a pretty historic now. I have yet to see that. I think I saw Super Bowl 30 on YouTube the other day. So, but I mean, Amelia Earhart, what happened with her? I think, that'd be something to witness.
They think they found her.
They think
they found her. Right
I want to know.
Stunned she got lost.
Stop it.
It's there.
210 says the Kim K movie. 682 says a Diddy party.
You want to be there watching it?
There?
They want to watch it.
You
I don't know.
sit in the corner look at that. Wow. What's he doing there?
682 a Diddy party is what they would like to be present for.
Sports-wise, I would pick Michael's last minutes in Utah.
Oh, yeah.
Game 6.
Yeah.
The steal, the layup, the steal, the shot. I'd pick that quarter to be there in Salt Lake.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good one.
I think that's a great one. Shoot Brown also says 11/22/63, but he's also referencing the Amazon series. Okay, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. You can get your answers in 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, what is something that is definitely worth hiring someone else to do for you?
Oh, man. I have so many of these.
You've got a whole house of those.
Yeah. Anything car mechanic wise. You screw on one bolt the wrong way, your car flips sideways as soon as you use it. Any oil change or anything like that, I'll pay top dollar for anyone to fix it.
You won't do the oil change?
No, I won't.
Top dollar, yeah.
Top dollar.
I was going to say lawn, but I could just go to your neighborhood at 4:30 in the morning, apparently.
Dude, I don't know what's going on. I leave the house this morning, and there's somebody in the front yard of one of my neighbor's houses. He's on his knees, and it looked like he had an extension cord in his hand. I don't know what would possibly maybe
this or the 5 a.m. tennis players next to the building.
That's weird. Like 5 a.m. tennis players over here. That's strange. This is far weirder. I've never seen somebody out there at 4:30 in the morning what looked like doing yard work.
The answer to this is the number one seed. Simple. It's easy. It's moving.
Oh yeah.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
I still was looking at you day by day, week by week, looking beaten down when you moved out of Sarah's apartment. But hit up Tolo Eddie if you need. DM me. But it's moving.
This is a really,
and I still moved a decent amount of the on the day of. It's not like you still have to move yourself.
I'm interested to hear what yours would be on this, because you're the king of I'm not paying that for brakes. I'm going to go do it myself, even though I don't know how to change brakes. So what do you say I will actually hand over money to have somebody do for me?
Oh, I think if Sarah's apartment was a 600 square foot apartment. If you're moving a whole house, you got to have somebody do that for you. You need a truck. I think moving's the right answer. I don't mind mowing the lawn. I mean, it's easy. It's 20 minutes. I don't mind doing that.
A lot of people would probably also answer getting food for a party versus cooking.
Oh yeah.
My wife and I, she already said for Ollie's birthday party, you're not cooking. I don't like being told that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, I don't think I would want to for that many people, but I just don't like being told it.
Right.
And it's I'd rather, throw on 2 briskets and do the work and feel like I'm actually enjoying my hobby versus just going out and getting a bunch of platters, a bunch of fajitas. But I think a lot of people would just go and buy the food for the party versus make it.
Tolo Jason replied to the newsletter. He said it's definitely worth hiring an AC repairman. That was his answer. Cleaning from the 817, mechanic from the 972.
Cleaning. My mother-in-law is getting on me about this. She's like, I know you just put a lot of money into this house and all the furniture and the pool and everything, but you should really think about a cleaner. You should really. And I was like, well, then my wife would have to think about 9 to 5. So which one? She's not just gonna sit around and chill. Once these kids get in school, my wife, to her credit, she doesn't bug me. I got it. That's why I got her birthday gift, that Roomba. The Shark.
The Roomba.
That's why I got her that electric vacuum.
You got her that for the birthday?
That many women got upset. It was Christmas.
Oh.
It was Christmas. It was one of her Christmas gifts. And a lot of women were not happy with me about that on the fan text.
Yes, I can imagine. That's the one that they would.
Well, ask her if she likes it. Ask her
She
if it
probably
helps
does
her.
love it. She loves it.
Ask her. It's like getting us a set of tools. You're just trying
There's
to
no
tell
stigma against that.
Yeah, there's no stigma.
No stigma against
right,
that.
you get me a new tool set.
Yeah.
Oh, you think I want to, unbolt either one of them? I want to wrench that?
You give me the wrench thingies.
Yeah. You think the
sockets
exactly.
Not only will I buy you this brand new house, I'll buy you something to do all your chores inside of it too. You know, you don't have to worry about a damn thing. My answer for this, I thought you were about to steal it. It is definitely worth it at times to just Grubhub and have somebody deliver something. Like, I don't want to get up and get out of the house. Like if it's like time to go get dinner or something like that. That one is one that I definitely think.
You did basically just copy my answer. I talked about going and getting food.
No, I know, but like you were talking about for a party. I was talking about like literally a lazier version, which is dinner. Peyton Russell, this is perfect for you. And I'm going to give Sean, I wanted to go to Sean first, but Sean's going to get time to think about it. What's not okay to do?
Yeah, what else can I answer that Bobby will copy?
What's not okay to do with a female friend when you have a girlfriend or significant other?
I mean, well, sleep with is the number one answer.
Come on, you know what we mean.
Cuddling. If on the couch.
So.
Yeah, it's cuddling.
That's the
honest to
baseline.
God,
Snapchat.
honestly, I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
I would pay for a month of Peyton giving relationship advice to people. Like I'd pay for this over Netflix for a month.
Yeah.
I give up the Paul Tyson fight on Netflix to watch this kid have people walk into an office and seriously for 30-minute sessions counsel and talk to them about their relationship.
Cuddling is his answer.
Cuddling. Just don't cuddle with the friend.
Just don't cuddle with the friend.
Just don't sleep with her.
Yeah. I mean, don't do that.
That's a reasonable baseline. It's like, look, this is where you start crossing the line, right? Is when you're cuddling up next to somebody.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Choppy.
You have a line with everybody's got a line. Like each girl has their own line, or each guy has their own line.
So your line is farther away than ours. Like Sarah is much cooler with things that I think our wives would not be.
Yeah, I think it's whatever makes her uncomfortable.
Yeah. So what is it?
I mean, any kind of like Peyton said, cuddling, touching.
Yeah, try to give a
grabbing.
no duh answer.
Yeah.
Without a tripod.
I would say, I honestly, what it is, complaining to another girl about your girl.
Oh, that would piss Kristen off.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you have a problem with Amanda and you go complain to another girl about it.
Yeah.
That's a line.
Yeah, look, this is, I also think the interesting thing about this is that I think it also varies the context of who's the female friend. For me, at least.
How does she look?
Yes.
That matters.
I think it absolutely, in terms of like, I could maybe go, whatever. I could give somebody a ride home if they're one female friend, and if it was another female friend, she would be upset.
Ride home. That's a great answer.
So it kind of shifts and moves.
And actually, your wife is second on the cool list. I don't know Mackenzie because she's too cool to come over to my house and parties. But your wife would be second most lenient with some of the things that you've done.
Yeah, I'm trying to. That's probably.
I got a true story. I'll throw myself under the bus here since I'm always slacking in this segment. Again, reset the topic.
We're doing Ask Reddit here, and the question is, what's not okay to do with a female friend when you have a girlfriend or significant other? Or if you're a lady, you can answer for what's not okay for your boyfriend.
So this was not a female friend, and I really hope that this woman is not listening because I think she said she was a fan of the station. I've had like 2 or 3 random neighbors stop by and say hello. Mm-hmm. Okay? The first was a dude. Second was a dude. The third was a woman who is married down the street. And
hey, Sean.
To all of them, I exchanged phone numbers. Information. Hey, let's get together. Because in my last neighborhood, I was terrible. I was trying to evict neighbors, not get to know them. You know what I mean?
That was the HOA.
I wasn't tight with my neighborhood. This is a forever home possibly. I want to become one with the community. So, yeah, hey, let's go smoke cigars, let's go drink bourbon, let's go chill. You guys come over to the house, bring the kids. Here's my number. Shoot me a text. Let me know what's going on in the neighborhood. My wife and my mother was there to see this. She was pretty shocked. When I came back in the house and I told my wife that I exchanged information with this woman, whoa.
Really?
She was pissed. And she was not happy about it.
You didn't anticipate that at all, being the reaction? I wouldn't have either. I'm just saying you didn't have any inkling that would have been her. She would have gotten mad.
And I think that the reaction is ridiculous still, but she was ticked about that. What is your ruling on that?
I think it's important to have the numbers of your neighbors, like for emergency purposes.
Yeah.
If you don't,
she's like, why would you not think that that's weird? I'm like, I really wasn't thinking of it as like male, female. Oh my gosh.
Right.
Like, this woman's married. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to become, part of the HOA.
And you disclosed it immediately. Right. You came in and said, hey, this is what just occurred. Like, I would think that you coming in and said, hey, this is what it is. This is what she just came over. Like, that would count.
I think she's wrong. I think she's wrong here.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Hopefully she's not watching.
904 just hit by the way, 904, the Jacksonville area code. 904 just hit the answer that I finally came up with, which is confiding in another woman about something that's upsetting you or whatever that you won't then tell you what Kristen would get.
Well, how would they find that out?
With that. I don't know. I'm just saying that's one where that's a line that you probably shouldn't cross. And Artemio, who shows up to all of our Firehouse Tour season on the YouTube, he says, talk about your relationship or FaceTiming another girl.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Like, having that friend you're disclosing the relationship stuff to, ooh, that is going to get you in trouble. Ask Reddit, commercial-free Expressway here on DFW Sports Station. So Nico Harrison just updated us on the Mavs offseason. We know what the great Jim Nill has done with the Stars. We know CY has the championship, and we know that Jerry Jones and Steven, they ain't doing much of anything. I want the updated GM trust tree in DFW. How much faith do you have in Nico getting them over the hump? Jerry, CY, Jim Nill, put them all in order next on The Fan. But I can't put this.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's Hoskins. He's 0 for 2. The powerful first baseman stands in on the right side. First pitch from Latz. Swinging a drive to left field, and that's gone. A grand slam for Rhys Hoskins. And the Brewers have turned this game around. They lead 5-3.
Sandler with the call. The Texas Rangers get lit up in the 6th inning. 5 runs scored by Milwaukee, and they take game 1 on 105.3 The Fan. 6-3 Brewers. Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on your home of the World Series champs. Wyatt Langford will join the G-Bag Nation today at 3:40. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, live on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. And after Nico Harrison talked about the Mavs offseason the other day, I said, you know what? Let's rank the current GM confidence levels that you have on the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. In no particular order. You start off with Nico Harrison, Chris Young, World Series ring, Jim Nill, Dallas Stars greatness, and of course, well, I guess not of course, because Bobby just asked me in the commercial break, who are we listing as the GM, Jerry Jones or Will McClay? That is up to you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who feels set in their order right now?
I feel set with number 1.
Okay.
And that's Jim Nill. I'll leave the Cowboys out of this, but between him and Nico and Chris Young, Jim is the only one that is responsible for basically every player on the roster. Luka was here. John Daniels built a lot of the players on the Rangers roster. Yeah, I know, right? Can't even announce that, but it's true. Jim basically built the entire Dallas Stars roster, and they went to a Cup final a couple years ago, and they went to the West Finals this year, and they won the West. They were the second most points in the league. One seed. He's got a long history of success. And again, he's responsible for basically everybody here. And you can't really say that about Chris and Nico. So I will say Jim Nill is no. I have a lot of confidence he's number one.
Okay.
So beyond that, then I think it gets more dicey.
Do you have a one?
Yeah, Jim Nill is the one that I was thinking too. And I mean, he just, whatever the name of that award is for being the general manager of the year hockey, he just got that. All of his moves have generally clicked into place for the Stars. The other three behind that are difficult because I think it depends on how you value young player development versus free agent acquisition or outside veteran acquisition and the way you stack that sort of thing. I would then lean towards whatever we want to call it, operating decisions coming out of, like, roster decisions coming out of the Cowboys. The Cowboys have built a roster consistently while being cheap and outside free agency and at times, not having the right draft capital. They hit more consistently than any of these four on the list on guys where the initial reaction from everyone else on a player they picked or whatever else is gross. This guy's going to be a bust. They hit on those players more consistently where they show you they're really good at what they do and know how to identify talent better than what conventional thinking says. Woo! So I would go with that one from a player acquisition standpoint.
All right, let's just stop it right there. So you have the Cowboys at 2. You have Jerry/Will at 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I could stack any of the three behind him.
So I initially put Jerry last. And I'm going to guess on the fan text, Jerry's 4th.
Oh, Jerry is not 4th. He's 5th.
Behind Greg Bibb at the Wings.
Yeah, behind the Dallas Wings and whoever FC Dallas guys got.
Right. Now, what I need to remind myself of here, what I'm trying not to do is overrating the Rangers title for CY and remember what they were during the regular season and try not to underrate the Cowboys' regular seasons and their lack of playoff success.
I mean,
that's my hard struggle here.
That's going to be hard to do. Listen, I told
because you do have
the Cowboys win 12 games a year.
You do have a 12-win football team every year.
Every year.
That's impressive.
And I keep going back to it. And I sound like a broken record, but you basically go back to Bill Parcells as the last time the Cowboys didn't have a winning record in a year in which their quarterback did not get hurt, or at least a 500 record.
Yeah, they were 500 a couple years.
So, but the last of the 4 times they've had a losing record since like 2005, every single year there's been a catastrophic injury to the quarterback. Romo collarbone, Dak ankle, and Dak had the calf injury or whatever.
But they went 12-5 that year still. So that wasn't even a year where they were affected by it.
Yeah, you're right.
Thanks to Cooper Rush.
It's been that long. I guess the first one would have been Quincy. When Quincy, not even Quincy, but it's been that long.
Yeah.
So they lost their quarterback to some catastrophic injury or booger sugar, and that was it. And that's the only time in basically 20 years the Cowboys have had losing records is when an injury has happened. To me, that is as sustained success as you can get.
Okay.
That's not a bad GM. So if you want to put him second, I wouldn't fight you. I won't. I'll put Chris second. I do think he's done a really nice job.
Even with all that JD credit?
I don't think there's any argument. Yeah, you have to credit JD. But Chris also stabilized things. The farm system seems better. On the surface, it seems better.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell they've changed their philosophy in drafting. They've gone away from the prep players and gone towards college. Hasn't worked yet, but it kind of has. Wyatt Langford made it up here. Leiter's made it up here. At least Leiter's made it. So I think CY would be number 2.
After Jerry and Will, I'm going to put Chris Young third. Is who would be next there. Because Chris Young, again, you're right. There is a little bit of revisionist history in terms of what John Daniels did versus what Chris Young's done. But Chris Young, he is always, almost every single second, it feels like he's going how can we get better? How can I get better? How can I find this? And
he's a bulldog.
He's willing to do anything to make them better. And if something's wrong, he tries to adjust and goes, okay, pivot. That didn't work. Move on to something else. And their hit rate has been pretty good with a lot of his moves. So I'd have Chris Young third and then Nico fourth.
My issue with Nico is I have no idea what input and Mark Cuban has had.
So McMahon told us.
Well, what is Jerry doing versus Will?
I assume it's all. It's all Will.
So McMahon told us last week that Nico is pretty heavily involved in basketball decisions, like in terms of just player evaluation and the things that they do. More so than I knew, because that's one of the things we've talked about this year. I've said, like, I don't know how much he does versus is he a figurehead? Is he actually doing a lot of player evaluation? I just don't know those things. The only reason why I would have Nico fourth is just because, as you've pointed out before, do they get credit for the Kyrie trade? Because that was desperation. It's like, got to do something. Yeah. I don't know that was like a great evaluation. But yeah, they hit on Lively was a hit. Gafford, PJ. It's all been in this. It's basically one offseason that went really well. Yeah. So it's about sustained success for me.
All right. Rank the DFW GMs right now, conference level in them at 877-881-1053. I wanted to see how high Nico would be on the list, that you're confident in him this offseason, as handcuffed as they may be, with an over-the-top move. K-Twiz on Twitter. I'll take care of Twitter. Peyton's got the Tolos on the text. Nil, Young, Nico, Jerry, Chase Henderson. The other three, 50 feet of you-know-what, then Jerry. Chris, Jones last. The other three, a toss-up in whatever order. Chad, CY, Nico, Nil, Jones. So Jerry is bringing it up the rear here on Twitter.
It is super hard to find any Tolo out there that has Jerry any higher than 4. And it's 469 says Chris Young 1, Nico 2, Jim Nil 3, and then Jerry Jones 6 on the list after the Dallas Wings GM and FC Dallas GM. 682, Nico, CY, Jim Nil, and Jerry. 972, about similar. CY, Jim Nil, Nico, and Jerry 4th.
So what's your 1 through 4 officially, Choppy? Nil
1 and Chris Young 2. I think
you're gonna go Jerry.
I think
Nico.
I would probably go the Cowboys 3. I mean, because remember, my issue with the Mavs is, they missed the playoffs last year. Then this year, they were a 10 seed prior to the trade deadline. Now they made a great trade, and that's something that Nico gets credit for.
Yeah,
two good
trades.
Two good trades. And the Lively pickup is something that absolutely gets credit for. There's just not enough length of sustained success. So I think by default, I got to put him there.
I'm going to go Nil, CY, Nico, Jerry. That's going to be mine. Nil, CY, Nico, Jerry.
I think the only thing that's solidified to me is Nil. Like Nil's the only one solidified. Nil's the slam dunk at number 1. And if you stack 2, 3, 4 in any order, I don't totally think it's a bad argument.
And I'm not even saying Jerry. I'm saying the Cowboys. As I don't know, because if it's just Jerry, I'll put him 4th. But I think it's Will McClay.
Well, I think
I put him. I would actually. I think Will McClay is, correct me if I'm wrong, the best personnel guy in the area, in the city.
Probably. I would say, like, in terms of evaluating talent. Here's just the thing. With Jerry, the question is, what do you give him credit for? Do you say, well, he's not making those sort of decisions, or do you give him credit for evolving and putting in place a structure of, here is a brain trust, essentially, where we develop consensus and then I rule on consensus being made? Like, if that's a mature, effective way to manage the team and build the roster, then you would think he'd get credit for that. Or do you step back and say, yeah, but he's not making like all the personnel evaluations and everything, and so you can't give him that sort of credit. The thing is that the Cowboys have a very unique way. The reason why they've had success, I think, is they treat it almost like a jury trying to get a 12-0 verdict, where it's like, if there's disagreement, we're sitting here and we're working this out and we're having discussions and debating it until we get consensus.
Yeah, they put let's be fair, they put a great product on the field every year. The other teams necessarily can't say that every single year they put a 12-win team on the field every year for 3 straight years. They just have not gotten it done when it matters.
Speaking of the jury, I have not heard back from the city after I put in my jury duty excuse. My wife says that means I'm out. I'm excused. And I was like, why would they not send back a letter of confirmation? She's vaguely recalling, she got pregnancy brain still, so a little foggy for both of us. She's vaguely recalling when she submitted hers to get out of it, they didn't send her back confirmation. So that means, and I'm checking the mail every day. I'm trying to check on my civic duty. I'm trying to get out, but check on my civic duty, and I haven't gotten anything back from the city. Does that mean I'm excused because I am the parent of a 2-month-old. What do y'all think? You have any experience with it? I need you on the Franklin injury attorney text line. Otherwise, I'll be staying home from Oxnard.
I'm looking this up real quick, and I don't see anything.
Like, how could I not get a letter saying I'm excused?
I would think
that makes no sense.
I would think you would, because that's otherwise. How do you know? Well, how do I know I'm not violating something and I've got a warrant out for my arrest because I skipped jury duty?
Exactly. Now, someone said just show up 30 minutes late. They'll have already selected everyone. So I'm just curious.
Have you made up your mind on if you end up on a jury? Like what kind of a case you would want? Would you want something boring?
No.
Would you want like, I want a murder?
No, I just don't want to be sequestered.
You'd want to be the foreman
because my wife would go insane.
He would
sequestered somewhere. It'd be a dream vacation for me.
He would definitely he's got foreman energy. I feel like sitting down in the jury room. Like
I don't even know the foreman. What does that mean?
The foreman is the one who gets all the discussion going. You get
gather the voters.
Gather the voters.
Gather the jurors.
He would sit in the middle of the table. I see him more as the John Cusack in Runaway Jury.
I've never seen that.
It's not bad. I liked it. Had some good twists to it.
RJ Choppy says he has the new song of the summer. The song that'll be taking over all of our radio stations, according to Ralph James Choppy. And how much news are you watching these days? More, less, or the same? Get ready for that to blow up on the fan text next.
Let's get you over to Soda Weight Loss.
state-of-the-art weight loss. That's soda, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3330-3333. With Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Mike Florio writes about AT&T Stadium getting mixed reviews for the performance of the grass field at Copa America. 14 American venues, including 11 NFL stadiums. Atlanta has been criticized, and Arlington, he writes Dallas in here, getting mixed reviews. The first match at AT&T, Chile and Peru, both managers complained. And they were talking about it as a potential culprit for the team captain, the Peru team captain, leaving early with Achilles tendon pain. Said it came out of nowhere. I realize this is a grass field today, but it's not normal grass. It's not grass that's born and grows naturally. It's a grass they bring in from elsewhere. That can be a bit of a harder surface, and it can affect you in that exact place, the Achilles. Not a doctor, but I've been around football for a few years. Achilles injuries can be caused by that as well.
Well, then I would, and I'm not saying he's wrong, but I would suggest that FIFA and Copa and all the Euro whatever, stop taking the money and putting their games in stadiums that have to do this. So, I mean, they're bringing the World Cup here in 2 years. All right, it's going to be in that stadium. This is a good little test run, but if they're complaining about it, then don't take the American money and don't put the games on those fields. Or don't complain about it.
The U.S. men's national team, they praised it. Maybe this shows that
grass.
We don't know soccer around here.
Yeah, we don't know.
After they beat Bolivia 2-0.
You hear that, Clint Dempsey? They don't know you were talking about.
Their midfielder said, a lot better conditions. And obviously you can say you play better quality football. Balls are not popping up all over the place. They did a good job. It was a worlds apart of difference.
I wonder how it's different in the U.S. versus like with youth versus other countries. Like a lot of high school kids play on turf here. I don't know if they're playing on the high school games. I don't know if they're on turf in Greece.
$300 million in renovations for the World Cup in 2 years. $300 million.
And
here at AT&T. Yeah.
You know what this sets up for, though? When we're out there at Oxnard and Jerry's getting an hour and 20 minutes worth of questions where people are just like, let's ask him every question we possibly can. When in the 58th minute, somebody goes, what about all these injuries due to turf? And then Jerry's going to say, you know what? We put grass in at AT&T Stadium, actually. I think that's a great example that shows you injuries still happen on grass. You saw how much they had trouble. It seemed like there were more issues there than the turf we have down in the stadium. So
it's real grass.
I mean, you can make an argument grass is more dangerous. I think this is what it sets up for. It gives them an out.
877-881-1053. RJ Choppy has identified the song of the summer for all of our pool parties.
That's what the internet says. It's the case of the internet. Now, the song of the summer, according to Google, is a upbeat and cheerful song. Right? The song of the summer songs. Danceable, high energy, involves some kind of summer activity like drinking, and there's an element of nostalgia. So a lot of people are saying, and I want you guys to see if you are crazy about this song or not, but it's Grapevine's own Post Malone. Now, Post Malone's got a country album out. The name of the album is, I lost it here. F1 Trillion. So he's got an album coming out. He already did a song with Morgan Wallen. This one is with Blake Shelton.
Oh.
All right. Tell me if you think this has got song of the summer vibes or not.
Guess I really went and messed it up again. Now I'm a
I like the song. I don't know if it can be the song of the summer. What do you think?
No. I mean, it's okay.
What is it called when it really gets into? Is it the hook, the bridge?
The chorus, right?
The chorus is the hook. Like there, that's somebody.
The beginning,
call me a drink.
the beginning was a little bit too slow to be a song of the summer.
Yeah.
Be a song of the summer. How often are the songs of the summer country?
They're usually it's happened. We had like Morgan Wallen has I think put out some songs that were contenders. Where I think the Morgan Wallen Post Malone song is a better potential contribution than this. This sounds. That's the problem, is that the song of the summer usually also has a unique sound to it. This does not sound unique to me. This sounds like 80 other songs ever.
Yes. I was going to ask Bobby, like, what, because Bobby always says that people rip off each other's songs.
I was sitting here trying to hum in my head what it reminded me of.
I could see the wheels spinning. So I would push back on Song of the Summer vibe.
I like the song, but
I like it.
A little too country for me.
It's generic to me. It's just kind of like, yeah, that's standard. I won't change the station if it's on, but I'm not looking for it to turn it on.
Trying to look up the all-time songs of the summer, and I want to know what was your 1 seed.
Who Let the Dogs Out? Easy.
Gin and Juice, Snoop Dogg, number 4. This is from Rolling Stone. Beach Boys, California Girls, 1965. I'll try to keep it a little more current. Public Enemy, Fight the Power, 1989. Bunch of 80s in here. Essence, WizKid, 2020. I don't know that. Cardi B, Bad Bunny, I Like It, 2018.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one.
Toto de T. I hope Jesse Holly's not listening to my street cred. RAUW. Vita. Raul Alejandro.
Vita.
2021.
Okay. I distinctly remember, and maybe I'm off here, but I remember
BTS Megan Thee Stallion Butter remix 2021.
Yeah, that was catchy. I mean, you've got In My Feelings, Drake, Kiki, Do You Love Me? Like there are different songs that they got to be like a little unique and like
Eric Church Springsteen 2011.
Boy, that's that old? Good gosh.
Lil Nas, Old Town Road, 2019.
That was a big one. That was a good one.
That was great.
I distinctly remember back in like the 90s. Remember Fastball, The Way?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fastball was like 97, 98, something like that.
I remember that being like, oh man, that's a
Despacito took over.
Despacito
2017.
was everywhere.
Never liked it.
Genuine Pony 96.
Oh yeah, Genuine.
And what was yours?
Who
Let the Dogs Out? Baha Men. That was the one that literally was at every pool or outdoor function every day for 3 months.
Drake, In My Feelings 2018. Pepe, do you have one that just took over your summer?
You know, I really did like the Post Malone song. It's not number 1, but it's definitely one that I would vibe to for the summer. Man. But I mean, really a lot of Drake songs out there for me.
Harry Styles, As It Was, 2022.
A lot of people saying Fireball by Pitbull. A lot of people saying All Summer Long by Kid Rock. And then somebody says the Abercrombie and Fitch song. I like girls
New Kids on the Block, Paddle Bunch. Yeah, that was LFO.
Yep.
All right, Bob, what's going on with news studies?
News is on the downswing for most people in terms of consumption. So society is apparently deciding to take a head in the sand approach when it comes to news. So
in an election year, huh? News is on the downswing.
Surprising. It's very surprising. But over at BBC, they had a new report out on the research in terms of how people consume news. And less than half of people surveyed globally now say that they're interested in news. And that is a steep drop from in 2017 when it was 63% of people. This is not just America. Globally, less than half of people say they have any interest in news. In fact, almost 40% of people say they actively avoid consuming it. Like they try to just completely move away from it.
Yeah.
That's up from 29% in the last poll in a couple of years ago. And I'm definitely in the head in the sand approach at this point.
Me too.
I used to have there was a time where I was super obsessed with like knowing every little detail and keeping up with every little news story. And it reached a point where I was like, this is so exhausting and in large part depressing.
Yeah.
It's like, if I can't do anything to change it, and knowing about it is just making me feel awful and I don't want to consume any of this anymore. So about 5 years ago was just like, I'm taking myself out of this. I don't want to follow it at all. And that's where everybody's at globally now. They're just not following news anymore.
Do you feel when you're watching news like you're being told the truth?
No.
I think that's a major part of it, right?
That was the problem. My job used to be...
It's depressing and it's slanted. It's
right.
like it's like these sports TV shows.
Yeah.
It's like it's fake. There's an agenda. I don't trust anyone.
Right. The moment news.
I thought CNN. Right. I grew up CNN. Right down the middle. I mean, they hate Trump. Fox News is biased towards Trump. MSNBC hates Trump. Like, there's an angle. There's an angle from everybody.
Yeah, there is. And like the moment, news.
And to be honest, my mother will get really ticked off. I've really stopped watching when Trump was out of office because he was so damn entertaining. I'm turning on a reality show.
It's a reality. I
was watching, and and I feel like CNN, they hate him, but I feel like they miss him because they cover Trump more than Fox News does when I do flip back and forth. And I'm like, they know that he was probably a ratings lightning bolt. They do whatever they can to talk about him, but without him, it's so much more boring.
Yeah, like
Lincoln Riley.
News shows really should not. I don't believe like a newscast. I don't think they should be rated.
It's interesting because
they shouldn't get ratings.
Why?
Because I think that creates a bias. Because they have to give the salacious soundbite or as like a news show. If it's not a commentary show like
that's an interesting point.
Hannity or Anderson Cooper or Rachel Maddow, like those are for ratings. But
so how do you give
your 6 o'clock news or whatever? Like,
how do you give your Dan Rathers or Brocalls or Walter Cronkites a raise? You should
question.
Watch Rather, by the way, on Netflix if you can handle it.
I had somebody who
it's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know, but theoretically, like in a perfect world,
take that 1080. No raises from RJ Choppy downstairs.
In a perfect world, like news just should be void of the ratings. I do think it creates a conflict of interest.
I knew somebody who they worked in news radio for like 30, 40 years, and they told me one time, they're like, just do an exercise one time. Go to any of the websites, CNBC or MSNBC, CNN, Fox, whatever you want to do, or even just turn on the show. He's like, see if they can get through an entire story without at any point you hear an opinion. He's like, if you hear it, he's like, you cannot even, their opinion has started to blend into news, and that has kind of like obscured everything. And that's where I got to, is that, like Choppy said, I felt like any news story that there was needed to be an all-day research project for me to realize, okay, what's actually accurate, and what do I think about now? So I had to read 8 different stories and source material to figure out, okay, is this bill really what they say it is? Exactly. And that's what got really frustrating for me.
Tolos, 877-881-1053, agreeing with this BBC study.
There's a lot of people who agree that there's still some others on here who are like, you got the 817 over here who says turning your head away from news doesn't change that it's there. That's just ignorant. You've got some other people saying 469. Well, no, I'm not going to read that one. 214, your child could be endangered then in at 10 p.m. 817, fake news CNN. And a lot of people just say you need to separate news commentary from political commentary. That's what's just impossible these days.
But it is impossible. But that's the you got to know who you're watching. If you're watching Hannity or Maddow, like you're getting political commentary. But if you're watching, the whatever Situation Room, it maybe I don't know. Is that political commentary? It should be just unbiased. Here's the news.
Someone has broken down the tape of every 14-year-old football player in America. Has your kid been listed? That's Stacks and Below the Belt on 105.3 The Fan. But let me get you on over.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not. Why is ESPN watching your 14-year-old, and what do they think about him? That's next year in Below the Belt. So you've got...
Sounds like Bobby on a Friday night around here, one of the stadiums.
Nah, that's a good 17, okay?
Oh.
Let's get that right, please.
Sorry.
The best... This is peak NFL offseason content here from Matt Bowen over at ESPN. The best NFL, college, high school football players by age 14 to 40. So they just went, let's grab every age and figure out who the best player is that's that age. So you go down through the NFL. Aaron Rodgers is the best 40-year-old. Thomas Morstead, the Jets punter, is the best 38-year-old. So this is like just a standard exercise where you're trying to knock out some content. The best 33-year-old in the NFL is a Dallas Cowboy. It's Zach Martin, according to ESPN. You've got Dak Prescott as the runner-up for the best 30-year-old behind Tyreek Hill, and DeMarcus Lawrence as the runner-up to Keenan Allen as the best 32-year-old. And then, of course, you get one more Dallas Cowboy on here, Micah Parsons, as the best 25-year-old. But what was funny about this list to me was when I get it, you go to college, okay, who's the best incoming freshman? Who's the best sophomore? Who's the best person this age? Fine, I can understand all of that. But when it starts getting into rankings and, detailed write-ups of the best 17, 16, 15, and 14-year-old in the entire country.
So how is he judging that? Like, what are his resources for that?
So it looks like, based on how because he doesn't really specify, it looks like how he's doing is just he's leaning on whatever ESPN's top 300 recruits are, and he's just, okay, it's this guy. But then he'll put it like, for instance, the 14-year-old, the best 14-year-old in the country. If you were curious, Sean, if you were looking ahead to, I don't know, what year would that be? 2032 when he'll be in the NFL, I guess. Neiman Lawrence, not Neiman Marcus, Neiman Lawrence, quarterback, Ransom Everglades School in Miami. This kid was born January 5th, 2010. And this is the write-up. One of the top passers in South Florida last fall, regardless of age. The 6'1" Lawrence. We talked about kids getting giant at these high school ages now. 6'1", 14-year-old. He threw for more than 2,500 yards, 37 touchdowns as a varsity starter as an 8th grader. He already holds a handful of FBS offers, including from Miami and UCF. And he says the 2028 recruit looks like a high school senior on tape. He's blessed with a live arm and a quick, fluid throwing motion. The ball pops off his hand, and he can make all the difficult downfield throws despite his age. It's like, are you really cross-referencing this? Is he just say this is what it looks like on tape? Or did Matt Bowen really go hunt down 14-year-old high school tape to cross-reference against the rest of the league? But that was where they ended up breaking.
So we're doing this as a topic to kind of make fun of it.
Yeah, it's more just mocking the high school thing. Now, the ages of the NFL players,
hang on a second. I'm just looking at this Ransom Everglades High School. Dude, look at this shot of like, they didn't show it there. Their football field is like on a peninsula.
Well, I just saw like a sailboat.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
Is that a conductor?
Yeah, it's a conductor.
In their band class? Ransom Everglades?
Look, there's the football field.
Oh, my Lord. Wow.
It's surrounding a key.
That makes that school across from Malibu or Pepperdine, look terrible.
I know. It's ridiculous.
So this is ties in a little bit to the idea of talking about these high school kids and the fact that this one was from Florida right here. Florida, just a couple weeks ago, it was actually last week, the Florida High School Athletic Association voted unanimously to approve a policy that now allows high school athletes to cash in on an NIL. So the Sunshine State becomes one of the first, if not, I think the first with this specific policy, to allow high schoolers to make NIL money. That was something that's why Quinn Ewers had left earlier to go to Ohio State, was
$1.5 million
to be able to do that. And Florida is now saying, which is already considered by most people the top high school football talent in the country is in Florida, a lot of people believe. Florida is now opening it up and saying, sure, these high school kids can start making NIL money down here, and there's already an unspoken transfer portal that exists at the high school level.
Yeah.
If you start getting, I want this.
What do you do, submit a fake zip code?
You can do hardship stuff. You can do fake, not a fake zip code, but
What is hardship?
Well, so technically, you get a driver's license at like 15. Like if you have to drive yourself.
You can get one at like 13.
Yeah, you get a hardship
where it's like you have no other way to get to school. You need to be the one who helps.
Yeah, or there's no way there's no bus.
Wait, are you serious?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm dead serious.
That you can get one at 13.
I knew somebody who was 13 or 14 and got a hardship license.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Oh, hardship.
Yeah, it's called a hardship. And then you do the same thing with school. Like if you have a parent that has to be at work at a certain time, but they work kind of over in that area, you might be able to move them in, but there's UIL rules with if you do that, you can't play right away.
There is the way.
So if your kids were with you like Monday through Friday, they could at like 13 and like, I have to get to school because you're at work here and can't take them.
Right. So so theoretically, they would be able to, and that's assuming that they wouldn't go to school in my district. There's no bus. If they stayed in Colleyville, they go to Colleyville Heritage. If they stayed there, there's no bus route from where I live that would take them to school.
Sean, I think it'd blow your mind. We should absolutely flesh this out at some time, but I think it'd blow your mind to see some of the stuff that goes on in Texas high school ranks over the last 20 years, where it's like you can talk to people around here
everywhere.
But you can talk to, it's.
You mean how people cheat the system?
To the point where, still to this day, for all sports, not just football, I'm talking all sports, you will have, hey, we've got a connection at the school with this company. They're going to give your dad a $120,000 job so that you have to move here.
Oh.
Like that kind of thing. Like those sort of things go on all the time. You get, I
thought you just meant kids moving to play at a certain school, not getting gifts in high school.
No, where it's in order to get you here at the school, your dad had to take a job and you guys had to move over here. That's why you're here. It was no deal we made. Somebody over here offered your dad a job. He had the experience for it. What are you talking about? Like those sort of deals go on all the time. And at sports that are not just, football. It goes on basketball, baseball. Yeah. It goes on with other stuff around there. So that's what brought this to mind for me is, if Texas doesn't move forward with, because they passed a law in 2021 to ban high school athletes from making NIL money. At some point, which Texas considered one of the bigger high school football states, it's a big business here. At what point does with NIL money being available in other states and some of these deals that get swung, do you start looking at it as like an arms race for high school talent almost? And Texas goes, this is affecting our business. We have to change the laws. We have to have NIL available.
Well, they haven't let it affect or care about their business for marijuana revenue or gambling revenue.
True.
Why would they change on that?
Yeah, that's true. To me, it's just, and this is what I wrote in the prep meal when we talked about it. To me, it feels like you are going to have to go all the way down to middle school before you start finding amateur athletes anymore. Like, we're going to reach that point.
I wouldn't go that far. Because there's baseball tournament, a big youth baseball organization is called Perfect Game. And there's a story in The Athletic recently that if you play in a Perfect Game tournament, there's a little note in the bottom that when you sign up your kid, you acknowledge that you are waiving your NIL rights to them. So you as a player couldn't get, if someone wanted to give you NIL money, you couldn't get it if you're playing in that tournament. And that's like, baseball agents are concerned about this NIL asset collection that Perfect Game is doing.
They're spilling all the tea on the fan text too. 940. When I was in high school in 2000, my parents were given a home and $50,000 to move me and my brothers to their school.
Whoa.
I don't want to out every school here, but there is one particular school district that is being repeated by multiple numbers as this school district does this all the time.
Really?
And they are known for it.
Are they a wealthy one?
It's a more wealthy one.
Of a lake?
No. 682, we had a guy live in our coach's pool house. It was a big scandal. He was a star wide receiver. Yeah, that's like the Mike Leslie setup. 972.
Is the school like Jerry Jones? Are they Allen?
All right, stop it.
Just relax. We're not trying to blow up every school district here. 469, high schools use 3 to 4 months of free rent in apartment homes to get kids into their schools. Then after the free rent is up, no one checks, so parents can move and kids stay in the zone, so schools can use that as RV addresses. Like, this is something that there's a lot of this that exists within Texas of just because it's big business. And that's what I just wonder is that's a good point, though, about the marijuana. I just wonder, though, if Florida starts poaching athletes and you get people who are moving because they have the freedom to do this kind of stuff on the table, it's up top, does that change things for Texas? Do they go, this is starting to affect business? Because high school football is big business. High school athletics in general in the state of Texas.
Kids would have to
DFW is
move
big
out of the
business.
state. Kids would have to move out of state for it to affect.
That's you're asking from a mental health standpoint, just for the kid. Hey, we're going to take you away from all your friends, all your sports system.
Imagine LeBron though, like right if this was during the era of LeBron. Imagine LeBron as a sophomore. What some school in Florida would have been willing, or somebody would have been willing to come up with a package to get you to come to Florida and play here at this high school. And we'll take care of your mom. We'll put her up in this house. We'll have everything set up for you. You guys will get this money. You'll have an allowance, a stipend, whatever it is.
Well, and he went to a private school, and private high schools, especially in Texas, like the private schools, the public schools are where the best athletes generally are. And in other states, like sometimes it's the private schools, but they give scholarships out.
It's even hockey. The 972 says that they were given a false address and zip code to be able to play hockey at a certain high school here in Dallas a number of years ago. So it's interesting that it's every single sport and it's gone on everywhere. And it's kind of an open secret. And the more you talk to people in that community, you'll hear all these different stories about it. But it is absolutely loaded up in Texas as something that has become a really profitable business that I just wonder if at some point they feel threatened by Florida.
Below the belt on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. It's 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. Thank you for watching on YouTube, Twitch, and the Fan Cam. Since we are your home of the World Series champs, RJ wants to push you towards getting some Rangers in the All-Star game, and can he sell you on the Colin Kaepernick of baseball for the 5th time? RJ's Rangers All-Star push next on the Fan.
Let's get some hair put on top of your head.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Got him with a fastball at 101. And game 1 here in Milwaukee goes to the Brewers. Home side wins it 6-3.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, trying to get you through your Tuesday as quickly as possible here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Of course, we are your home of Rangers baseball, and that was Matt Hicks, who joined us yesterday on the show. In case you did not know, we are also your home for the Home Run Derby and the All-Star Game. It's going to be heard right here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Treef, Bobby Belt, and RJ Choppy with some Diamond Cavs as the Rangers end up losing 6-3 to Milwaukee yesterday. Game 2 tonight, 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7.
All right, so All-Star Game voting, Phase 1. We talked about this yesterday, that we thought the next round of voting was going to come out yesterday, and it did. So Phase 1, we have a couple more days. It goes until noon Eastern, so 11 o'clock our time. Let's see, on Thursday. So you have until 11 a.m. to vote for the Rangers.
Right when we're getting ready for day 2 of the NBA draft.
Absolutely. Yes, cannot wait for day 2 of the NBA draft.
Good gosh.
Now, the way they've done voting here this year, I think the last year, maybe in the first year, maybe in the second year of it, but the way they do it now is, you vote for all your players, and they have like a list of your top 10s or whatever in each position. But you vote for all the players, and the top 2 at each position move on to the next round of voting. And they reset the votes, which I hate. If you get 2 million votes in the first round of voting, you shouldn't and the other guy's got 900,000. You shouldn't reset the votes and give the other guy a chance to actually beat you, because he didn't beat you.
Right.
So how many fans are like, oh, I already voted, I don't need to vote again.
Exactly.
Right? So that's the situation that you're in. But it might actually help a guy like Marcus Semien, who trails Jose Altuve currently by about 275,000 votes. All right, so he trails by about 275. when they move on to the next round, they will go back to even. So he will have a chance to beat Jose Altuve.
And then they tally the rounds won?
No, they don't count round one anymore.
No, but like you have a round, you won the first round.
It's like home run derby. Like you beat somebody in the first round, but if you had 27 home runs in the first round and cumulatively you had the most, it doesn't matter because you got to win each round.
Yeah, that's it. So once Altuve and Semien move on to the next round, their vote totals are 0. All right. So that's how it is. So Altuve is at second base, leading. Semien is in second place. At first base, Nate Lowe is in 5th. He's 1.2 million shy. So there's not really a chance for Nate Lowe at first base. Nobody at third. Jose Ramirez leads. And then at shortstop, Corey Seager, this is a loaded shortstop. He is 4th. Gunnar Henderson leads, 1.5 million. Bobby Witt just under $1 million.
Wow. Anthony
Volpe at $500,000. And then Seager at $500,000 along with Bo Bichette at $400,000. You go to the outfield, there's really no Rangers in the outfield in the top 9. In fact, there's none in the top 9. Mike Trout is number 9. And then at catcher, there's nothing. So you got to get down to DH Josh Young.
What do we have? Do we have the whole infield last year?
Young, Heim.
Yeah, Young, Heim, Seager, Semien. So, I mean, it was, and Evaldi starting.
Yeah. So the way it's going to work now is that you're going to have the second round of voting coming up here for the Rangers in phase 2 of this. So get to the website, Rangers.com, MLB.com, and you can vote.
Well, who are you voting for? Josh Smith?
I'm voting for Josh Young.
Josh Smith.
Who's 5th in the DH voting in the American League
Josh
right now.
Young is 5th?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, his numbers, it's hard to compete with a 1,300 OPS or whatever he has.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Smith's the one that's going to have to he's got a lot of catching up to do to garner some votes. There's really nobody in the outfield, I think, that deserves it, if you want to be honest with yourselves.
There's definitely no one in the outfield that deserves it.
Shortstop, I mean, with Seager, like that would be...
You have the outfield leaders, by the way?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Judge leads with 2.375. So the number one vote getter in both the AL and the NL, they don't have to go to the second round. They automatically become a starter. So they skip all the way. So right now, Judge and I don't know who's in the NL. They would skip to the next round of voting, right? Soto is second. Kyle Tucker at $1 million. And then you've got Stephen Kwan of Cleveland, Anthony Santander, Colton Cowser. Who he play for, Bobby?
Colton Cowser. He's the Fox Sports guy, right? With Jason McIntyre.
Orioles. So the Orioles have 3 in the top 8. The Yankees have 3 in the top 8. And then the Guardians and the Angels. Mike Trout is number 9.
And you are not happy with Aaron Judge.
I'm not happy with Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge, he's a loser. He's one of my kids' favorite. He's one of my favorite players in the league. Might be the guy I most want to go pay to see. And he is not doing the home run derby this year. He has not done the home run derby since he won it his rookie year in 2017. It is incumbent upon these players to do these events, I think.
You said he hasn't done it since 2017?
He's done it one time, and he won it. And he put on a show. I mean, everybody loved that one. It's a memorable one. It's not Josh Hamilton memorable, but it's memorable.
So how many times does he have to do it in your mind since 17?
Every year. The MLB should create a rule. The top 4 home run leaders in each league go do the home run derby. You're trying to create a buzz for your sport, go do the home run derby. We don't need to see Alex Bregman out there hitting 360-foot line drive home runs. We don't need to see that. I want to see towering moonshots.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree.
Like, remember, man, McGuire and Griffey and Bonds and Sosa all in that 1 year, 99?
Yeah.
At Fenway. Like, that was epic, man.
Yeah, I would like it, but they shouldn't have to do it a ton.
I don't know how you can totally compel that either. Like, how you're going to get people go like, oh, I'm injured, though. I have a hamstring. I can't right now. Or you're going to get people who fake injuries. I don't know how that would probably have to be some CBA issue to say you have to if you're in the top 4. And if not, the only other thing you can do is incentivize it with just some massive jackpot that essentially
$5 million, whatever it is.
And for your list tomorrow, that I love on the biggest tune-out sports events, the home run derby is getting up there for me.
It's approaching.
Because
it is stuff like this, right?
I don't care as much. No, it's just also the way they broadcast it. Like, there's nothing new to it. I don't love, like, and this is just like the past, like, 2 years. 2 or 3 years, I've started caring a lot less about the home run derby. Although it will be on 105.3, The Fan.
It will. Now, by the way, who leads all national? Oh, by the way, I think it's Bryce Harper is the leader of the NL. So he would be the one that would go automatically into the next round, into the game. Who leads all NL outfielders?
Adam Dunn.
As we said yesterday, he continues as the leading vote getter.
Jurickson Profar.
Jurickson Profar is the leader among all outfielders in the National League. 1.65 million votes. The only players in the National League with more votes than him: Bryce Harper, Shohei, Alec Baum, and Mookie has it by about 30,000 votes.
How are there this many Padre fans? How is this possible in San Diego that they are voting for Jurickson Profar? Let's bring up Bobby's bitter topic, and it started with Cole Reagans. Now, Mike Bassett came in here and admonished us and said you cannot be bitter about Cole Reagans balling out for Kansas City compared to here.
Yeah, whole Bally over there.
You can. I think that was before Bally. But he said, nope, you cannot be bitter about Cole Reagans. He had enough time and opportunity to do it here. Well, if you feel that way, you definitely cannot be bitter about Profar being an all-star right now. Cannot. Reagans, I think you can have way more of an argument and a discussion than Profar. 31. He's been in the league since 2012, and he's hitting .317. The all-star numbers: .317, that's second best in baseball. 10 home runs, 50 runs batted in. The OPS is an .888. This is just more of a fluky season from Jurickson. It's not like some light clicked at the age of 26 that the Rangers were not able to figure out. So I'm not bitter whatsoever. I'm more bitter over Reagans than Profar, even though you have the anti-Reagans arguments to make.
Yeah, I mean, look, Profar, nobody would have thought he's hitting .319 with a 900 OPS. That's high numbers. That's career year. I mean, good for him, though. I mean, he was a highly touted player.
Yes.
And he finally, only took him a decade, but he finally figured it out.
I'm as mad about this as I would be about Esteban Loaiza turned into a great pitcher at one point. Like, okay, but he had a 7 ERA here for like 4 years. What do you, Jake Arrieta? It's great. Jake Arrieta became a stud for the Cubs. He sucked for the Orioles for years. He was a 6 ERA guy. Fine. Year 11, I'll take that as an L. That in year 11, Jurickson Profar went from a massive disappointment as the number one prospect in baseball and a guy who's pretty consistently like a 690 OPS. Fine. Even if he maintains this for the rest of his career, I'll go, okay, good job for you. You hit on Ryan Tannehill years later. I don't know what, it wasn't happening here. I don't know what to tell you. So to me, it's not frustrating at all. The Reagans one still is. I understand the patience they had to have with him, but I mean, a lot of that velocity stuff that you're starting to see from Reagans, like that was occurring while he was here. Like it was starting to go up, and it was a sell option that, for me, it was more just like, why did it click instantly somewhere else? That felt like it was wrong. But this one, no, it doesn't bug me.
Diamond Cavs with RJ Choppy on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
What did Trevor Bauer do over the weekend?
Hopefully, well, never mind.
Hopefully something with consent.
Hey, all right. Well, he had a 19 strikeout game, so that was cool. All right.
19
strikeout game. He even told the guy what he was throwing. There's a video
somewhere
on Instagram.
in Asia?
It was in the Mexican League.
Oh, we've gone to the Mexican League now.
The Asian League.
Durant put up 58 in Rucker Park too. I don't care.
Well, he's in. He was in this league. He was pitching, and he's, by the way, sweet uniforms they had, and he's sitting there just telling the pitch with the hitter what he's going to throw. All right, slider coming now. I don't know. Could he hear him? I have no idea. But there are
understand him.
Yeah, there are rumors that he is going to sue Major League Baseball. Because his contract, so he was getting paid by the Dodgers, but I think earlier this year his contract finally did mature, so he's not getting paid. The last I checked, by Major League Baseball, by the Dodgers anymore. So he is a free agent, and he's not like getting the his income supplemented by that. And he's, I think, ready to sue. Like he doesn't want it to. He said, "I don't want it to get to that, but I'm pretty much out of options."
As he should. He should sue them.
Yeah, and there are rumors of the amounts upwards of $1 billion. Now, good luck getting $1 billion out of them.
Yeah.
Because you would have to prove the irreparable harm that maybe you lost $1 billion. I don't know. But like, this is, you could, I guess,
take the numbers that are similar to what you put up in your last 2 or 3 years playing.
I mean, he won a Cy Young his last full year playing.
Yeah.
That was in the COVID year.
So you go and you take Blake Snell's contract and you say,
this or Max Scherzer's or Justin Verlander's. Or
these are my
Garrett Cole's.
damages.
These are my damages. 10 years and $400 million or 9 years and $350.
All right, let me ask the dangerous, explosive question, and I'm doing it with a minute left on purpose. Bauer more, less, or the same screwed and blackballed as Kaepernick?
They're both blackballed.
I know.
There's no doubt. They're both black. Like, what's more egregious?
Yeah.
Well, from a playing standpoint, it's clearly Trevor Bauer. Like, you could make the argument. An NFL team can make the argument that Colin Kaepernick was a replacement level quarterback.
Yeah.
Trevor Bauer was a Cy Young winner. He was arguably the best pitcher in the game. He wasn't the best pitcher, but you could at least had an argument.
But the bigger crime is Kaepernick.
The bigger crime.
Like, Kaepernick wasn't involved in any potential possible crime. He got blackballed for kneeling.
He got blackballed for kneeling. He was not. Yeah. So from the standpoint of the legal system, absolutely. Now, from the legal system, Bauer didn't do anything wrong either. Like, he was not charged with anything.
Yeah.
They dropped the case. So I guess from the standpoint is neither one of them did anything wrong.
I'll tell you, a year after both of these things would have occurred, like both of them were blackballed, 1 year later from their blackball, Colin Kaepernick gets you much more heat for your team than Bauer probably. And so because of that, like, teams will also make calculated money decisions. This is going to cost me money, or nope, not doing that. I'm out. And so Bauer's was, I don't know, probably Bauer because he was more in his prime. Like, I mean, the subject matter is a debate, but I mean, like, the prime is the question.
The controversy from last night's Game 7, and do we have another dumb football list to make fun of when it comes to Brian Broaddus' Rolodex? That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive hooking you up with that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV, Platinum Ford.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
state-of-the-art weight loss. That's soda. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2-1 Panthers. A dream 30 years in the making is a reality. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup. Lord Stanley is coming home. You always will have a place in South Florida. Oh my God! The Panthers have won the Stanley Cup for the first time in franchise history. Yeah!
Was that
Bill
muffled?
Lindsay.
Was that muffled him like hugging him, or was that him covering his mouth like shut up and stop screaming?
I thought it was like maybe he put his. I envisioned him putting his hand in his towel because he's all sweating. But Bill Lindsay was he was on that Panthers 90-16 that went to the Cup final, lost. That was him stepping all over.
Any other championship calls you can think of that were butchered that could go the Mount Rushmore of it? Sorry, Jalen Rose.
Oh.
What was we had a Super Bowl call recently, right? That people thought was just super anticlimactic and awful.
It was Nance's, right? This year.
Was it that one?
For it.
It's like, oh, they won. Good job. Touchdown.
I can't think. I'm sure there's a million that we be reminded of, but nothing comes to mind.
Any Bengals call? I'm sure when they won the AFC, that Bengals color commentator guy.
Oh, we've had him on, right?
We've had Wolfley on from the Cardinals.
Ah, that's right.
Oh, he yanked it.
Let's hear
that
it.
one.
Let's hear it one more time.
2-1 Panthers. A dream 30 years in the making is a reality. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup. Lord Stanley is coming home. You always will have a place in South Florida. Oh my God! The Panthers have won the Stanley Cup for the first time in franchise history. Yeah!
Jeez.
And that'll make him even more of a hero.
Yes, it will.
In Florida.
Yeah, it absolutely will. You want to have that. Fans don't care about the announcer getting stepped on. The announcer cares about the announcer getting stepped on. The fans don't.
They just want your crazy excitement.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Yes,
Bleed it with us.
Absolutely.
The 78-year-olds in Florida will remember it for a year.
I was just trying to think. What was the?
May not even be that long.
Who's the closest? Who gets worked up like that around here? Like, I mean, Coop will get a little intense sometimes, but otherwise, I mean, I don't feel like there's a whole.
Excuse me.
I mean, Followell yells out his Luka magic, and he'll get pretty hot. George Strait.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with? Okay. The
Careful,
chair
you
by
said
George
you
Strait.
made up.
I did.
Yeah. I think Followell gets the most hype, but it's not crazy like that.
No, like we don't have anybody who does that, and I can't remember anybody growing up who I heard locally act like that.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant who would get the most upset about getting stepped over, not
hype.
who gets the most.
No, who gives us the Bill Lindsay reaction?
Yeah. Well, that would be an analyst, and I don't think there will be one because like Coop gets he treats preseason game 3 like finals game 4,
Right.
which it's got that Kevin Harlan to him, right? And Followell gets the most hype. You're right during the game.
What, Bobby?
I was just gonna say there are other people who treat game 7 like it sounds like preseason game 3, and so that's all I was gonna say.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text. But the big controversy from last night, Gary Bettman handing out the Conn Smythe. The Conn Smythe goes to the best player in the entire postseason.
The player who is going to be given the Conn Smythe this year led the playoffs in scoring and broke Wayne Gretzky's assist record for playoffs. The winner of the Conn Smythe is Connor McDavid.
And the Florida fans had that moment of booing before their moment of cheering. Of course, McDavid did not go out there and accept. So I tweeted this out. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. This is fantastic. And the Tolos responded. Sports buckaroo. The league is a sham trying to create a narrative. McDavid ain't him. They need to let it go. Goose eggs in games 6 and 7. Crazy Tom. Hextall for the Flyers won the Conn Smythe in Edmonton in 87, and they lost game 7 in Edmonton. So last night, I think was it the 6th or 7th time?
The 6th time the Conn has gone to a player on the losing team.
Of course they did from Redbeard. All broadcasters have been stroking him, I'll say, since the Dallas series.
He's the best player in the sport. There's no stroking going on.
Who is the other argument for who should have gotten it?
So I was on my hockey group chat, Sean. They said,
what did Spittle have to say?
It was
you and Spittle? You call you and Spittle the hockey group chat?
It was not with Spittle. They thought the only guy other than Bobrovsky that it could have been would have been Barkov, who's their captain. But it would have been Bobrovsky. I think the issue with him is that I think in the 3 games that Florida lost leading up to last night, he'd given up like 12 goals in those 3 games.
It's a lot of goals.
That really kind of killed his it's goals against, as they say in Canada. It really killed that goals against. So
Tolo Cody, he did break Gretzky's assist record for a single playoffs, but still he lost. SMH, lofty goals. Dude was minus 2,500 pregame to win the Conn. Was not a doubt who was going to win it prior to puck drop. That has not happened since 03, Sharif. That from Ricky. It was a no-brainer from Doyle. And Wynn says, what a joke.
I was interested that the Florida Panthers crowd booed it because, I mean, McDavid was such an obvious one. You had to anticipate that wasn't going to change. And when Jaguar won it in, 04 or whatever that was, all the Devils players stood up there on the ice and applauded. The whole New Jersey crowd did the St. Louis Cardinals fan thing, and they were just yay, and cheered for him. Because at that point, it's you already won the cup. What do you care if that goes to you?
I think what that is a perfect example of that's not a hockey town. And if it was flipped and McDavid was on Florida and he won it in Edmonton, I think the Edmonton fans would have cheered it. I think a hockey,
like you said, Cardinals-esque.
Yeah, a hockey town, a true hockey fan.
Especially if you win the title.
Yeah, exactly.
But what if they lost? They would not have applauded.
You know what? They would have. Now maybe not Florida wouldn't have, but a true hockey fan, if you're in Detroit, okay, Montreal, and you're hosting Game 7, and the Stars win the cup on your home ice, everyone's staying to watch the ceremony. In Detroit or in Montreal or Toronto. Whereas in Florida, they might get up and get.
Would Boston, if Dallas would have pushed the NBA Finals to Game 7, would Boston have booed if Luka had been given the MVP?
Yes. Which, by the way, Spittle, Gavin, text who you think should have gotten the Conn Smythe. But Spittle brought me great joy yesterday. And these are the things you have to hang on to when you lose. Petty things like this. I did not realize that the Boston Celtics did not really celebrate in Boston. I did not realize that they hopped on a flight the next morning and went to Miami because Boston was either too racist or too boring in order to go into the clubs. No places to go in one of the 5 biggest cities in the entire country for the players. They had to hop on a flight to Miami. That is something to hold over Boston's head as an all-time trump card.
Oh,
Your
sure.
city, which I actually like the city, although I've been there for a weekend.
Yeah, it's a fun city, but it's
your own players didn't even want to celebrate in your city with, give me some Boston stereotypical names, with Tommy and
Sully. And Sully wasn't there. They wanted to celebrate with Sully.
They didn't want to go drink Bud Ices with Sully.
That's a good beer. The thing is Boston doesn't strike me as having a Vegas-style club, as a big Vegas-style club scene.
Yeah.
Right, Miami
No
has
live.
that. No live. That's right.
Live Boston. So that brought me great joy that Spittle told me that yesterday.
I mean, how do you...
And real quick, he texted, he said McDavid set playoff records, he deserved it.
Okay.
So,
waiting around for that title all those years, and they're just nah, we don't want to party with you locals. That makes me happy. That's hilarious.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Tolo's agreeing or disagreeing with McDavid getting this. Those who are the hockey heads? I'm curious.
On the fan text, it's pretty much unanimous that it should have been McDavid there. And somebody points out the whole Jaguar thing, him previously won. So in general, the reaction is just, Connor McDavid. There wasn't really a question.
Okay. We're not going to have enough time for this football list. We will do it tomorrow. What's barebacking?
Can we please mark that?
Did one of y'all send that?
Yeah, I did.
Is that a term I need to dump?
No. It depends on the context you're using it. And in this context,
isolated, it's a little questionable.
In this context, it's totally fine. And I think we have found.
Because I would blame you, and I would hold you, FCC, responsible because you. I mean, I said it, but you sent it, and This is kind of like.
Yeah.
Hang on. Megging.
No, it's not like Megan.
Nutmegging.
Nutmegging.
Yes.
Nutmegging.
No. Okay, so this I think is our next show bet punishment.
I was trying to
hope not what he's talking about.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah, this is the next show punishment.
This is the next show bet punishment.
This is genius.
So
we got to come up with a bet before going to Oxnard.
Yeah, so there's a rising trend of guys, not just people, guys only, going on long flights without any entertainment. No phone, they put their phone away, no computer, no book, no videos, nothing. They just stare at that little safety card in the seat back in front of the 737B. If in case of an emergency, and they read that.
Because I'm seeing less and less screens, less and less TV screens.
Yeah. So it's it's called the colloquialism they use to call it is called barebacking. All right, and you're just out there. You just sit on a flight, no book, no smartphone, no AirPods, no Netflix, no podcasts, and you mindlessly stare in front of you. And I cannot think of a more miserable way, or is it undercover genius that you're alone in your thoughts to kind of go back to a different era for 3 hours and
cannot
think.
Look at anything.
You're not reading anything. You're not doing anything.
All right, so if we make the rule on the show,
you sleep.
You can't sleep. You can't just take a nap.
Right. The rule would be if you doze off for 20 minutes, fine. Right. But like for the most part, you can't just pop a Valium and go to bed.
So who would have the hardest to easiest time?
I think Bobby would have the hardest time.
I can't. I have to be on my phone. I download movies. I pay for the internet. I can't just sit there and not do anything.
This is the next show bet.
Yeah.
And then
you and I would be, I think, in the same, because we both generally just work on the plane.
Yeah.
So that would be tough for us because when we get off,
because I don't download movies and I'm not watching. I'm watching whatever's free. I don't bring
right. If they got free
earbuds
TV,
and all that stuff. I'm not well equipped for plane travel.
I'm most of the time just trying to hammer out work. Like that's it.
I think if you wanted to talk to someone to kill the time, you could do that. You would be number one for doing it. But Bobby would be the worst. But I think I could do it. I open my phone to look at pictures that I have in my phone to try to delete some.
Yeah,
that's how I try
a great way to kill time.
Am I riding next to you guys roughly for this?
We're all three separate. Oh, if it was that,
I would punish the hell out of you guys if I got saddled with this. I would talk your ears off and make it a brutal flight.
You'd be great. That would be your.
Yeah.
If it was all three of us together, you'd be great at that one.
Yeah.
I would probably just look out the window and make sure the engine stays on, especially if it's Boeing.
Yeah, you just want to see. Oh, never mind.
What?
Now that I
want to see my end.
No. But why is it called barebacking? By the way, why couldn't they just call it electronics detox or something?
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next on The Fan. But let me go and get you set up with the Tolo team of attorneys. That's right. You're seeing the big time TV.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece here with Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassett, Corey Majors. Good morning. What's coming up?
Did you get the historic College World Series and Stanley Cup final last night?
No, read what it actually said.
Oh, I don't know.
Historic?
Oh. Okay. Did you get in on the historic?
We did have 38,000 Jello shots over the week.
Did you get in on the historic but stupid College World Series and or Stanley Cup final last night? Who do you think wrote that?
Oh, that's right. You need to rub it in Hagelin's Aggie face.
I'm not a rub it in kind of guy. You know, I don't play for him. You don't play for him, but you suck.
That's true.
Oh, man. You might lose your coach.
Man, what a fascinating answer he gave. Afterwards, he's all indignant and he's like, I took my whole family's life apart for this. This is my last job. And then, we got a text yesterday. Somebody goes, it's already a done deal. And what did they say? It was a 10-year, $32 million contract or something. They're like, it's done. Here are the specifications of how long the contract will be for him to go to Texas.
Sandler texted me the same thing. Like, my coach is leaving for Texas. And I'm like, I don't know. I was talking to people in Knoxville, like, that's not happening. He's not going anywhere.
Were you glued to the College World Series?
That was, I caught the last 12 minutes-ish, give or take, of the Stanley Cup final, really, really watching it, but my primary focus was the College World Series.
Do you frequently watch full seasons of A&M baseball, or was this my team's there? And I'm excited.
Usually it's once we get into conference play because the SEC is just so jam-packed with talent and good teams. So I'm not going to say that I'm stopping down for, hey, they played Texas State on a Wednesday, and I'm like, oh, yeah.
Tuesday.
Okay, that's right. I'm sorry.
Tuesday.
My bad.
Come on, Tuesday, Friday, Sunday.
My bad.
Friday, Saturday,
Get the baseball schedule down.
My bad. But yeah, so for the rest of the season, I was really in, and obviously, first time y'all made it here since '51. This is the first time we've ever made it this far, so it's a stop down for sure.
I would think, I don't watch a ton. I watch a little bit, mainly in the conference tournament is when I start.
Yeah,
because they're not readily available on TV all the time.
That is one thing I will say. Shout out to ESPN Plus. if you have it, that does make watching those a lot
But
easier.
I was surprised at the lack of college players who throw 90. It's a lot of these guys are throwing 87, 89.
So that means a lot of people that watch all these kids play high school baseball lie.
Yeah. Oh, you mean there's not a 14-year-old kid throw not all 14-year-old kids throw 85?
Yeah, they are fibbing, but that's fine. That's what they do to make them feel better. Like, man, there's 17 kids that are 16 years old that have better pop times than 10 of the everyday catchers in the major leagues. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of lying, we did a topic, and you don't have to incriminate. You done with your teas, by the way? What else you got?
Sounds good, man.
Okay. We were talking about
11:20.
Oh my god, that was so uncomfortable.
Which societal rule do you wish was no longer in place at 11:20 today?
Oh,
societal rule.
Yeah,
like hold the door open for people.
I actually really wish, this is not part of this question, I really wish if you held the door open for somebody and they didn't say thank you, some force automatically pushed them back out of the door.
Or they got sliced in half by a
like
laser
the Odyssey
beam.
crosswind pushes you out of the door.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me ask this is really probably inappropriate.
Oh,
I like it even more than
I'm
let's go.
excited.
Should the shirtless male be viewed as different as the shirtless female?
Oh, because the nipples exposed?
So weird, isn't it?
Was that the question you were always going to ask?
It's so weird.
No, I'm thinking of the societal norm.
Oh, okay.
The societal norm. It's like
boobs are taboo.
There's a difference.
Taboo.
There's a difference with size up there, but that's it. Should that have us going?
It's an interesting question.
That crazy with the difference.
I think the reasoning would be is that one is an arousal body part and the other one is not.
Because
you don't think women ever get aroused by?
Tell us about it, Derek Collins.
They do, but I don't think they get aroused the way men might.
Because it's taboo. If everybody just walked around without shirts on, we'd be like, "Oh, that's just a normal day."
That's fair.
Exactly.
That's
but
fair.
because we're like, "Hey, you can't do that," it's like, "But I want to."
Yeah, Eve. What's your societal rule? Do you have one, Bob?
Me? I would like to get rid of most societal rules as just a general practice, but no,
Speed limits, right, Choppy?
That's a suggestion? They say.
No, it's not a suggestion.
Who says that? Do you tell the cop that when you get pulled over? It's a suggestion.
Suggested speed.
And they're like, it's really
suggested
not.
speed.
I mean, the yellow sign is the suggested speed as you're exiting.
Yeah, man, I don't know. That's a good question. Societal, like social customs.
You know what it is for me, and we'll talk about this obviously more, it's small talk. You don't want to talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. Let's not pretend while we're in the elevator that we need to, it's about to get hot for a while. Huh?
Bobby doesn't abide by this, but probably like dress codes. Like he would do away with all of them so he can dress like this to weddings.
I would just
and everything else like he usually does.
I would like it to be a social norm to sort of on that plane. To like if someone comes up to me and I don't want to talk, to just it's not considered rude to go, I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah.
And then just it's over.
Yeah.
Handshaking. I want to get rid of the handshake. I want to bring back the old Ben Hur shake. Come here. Give me your arm. Remember the Ben Hur shake. That's it. Yeah. Bring back the Ben Hur shake. Less touching of hand to hand.
Are you worried that people might be carrying knives in their sleeves?
I'm not really worried about that, but it's just, if I don't touch their hand.
The use of it was?
Yeah, that's what it was for.
Because I'm a nail biter.
This was a perfect chance for you to be like, no, but I got these guns hidden.
Right, absolutely. No, but I'm a nail biter. And if I shake your hand, I can't really go back and bite my nails. Otherwise, I put your whole hand in my mouth.
Yeah, nobody's getting germs with their elbow.
But if I shake your elbow, I'm just getting some, dry skin there.
I know the lady yesterday at the Home Depot probably wishes the cart corral wasn't such a big deal, because I saw her put the cart like in between two posts in the parking lot instead of taking it to the corral or taking it back. So as I was walking by, I grabbed it and she goes, "Oh, thank you so much." And I was like, "I get it. It's too hot for you to walk 10 feet, lady."
Yeah.
And I took it inside.
Oh my God, that's.
What about
I like it.
Tipping pressure in all the different areas of tipping?
Oh, yeah.
I think I've become immune to that. Like in restaurants and stuff, I definitely understand that. But it's the place where you walk up and this never used to be a tipping thing, and they just hand you something and then you go about your way. And they're like, I like the way they always ask, there's just going to be one question you need to look at. I've been able to cast aside that part of the tip.
And do you feel like a jerk? Do you get pressured into donating $1 for all the causes in the grocery line when you're checking out?
Oh, it's the roundup. The roundup's the easy one. You
That's
know,
smart.
It's like 65 cents or usually whatever.
Oh, yeah, that is a good one.
But if it's like if you want to add,
what are you talking about?
So like they'll say, do you want to round up to the nearest dollar and donate it to St. Jude's? Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, 12 cents, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
I'm the one who
I draw the line at $1.
If they say, do you want to donate to this, and they say an organization I don't know it, I'll say, like, what do they do? And then if they ask, sometimes I'm like, no.
So you put the pressure on the
So you'll
flip it right back.
So you give an open bartender $100, but not to the kids in Haiti.
What those Haiti kids do for me? The bartender gave me my drinks.
Oh my god! I did not expect that to be your answer.
When the Tom Thumb asks if I want to like donate a meal to a family around Thanksgiving, absolutely. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it's really going to a family and y'all are taking one of those, I'm all in. I trust what they do. Salvation Army stuff. They do a lot of those things throughout the year, though.
There's a lot of like there's just a lot of crookedness in a lot of different charities around that I don't like.
Yeah, go look up the overhead for some of your favorite charities.
Mm-hmm.
It can be
2% go to the
Sandlot.
Actual thing.
Go ahead, Corey.
Jeez.
You got something?
They use. I think they're doing a really good job.
Sandlot?
I really do.
Why are you winking?
It was just.
I'm not winking. It was. I mean, when you use both eyes, it's just a blink. All right. I wasn't just winking at both of y'all.
Our poll question today was ranking the current DFW general managers.
Nico got you to the finals.
Yeah.
Chris Young got you the World Series win.
I think I would go Chris Young first, then Jim Nill, then Nico, and then a giant chasm of nothing.
Okay.
And then
FC
Jerry
Dallas,
Jones.
then
Wings.
Jerry Jones.
FC Dallas is pretty down.
All right.
Okay.
We all had Jim Nill 1. Bobby had the Cow.
Really fascinating.
My
Is
reason
it?
for that is
Yeah,
well,
why?
my reason for that is he's the only GM outside of the Cowboys that has basically completely built the team themselves. Like Chris, like let's be fair, like a lot of those guys are John Daniel guys. And then same thing, like Luka was here before Nico got here. So that's why I went with Jim Nill number 1.
Bobby had the Cowboys the highest, of course, has to carry the water for them.
Who you didn't have?
I didn't have them
last?
number 1. I had them highest among us.
What place did you have?
Second. I think
second.
McClay. I think McClay, Brain Trust.
Now they are a 12-win
Chris
team
Young,
every
Nico
year,
Harrison.
Kevin.
I think
12-win
they're
team every
about
year?
the same.
Look at you. Look at you.
I don't have them second.
Who did you have first?
No.
So you think that Chris Young that just won the World Series and Nico that made it to the Western Conference Finals?
Again, like we're talking
And
about, like
now
a
the
lot
NBA
of that,
Finals?
a lot of what was built here with Texas was still like John Daniels stuff. There was contributions there from Chris Young, and like I think that Chris Young's great. Like I honestly think like all 4 of the general managers in Dallas are pretty good. Like I think that you can stack them. The one I have the biggest question about is just Nico, because Nico, it's been a year, and the Kyrie trade was a
longevity.
desperation move.
But when we say John Daniels, do we ignore the fact that John Daniels oversaw the longest losing season streak in the history of Texas Rangers baseball?
But it's easier for Chris Young to walk in and go like, okay, but he has all these good parts that Daniel still had. Get rid of the bad and then like build around it. There's still a base to build from.
Sagan and Ben were here before Neil got here.
Yeah, and you complain about the Sagan and Ben deals all the time.
I do. I think those are
I just have a
terrible
question
deals.
for Bobby.
I love this. I saw the little. I was not even making eye contact with him. I was looking straight ahead.
I think
could
those are
see
terrible
the smirk,
deals.
the Cheshire Cat smile.
What did Deborah tweet?
Mike
to you?
McCarthy, best coach in DFW.
Nope,
We didn't do that
Worst.
poll question.
No,
Oh,
that's
okay.
why it's a miracle,
But-
Mike. 12 wins, 3 years in a row
Wait.
with a complete
Hey,
incompetent.
Kevin, I have a question for you, Kevin.
You're so scared.
Who hires the head coach?
If you
and
wanna-
is that
That would be
important?
the general manager who hired the head coach.
So
that you
he's
don't
ignoring,
like, yeah.
So Bobby Bell is ignoring all the head coaches. That seems to be a major
Yeah.
decision
What's the
by
story
the front
there, Bobby?
office /
Because we're talking
general
about-
manager. He thinks it's the worst by far is Mike McCarthy, yet he takes that out of the category.
Yeah, because to me, I'm thinking more about GM as roster building, less than
No,
anything
general
else.
manager. It means all the general things.
I know,
that
but I
happen
think
on
of like
team.
the primary role to be roster
So he
building.
takes that out to make sure to pump up the Cowboys. Be like, I won't include the head coach, yet that is, think about Chris Young getting Bruce Bochy.
That felt
that was big.
huge.
It's great. Yeah, but to the JD. I mean, JD got Lowe and Adolis, and I mean, was Carter was drafted under him, right?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, that's a large part of
What's your 1, 2, 3,
team.
Mike?
Heim.
I think it's very tough between the three competent franchises in the Metroplex. I think fourth is easily the Cowboys. Like, they crap on their own plates pretty much.
But that's why I asked
and then
1,
tell
2,
them
3,
it's a steak.
Difficult.
You got to ask 2, 3. We know who Bally has as number 1. We already know.
Hey, I said Chris Young number 1 too.
I guess I will lean towards the Rangers, but I do think in a way it's very tough on the top 3. But Nico this was totally screwed up by Mark Cuban. Like, he took a team and just screwed it up so bad they didn't even make the playoffs. And guess what? Even if they would have tried the last 2 or 3 games, they still wouldn't have made the playoffs. Yeah. So Nico was able to take just a trash heap of what had happened and losing Jalen Brunson and all of these things and got it to the NBA Finals. That's tough for me not to say he's really close to Chris Young.
All right, more discomfort and fighting tomorrow with the Wednesday edition. The KMC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
How about some commercial? Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, famous Mike Bassick.
Why do you say it that way? I haven't asked yet. Did I say did I demand to be famous Mike Bassick and I forgot?
Yeah. Yes, you did.
Yeah, girl.
I am famous.
Yeah, you were like, that was the day.
Yeah, I am famous, but I don't know if I need to be the famous Mike Bassick.
Okay.
Is it because my dad's the unfamous Mike Bassick?
So you just want...
Oh, my gosh.
You just want famous
Oh, yeah,
Mike...
girl.
Yeah. You just want famous Mike Bassick instead of the famous Mike Bassick?
Well, if we're going to do it, then I need to be the.
Okay. The
Thank you.
famous Mike Bassick.
All right, now my ego feels better.
What about your dad's ego? Do you care about that?
Oh, I mean, he's not as famous. If we're comparing Mike Bassicks, I'm the most famous.
When do you think that pivoted? What year would you say?
2007, probably
Okay.
when I gave up the dong to Bonds.
Okay.
Yet still humble, Kevin.
Yeah.
You know, famous yet still humble.
All right. That's what I like the best about you, Mike. I like many things about you. I think your humbleness is
Thank
what I
you.
like the best.
Thanks. I don't know. Like, thanks is a humble way of saying thanks.
Yes. Yeah. That's a good point. All right. Man,
I'm excited. I'm excited,
3
man.
minutes in. I was excited. Now,
Oh, no, what happened?
Now I'm not
Let's talk
excited
about the
about this
Aggies.
show. Yeah.
What a slide by Tennessee, huh?
What happened, man?
Make the effing tag.
Is it?
All right, let's
Well, he's only like 22.
go with cut number 6 and sadness.
The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed. And for the first time in school history, the baseball national title has a home sweet home on Rocky Top. The Tennessee Volunteers, baseball national champions for the first time ever.
UT, man. UT always beats A&M.
It's the first time UT's beat A&M in a while. Now, this took most of my focus. I'm curious, was it the same for you guys? Did you get out on the Stanley Cup final at all? I didn't really get in on it. I was following the score and stuff until the third period because College World Series was over.
Obviously, having to be in on the Texas Rangers, I had a job to do, but I was texting you during the game because A&M had so many opportunities when it was 3-1.
And how many more did they get than you thought?
Yeah.
There was the
I kept
inning that
thinking
you
this-
said
it's not
you
gonna-
got to score here, and they did. And I was like, we're in trouble. And they got another chance. And even Tennessee poured it on, and they did look like the better team. It's tough. But they were up 6-1, and I was like, well, then we're definitely done. And all of a sudden, A&M's like, are we?
It was cheating.
They were.
Corey, I don't know if you watched or not, but they brought in a 30-year-old for Tennessee who had a handlebar mustache. He tight-rolled. I've never seen this in the history of baseball.
Yeah.
I've seen him, but I've never seen anybody else. He's from Johnson City, Tennessee. And, I mean, he represents Johnson City, Tennessee to a T. He tight-rolled his baseball pants so you could see his Jordans, which just makes no sense. He is mulleting as mulleting can be. He is
a lot of lettuce on that diamond, man.
Yeah, he is
He's got a hipster mustache rolled up. Right?
Miley Cyrus, Billy Ray Cyrus's dad, like from 1988 haircut style. Then he has the handlebar mustache.
Yeah.
Then he tight rolls his baseball pants for the first time in baseball pant history. And he did get he got 2 big outs at 6-3, and he told Jeff Kent's son to go sit down.
Man, that was a bad. Yeah, that last swing was
he was
tough.
swinging kind of no matter what.
Yeah.
I
He
did
was
kind of
biasing it.
the first 1 or 2 innings I watched like on the TV.
Okay,
Because it was early enough.
Because you want me to play this? Fine, Corey. Fine. Cut number 5, since you demanded it. Cut number 5.
That ball is pulled down the line, and it is out of here! What a start for the Balls. There's more. Leaves the yard. It's 1-0 Tennessee.
That was
He's a first-round pick, correct? I think I saw him like
see that
10 to 20. I think I'll go mock it.
Look, Tennessee is very good. I don't want to take anything away.
And I think my question was, it seemed like A&M
You'd like to take that title away from them, though.
has a lot of good youth for the future, though. Like, they have a lot to build on still with their program. They had some young players that were involved in this game specifically that you're like, oh man, there's still some growth here.
They did. It's tough because their best player who got hurt in the super regionals is obviously going to be a top draft pick. There's already speculation about their coach leaving. I don't know if
I don't think he is. I know Slosh a little bit.
Yeah.
Not well, but a little bit. I don't think he's leaving to go to UT. That is not a better job. I hate telling you UT fans that UT baseball is not a better job at this point than A&M baseball. A&M's facilities are 100 times better. The talent at A&M is better right now. And it seems like A&M has more of a commitment to their baseball program than UT does. And it doesn't matter that you pay him $3.5 million. Are you going to pay $1 million a player? You're going to have to overpay A&M players. You're going to have to be able to do that. And I don't know if UT wants to be paying $10 to $20 million a year for their baseball players. And A&M's willing to.
Yeah, that's a good question. I have no idea, but going into the Southeastern Conference, obviously, is going to be a tough adjustment. This is the 5th straight champion from the SEC. And obviously, both of the teams last night were from the SEC. 4 of the 8 teams were from the SEC in the College World Series. This is the powerhouse. This is the best A&M baseball season ever. I'm sad that it ended in a loss.
So you said 5? 5 of them would come from the SEC?
The last 5.
Wow, dude. And none of them are A&M.
No. Because you know how many baseball championships we've won? 0.
Hey, real quick, though. Is it 5 different schools?
Ooh, I thought there might have been 1 repeat, but let me double check on that.
A&M's never won a football championship either, though, right?
They definitely
They did before World War I.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, but how many have they?
That was before World War II.
Well before World War II.
No, just a couple years. In 39.
Oh, 39?
39
I think it was like 1910 or something.
That 39 was a legitimate championship. Do we try to claim other fake championships? Yes. That's a fair critique.
39 was a magical year. I remember.
So the last 5.
They passed it once a game.
Sorry about that, gentlemen. The last 5 College World Series champions. Obviously, 2024 is Tennessee. 23 was LSU. 22 was Ole Miss. 21 was Mississippi State. 20 was canceled. And 19 was Vanderbilt. So 5 different.
5 different.
SEC
Holy
programs.
moly.
That's what I thought.
And still not A&M.
That's
That is
okay.
correct.
Yes, I know, Corey.
They're going through the rotation.
Okay, all right. So
We haven't got to the T's yet.
Your time's
we
time's
did.
on the way,
But
man.
it's TEN, not TEX.
I mean, we did get Vanderbilt in there. So did they
Yeah,
get skipped
so
over?
the whole alphabetical order thing is already thrown into
Yeah,
chaos.
that was a long time ago before we did alphabets.
Yeah, they're
19.
getting to teams that
COVID
haven't
started our new alphabet.
getting all the teams that haven't won over history or something like that.
We haven't won over history. Let Texas A&M
Y'all are next.
win.
Tennessee hadn't won in a long history either. So.
Hey,
Tennessee has a lot of first-round picks.
that actually is true. This is the first ever
do.
championship for Tennessee. But as long as we're talking about teams, places that never win anything, let's go to cut number 8, where Canada still can't win the Stanley Cup.
10 seconds left. 2-1 Panthers. A dream 30 years in the making is a reality. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup. Lord Stanley is coming home. You always will have a place in South Florida.
No, they
I didn't totally understand that last thing.
You'll always have a place in South Florida.
All right.
I hate it when announcers do that and yell into the what are you doing? You're gratifying yourself, but you're not helping any of us out.
It's the moment they get caught up. They weren't prepared for it. They just weren't caught up. They weren't ready.
Be a pro.
Yeah, you got to write something down like Jim Gray, right?
When the Rangers make the comeback this year in 24 and win it all, I'll remember that.
Or dance.
Yeah, don't yell.
Don't scream into the mic.
The World Series trophy will always have a place in Arlington. Now, real quick, I'm going to play your favorite coach, Corey. This is Paul Maurice while still on the ice after winning the Stanley Cup.
Okay, alongside Paul Maurice. Paul, you said you needed to win one, and you've got one now. So what's it feel like?
It's just brilliant, right? It's I've never hugged so many sweaty men in my entire life. I'm not sure I'm going to do it again, but I'm going to do it tonight. So, you know what? It's not what I thought it would be. It's so much better.
And then he did add on after that. He said the only thing he wants after this was for Winnipeg to win a Stanley Cup because he was a coach in Winnipeg, I think for like 8 or 9 years, and he just decided he wasn't effective anymore, left Winnipeg, obviously has come to Florida. It's been fantastic. They lost in the Stanley Cup final last year. They won this year, and Canada continues to not win the Stanley Cup.
How do you feel about that today, Kevin? Do you feel vindicated to the person who had that receipt and they were just waiting to pull it out on you?
I would have much rather the results were switched on both sides. I would have been glad if Canada won a Stanley Cup, if it meant that Texas A&M would have won the national title. But
dude, more of America gets to celebrate that we're dominant in hockey than the small pocket of A&M.
I wasn't rooting very hard last night, but I was wanting Edmonton to win. Everybody at Bally's was wanting Florida to win because Edmonton beat the Stars. But I was like, I want Connor McDavid to win a championship. I don't know much about hockey, but I think when the best players win, it's kind of cool.
Do you think Connor McDavid, because my answer today is like, hell no. Does he take any solace in winning the Conn Smythe trophy and being the MVP of that? Or is he like, who cares right now?
Yeah, I think who cares? I think even Jerry West, I think him winning the NBA Finals MVP, I think he's the only one to win it on the losing team. I don't think he's really or was super proud of that MVP.
Okay.
Like he was like, I don't like having this because we didn't win.
Yeah.
So it's a reminder of losing.
Connor McDavid in the playoffs, 8 goals, 34 assists, 42 points, 25 takeaways. He's the first player to win the Conn Smythe on the losing team since the lockout, 6th ever, and second non-goalie. So once again, hockey shows itself to be a lot different than some of the other sports.
Yeah, and when it comes to whatever ratings end up happening here, Kevin, I have no clue what that's going to look like, but my eyes, I had all 3 screens up on my laptop last night, and my eyes kept, maybe it's because the ice just stuck out differently than the 2 baseball fields, but my eyes kept going up to that hockey game. And seeing these dudes in the first period laying it all on the line, like throwing the bodies all over the place to stop pucks.
And then in the last 10 seconds, just throwing their body right where the puck was. They're like, good luck.
It was, they were exhausted.
Yeah.
I mean, they were exhausted doing everything they could to just hold on to this. It was so much fun to watch that happen and watch that go down. That was, Eric Chiafalo said it yesterday during Crosstalk. We got the best of both worlds. 2 desperate teams wanting this at the same time. But what a waste of time for Canada to fight so hard to come back from down 3-0 and then
you think that was a waste of time?
And then lose.
We went the distance, right?
Yeah.
Like we were talking about how everybody was like tired, and you could see Edmonton when there's like 3 minutes left, and they've got the puck in their own, part of the ice, and they're like, "Here we go again. Let's go up the ice." Like it felt like back when heavyweight fights had 15 rounds.
Yeah.
And you were just like, why is this still happening? For our enjoyment. That's why. Like,
Muhammad Ali said, and I think it was the second Joe Frazier fight, maybe the third, is those last 3 rounds. He goes, I've never felt closer to death in my entire life.
They looked close to death, and that was so much fun for me because you could see that, like, they had, it wasn't about skill. It wasn't, they were just like pure want to, which I feel like that's what we're here for sports for, right?
I get it. And if I'm an Edmonton fan, I'm probably sitting there going, I wasted a week of my time caring about this.
Is that how you would have felt if the Mavs made it to Game 7?
Lost, dude. Well, I mean, that's a different story for the Mavs, but as an Edmonton fan, they just really got 30 years of life in Canada not having a championship, and now they just teased you all the way to the point of sending you home with nothing.
I just want to make this clear, which I'm not saying you're wrong on this. You're happy the Mavs didn't try that hard in Game 5?
Now, after that waste of time for a week right there, those players could have had a week of vacation
because
earlier.
at halftime of Game 5, it was like, all right, I 100% know it's over.
Yeah,
like,
I'm done.
I think you had a little bit of hope going into Game 5, but by halftime, you're like, thank you so much, because this way I don't have to think about Game 6 or Game 7.
And even beyond that, just think about this, man.
I would rather them won all 3.
They wasted the Stars' time, you know? They wasted the Stars' time now, too. They didn't even win the damn thing. So, like, they beat the Stars and weren't even good enough to go win it. So,
what a fascinating take on how that all played out. This was the 18th Game 7 in Stanley Cup history. Road teams had won the last 3, but now the home team won 13-5 all time in Game 7. And I pulled this cut just for you. Not a cut. It's just a line.
Okay.
Did you know the first year of the best of 7 Stanley Cup final was in 1939? Maple Leafs captain Syl Apps.
Not a real name.
I know. Well, you're not going to believe this is real either. Do you know what he said when they won?
Mozzarella sticks.
By Jiminy!
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. That is documented. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, today, Wyatt Langford, 3:40 on with the G-Bag Nation. You got to tune in for that. You got to tune in for this. Coming up next, the 2024 NBA offseason entrance survey. I got questions. I hope you guys have answers.
I don't know.
Next on The Fan.
I'll tell you who has answers. Men's Tea Clinic. They are celebrating.
The Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Irving with 3 seconds. Shake and bake behind the back, drives inside, falling away at the buzzer. Kyrie Irving nails it. Such a difficult shot made look easy, and Dallas has a 9-point lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I have a NBA offseason entrance survey for you. So some of the big questions going into the offseason, and perhaps we'll just even add more questions as we go along the way. My first question for all of y'all: who will be the biggest star to change teams this summer?
I'll lean Donovan Mitchell.
Okay.
I don't think he wants to be in Cleveland.
I would agree with that.
Is Paul George an available option?
Yes.
Paul George is one of the two that jumped to mind. The other one, and I don't know if people will still classify it like this, was Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson and Paul George, I think, are two big names that could certainly be on the move.
My question on Paul George, because I tried to make a trade on Real GM on Sunday, and everything had him locked, and I was like, I don't know how this works. Mike, I should have just texted to Mike and be like, how do we make this happen? But
on Paul George,
isn't his defense and ability to handle the ball exactly what you want? Like
for the Mavs?
Yes.
Sure. At $50 million a year, it's impossible to get him. He has to either
he's the player, though, right?
Yeah, he has to either, I think, like opt in or sign a new deal, or just say, I'm going to be a pure free agent.
To your point about that, Mike, I think you will enjoy this. In the story from The Ringer, they said, what's one made-up trade you desperately would want to see? And they did say Paul George to the Mavericks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then talked about all of the issues that would surround actually making the trade, including would the Clippers really want to facilitate the trade of George to the Western Conference champions? And it said, still, it'll likely be the first trade I make when I take over the Mavs in 2K. So who's going to say no?
I've watched quite a bit of Tim Legler on Paul George the last, let's say, 72 hours. Because there's this rumor that Philadelphia does have the money to just outright sign him to the max contract. But he's like, Paul George's personality does not fit Philadelphia.
How so?
That he does not like a lot of pressure.
Okay.
Philadelphia gives you anxiety being on their team. You have to play.
City?
Yes, you have to play balls out all of the time. And if you don't, they will hate you. And
so wouldn't this be perfect here then?
Yes, but
we can't do it.
Once again, it's impossible to do it. But he says Paul George, in a way, because of, remember, he got depressed in the bubble and was like, I don't even want to play basketball anymore. And he's like, that is not a Philadelphia person. He's like, I'm not trying to dog on Paul George, but there's certain towns that you don't want certain personalities going to. And he's like, in a way, he's kind of saying Paul George's personality and at times game does not fit Philadelphia fans at all. So yes, a place like this would be perfect.
Yeah.
But the issue is the impossibility of doing it.
Reggie, is there a name that jumps to mind, biggest name you think most likely to switch teams this offseason?
Paul George was the answer that came to mind for me as well. And I understand what you're saying about Tim Legler and those things, but sometimes it's just about, can you get those particular people with the talents? And I think that with the max salary spot in Philadelphia, and you look at what they need, and he also fits that, it seems like there's more of the capability of it making sense with him also maybe wanting to be there. So that's the one that I could see. Klay Thompson doesn't feel like he fits that mold. I haven't thought a lot about it, but Jimmy Butler is another name there because they're in. It's not. I don't know how visible it is to everybody, but him and the Miami Heat are in a little bit of a stalemate money wise, and the Heat seem to be an organization that is more than willing to be like, no, this is where we are, and if you don't like it, you can kick rocks.
And supposedly, Pat Riley has spoken out. He's not a huge Jimmy Butler fan.
If he's available, he'll get paid. And supposedly Jimmy Butler wants a 2-year, $113 million extension.
Must be nice.
Yes, that would be nice. Now, This has more of a Mavs lean to it, or I kind of want to just dive into one player here because one of the questions was, which under-the-radar free agent are you keeping an eye on? And obviously, you think about Derrick Jones Jr. Is that going to be... I know we talk about all these bigger names and everything, but is that your first and most pressing as a fan? Because I know the Mavs said it. Is that your primary focus in the offseason?
If there's not another option.
Okay.
I mean, Derrick Jones Jr. has his flaws too.
Sure.
And if there's a better option available that the Mavs can pull off, then I'd love to go with that. But he's a very good fit for what this team is trying to accomplish. So, yes.
Yeah, because he's kind of the only realistic free agent you can get in Dallas right now.
That's the thing. Like, that's where he's sitting there, he's just going through all the things with his abacus and everything.
Yes.
He's got that all figured out. So, yeah, that's where.
I mean, what do we have? $5 million at most to spend?
Unless you get under the tax, but yes.
With the Timmy sweepstakes, will that help?
Yeah, it's so weird that that's described as a sweepstakes.
Hold on. I saw some people going, hey, are we really talking about this like a sweepstakes? Why aren't we hyping that up more? It is a sweepstakes, guys. Timmy's a great player. Makes lots of three-pointers.
Fantastic 3 and D,
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
We got to pump this trade value up, Kevin.
3 and D?
Yeah. Hey.
Oh, my gosh.
Great guy in your locker room,
He
That's
just
what
because he
we're
said
talking
3 and
about.
D doesn't mean defense. He could have meant 3 and diva,
Hey.
Hey. But he's not, is what we're saying. He's not. Pump that up, Kevin. We got to pump up the value in this guy.
He's a player.
If you like giving up straight line drives and getting a charge once every other game, that is great defense.
A lot of charges taken.
I know how to sell this. If you need a player who's not afraid to take a shot, could be a clutch shot, could be a shot at any point. Tim Hardaway Jr. is your guy.
There you go.
See?
And if he's made one, he's probably going to shoot another.
Does it feel like the Antoines back in the
If
day?
he misses, he's going to shoot another.
Yeah, that's a good
I don't know why
point.
you had to say make. He's going to shoot.
Can't get buckets without shooting,
Exactly.
And the pressure doesn't get to him on shooting unless it's at the free throw line with under 3 minutes to go. Then he's probably going to miss at least
That
one
could
or
be
two
a lot
free
of
throws.
players on our team, to be fair. Which young team will make the leap next season? Obviously, the one that jumped to mind was the Spurs, but you might also say none of them.
My computer is slow as all get out, so I'm struggling with looking up all the teams. Houston comes to mind. I like them, but the West is so tough.
It's true.
If I start saying the leap to what? The play-in situation?
Yeah.
Just wait till the Spurs get their new draft pick in with Wemby.
Well, they also have there's a scuttlebutt that they'll be making some moves that will add some higher end talent in there as well. Is this a fair option? Because they made the playoffs, but it is the East. Orlando Magic? I think Orlando is a team that is very young.
Okay, so
but I
then
don't
in this
know-
case, you would have to have them making the leap to they're one of the favorites in the East. So is that what you're saying? Because they were the 5th seed at 47 and 35. Do you think they're going to jump into the top 3?
I think that they could.
Okay.
I think that I sincerely think that they could.
The Thunder. They're young, and they could make the leap.
They were the one seed in the
finals,
West.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, they were out in the second round, Kevin, so the leap would be the finals.
So you've got them going to the NBA Finals from the 808. Man, I don't know if this is a Detroit area code. The Pistons, because my goodness,
do they have a
new coach? Yeah, they don't have one,
but they're going to get.
But they're going to get a new one.
Hire Isaiah Thomas. Just let's go down.
Oh,
that
that's
path.
gone well every time anybody's done that.
Why not?
Is he bad at
And then
the
have
job?
you know what? If not,
he
hire
did some
hire
stuff.
Dennis Rodman. I feel like at this
Oh
point.
my God, I would so watch
At
that.
this point, hire Dennis Rodman as the coach and let's see what happens. He might cuss less than JJ Redick at his initial press conference.
Hire Dan Campbell. He turned around the Lions.
Oh, just pulling double duty.
Yeah,
he could do it.
Same contract though. Yeah.
What?
He just does the extra work because he loves
Just
Detroit.
pro bono.
What's the next huge question?
Like he's helping troubled youths.
Will Bronny James get taken in by who?
55 to the Lakers.
1 overall to the Lakers. They're trading up.
What?
I don't know how it's going to happen, but it's going to be amazing. Yeah.
Have you been watching that Kevin Costner movie again?
Yeah, get all my picks back. I think Mike's dead on. I don't know what team would go, we're going to stand in y'all's way for this. We're really going to stand in y'all's way just so you can't get this. And then what happens after that? Does he pull an Archie Manning and he's like, you're not playing for that team?
I think that he might end up being an NBA player. Yeah. But this probably is, to be honest, the worst path to becoming a rotational player in the NBA. It's okay at 19 years old not to be close to NBA ready. It doesn't, I just don't get it from the perspective of LeBron. LeBron's a billionaire. This has zero to do with Bronny making money.
Yeah.
He's one of the richest people in the world, his dad. I just don't get why he wouldn't want to improve his game 30 to 35 games in college where he could play 25 to 30 minutes a game. Where, I don't know. Here's the other thing that I don't know about Bronny. Is Bron going to refuse for his son to go to the G League?
Supposedly, that's what Rich Paul said as well, that he would not be signing the two-way typical kind of second-round draft pick contract.
And the Celtics wouldn't just say, hey.
So sitting on the bench, doing walkthroughs in the regular season, and then getting in some kind of scrimmages for the 5 guys who aren't playing versus the coaches that they need to get in work. And I just don't see if, not that I'm LeBron James at all, but if I'm LeBron James, I just don't see how this is best for my son to reach the dream of being a real rotational player in the NBA down the road.
Couldn't you argue that they have already implemented phase 1 of that incorrect plan? He was terrible in college. Now, you could make a good argument that he was miscast on his team, but they were like, don't care. Who cares that he didn't get a whole lot of time, and what he did not look good. We're sending him to the NBA, even though he's clearly not ready. We're not going to send him to the G League, even though that would help. That just feels like they're like, no, like, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Because we don't have to, I guess. I don't know. Do the Thunder go for it? Now, this brings Paul George back up into the discussion because obviously they made the trade for Alex Caruso. They have, as Mike's brought up numerous times, I don't know, 50 million draft picks.
They only have 5 first-rounders in next year's draft.
Okay.
And I mean, there's 30 first-round picks, so they haven't gotten all of them yet.
That's a good point. So
they only have 1 this year, the 12th pick.
They have twice as many, maybe more than twice as many first-round picks as the Mavs do in the next 5 years, just next year.
I'm sure, yeah.
Okay. And then they also have about $31 million in projected cap space. Do you think that the Thunder are going to make a bold move, perhaps as soon as tomorrow?
It's tough to define bold, but I will lean to yes. There's no reason anymore to have draft picks the next 3 years. They have all the young talent you could ever want.
Yeah, they do have a lot.
So I don't know where these guys... So you take... Let's just say you take 3 of your 5 first-round picks next year. You take the 12th pick this year. Where is the 12th pick? Let's just say I'm throwing out a name that he seems to be dropping in the draft, but they kind of need maybe a big guy depth.
Filipowski.
They take when is Filipowski going to get minutes?
Yeah.
And how is he going to develop at this point? Even Cason Wallace, like he's going to get, but he's behind Shea, who's going to get 40 minutes a night, and Lou Dort, who's going to get 36 minutes a night. And Williams, the really nice player who's turning into their kind of third best player.
Would
then both of their
Edey be the kind of guy that they would look at?
Who?
Edey.
The 7'5" kid or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Pair that size with Holmgren. I don't know.
But they have 1,000 picks, and they don't have any more room for minutes for the most part. So at this point, you'd go, shouldn't we get a guy like, I'm not saying this person, but shouldn't we get like an Al Horford to really help out this core?
Yeah.
Yeah,
interesting question.
There's been a lot of people that have looked at that team and said they probably need to consolidate all of these talents into like better players. But one of the things that it seems like Sam Presti understands, he knows where he is. They often aren't playing in the free agent pool, even though they have money. So I do wonder if they're going to use that cap space with all of the draft picks to take shots that way. And that's the way that I would go, is like, if you're talking about a big move, I'm anticipating them utilizing that into trading for certain players to get themselves better.
Okay. I get that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
A tough one for the Rangers, and we'll find out more about Josh Young today.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Tough one for the Rangers. Michael Lorenzen threw a pretty good game. After the game, he said he didn't feel like he had kind of his good stuff. He wasn't in rhythm, but he's able to go out there and go 5 innings, 1 run, and then in the 6th inning, he gave up a leadoff double, which was his 91st pitch. He had to work out of the 5th inning. They only scored on a wild pitch. They didn't score on like a big hit or anything, so he gives you a really good chance to win. Unfortunately, Jacob Latz has had a very good year, but he didn't have a good game yesterday.
You've talked about this before. I just want to make sure I understand. You know how they'll talk about like, oh, pitchers and wins aren't as important, blah, 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 blah. But as a pitcher,
they are so important.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page about that.
Yeah, fans can say whatever they want. Us, pitchers, want wins. At the end of our career, we would love to have 100 wins or 150 wins, or almost the impossible starting now is 200 wins. So, I mean, wins.
You didn't even say 300, man.
If you go to a guy like Jacob deGrom, you'll go and go, whoa. They just didn't score a lot when he was with the Mets, and he's been hurt a lot, so he doesn't have the games pitched to really have what would catch your eye with wins, but they mean everything to us. That's why.
Are they part of the contract negotiation at all?
They can be, but very little.
Okay.
But the first inning is one of the innings that's the easiest to score in Major League Baseball because a pitcher might not have his rhythm and might not have his location. And then the next inning where it's easiest to score is the 5th inning. Now, why is that?
Because they might be switching, or the starting pitcher has gone through the rotation.
Because we care so much about the win that sometimes we get distracted by now we're starting to think about the result of our own game. That the 5th inning can be an inning where a pitcher can lose a little bit because in a 2-1 game or something like that, and we're up, we start thinking a little bit. We're human. We start thinking about that win that we have the possibility of getting, or even if it's 4-1, it's not like we're cruising. It's all of a sudden like, dude, I got a great chance to win a game here. All of a sudden you've been distracted a hair by the focus of each individual pitch, by the result of what you could possibly get. It's tough to explain, but it is what it is. I think golf is similar in that golf is such an individual sport. And as a pitcher, it's a pretty individual sport as a pitcher. A golfer can look and have a 3-stroke lead with 5 to go, and then all of a sudden they stop playing well because all of a sudden they get okay, in these 5 holes, if I can, right? But now we're not concentrating on each shot. We're starting to think about the overall result instead of that one shot right here off the tee box that we need to make. And then from there, we make a decision on where that ball is and what we're going to do on that one. We start thinking big picture instead of little picture, which can cause issues. Okay, so Jacob Latz doesn't have a good one. Jonathan Hernandez comes in and really doesn't shut the door down either.
Yeah.
And the Rangers lose, and Milwaukee has the second best bullpen in all of baseball. So just for today and tomorrow, if you're losing after 6, you're pretty much going to lose. There's a very, very small possibility you can come back against the Milwaukee Brewers after 6 innings.
Something that struck me about this, I saw a tweet from Kennedy Landry. I'm curious if you have seen any like commonality in this. The Rangers have lost 7 straight series openers on the road. That just feels unlikely, but is there anything that you're seeing on the road, or maybe even a season opener or a series opener that's different than regular Rangers baseball?
They're just not playing well. They're not consistent. So they just can't seem to carry any type of momentum. Even when you thought they were carrying the momentum of that Royals series to Milwaukee when they were up 3-1, it just all of a sudden went away. They just can't seem to get on a good roll. It's just one game yesterday, so if they win the next 2 in Milwaukee, that would be Milwaukee, let's face it, record-wise, they're way better than the Rangers. It's not close,
right?
Record-wise, where Milwaukee is this year and where Texas is this year. We think of Texas, and they are the defending world champs, but when we start looking at the records of Milwaukee and Baltimore, you're just not close. When it comes to 2024 baseball. Just like last year, we could say, oh, we're playing this team. Well, we don't care. We're great this year. I don't care what we were in 22. We are playing great baseball in 23. So Milwaukee, now they've won the division 2 or 3 years in a row. So they're a consistent winner. Not a consistent champion, but they're a consistent winner of that division right now.
When they scored the 2 runs in the 5th, I was like, that's that team. They looked like they had that thing. I was like, okay, there it is. Once they get this deep into a game, we can trust they'll get some runs on the board, and our pitching is going to stop it. And then Adolis hits a home run, and I'm like, even better now. He's back in action. And then the bottom of the 6th happened.
And then you give up, right? You talked about Adolis, and you feel better. You're like, dude, Adolis just hit a fastball.
Yeah,
and it was, I think, 97 miles an hour for a home run in the opposite field gap. And you're thinking, hey, this is awesome. And it's going to happen. You're just not going to be – Milwaukee's pretty much perfect in their bullpen, and they're missing Devin Williams for the whole year, the best closer in baseball last year. They don't even have him, but yet they're the best bullpen or second best bullpen in baseball.
That's pretty amazing.
And so you just look at it and you go – I go to this article because it sounds like to me – I'm just throwing out my opinion. I don't have anything based off of this. It sounds like Josh Young isn't going to be activated today. It just sounds like, I was listening to Chris Young yesterday on G-Bag Nation. Yeah. It just sounds like it's taking time for this wrist to really heal and get strength. I mean, if you think about it, you get surgery on it and then they put you in a brace where you can't do much exercise for a month. Everything's going to go away. There's nothing he could do except let it heal. And through the healing, your forearm and your wrist just keep getting weaker and weaker by the day. So he's trying to build up that strength. And so there's soreness in trying to build up the strength to be able to swing a baseball bat with the power that you need to swing it with.
And to your point with the Chris Young interview yesterday on G-Bag, one of the things he did say was Josh Young is not going to probably play every day when he does come back. So even if he is activated today or tomorrow, it's not just going to be there you go, put him in every day.
Right, and he was kind of talking about Josh Smith. He's still going to play some third base because our guy probably can't play it every day. And so Josh Smith, he said, will be in the lineup every day. It'll just be different ways to get him in the lineup every day. You look at the Milwaukee Brewers, there's this article out in baseball, and I think this is a little bit scary on where the Rangers sit right now in baseball. The article is 2024 MLB trade deadline. Jeff Passan's top additions for contenders. Rangers aren't even in the article. Oh. And that's the reality of this moment, right? That's the reality of where the Rangers are at when people are having to write national headlines getting closer to the All-Star break on what teams should do. Now, I'll just give this to you. This is going to be around baseball a little bit. Philadelphia Phillies need a center fielder. Well, I mean, I'm going to be honest here. I'm just thinking about the Rangers. Could the Rangers benefit in a weird way? I don't want to go down this path, and Chris Young is not going down this path today or tomorrow or anytime soon. But near the end of July, he might have to think about these things. So Philly needs a center fielder. The Rangers can't really help there because Leody Taveras, I don't think is what Philadelphia would be looking for their final piece to get over the top and win the World Series. I'm not saying I'm against Leody Taveras, but they have Luis Robert. And if you compare the two when healthy, there's not a comparison. All right. So then I go to Cleveland, and Cleveland needs starting pitching. And I will say this. The Rangers do have starting pitching if the Rangers became sellers. And I will tell you, I don't think you can find a better starting pitcher on the market if the Rangers kept losing than Nathan Eovaldi.
Oh, my gosh. What are you doing?
But he is a free agent. If I have his contract right, you can look it up real quick. But I'm pretty sure that after this year, he is a free agent. Because I'm pretty sure we signed him to a 2-year, $36 million deal.
Yep, 34. But yes.
So Cleveland would be a team that if for some reason you were like, son of a gun, you could help them out. Now, the New York Yankees, they are 52-28. They need infield and bullpen. We can definitely help out bullpen because Kirby Yates, who I think is later in the show, Kirby Yates is one of the best relievers in baseball. Yeah. David Robertson has pitched in New York and handled the pressure of New York. So if you're ever worried about, which has happened to New York Yankee trades before, they've traded for, let's be specific here, Joey Gallo, which everybody knew here could not handle New York.
Yeah.
And went to New York and could not handle New York. And so you have to, as a New York Yankee organization or Boston or Philadelphia, go, hey, can this person handle this environment? It's going to be intense. And I would say we have no problem. We know that David Robertson can handle it. Jose Leclerc. I don't know if Jose Leclerc could handle New York.
Aren't you inclined to think no?
I would be inclined to think no. And so, but Jose Leclerc is a free agent at the end of the year. So your top three relievers, Yates, Robertson, and Leclerc are all free agents at the end of the year. So these are the things that Chris Young has to start thinking about when these articles come out. Not that he's reading these articles, but I'm sure that New York, if they're looking for bullpen help, might have just whispered to Chris Young, hey, if this season keeps going the way it's going, we would be interested in your probably 2 veteran relievers that are free agents at the end of the year. And Chris Young's probably like, I have no interest in trading those guys right now. But, those conversations happen. And then a month down the road, the Rangers might have to, think about those conversations. Baltimore Orioles, you're about to play them. They say that they need starting pitching. Now, the best match they say is Garrett Crochet. He is awesome for the White Sox. I would love for the Rangers to get Garrett Crochet for the next, I need to check his contract till he becomes a free agent, but like the next 2 to 3 years before he hits free agency. But that would be another team that they really saw what Nathan Eovaldi can do in the playoffs type of situation. The Dodgers need outfield. It says best match, Randy Arozarena. I don't know. The tough thing is if you wanted to, I'm not saying you could or would, but if you wanted to trade, and I'll stop here, but if you wanted to trade Adolis Garcia, in a weird way, he would have to start playing better for him to have trade value. And then if he's playing better, then the Rangers would probably be doing better, and the Rangers would be maybe more in a little bit of a buyer situation or a hold situation. And then Milwaukee last one, rotation depth, which once again, that plays into the Rangers.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Now that the NHL season is over, the overpaid players need for upgrades and a blueprint for a successful Stars season. We'll do next right here on the Fan.
If you're
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through The Fan. The NHL season is over. What do the Stars have to do to have a successful offseason? From the 2-1-0, it seems like they're implying that the Stars are already ahead of the game because they're not in Canada, and thus they have an opportunity to win the Cup. Here's another thing that you don't want to do. You don't want to have Corey Perry on your team unless you're okay with losing in the Stanley Cup final. Starts with the Stars in 2020. He has been on 4 of the last 5 Stanley Cup losing teams. Now, Corey, I know you don't want to...
He's the opposite of Will Smith.
Yes! So you can have his wife's name in your mouth.
Excuse me?
I don't get it.
Oh, that's a different...
What did you just say?
Remember at the Oscars? This is a pretty big deal. He goes, keep my wife's name out your mouth. And if it's the opposite...
The left-handed pitcher?
What does this have to do with Corey Perry?
Yeah, I'm struggling here. Are you talking... You're getting it confused.
I hate you. You do that all the time.
What?
Yeah, I don't even... Where?
What are you so upset about, man? We're talking about the Stars, right?
I still don't understand. How does this tie to Corey Perry?
Yeah, I'm supposed to keep Corey
Is this
Perry's
about waking up in Vegas?
name out of my mouth. Whose mouth is this now? Though,
Is this that song I kissed a girl and I liked it?
Was this
That's
a royal
Katy
mouth
Perry.
you were discussing here? Just like in general, or was it like a specific?
Hey, Reggie, can you just hit the intro at the top of the hour one more time and I can just try to pretend that none of this ever happened?
I don't know if it works like that, Kevin. I think
Yeah,
you
it doesn't.
You have to just
You
stew
can't.
with
We
it.
can only dump for 45 seconds.
It's only 18 seconds, Mike. I'm a little alarmed that you don't have a better grasp on that. All right. Hey.
For the 817.
Hey,
Y'all are asses. Poor
yes.
Kevin.
Thank you. You guys do this all the time. I get you, Kevin. They're just being rude, not playing the name game. You guys do this all the time, and I always try to support you.
Our boss told us not to do it as much.
Actually, it's true. So you make a good point there. All right. Well, then let's talk about, God help us, the Dallas Stars.
Woo!
Finally, you get to the point. You gonna cross-check me?
From the 972, add 1 minute of stoppage time.
Man, thank you very much.
We can't let the Tolos add stoppage time minutes or injury time.
All right.
I don't know.
I've got good news for you.
I did hurt my head.
The Stars just come back and they do it again.
Uh-huh.
I don't.
That's your answer?
Honestly, I think they're good enough. They just lost 3 in a row at the end that we were surprised with.
They just ran out of time.
They have a great team.
They do have a great team. There are some potential things I would like to discuss and see if we have a shot at upgrades here. Here's one good bit of news.
Okay.
Jim Nill has said no player will require off-season surgery.
That's awesome. That really is good. No player in particular, not necessarily.
Doesn't sound like they're trying to get better.
It's Mike. None of them were hurt enough to need it. That's a positive.
Remember, they cut open Dak again just to make sure everything was healing.
Oh my God. I wish that I could just erase this segment from the history of time and space. Unrestricted free agents.
If we just skipped, would the boss get mad?
See, you know what? Here's the problem. I wanted to talk about that little device that just erases your memory, but that's from Men in Black with Will Smith, and that just sucks us back into this stupid vortex to begin with. Shut up! I don't even know what you're going to say. You shut up!
And Two-Face was in that movie.
Will Smith.
That is Tommy Lee Jones. Yes, that is correct. Hey, the Stars look like they're going to have about $16 million in cap space.
Heck yeah!
I mean, for the Stars over the last couple of years, actually,
They were struggling with
That
cap
is
space
pretty
last
good.
year, right? I mean, it was a struggle for them.
So I've got some questions for you.
That's why the Tanev trade was such a big deal, because we got somebody else to pay for money
Okay.
for a player.
Chris Tanev is an unrestricted free agent. Does that become priority number one? Have you just accepted the fact that he'll probably be too expensive to bring back?
Jim Nils said about 40 minutes ago or an hour ago.
Did we sign him?
That's the juggling act, trying to keep the band together. I keep changing the batteries in my calculator because I don't like the numbers I'm seeing.
Wait, we still got battery powered calculators?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, just use an abacus.
How much money is he going to cost per year?
7, 8?
Yeah.
But that sounds like we have enough money.
It does, but I have other players I was going to ask you about. All right, I think some of these you're going to be willing to move on from. Scott Wedgwood. I mean, he only cost $1 million. He was amazing for that. I imagine he's going to be angling for a bit of a raise.
And do I have this right? Don't we have a young goalie we kind of like, or am I crazy about that? The third goalie? Was he a younger guy? I don't know. Sorry, move on.
I'm trying to think who is the next up that would take his spot for goalie. I'm sorry, I don't know that offhand. Okay. Matt Duchene. How do you feel?
I like him a lot.
Okay. All right. So you would like to preferably keep him. Then the other one that we have to talk about is Joe Pavelski. Is it just he's been great for this franchise, but it's time? Or do you want to bring him back?
I think with Pavelski, Kevin, I said this at the end of it. I think it's time. I appreciate everything that he's done. I mean, I would absolutely adore having him around as part of coaching staff or being part of it together, but I definitely think it's time. By the way, the Stars were paying only 25% of Tanev's $4.5 million contract last year, so would 4.5?
Oh my God,
maybe 5. I don't know if it's 4.5 or 5 or even less if it would go down with him. But
if you could get it done for that price,
or is that going? That number seems like it's going up. Then
I think it would go. But I mean, obviously, he's not a young player either, so. Yeah. I think it would cost more than that, but if you can get him down for $5 million, heck yeah, let's do that. And were you talking about Matt Murray?
I think so. And then there's the kid Remy, who's on their team at 22 years old.
Okay,
I'm just looking at their third and fourth goalies, and Wedgwood's 31.
So if you're going to have to save somewhere to potentially pick up that last million or two you need for Tanev, maybe that's where you're taking the money from.
I would, but Duchene really helped this team out, and then Tanev really helped out the defense so much.
Yeah.
So, and now 33 for Duchene, 34 for Tanev. So obviously they're not young. I don't know. Obviously, we just had a guy retire who was close to 40.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably rare that you can be a good player up to 38 years old.
Yeah. And so obviously Pavelski is not playing. He said, I'm not going to play for the year. We'll see if he comes back after that, but you just assume he's not playing, so he's going to move on. So Duchene and Tanev are your primary focuses right now. We're okay with moving on from Yanni Hakanpää?
Yeah, I'm all right with that too, yeah.
Okay. We still got a ways to go, Hockey Mike. Who do you think is the worst contract value on the Dallas Stars?
I don't know their contract.
It's isn't it a toss-up between Ben and Sagan? And Sagan played pretty well in your playoffs.
I think that's probably true. Just think about this, and I realize, obviously, completely different position, but you just talked about Chris Tanev making $4.5 million. Let's say he even gets a little bit raised, $5 or $6 million. Tyler Sagan makes $9.5 million.
And you've got him on the books for what, like 3 more seasons?
I think it's actually just 1 for him and 3 for Jamie Benn. So I think
it's the other way around.
Yeah. So, and then Jamie Benn is 9.85 for 3 more years. They're quality players. They are, but you are paying them far outsized to what they contribute to the team.
You got 9.85 for Sagan. Yeah. 327.
Okay. I got it back. I got it switched. Okay.
So as I'm looking at their roster, I see why they're scared of giving 33 and 34-year-olds multi-year contracts because I'm just assuming that Miro, Harley, who's 22 years old, he's probably not coming up soon, but they have so many good young players that he's probably looking at it going 2 or 3 years down the road. I have to give out massive contracts to keep these stars around.
Do you think
he's got one more year, I think.
Do you think that Robertson's on a good contract for the team? I mean, because I know he signed that a little earlier than everybody was, but I just wondered if it was good for the team, considering where he is, if he needs more help around him, because he's not the fastest, he's not the strongest. He's got a lot of IQ and a lot of finesse that goes into him, but I do wonder a lot of times with Jason Robertson if his contract is right for where he is.
So what Robertson and Ottinger both did is they did kind of the shorter contracts, because with Robertson, you said 2 more years, Ottinger 1 more year, I believe. So they both did the shorter deal. So when Mike is talking about you've got people coming up that you're pretty sure you're going to want to keep, that's when you're going to have to kind of make some of these decisions. But one of the things that you said, Mike, I think I keep coming back to is just kind of put the band back together. It feels sort of Mavericks-esque, where we talked about Derek Jones Jr. versus here, Chris Tanev, and then perhaps Matt Duchene. Do you feel mostly comfortable with the team the Stars have going forward, or are you still worried about whether it's speed or physicality that you're like, I can't just bring the band back together?
Well, here's my hockey knowledge here. They're good enough to be the top seed in their division. They're good enough to be the top 3 and not have to worry about a wild card if they kind of bring it back. But they're going to have weaknesses. I think probably every team does, especially in a salary cap situation. Like, in a way, going to baseball, the one that I know is, if you really didn't want to have a weakness, you don't have to. You just have to pay Major League Baseball $100 million a year to have a $300 million team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you're probably going to have to go, where are we going to be weak in, and where will it hurt us the least? Because your talent, you have supreme talent. You have top 3rd at least, if not, your talent is tremendous, but you are going to have a weakness or two on this team.
Yeah, I think, obviously, if I'm just looking at team in general, I'm like, I need speed and physicality.
Yes.
Add those 2 elements to this roster, and I feel like you're better prepared, more well-equipped to compete against those teams when you get to the Western Conference Final and the final. I felt you were lacking some speed whenever, especially when Rope was out. I was like, man, I feel like you're just kind of lacking the speed that you need, but I would like to add another one of those kind of players that can play with that kind of physicality to really dive in on those boards and check people against the walls, make statements when we need to on those with that. But the speed element, man, they looked against Colorado. They looked like they were chasing. They were dragging themselves against Colorado. But Kevin, I do wonder, because they have done such a good job of drafting and adding with their youth program. They're pretty well equipped to move forward with that, aren't they?
Yeah,
a dude named Maverick Bork, Kevin.
You're right about Maverick Bork. It's just, how much do you expect from him? Like, let's just say, I know obviously
150 goals a year,
but how much are you realistically expecting from him straight away, as opposed to, hey, who's someone that I can bring in and I know I can use a lot?
Maximize this window. I gotcha.
And that's the same question with like Matt Murray replacing Scott Wedgwood, because I know he's just the backup goalie, but obviously you don't want to overuse Ottinger, because there's been concerns about that over the past couple of years. And then he did have an injury. Wedgwood played well. So do you feel comfortable enough with Murray? Do you feel comfortable enough with Maverick that you can not use some of that money and then put it somewhere else?
And, this goes back to the crosstalk conversation, right? Jim Nill, when he was in Detroit, once he got the machine built, didn't he just seem to do such a good job of keeping the band, the core together, or what was gonna be that core for the next 3 years, and then just adding those elements, or bring it. They use every asset they can in order to do it. So I guess I just have to trust Jim Nill. I know I'd like to give my thoughts on it, but I really do have to just trust Jim Nill in this to go, that guy isn't ready. And so I do have to go purchase a piece to put in here right now, because I don't know. I don't know if Maverick Bork can with one season, be ready to go to a Stanley Cup final and rock with
Yeah,
them?
my guess would be no, but perhaps the decision makers are like, yeah, no, he's ready.
Yeah.
I know you're concerned, but he's ready. Look, if any team has gained a lot of your trust in terms of their ability to just replace or go next man up, I get that. I do. But I feel like the Dallas Stars are really, really high up on that
Absolutely,
list.
they are.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, which unspoken societal rule do you wish was no longer in place? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Guerrero at the bells. A high kick in the pitch. Swinging Garcia cranks one up the alley, right center field. That ball's back. Perkins and Frelick, and that ball is out of here. Adolis Garcia snaps the home run drought. A shot in a right center field, and the Rangers add to their lead. It's 3-1.
That home run drought for Adolis before that was 17 games. That was a career long for him. Since we are the home of the Rangers, got a couple of programming notes for you. Today on the G-Bag Nation, Wyatt Langford will be at 3:40 p.m. And then tomorrow, we're going to switch our show up just a little bit. We've got Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy coming up at 10:20 a.m. That is tomorrow. Now, right now, are you ready for some potential nonsense and shenanigans?
I love nonsense and shenanigans, Kevin.
Now, this started based on a conversation I had with my wife, and we were talking about which unspoken societal rule do you wish was no longer in place. So, like, for example, somebody texted in, and I'm with you on this, seat belts for adults. That should be a personal decision. But that's like an actual law. And so Jess gave me a couple of examples. She said, I think you should be able to blatantly eavesdrop on other folks' conversations. And at some point, she even wants to just like pull up to your table and listen. And then...
I'm sorry. No.
You're out on that? And then the other one she said is wearing pants at home. Like, if somebody comes to your house, you just have to deal with the fact that
they might not be
wearing pants. And you don't think it's weird. You don't tell anybody about it. You're just like, wow, that's just the way it is.
Okay, Kevin, I do want to go back to the first thing Jess said, because
she thinks pants are stupid.
Now, here's the I think pants are stupid.
No, she does.
No, I agree.
How are they married? He thinks shorts are stupid.
Yeah. So
they both dislike articles of clothing.
Yeah, they don't want bottoms on.
And then we got Noah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
God.
Kevin, when it comes to...
you're saying you could be Donald ducking it at your house and we just have to deal with it?
No, I don't support that. That's what Jess said.
And it's Winnie the Poohing is what you're trying to get across.
I mean, Donald Duck didn't wear pants either.
Yeah, I know, but we typically go with Winnie the Pooh more than the Donald Duck.
But he did put a towel around his waist when he got out of the shower.
Which was weird.
Doesn't make sense. All right. When it comes to eavesdropping on people.
Yes.
I'm having a hard time with this because Adrian sent me this TikTok yesterday. All right. And it's this lady, and she's got her face in it. She's on an airplane, and the dude behind her is like showing his abs off to some chick.
Okay.
And evidently, she posts this long post about how he's been with this chick since the airport bar, and he's probably going to be hanging out with her this weekend, and they're going to do all these things together. And it's definitely not his wife. So if this is your husband, he's spending time with this chick. And I was like, damn, that seems like mind your business. You know, it kind of feels like mind your business on this.
Mind your business, not don't cheat on your spouse.
You don't know that guy. It's not your best friend's husband. You know, you don't know this chick at all. You're just like, hey, I'm just trying to help out. That being said, then somebody this morning, the first thing I do, I open up my phone, I hit TikTok, then 3 or 4 things later. But I hit TikTok. There's the picture of the guy and his family. The kids' faces are out, but the wife's face is there, and they're like, this is her name. This is who this is. Now, again, that probably they were going to fall apart at some point anyway.
That feels reasonable.
But didn't that a mind your business thing? This is the eavesdropping situation. Now she got involved in the business she didn't need to get involved in.
Would you be okay with the eavesdropping if they didn't action it afterwards? Like they just retain this information. Okay. All right.
Now, that being said, Kevin, 10 years later, they eavesdropped on a conversation, and now I'm applying for a job at their place. Are they going to use that eavesdrop conversation against me? So that's action.
I don't. That's a good question.
So
from the 561, saying bless you when people sneeze. I don't think anyone still believes you are expelling your soul anymore and need to keep the demons out. That is an interesting.
That's fair.
That is a fair point. Then from the 817, dogs can use the bathroom outside, but we got to survive until we find a facility. That's crazy, man.
That comes under law, though.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm not opposed to what that person said, but you just said we can't do because that would be
that's against an actual
exposure,
law.
I guess.
Now, I think you'll like this one from the 817. Telling people they need deodorant without feeling bad or guilty about it. Like, nobody wants to be smelling that. I get it.
Yeah. It happens at the gym a lot, right? Where you're sitting there doing your thing and all of a sudden a waft of air comes through.
Are you going to tell them they smell bad at the gym? And you're like, you're at the gym, though.
One day my nose works and I got to smell your BO. No. Nobody ever says anything to smelly guy at the gym. Or smelly girl.
And I don't think you should. You're at the gym. Now, if they don't shower afterwards, then you can say something.
What?
What did you say?
Put deodorant on before you go to the gym, though, right?
Why?
So you don't. So the BO builds up after time, Kevin. It's an over time thing that happens. Then just instantly, you have good protection from your deodorant. You got 48 hours to work with most times.
Really?
Some of them.
Huh?
You sure?
24.
Do you go to the gym and don't put on deodorant?
I just generally put on deodorant.
Yeah, at the beginning of the day. Like, I might go to the gym after work. And so I'm not going to reapply deodorant before I go to the gym.
But if you didn't put any on, if you went to bed last night and didn't shower and you get up in the morning and you go to the gym.
with that.
That's atrocious to begin with.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just saying, like, if you already have deodorant on or you're just going to the gym.
Men having to raise the toilet seat from the 214.
My kids don't apply that at all.
Yeah, I don't.
Jeez Louise.
I don't understand why I have to
They'll
do this.
whiz all over the thing and not care at all. I've told them multiple times, please.
Well, and it's not raising it. It's putting it back down that makes me mad. Because if I took the effort to raise it, then you can take the effort to put it back down.
I'm not opposed to that. I would rather them raise it up and never put it down than always having it down.
But my wife is going to immediately say, why didn't you put the toilet seat down? I'm like, because I lifted it up. Because you didn't put it up whenever you got up.
I do always think, like, if you're afraid of falling into the toilet, you should probably look before you sit down.
I'm not afraid of falling in the toilet. I'm afraid of me sitting on the whiz that's on the one that you can whiz on.
I got you.
Kevin, here's one that I'm not good with. Clearing dishes from the table after a meal at your own house, or like for a stranger, like clearing everybody else's plates.
That you don't know if they're finished, or
I don't like to. When I'm done, I like it when other people will pick up my plate for me.
Okay.
And I don't want to. As a kid, my grandma used to compliment how great it was that I learned to take my plate, clean it off, and put it in the dishwasher. And I was like, that was a great thing because I wanted to impress my grandma. But now nice. I want my kids to be like, Dad, thanks for cooking dinner. I'm taking your plate over here.
Okay, I like it. Now, the question is, which unspoken societal rule do you wish was no longer in place? For me, it's small talk. I think you should be able to see somebody. Maybe you're in the elevator or another small space. I see you, you see me. We don't really know each other. We don't even have to pretend to have a conversation. We certainly don't have to pretend to have a conversation about the weather and how it's hot or whatever, or who cares? I want to do away with small talk.
So you want the awkward silence in the elevator?
Yes, 1,000,000%. I think that's so...
It would be less awkward if everybody just understood it's quiet.
Oh, it's hot out there, huh? And you're like, well, yeah, no S. We live in Texas. It's going to be hot for the next 4 months. What's next?
Well, isn't that guy's the worst anyway, right? Walking around in the summertime.
Have you
saying
felt how hot
about
it is outside lately?
It do be hot, though.
We all know.
It do be hot.
We know. Don't remind me.
I mean, it is.
I just went outside a minute ago. It was hot.
Dude, I went into my garage this morning.
It's hot. I know it's June and we're in Texas.
We're just trying to connect as humans, Kevin.
It's not even just the heat, it's the humidity.
When do you think it's going to rain again?
I don't
know.
Man,
in August.
We do need that rain, man.
I don't know.
Boy, it hasn't rained in a while.
We got a lot of rain, like all in one short burst, and then they're like, we're done.
Probably could have spread it out.
Upset you with the small talk I've done over the last 30 seconds?
It feels like, Mike, you would be on my side. You feel like somebody who would hate small talk.
I would love for this to be the norm because I've done this some, and my wife thinks it's so rude. I don't do it a lot, but eventually I just have to leave the conversation.
You just walk off.
I just walk away. The person's talking. I'm like, well, there's two other people that seem to be listening. I don't care anymore, and I just walk away.
So you don't say anything.
No.
You don't wrap it up. I
just walk away. I'm just like, obviously, I'm not interested anymore. There's two other people that seem to be interested. I don't need.
Kind of feels like you're describing certain segments on our show.
Yeah.
There's two other people who are interested. I don't care anymore.
I don't care.
Just
I've
walk
completely
away.
lost interest. I don't want to hear it anymore, so I'm going to go walk away.
See, my way out of that is that's why I always have a drink in my hand, so I can just finish it and be like, I got to go get a new one. I'll be back.
Yeah,
and then I
just
never
leave.
come back.
Okay. From the 972, a lot of people have tapped into this vein right here. Telling people good morning needs to go away. It's just the worst. Or how's it going when you don't want any answer other than a 1 or 2 word keep walking?
That is tough, right? Like, what is normally a conversation starter where you don't actually want to start a conversation?
Oh, hold on. I got a question on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every day when we leave, both of us, I think, do this, and I don't know if you guys do it too. You do say, have a great day to the security
That's
or
true.
downstairs. I do the same thing.
It's not a question.
If she stopped you and was like, hey, what are your plans this weekend?
Oh, Kevin might explode.
I would talk to her because our security guard is really nice.
She is very
And
nice.
She doesn't like engage in random chit chat for no reason. Obviously, over the years, we've had some security guards, one in particular, who is super nice.
Like DJ?
No, it wasn't DJ.
But he
DJ was great.
He was. He liked to
he
talk
believed
a
in the
lo-
Cowboys.
He liked to talk
He was
quite a bit.
He was an optimist.
And so I just don't ever want to be like, hey, how's it going? And they're like, you know what? I've just been waiting for somebody to ask me that. Because your thought isn't, what can I do to help? Maybe it is eventually.
Mhm.
But in the moment, isn't it like, son of a
I was trying to, I'm so close to my car.
Yeah. So I understand that. From the 817, if I hold the door for you, you better say thank you. Now, this doesn't exactly fit. And I mentioned this in Crosstalk. I would love it if this magical force push someone back out the door if someone opens the door for you and you don't even acknowledge it. It could just be a head nod. It could be a thumbs up. It could be a thank you. I don't care. Just some acknowledgement. But if you don't do it, I wish this force would just push you right back out the door.
Yeah.
You can stay on your feet and you'll be fine.
Yeah, or maybe if the door just shut fast on them and like it clipped them
man.
on the ankle or something, and they were like, "Oh crap!" They'd remember, and then it says like, "Say thank you next time."
Yes.
Yeah,
I do support that.
I always that'd be pretty cool.
From the 214, why the heck do people say, "Hey, things all right," as if something is wrong with me and they're great? I don't know if I've ever put like that level of interpretation on it, but I like it. From the 214, Mike, I do the exact same thing. I just walk away. From the 682, my wife thinks it's rude that I don't even acknowledge the existence of salespeople who try to stop me at the mall. Now, that's a good question. Do you just say no thank you? Do you just keep walking? Do you hope that they catch the two people in front of you and you can
all of
break
the
off
above.
to the right?
I think usually it is something along the lines of, "No, I appreciate it." It's usually the kind of the way that.
But you
yes,
acknowledge
I
them.
definitely hope they get somebody else before me. A lot of times I'll even turn left, or right or whatever, just to avoid it
You'll
altogether.
change the direction you're going.
I'll be like, you know what? I'll get to this place somehow. Yeah.
Do you do the same thing with, I was curious about this, for a homeless person who asks for money? Do you, I don't have
carry
any cash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't carried cash in a long time.
If a homeless person broke out like one of the credit card readers or something like that, would you be skeptical?
That reminds me of that time that dude
Didn't
yelled
get
at me.
$5 out of me. I'm sorry.
That dude yelled at me and asked me if he could borrow my phone, and I was like, I don't have a phone.
And he goes, how do you not have a phone?
He was like, how do you not have a phone? I was like, how do you not have a phone?
It's hard out here.
And then he got into a fight in the parking lot, and I pulled out my phone and videoed the fight.
What?
And he was looking at me like, I thought you didn't have a phone.
Dude.
And I was like,
I didn't even think about that.
World star.
No, that is so.
That's such a dated reference.
So rude. We're the KNC masterpiece.
Useful segment. I think we
Right
did a good
here.
I think we made the world a better place.
Did we?
You notice how I walked out of the conversation?
You did.
2 minutes ago?
You did.
It makes so much more sense about how this show works now.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that you shared that about your life. Now I understand so much better about how this show works at times. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who is your dark horse NFL MVP candidate? Would you consider this cowboy?
Heck yeah.
Next on The Fan.
You've heard it said before, you need to get your teeth cleaned twice.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. In Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Dobbs in the gun, claps his hands, has the ball come back. He's sacked by Parsons. Caught him from behind, and the Lion eats at the 20.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with, do you care at all about Hard Knocks for the Giants? Because supposedly there's a trailer coming out soon, and there's a phone conversation with Saquon Barkley where somebody says, do I have your word on this? And remember, Barkley said, I never even got a real offer from the Giants. Does any of this intrigue you?
I don't watch Hard Knocks.
How long has it been? Like forever?
Pretty much. I tell you, when I knew it was all fake is when Antonio Brown wasn't covered.
Yeah.
When he was with the Raiders. When they did the Raiders. And, and I was like, this is just all made up.
Yeah.
That's within the last 5 years, right?
I think so. About 5 years. I think it was before COVID.
Yeah, I watched the Cowboys season, of
course.
the
Cowboys one I'll watch.
But other than
that, I don't care about the Giants. They stink.
Not really.
Like, do I want to know more about Daniel Jones? No. He went to a basketball school. Eliminate quarterbacks that go to basketball schools.
And that was 2019.
Let's go from that to the Jets have said that they plan on getting Tyron Smith a lot of rest days in training. In training camp, do you think that the Jets already understand how you have to handle Tyron Smith?
Absolutely. It's when you purchase the player, when you watch his past, you knew exactly what you were getting into. If you didn't, why'd you sign him? You got to do your due diligence on all of these things. Much like Mike McCarthy needed to do his due diligence on Jerry Jones. In that way, other situation would have never happened.
Yeah, he's like, I can't believe it.
Well, how did this happen?
He interferes.
There's a long history of it, Mike. But yes, Tyron Smith, long history of needing this type of situation.
Let's go to the no joke zone real quick. Sometimes I don't totally understand our legal system. Chandler Jones was previously sentenced to 90 days in jail. That jail sentence has been suspended, and he has to stay out of trouble for 6 months and have no contact with the victim. He was charged with domestic violence, with the exception of family court orders. Now you might be like, well, what happened? So Jones was arrested back in October on one count of violating a temporary protection order for domestic violence, according to records. The arrest occurred weeks after he was arrested for 2 counts of the same charge. So there's a protection order from this woman against Jones, and he violated it 2 to 3 times. And they're like, hey, this time, don't do it for 6 months and you're good to go.
There you go. I mean, well,
that is weird to me.
How long should he have?
I thought 90 days was,
doable.
Go to jail.
But the first 90 days, Kevin, that's the most stressful time,
I was about to say I've never been to jail. I was in the holding cell, but I didn't go to the real jail when I got arrested. So I've never been in jail. I'm not sure what's the most stressful time. It feels like all of it would be the most stressful time.
Yeah.
But
maybe so.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's go from that to, this is just one projection, but do you think this will agitate folks? NFL.com has got their projected all-rookie team for offense.
Already, huh?
That's right. They're like, we got nothing to cover right now. Let's figure it out. So a lot of the names you're like, big shock. They got Caleb Williams at quarterback. One of the wide receivers they have is Marvin Harrison. Let's go down the line. On the offensive line at center, they have Graham Barton from Duke as being the all-rookie center. Do you think that Cowboys fans are just going to kind of compare to Barton throughout the year, since I know that was a heavily talked about player going into the draft?
I don't know. I feel like the Wolchuk and Broadus group will probably look at it, pretty extensively, but I think there are a lot of just regular Cowboys fans out there that had heard of Tyler Guyton.
Yeah.
See his size, understand that you needed to replace your tackle too, and then they were moving on from Tyron Smith. So I think that that's a big factor when it comes to that. I don't know. I'm not going to do that. Is that where I am in this? I'm not necessarily going to sit there and be like, man, Graham Barton crushing it for Tampa right now.
Graham Barton was drafted 26th. So the Cowboys traded back to 29. Where were the Cowboys supposed to pick?
24?
Yeah, they did move back.
Okay, so they could have taken him at 24.
Once they traded back, obviously that was no longer. But I think that was the frustration, is the Cowboys or fans thought the Cowboys were like, we got enough names we still like. Let's go ahead and draft back, trade back, get some more ammunition. I'm not saying that it was a mistake. I'm just curious if people are going to kind of monitor. Like, that's the name we heard. It was the same thing with, people will say hindsight is 2020, but with TJ Watt, fans were like, no, not 2020. We told you at the time this is the guy we wanted. I'd just be curious if this could morph into like a situation like that.
Let me ask you this question. How many championships has TJ Watt won?
None.
How many has Taco Charlton won? He has one. He was on the Chiefs.
Yep.
Without him practicing the way he did, I don't know if the Chiefs win.
I mean, you might be true.
Cowboys drafted a champion.
I mean, it's what he's saying is true, except for the last part about the practice. That was clearly, I hope, sarcasm.
He practiced, I assumed. He didn't play in the games.
All right. Let's go from that.
Think Taco Bueno regrets giving him any money?
No.
Yes, I do.
No, I don't think they do.
Oh,
I mean, they were connected to the Cowboys for a few years, whether or not it was him. They got in with the Cowboys, and I mean, everybody knows their tacos are superior anyway.
They are great.
Yeah.
Man, are you trying to start a different fight right here now?
It's not a fight.
You're just saying superior to just Taco Bell.
Taco
right?
Bell. Taco Casa is superior to all.
I don't know. I'm a Taco Bueno guy.
But none of them compare to Mesa Maya, though.
Oh, Mesa Maya.
That's a real restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, all those tacos are good there.
That's fast food versus like restaurant food.
That being
that's
said,
not fair.
Have you eaten Taco Casa?
Is it in a house?
No. It's a fast food place, Mike.
He got it.
Because it's Casa.
I hate that I got it too.
Have you ever? I don't think you've had them.
I don't know if I have.
I think if you had Taco Casa, you would go, you know what?
What happened to those donut things you were bringing? Croissant donuts.
All right, I'll do it tomorrow.
Oh, so another day where I'm not going to be here. Great.
You're not here tomorrow?
Nope.
Or Thursday.
Well, Thursday we're at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Wait till Friday, Mike. Wait till Friday, because text me on Friday or on Thursday night.
You can already see the future.
It's not
happening.
Yeah, I'm putting it on my schedule right now.
Happening.
I'm making a calendar.
We got Tyler Guyton.
Yes. All right.
He's the offensive rookie of the year.
Okay.
We're not losing.
You know what? Mike, I'm going to start this conversation with you then, even though I know I'm going to regret it. Dark horse MVP candidates. Could you see Micah Parsons?
Heck yeah.
Dark horse MVP candidate.
Why not?
How long has it been?
If you don't lose.
How long has it been since a defensive player won MVP?
Crap. It's not Lawrence Taylor, is it?
It is in 1986.
Well, this is our year.
Not even J.J. Watt?
Who won the Super Bowl in 86?
Not
Giants.
The Cowboys. I just assumed you were going with not the Cowboys.
I think it was the Giants.
I believe that is correct.
Yeah. So it sounds like Micah Parsons is winning MVP and the Cowboys are winning the Super Bowl.
Did you see what he did to that sumo wrestler?
And the storyline will be that
oh my God,
Micah Parsons carried Dak Prescott.
Oh, wow. And then, Micah Parsons gets his contract. Dak gets a lower contract because they're like, look what Micah had to do.
I don't know if Carter texted this in or for somebody else, Taco Charlton also just won the UFL championship with the Birmingham.
That had to have been
Guy
Carter.
doesn't
He's
have
the
enough
only person
fingers
that would
for all the
know.
rings. Jeez, get that guy more fingers.
So stupid. All right.
What was that?
You heard what he said.
Stitch him on? I don't know. Super glue.
And he keeps getting those rings.
All right. So there's other MVP dark horse candidates. What do you think about the MVP candidacy of Jared Goff? Currently about 35-1. Could you see Jared Goff winning MVP?
He's like a third-party candidate.
Yeah, he's not a favorite face.
Okay.
By any means, and he plays in Detroit, where for whatever reason they're just like, oh,
Yeah, they can't beat the Cowboys.
They were just in the NFC Championship game.
Plus,
Did they beat the Cowboys?
His head coach is going to split time with the Pistons.
Yeah, their coach said, "Hey, we have 47 guys reporting eligible on this play."
It's gonna work out, right? Don't worry about it.
I don't see it.
Okay.
I think it would have to be like a very special year for one by him, and I think he has the ammunition to do it. I think he has the players to do it with.
Tyreek Hill is about 75-1 for MVP. What would you think about Tyreek Hill as your dark horse MVP candidate?
I don't think a wide receiver can do it because I think so much credit will go to the quarterback.
Yeah, but that particular quarterback makes it tough because people don't seem to want to give him any credit for anything. And I mean, look, I'm not saying that he's the best around. Don't get me wrong, but the good things people are still not really feeling on Tua Tagovailoa. So if it's like Tua there and you end up with that 2,000-yard season, I do think that you do have the opportunity there with Tyreek.
Interesting. And then I got a couple more names for you. Christian McCaffrey. He has a real wide variety of odds, anywhere between 35-1 and 50-1. He feels like somebody who would get a lot of credit.
All right, let me ask you this. We just did the Tyreek Hill and Tua T. Do you think, does he have better odds than Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy is about 16-1. So Brock Purdy has, to your point, significantly better odds.
Does Dak have better odds than Brock Purdy?
Dak is between 15 and 20-1. So there's a couple spots he has better odds, a couple spots he has worse odds. And then Corey, I know Mike gave us his answer, and he definitely wasn't sarcastic about it at all. Do you think Micah Parsons could be an MVP consideration?
Yeah, it's going to take a lot.
He's about 150-1.
Like, his numbers are going to have to be very, very good. And I think everybody's going to ask the same question is, will these numbers stay up through the season or will they die at the end of the year?
Quick question, because their odds are both 150-1. More likely to win the MVP, Micah Parsons or Daniel Jones?
Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons. Dude, he's going to be calling up his favorite basketball player, Anthony Edwards, who he rooted for at the American Airlines Center, and getting that motivation that he needs as the Mavericks gave him tickets to root for the Timberwolves.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the almost mid-season MLB awards, plus how freaking good has Kirby Yates been? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas.
Something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, tomorrow we got Bruce Bochy at 10:20 a.m. on a shorter show. And then today, the G-Bag Nation will have Wyatt Langford at 3:40 as we try to cover all things your defending world champion Texas Rangers. And let's stick with that right here if we can. I got something Rangers specific or across Major League Baseball. I have the almost midseason MLB awards. Do you want to go with that, or do you want to go with Rangers to start?
Well, MLB awards.
All right.
Oh,
Mid-season, almost mid-season MLB awards. Who's been the best player of the half season? You can only pick one.
Aaron Judge over Gunnar Henderson. The best players are all in the American League, by the way. It's not even. Bobby Witt would be MVP of the National League.
Had a Shohei, right?
Yeah. I mean, Shohei's a DH. As much as as great as he's doing, he literally does nothing for the other half of the game. And so I just look at it and go, the best players, Juan Soto would win National League MVP right now. But I'll go Aaron Judge over Gunnar Henderson. But there's 4 guys that are better than all National League players right now.
Where's your boy right now? Bobby Witt Jr. How's he done?
In MVP voting?
I mean, like,
fourth?
in the...
Yeah, I think I'd have him fourth.
Okay.
I'd go Judge, Gunnar Henderson, Juan Soto, Bobby Witt Jr. That would be my top 4 players in Major League Baseball.
He didn't do that great against us.
This year in 2024.
Yeah.
Didn't do that great against the Rangers, though, Kevin.
That means we're the MVPs.
Yep.
Aaron Judge was voted the best player of the half season by ESPN. Look, it is really tough to argue. At this point, he's on pace for 57 home runs, 142 RBIs with a 300 batting average and an OPS of 1.108. That is insanity.
Yeah, I was just looking at this. That is insanity. Right now, Gunnar Henderson has a 5.6 WAR and Aaron Judge has a 5.3 WAR because of playing shortstop and how tremendous he is defensively.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying I would pick Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
But as I was clicking on stats this year in baseball, I was like, whoa, Gunnar Henderson just barely above in WAR.
Did we know that dude was going to be like MVP and then maybe another MVP in his career, Aaron Judge? Did we early on?
See, I think that was the hope, right? But where I got a little concerned is I had that because he's been dinged up a little bit here and there. I had that same thought about Giancarlo Stanton. I thought Stanton was just going to dominate baseball, and clearly he's dominated the injured list. And I think that was my concern with Aaron Judge. I wasn't ready to go all in because I was like, it could happen again.
Yeah, at the end of the 21 season, we're just like, gosh, that body structure is just not made for baseball. He should probably be a tight end.
Yes.
It's great. He's a great baseball player. I'm happy he's playing baseball, but you're just like, as crazy as it sounds, it's probably easier to play tight end at 6'7" and 280 than it is to play baseball because of the torque and everything you're putting on your body swinging a bat at that size. But since then, he had the record-breaking 60-second home run for, I'll say, American League. And then he's now backing it up again after 22, winning the MVP. It looks like he has a great chance to do it again. And then a lot of people in 17 say they should do this, but it's long gone, is they should say Altuve shouldn't be the 2017 MVP.
Oh, okay.
That Aaron Judge finished second, and just with the controversy,
I gotcha,
that it should have been taken away, kind of like Heisman's or whatever.
Who has been the best pitcher of the almost half season for all of baseball?
Well, I think of 2 people I think of off the top of my head without looking at stats. Ranger Suarez and Tarek Skubal for Detroit. So Philadelphia and Detroit are the 2 that come to mind.
Aren't they matching up here soon, or did they match up last night?
I think, or it might have been today. And by the way, one of those is correct.
And you brought up Crochet earlier.
Crochet is unbelievable for the White Sox. The tough thing is overall,
they play today.
His numbers don't match up with those 2 guys.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll go with Skubal because I think he has kind of maybe more of that ace material. Suarez is like, whoa, he's not this good, is he? Does that make sense? Where everybody's like with Skubal, no, he's this good. So I'll go with Skubal.
Nate Eovaldi.
Ranger Suarez was the correct answer, but obviously
really
Skubal has, well, I mean, look, and I was going to throw this out there. In terms of AL Cy Young hierarchy, they have Skubal as 4th. This is being ESPN behind Tanner Hocktui, Garrett Crochet, Seth Lugo, and then Tarek Skubal.
There's 2 people named Hocktui and Lugo.
I also thought about that.
Are you just spitting right now?
Stop it.
It's just Taylor Houck. But okay. I just wanted to adjust it for, I don't know, last week.
What's his name?
Tanner Houck, excuse me, with the Red Sox.
I'm looking at stats now. I didn't realize he was having such a good year, but Seth Lugo 10-2, son of a gun of a sailor.
Best reliever in all of the lands. It's not Mason Miller.
Oh, I was thinking Kirby Yates.
I mean, it's Edwin Diaz,
the way you built up this segment.
Edwin Diaz in the sticky stuff.
That's so unfair. A lot of
sticky stuff.
Like, at this point, I think it's unfair to get 10 games.
Why is that?
For a reliever, that's like 4 or 5 appearances.
Yeah.
I get it for a starter because that's kind of 2 starts, or at least a start and kind of a half because you can start the 11th day. But I'm like, 10 days for a reliever, and from what now getting to be in the clubhouse and talking to the pitchers, like literally they have to watch how much rosin they put on their hand.
Really?
Yeah. That's how, like you need to have, like right now, the way that you feel your fingers, that's about what they want it to feel like, which is, I'm going to be honest, that's impossible to throw a baseball, a major league baseball, the way that the lack of seams and everything on those balls are made. That is very tough to throw a baseball with literally no stickiness on your hands at all.
Kevin, what about Emmanuel Clase? I know you wanted to trade for him before the year.
Emmanuel Clase, number 1 on the list. And this is where it gets kind of interesting after that. Brian Hudson from the Milwaukee Brewers is listed as second. ESPN is just talking about how he is completely anonymous to the public because he doesn't get saves, but he's been unbelievable with holds over his last 42 innings. And then they go, but is he the best? Look, if we're being honest, it's probably Kirby Yates as second. So Emmanuel Clase and then Kirby Yates. And I know we talked about this.
Clase has 24 saves to Yates 11. There's nothing Yates can do about it.
He doesn't have opportunities. Yeah,
absolutely. Because
Emmanuel
Cleveland's
Clase,
been awesome.
They have the best record in the American League. I didn't even realize that till today.
56 and 20,
something
stats absurd.
up,
54 and 26. Yeah, they're excellent. But I wanted to focus in on Kirby Yates doing what he can in these opportunities. No blown saves, 11 saves, 2 holds. He has made 27 appearances and given up runs 3 times. And every single time it was 1 run, which has led to his .99 ERA, a .91 whip. And for people who don't know, if you have a whip at 1 or lower, that's crazy good.
Has Robertson been just as good as Yates? Just different
Not
role?
just as good. He's had a couple blown.
He had that. I know he had 1 appearance for sure where he got lit up pretty well.
Yeah.
But you've been pretty happy with that. If this was a team that was like really doing well, we'd be like, man,
those
we're
two guys
pretty.
have been great. You're not going to be perfect on the year, and Robertson has had a couple of outings where you're like, even he would say, yeah, he's very honest after the games. He's like, I didn't do my job tonight.
But Yates is like, I think we didn't really know what to expect. He looks like he's right back in his groove of where he's like been at his best.
27.1 innings pitched, 36 strikeouts versus 12 hits. So for every hit he gives up, now you wish the walks would be cut down a little bit, but every hit he gives up, he strikes out 3 people.
I'll take that.
No, for sure.
I'll take that.
And so I just wanted to throw a little shine
Thankfully,
his
we got
way.
Corey Kluber, though. Because Emmanuel Clase was a Texas Ranger.
Which means,
for 1 game.
Oh,
we
was it
had
only 1?
Kluber for 1 game.
Oh, yeah, we had 1 inning.
1 inning!
I was like, I thought Clase pitched a few more games than that for the Rangers.
But I guess the other question is, would he have ever turned into the Clase pitcher he is now if he was stuck with the Rangers?
Okay, you know what? I see what you're doing. I don't mind it, but we have to move on, unfortunately, to another category where another former Ranger might pop up. Who's been the most surprising player in baseball this year?
It's not. No, I know who it is. Let's see if Corey guesses it.
The most surprising player?
Most surprising player in baseball.
And you're saying it's a Ranger?
He hit a home run in Cleveland to start his career off.
Former Ranger.
A former Ranger.
But a current player in Major League Baseball.
That is true. Or else this would be really confusing.
Former Ranger. Oh, Profar.
Yeah.
Jurickson Profar.
He's leading the National League in outfield votes.
Is he hitting 2 Grand Slams every other game?
He is not.
Well,
but halfway through the season, he has 10 home runs and 50 RBIs. He's hitting .317 with an on-base percentage of .409 and an OPS of .888. Just last year, when he was with Colorado, he had a negative 1.7 WAR. That was last season.
He's the most inconsistent player in the history of baseball, where you're like, he could be the greatest. He's the worst.
It's kind of infuriating.
I'm just going to tell you this.
He's 31 now.
His numbers are going to go down tremendously in the second half. This is not who he is. There is not a year he comes anywhere close to these numbers. This isn't him. This is great. He's doing great. all the credit in the world. By the time we get to game 162, he's going to be batting under 300 easily, probably under 280. Maybe he gets to 280. All these numbers are going to get closer to his average. This will be his career year, but it ain't going to be MVP candidate.
I know it's been a while for both of these players, but it's just agitating when you're like top reliever, former Ranger, most surprising player, former Ranger, most exciting player,
former Ranger.
No.
Oh. I mean, is Gunnar?
I know. Here's my guess: is Ellie De La Cruz is, even though he's not the best player in baseball or considered one of the best, he's so exciting.
Second.
Well, then it's O'Neal Cruz. We're just going with cruises.
Hold on.
No, I don't know. Most exciting?
Somebody in this room loves this player.
Francisco Lindor.
You love Francisco Lindor?
Well,
Your son. I thought your
player.
kid loved him. Who do you love?
Evan Carter.
Who else do you love that plays baseball that might not be on the Rangers?
Bobby Witt Jr.
Bobby Witt Jr.
He's gaining the love.
Wow.
Comes in.
Still lost to the Rangers this weekend.
That's a good point. That is a great point.
There.
As the most exciting player in all of Major
I would
League
say
Baseball.
the most exciting player this weekend, Kevin, was Wyatt Langford. So he's more exciting than Bobby Witt Jr.
That is great for Bobby Witt Jr. and deservedly so. I guess for some reason I just blanked on him.
Check this out. He's aggressive,
everything,
but not too aggressive. Fills out the stat columns with doubles, triples, and the occasional 450-plus foot bomb, all while displaying game-breaking speed on the bases. And the best part, he's just getting started.
I'm with you on that. I think he's going to win an MVP in his career, if not a few.
There were times, Kevin, when I saw him make plays and do things on the field where I was like, good God. You don't realize how fast he is until you see it in real life action.
No, I'm with you on that. Most surprising team goes to the Kansas City Royals. Most disappointing team in baseball this year?
Probably the
Astros? I'm hoping it's them over us.
Yeah, let's go with the Astros. I like that.
The Houston Astros!
Even though they've won 5 in a row and they're playing really well right now.
Is correct. And then finally, who is the best team in Major League Baseball?
Philadelphia.
Tennessee.
New York. Baltimore.
They just won the championship.
Hold on.
What a side swipe. Just 5 lanes of traffic.
You see how caught off guard he was too?
That one hurt him.
Guitars.
That one definitely hurt him.
It's the Yankees, right? It's got to be the Yankees.
The New York Yankees is who ESPN voted as the best team currently in baseball.
Can I just still emotionally say the Dodgers, considering?
No, I don't care about your emotions now because you just hurt my feelings for no apparent reason.
All right.
And you know what? Now this is going to change how I feel about the next segment. Coming up next, what's it going to take for you to buy in on the 2024 Dallas Cowboys season? I was going to ask Mike not to be sarcastic. Now, who knows?
Totally bought in.
Rocky Top.
We are not. Shut up! We're not even there yet. Oh my goodness.
Omaha!
Home sweet home.
We'll talk about the Dallas Cowboys and probably the further deterioration of my mental health. I have to give my talking doctor an early call. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 43. Howell's back, throws it.
Oh, look out.
Picked off! It's Bland! It's Bland! He's got one man to beat at the 20. He cuts left. He breaks the tackle at the 10. He did it again!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully you'll give us some of your sweet emotions as we ask the question, what's it going to take for you to buy in on the 2024 Dallas Cowboys season? Now, you know what, Mike? I bet some people are assuming it's about you. It's not just about you. I also find myself struggling to get hype for the Cowboys season. Like, I'm going to watch all the games. I'm going to be invested. I'm not saying I'm not going to pay attention, but I'm also not like as hyped as I normally would be, because I feel like most years you can find a way to convince yourself. That's part of being a fan. Convince yourself that this could be the year. And I'm having a really hard time with that this year. And I'm like, you strip down the roster. You are less talented than you were at this point last year. And I know the Cowboys are like, we're attacking it in a different way. And I hope that works. I just am struggling coming up with the enthusiasm for it. Do you think that's fair?
Absolutely. Okay. And Kevin, I'll be quite honest, as what a lot of people consider the homer of the show, maybe even homer of the station when it comes to the Cowboys. I'm having a hard time, too, being excited about something and going, oh, man, I can't wait for this. A lot of times, like even when Tyler Smith was drafted, I was like, man, I think they got some other good pieces in this draft, too. And I think Tyler Smith's going to be really good. Tyler Guyton, I feel like, has a lot of work still to do to polish and become that kind of guy that I think he can be. And I'm like, the rest of the draft, I was like, dang, yeah, it's okay, but I'm not really sure what to think of it yet. There's nothing that just pops. And then, like you said, it didn't feel like they did a whole lot. Now, maybe with Mike Zimmer, everything is different. But I mean, I've seen Mike Zimmer defenses before, and I think they're good and solid and stout. I'm really excited about, the potential for that. But didn't it sound like Micah Parsons, who hadn't even talked to Mike Zimmer yet, wasn't really that interested in how Mike Zimmer was going to help him, but more about how I can help Mike Zimmer?
Yeah.
That was the feeling of, oh man, we're already having like a guy that doesn't even have a lot of interest in being around this thing.
I did like Micah Parsons' answers to one of the questions about criticism. I like this answer quite a bit. This was on Friday. I got this from Sophia Vesley of the Dallas Morning News. He said at his youth football camp, "The criticism is a privilege because sometimes a great standard is not good enough for those who are greater." All right. And he says, when people want things, you have to answer the call. It's not a negative thing. It's the most positive thing people can say because it pushes me and challenges me to be better. It's a great privilege for someone to say, hey, you're great, but you can be greater. And I like that. Obviously, Micah Parsons has talked about how he wants to be in the Hall of Fame of the Hall of Fame. So I did really appreciate his answer to this. I'm not kidding at all. In terms of people like, hey, yeah, you're really good or you're great, but you can do better. I like his appreciation for that.
The other thing, too, is a lot of times Cowboys are spoiled, right? Not the fans.
Cowboys players? Yeah.
The burnout part didn't help anything. And they have everything they need in their facilities, except for walls where they have windows so people can't watch them work out, I guess.
Yes.
But they have everything they could possibly need. And Jerry thinks that all that pizzazz and extra stuff of people watching you, that keeping a mindful eye on you, what you're doing while you're working out, it shouldn't be a distraction. You should be able to overcome that. If you're the best, you should be able to overcome all those things. Why is that a distraction to you? And that being said, if it's a distraction, why are you a Cowboy? It is kind of the way that Jerry's thinking. So instead of having the mindset of we are all we have, I feel like because Jerry in the past has given the players everything they need in order to be successful, they're always looking like, we still need this one thing. We still need to add to this thing. And I wonder if Jerry's like, hey, look, we got that. We gave you everything. Now we're going to take everything away and see how you do. And I don't. And it feels like you've just as a fan, everything got taken away so far. So for me, it really is going to take beating good teams in the regular season for me to believe that they can do it in the playoffs.
Can I ask a question about that first before we continue on with this conversation?
I have to get into the season before I'm really going, okay, here we go.
You go to San Francisco, and it's not an injury-plagued game for the 49ers. You go on the road, and you win that game 30-17. And you control the game. Does that do anything for you, or are you still like, that's awesome, it's still the regular season?
October 27th?
Yes.
You know what? Hosting the Ravens could be a game that could do that for me.
Okay.
Beating the Ravens and hosting them. Going into San Francisco is a big ordeal. You saw how they flopped last time.
For sure. And the time before that.
So, yeah. And, I mean, even the Browns, the first part of your schedule is tough. Going to Cleveland is not just a cakewalk. So, but I do think I could start to buy in. If they beat the Ravens at home, I'm like, whoa. All right, that's a team that was really in contention for something last year until their quarterback tried to be something that he wasn't. But yeah, going to the 49ers, hosting the Lions, Kevin. I know you just hosted them this year, and it was one of those moments. But those are good teams. That's 4 good teams in the first, 6 games of your schedule right there that I think can be a big factor. But again, it's taking to the regular season against big teams for me to even get in that mindset of it's really go time.
Now, Mike, I have a feeling your perception on this is different. Cowboys opened the season, went on the road against Cleveland. They beat Baltimore at home. They beat Detroit at home. They go on the road and they beat San Francisco, and they're just rocking and rolling. Does that have you buy in?
They will play their worst football when it's a playoff game. Whatever the worst game is of the year, don't worry. They will play worse in the playoff game.
So
there's nothing they could go 17-0 in the regular season. I hate saying that.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that, but I just at this point I think that they could go 17-0 in the regular season, and
that still doesn't guarantee.
I still will believe that they are going to play their worst football in the playoffs. I don't know why, but they will.
Yeah, I understand
and that's
that.
where every fan is right now, right?
Well,
it doesn't matter. Regular season doesn't matter at all.
If you need an example of that, from the 817, I will buy in after they win a playoff game. From the 214, I'll buy in once they make it to the NFC Championship game. So for some people, they're like, playoff game, not good enough. I'll buy in once they get past the spot that they always get stuck at best.
Kevin, is there a sub question within this? Because buy-in feels like a particular level of interest. Like, I wonder, because we've talked about it. There's a level of almost apathy.
Yes.
If that's not the, I mean, I feel like that's
the right word
with this. And I wonder, like, even just interest, talk less of buy-in where you're really believing in it. I do wonder what the bar is for that, because I understand buy-in not being there, but I do wonder, like, are you even going to have a level of interest in this team for a period of time? And what would be the threshold for that?
Look, if we're being really, really honest here, I hope this doesn't get me in trouble by saying this. I wanted the Mavs to win because I wanted the Mavs to win. You know what I'm saying? And I want the Stars to win because I wanted them to win the Stanley Cup. But I also love the fact that we didn't have to manufacture BS Cowboys content, because it just becomes harder and harder. I'm not saying there's not interesting Cowboys content out there, but you don't want to have to force it at a time when, like, let's say they would have made it to the NFC Championship game last year and the path would have worked out for them. You lose to San Francisco by 2 points on the road, and you're like, dang it, we're right there. I would have felt totally different, because I'd have been like, hey, I know they still didn't get to the Super Bowl, but they finally got over the one hump. Things fell their way. We look good in the playoffs. But instead, the exact same thing that happens is what happened. And so you can tell me they're going to go 12-5 again. I'll be like, dope, that's what happened last year, the year before that, the year before that. And it didn't actually end up making a difference in terms of going anywhere in the playoffs. And so I was sad that the Stars and Mavs lost, because they lost, but also because obviously you'll talk plenty of Rangers, but there's this big vortex of Cowboys information that you're like, but does it really even matter?
Yeah, there's, Kevin, last year's schedule, we go through this where a win's a win in the regular season, right?
Yeah.
And the coaches are like, certain opponents, it's not any bigger game than the other one. But you're trying to measure yourself and figure out what you actually are. And last year, the Cowboys told us before they got to the playoffs what they were. And it happens consistently during the regular season. That's one of the reasons nobody cares about the regular season. They're like, well, all that's going to matter is the playoffs. And then every time you play one of those opponents that looks like they're going to be a playoff team, you're like, okay, how are we going to do against them? Lost to Miami. Lost to Buffalo. All the ones that you can list off that you're like, those are the good teams to say, am I better than them? And you couldn't say that. And then you got to the playoffs and that happened. So that's where that earning every step of the way, earning the fans' respect for it along the way, winning those games against big-time opponents whenever – that's when you start to really believe in a team. Okay. And they don't have that swagger. They have confidence, arrogance, if you will, but they don't have the same swagger that you see of great teams when they're in their zone.
I think you make a really great point. And if you look at the post-bye part of the schedule, on the road against San Francisco, I'm not doing all the games, but like there's a lot of big-name opponents. Host Philadelphia, host Houston, host Cincinnati, on the road against Philadelphia again. So that's just like 5, you would think, although the NFL can be very fickle, big-time opponents. Corey, in my mind, if the Cowboys got to 12-5, but in that stretch they went 4-1, I still feel like I'm maybe reverting over to the Mike category of that's great, but are you going to do it in the playoffs? And I just feel like that's what the Cowboys have told me. That's what you need to watch out for.
This text right here from the 817, I'm taking my daughter to Six Flags on Cowboys Sundays this year until their second playoff game. Wow. Like that's the only thing that would really truly scare and maybe shake things up enough is, hold on, I'm not seeing the same. Apathy is the worst thing.
Yes.
Like being upset, hey, at least you're still paying attention.
Yeah.
But apathy is a huge factor when it comes to, oh, you're not doing anything? You're not even hating me right now? That's a big factor there. And if people are going to do that, like that's every Sunday, Sunday is sit down and watch football day, baby. And you know what? Cowboys game is probably 3 o'clock or one of those 7 o'clock games. It's going to be a little bit later. But I start my Sunday, I'm ramping up to Cowboys game. And when people start to say that that's they have other plans on Sundays, that changes, man, because for how many years has it been the most important thing to you? And this year just seemed to be one of those where you're like, I can't put myself through that again.
But I think I will.
If that's the outcome.
And that's the thing. I'm saying I'm not excited now because I know this is usually when a lot of Cowboys fans get excited. Like you get to training camp and you're like, hell yeah, this is our year and everything like that.
I'm usually super pumped after the draft.
Yeah, I wasn't pumped after the draft. I'm not pumped now. I'm hoping just the experience of training camp is super duper cool. That will help. I know I'll care once the games start. I just don't know if it'll be as live or die as you have been like with this entire Stars run, this entire Mavs run.
Eric Kendricks didn't pop for you?
Yeah, no.
Because he's an older vet and he's from some other guy's team that, he didn't. If he's out there making some plays and at camp, are you going to be like, you know what?
I don't think so because honestly, it comes back to this. And that's the weird thing about sports in general is you would rather take like the unknown that could be terrible as opposed to the known that you're like, it's all right. Like Dak is a good football player. He's struggled in the playoffs, and that's where I default to. That's such a huge part of the team. Micah is an awesome player. He struggles in the playoffs, and you've seen that for a couple of years now where he's had a tough time making an impact.
And so you'd be willing to move on from that awesome player because for something else?
Not necessarily.
Because that thing that's awesome still can't get it done?
Yeah, and that's I think that's where my concern is when you talk about those other players, and Trayvon Diggs is coming back, and I appreciate all of that.
He wasn't there last year.
But your offensive leader and your best defensive player have struggled to get it done in the playoffs, and that's what I default to. If everyone else looks amazing, all of a sudden Zeke looks like 2016 again. Man, that would be unbelievable. I think I still fall back to the default of what will everybody do when it really matters.
There are still some names in free agency available, like Stephon Gilmore's and stuff like that still out there. I don't know that there's a signing that the Cowboys can do.
I do not think there's an individual
right now
signing.
I'm like, oh man, I can't wait. Now that's going to change my mind about things right now.
Tom Brady.
You know what, Mike?
Oh my God.
You're damn right.
Please, no.
That would change everything. That would. Do you know what the topics, Kevin, would be? Not only is he going to play, not only is he going to play these games on Fox.
He's going to call them at the same time.
He's calling them from the field.
Oh, I bet I'm going to go deep.
Touchdown!
That would be unbelievable. And I think as the season goes along, to your point, Corey, I think you beat Cleveland to open the season. You beat Baltimore. You beat Detroit, you beat San Francisco, and you're 6-1 after you beat San Francisco. I think I'm there with you. I think I'll be like super pumped up. But in past seasons, I've known. You give me that first win, and I'm going to be like, you're damn right, 17-0 until we lose.
You can't convince me next year, we're building to something.
Yeah.
You're going to have to earn it each game for me throughout the season next year.
Can I play the opposite game?
Sure.
Name the first 5 games.
It is Cleveland at Cleveland.
Let's say they lose.
On the road against New Orleans, host New Orleans.
Let's say they win.
Host Baltimore.
Lose.
At New York.
Win.
At Pittsburgh.
Lose. They're 2-3. Where are you at now as a Cowboy fan that wants to be optimistic? And I think they'll be 3-2, by the way. But let's just say it ends up being 2-3 to start the year. Obviously, you're not out of the playoffs at 2-3. Yeah. Where are you at if this thing starts off 2-3 with your Cowboy fandom? If you're coming into this going, I don't know about this team in this year.
Struggling.
I think I get to the point of this is what we knew it would be even sooner. And I hate that, but it's hard to argue. Like you talked about, I can't remember if this is on air or off air, Corey. You said it's hard to win a Cowboys argument right now.
Yeah, it is.
Because people can just go, oh yeah, what about the playoffs? Yeah. And there's nothing you can say.
Yeah, what can I do?
Exactly.
You're right. You're right about that.
I hate that because I feel that same way because people are like, we know they're going to lose when it matters. My counterpoint can be like, I hope not, but that's it.
With the Rangers, any argument, don't care, won the damn World Series. With the Mavericks, don't care, just went to the NBA Finals. With the Stars, hey man, we've been to the Western Conference Finals 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
I'm still feeling pretty good about this thing. Cowboys, been 30 years.
I will say this year feels like those first 5 to 6 games, the optimistic Cowboy fan wants to be optimistic, but is probably a little bit reserved based off of the last 3 years of making the playoffs and playing like poop when it matters the most.
Yeah.
And then the Cowboy fan that wants to quit but struggles to quit, I think is willing to quit 6 games into this season and go, I'm done. I am spending Sunday with my families. I am going to go to these events. I am going to do something different. I'm not wasting my Sundays on this team this year. And so I do think these first approximate 5 or 6 games, if the Cowboys play under 500, I think there will be a lot of quit in the Cowboy fan base. Not forever, not for the rest of their lives like I am, but I think for the rest of the season, I think there will be a lot of I'm done. But I think if they do go 4-2-ish, 4-1,
keep you right on that wire.
Think everybody that is kind of like, look, I'm always a Cowboy fan no matter what, but I just don't feel it this year. I think they'll be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that this team is doing it, and they are going to do it. So I do think that there is a lot of people on the fence, but they're willing to jump on either side pretty quickly by October.
That is an intriguing hypothesis. It really is. And I kind of wanted to throw this out there as well from the 469. Come on now, guys. People are going to watch. So let's not talk crazy. It's still football. That's the thing. I'm not saying I'm not going to watch. I'm absolutely going to watch. I'm going to listen to the Cowboys right here on the Fan. Another thing I think would help me, and you guys might be like, who cares? It doesn't make a damn bit of difference.
If the players played more grumpy throughout the year.
I mean, sure.
I'd like them to
Obviously,
be more grumpy and agitated.
That motivates me. I wish that it can just be one interview. It doesn't have to be every single week. I wish from Steven or Jerry, because we've tried every variation of every question I can imagine to try to hammer it home, right down to the fact of why don't you fire yourself, or to Corey's point, are you embarrassed? I wish Jerry or Steven would be like, I hear your point. Who cares if we go 12-5, if we S our pants in the playoffs? We're here to win a Super Bowl, not just to be relevant. And it could all be lip service. And I would probably feel better then. It probably is lip service. But every time we get, Stephen Jones goes, well, I thought we won 36 games in the last 3 years, but I don't know. And I'm like, that misses the point of organized sports.
That's balance in a checkbook.
Yes. And if there was even one interview where Jerry Jones says, I'm sick of this BS and I'm tired of talking about how, hey, we went to the divisional round. Great job. I want to win a GD Super Bowl. Yeah. Even something like that, I think would make me be like, okay.
And I'll watch all the games this year too. I have to because of this job, but I'm not going to watch really any of them live. I'll either have, because I'm not emotionally connected at all to it. So I don't care what's happening in the game. And when you're not, like, I'm not saying Broadus is or isn't emotionally connected. I don't know. But as a scout, he's really not that emotionally connected. That's why he's like, no, I'm just going to watch the film a whole bunch and see who's doing their job and who's not doing their job. Because, you kind of, as a scout at times, lack a little bit of emotional connectedness to the game. You're doing your job. And so I'm like, look, I'll have Ranger games. I'll have my kids' games on Sundays. I'll be like, look, I'm going to that. I'll record it. And I'll watch a play, hit the 30-second fast forward, watch the next play. Like, it's just going to be like, yeah, I have to do this as a job, so I will have an opinion on the game and everything like that. But I'm not emotionally connected to this team at all.
There are so many things just like that from the 940. My interest in the Cowboys have been waning for years now. I just don't care. They've destroyed my interest in the NFL. From the another 940. I'm planning on watching, but I'm not planning my Sundays around the Cowboys anymore. If I'm at home, I'll watch. But if I get opportunities to be entertained elsewhere, I will. And then this, from the 682. If DFW radio wasn't your job, would you still tune in to every game? And that's the part that irritates me. I know where you stand on that, Mike. It irritates me because, yes, I would. Because I watched Cowboys games with my mom, and we bonded over that. I watch Cowboys games with Brandon, and now with Jess and Noah, and we bond over that. I'm not changing those things because we're not good at this. I probably should, but I'm not.
My kids don't sit down and watch Cowboys games with me. I'm usually pretty alone while I'm watching Cowboys games because Adrian likes to sit there and nap, but the kids don't. You know what they sat down with me for?
What's that?
Rangers World Series.
Yeah.
They sat down with me for the Mavericks in the finals. They sat down with me for the Stars. Like they knew, hey, this is a big moment. But for Cowboys games, they don't have that connection to it. They have connections to these other big moments that are happening in sports right now. But they don't have that connection. So that's what I had too. My excitement level came from being with my family, watching the Cowboys play in big-time playoff games and Super Bowls. And I've lived off that for a long time, and it hasn't been anywhere near the same as that kind of emotion that I got attached to so long ago.
I'm curious to see the vibe at training camp because part of me thinks it's going to be how you usually lay out the cycle, Mike, of Cowboys fandom, where I see all these texts right now, and I see people on Twitch and on the YouTube, and I understand all of that. But then when you get to training camp, it's exactly the same. Or then when you see the ratings or see the stadium or whatever, it's exactly the same. And I wonder if that's the direction it's going to go. But I also see a lot of people, to y'all's points, who are like, beat the good teams in the regular season, and then I'll start to believe. And they're not even asking for playoff success. They're just like, beat those teams in the regular season, and I'll start to get amped.
From the 469, Dear Grand Warlock Kevin, what sacrifice is necessary for the Cowboys to win it all this year?
Jerry made a deal, it seems like, in 1995.
He spoke to...
I don't think Kevin can trump that deal.
Oh, it was different.
No.
It was a different type of...
Yeah, all of my teams end up losing right at the end in the NBA Finals, the Western Conference Finals, the last game of the College World Series. So,
who would you sacrifice
Has this been a great year of sports for you?
And it has. It has been a great year of sports because, like, Corey, I think you were joking. But
you got to one shining moment.
Yes, that's true. I think you were joking about how Edmonton fans wasted their time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like,
everybody wants to see something awesome happen.
You still got there. I would have totally been fine with the Mavericks losing in Game 7 if that meant they would have won 4, 5, and 6 to get you in the mix. Because that's that level of tonight could be the night. You know, I thought going into that, the Mavs could win the championship. I thought the Stars could win the championship. And obviously last year, I thought A&M could win the championship. None of those things happened. But don't you love like being there till the end of the season?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
It's a lot more fun.
It hurts more.
It does.
Like if A&M would have gone to the World Series and gone 1-2 barbecue, which means you lose your first 2 and you're out, you'd have been like, oh, that's so we made it, but I get it, injuries. But when you win the first game of the World Series, and you're like, we are in the 6th inning and we are 9 outs away from being the champs of college baseball. Like it hurts more, but you were in that moment to hurt more.
It's not her fault. And I love my wife to death. These are 2 of the texts I got afterwards. Shoot. And it was so close at the end. Bummer. And like, that's how probably a lot of people, probably normal people, take those things.
They're not, your wife isn't emotionally connected at all to the team or to the school.
And I was like, I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to do any, like, I was bummed out. But I was glad you got the opportunity to be there. Instead of getting to the middle of January and being like, whoa. This is what happens every year.
Let me ask you, I don't know, maybe you are. I'm not emotionally connected to the Republicans or the Democrats, but people that are, like, they will kill, steal, cheat, and lie for that for those parties. And it's just like, I don't if Trump wins, so what? If Biden wins, so what? We're going in a bad place anyways. Like, it doesn't matter to me so much, but people that are, the political people, they're emotionally connected to the party, or I guess emotionally connected to the person. But I'm like, whatever. Like, I don't care. But if, like, say Biden loses or Biden wins, I'll be like, oh, bummer for the person who was sad that he won or sad that he lost. I'm like, oh, bummer. I don't give a crap,
Interesting points. Well, that got a lot more in depth and went a lot longer than I anticipated. I apologize, Mike. I feel like this is the second time we've infringed on Mike Likes.
All right, I have 2 topics here. One, when was the last time you guys did this? So yesterday, I left work and I thought, well, I got to hurry up, man. I got to get over to Bally's in Las Colinas and get ready for this game. And I leave the house at about 4:05, knowing there could be some traffic. I don't want it. Sometimes it takes 20 minutes, 25 minutes to get there. Sometimes it takes 40 minutes with 5 o'clock traffic in our Metroplex. And so I get there and I'm thinking, I still have plenty of time, but I got there at like 4:10 435, 445, somewhere in that range. And I'm like, all right. And I'm working with Dana Larson, and she's awesome. I haven't worked with her in a while, and Dana isn't there yet. And I'm like, gosh, Dana's usually here by now. But
oh no,
she gets there about 10 to 15 minutes later, right around 5 o'clock. I'm like, wow, Dana's showing up a little bit later than normal.
Traffic, right?
Yeah. And then, so it's like 5:10, 5:12. This is when we start. We've already talked a little bit, but this is when we start heading in studio, and we'll go over the video of what we're going to do in the pregame show to make sure we know what's coming up and how's it going to work and all this stuff. And I'm like, all right. So I'm sitting there at 5:16, at 5:20. I'm like, usually they've checked my audio to make sure that they can hear my microphone well and everything. And Dana's usually in here by now in the studio. And it gets to be 5:24, and I'm like, what the crap is going on? Are we just like going blind here and just like
wrong place?
Let's just do this. And then I look down at my sheet and it says game time, 7 o'clock Central. And I'm like, you SOBs. I thought Milwaukee was Eastern time. I thought the game yesterday, all day yesterday, I thought the game was at 6 p.m. our time because it was 7 p.m. in Milwaukee because I thought Milwaukee was an Eastern time zone. And so at 5:25, everybody was like, we were wondering why you were at the desk all locked in. Like I had my mic on. I was like locked in, ready to go. And I'm like, what is going on here? We haven't done any prep. We're just going on. And like, I have the run sheet in front of me, but I was like, this is amazing how little we're doing here. And then at 5:25, I realized, oh, we're not going on until 6:30, so I have an hour and 5 minutes. So when was the last time that you really screwed up a possible time zone or time that you were like, you were here? They're like, luckily you're here early. Luckily you didn't think the game was like a West Coast time.
Well, I kind of did this with Lucy when I got her ready a day before the wrong way, so I screwed that one up. But other than that, usually like I do check a lot. It happened a lot when I was younger. It definitely happened a lot more when I was younger. But that one example with Lucy where it was an entire day before, Kevin. I got up, got her dressed, got her ready to rock. It was the wrong day.
Anytime you've messed up a thing like that?
I'm trying to think because I'm kind of obsessed with time, as I'm sure you're well aware.
Did you guys know the game was at 7 o'clock tomorrow the whole time?
Yes.
Why don't you guys let me know?
What am I supposed to do?
We figured you were on it.
Yeah, dude, it's your schedule.
Because your money's on it. You know what I mean?
Well,
yeah.
I tell you, this area of Milwaukee, Cleveland, because I played in Ohio. I swear Ohio was Eastern time when I was there.
Ohio is, but Milwaukee is like north of
Wisconsin.
Yes, Wisconsin, north of Illinois. So it's in that same central time zone.
Is Detroit Central time? Or is that
I believe Detroit is Eastern.
It's right on that border. Like when we played like the Iowa Cubs, I was like, what are we in? Are we in East time or Central time?
Yeah. And then there's parts in Arizona where it's different time in the same
screwed
state.
Me up. So, okay. Next thing. I was going to talk about Willie Mays, but I don't have enough time here. All right. Here's another one. Remember, the one thing that I can fix in this world that I know I can is I'm going to go to every hospital that has babies, and I'm going to tell them we're spelling certain names one way and one way only.
No, we can't do that.
Pick whatever name you want, but the spelling is going to be the same on whatever name. Ryan is going to be spelled R-Y-A-N for the rest of everybody's life. Who in the world in the family of the Hoskins?
Reese Hoskins. I know exactly where you're going.
R-H-Y-S. Reese Hoskins, who that Nimrod hit a grand slam last night. And you just look at his name and he's like, who spelt this?
Do you need it to be R-E-E-S-E?
Yep, that's how. Okay. That's if I was running the world of names and made sure that we had common spellings, at no point would I ever go, Reese. R-H-Y-S. That is the perfect Reese.
The world of names.
That makes sense.
The Department of Common Names.
Mike, I'm very against this.
How is that Reese?
I think this
Why not just spell it Q-U-Z-V? Reese Hoskins.
Pronounced Reese, yeah, absolutely. I've definitely thought, like, is that Rise? I don't know.
I'm very against this still, Mike.
Like, my name is A-B-C-D is how you spell. What's your name, Mike?
Obesity.
It's like,
it's a learning
pretty
tool.
Good. But it's like, what's the point? What's the point of putting R-H-Y-S and going, that's Reese? No, it's not. It's not.
I need you to come up with a list of the worst spelled names in baseball.
I mean, I will say,
Reese has gotta be one
last
of them.
night there was a guy who came into relief. Koenig was his last name, but it's Koenig. How is KOE said K?
Tomorrow, Mike, I'm glad you brought this up. We will travel down the last name of Koenig for the most amazing story in baseball history.
Oh, you have something here because I saw your eyes light up when he mentioned the name.
Oh, I got something.
Hey, he was good.
Tomorrow.
He
It's gonna
dominated.
blow your freaking mind. It includes showgirls. It includes violence.
With Jesse?
Unbelievable.
Saved by the Bell?
No. What?
You said
No,
showgirls.
not.
Yeah, you did say showgirls.
Yeah. How many people know that movie?
People our age.
Yeah. Probably a lot of
younger people that think the Cowboys always stunk at football. They have no clue.
Gina Gershon. Oh my gosh. I got to go watch the movie.
Or the Kansas.
She was on Martin.
No, this is different. Gina.
It's damn. Oh my God. Coming up next. It's time for the C Block starring Corey. You thought damn Gina meant Gina Gershon? Never mind. Never mind. The C Block.
Scotty Scheffler having a historic year also. Do you propose whenever this happens? Next on The Fan.
The G-Bag.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, Wyatt Langford coming up at 3:40 today on the G-Bag Nation, and then set your calendar accordingly. Tomorrow at 10:20, we will have Bruce Bochy on the show. But now it's your 1 o'clock staple, the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin Hageland, Reginald Atatula, for all the fine work you do, sir. Mike Bassick.
I'm here.
I know.
Let's
and
do
I appreciate it, man. All right.
C-Block me.
So, Kevin.
I don't like that at all.
We're in the corner.
You don't like golf.
True.
But you like greatness.
Also true.
So if somebody could overtake and usurp the greatness of Tiger Woods, because you don't like Tiger Woods because he makes people golf relevant, would you be rooting for that greatness, or are you like, no?
No.
Okay.
My dislike of golf overwhelms my love of greatness in this case. Are we going Scheffler here?
We're going to start with Scheffler.
Scotty Scheffler, he's great, but he doesn't move the needle anywhere near the way that Tiger Woods did.
Wow.
He doesn't, right? Like, Tiger Woods was like a cultural phenomenon.
Yeah, but isn't that an insane bar to have?
Yes, but that's my point. So that's why I'm comparing him to that. And I don't want him to overtake that greatness, because I don't want a level where another golfer becomes a cultural phenomenon and I have to pretend like I care about golf.
And then there's two golfers.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha.
No, it's nothing against Scotty Scheffler can have an all-time amazing career and not get to Tiger Woods. I just don't care who it is. I don't want a golfer to make a run at Tiger Woods and then become that phenomenon again.
Because then there's two golfers to discuss when it comes to their greatness. And then the discussion is, but were they as good as Jack?
Yeah,
so
and
there's
then
always,
I'm just like, I don't care.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'll pretend to care for the sake of people, but I don't.
All right. Well, for the sake of this discussion, and Mike, I know you do have some interest in golf, so I'm kind of interested to see what you think about this season from Scotty Scheffler. Because Tiger Woods' 2000 PGA Tour season was the best ever. You can look back in history and say everything that he did that year was something that people are going to go, you just cannot do what he did. He won 9 times.
Wow.
He had 3 major championships in that season, collected almost double the prize money of the second place finisher on the list. Almost double the prize money.
That's insane.
And he set an all-time scoring average record at 67.79, which he later tied. He didn't end up tying that in his career, but that's it. He won the U.S. Open at Pebble Beach by 15 shots. He took the Open Championship by 8, and he won the PGA Championship at Valhalla in a playoff. That was a wild one. But that one-year run was one of the most exceptional things. Now, people have gotten close. Vijay Singh won 9 times in 2004. That's a significant deal. Tiger Woods, he in 1996 and 2006, or 99 and 2006, won 8 events, but not 9. Wow. Tiger's 2000 year was what it was, and it stands alone. But Scotty Scheffler's making a run.
Okay.
And then this is something, Kevin, we might have to keep an eye on.
I did have a question about that.
Yes.
Is it the 9 wins that's impressive, or is it the 9 wins with 3 of them being the majors that is the combination?
The majors, a big combination, big part of it. And I think that, what we pointed out the other day, the money earned by Scotty Scheffler already, he's already earned more money this year than he did last year. And he's, very early on in the process of the season.
If I was a pro golfer, once a year, I think I would write a thank you note to Tiger Woods for all of the money that's in golf. I'd be like, hey, man, thanks again.
I would also write one to Phil Mickelson.
Yeah. That was a big factor,
he'll
too.
Get a shorter letter, but yeah, I'll send him one.
Well, let me say this. This is what's tough, is Scotty Scheffler's not competing against the best.
Yeah.
He is in the majors. That's the only time all the best golfers get together
because
now.
It's fragmented.
Yeah. So because approximately half of the best golfers in the world are playing on the LIV Tour, this is what makes it so tough. I would say that Scotty Scheffler, if this was 3 years ago before LIV or 2 years ago, whenever it started, I'd say this is amazing that he's beating DeChambeau, and he's beating all of these guys. But because they're not on the tour anymore and they're only playing in the majors, this is what makes golf a horrible time in golf. To be honest, like I love it for Scheffler. Scheffler's awesome. DeChambeau's awesome. These guys are awesome. But they're not competing against each other, where Tiger did compete against the best. There was no other place for the best to go.
Yeah, I hear you. And I mean, that being said, though, golfers now, compared to then, are longer and better than they were in 2000, right? Would you say that they're different?
Sports,
they're a different brand of golfer.
We learn how to train. They have better equipment. Yeah, so in all of sports, we keep making innovations on training, innovations on the equipment and everything to kind of, I don't know if everything's progressive, but a lot of things are progressive in sports because of that.
The other thing, too, is there were no signature events when Tiger played that required or incentivized participation from all the best players. Like if Tiger Woods didn't want to play one thing, he didn't go. He just didn't. It's like, I don't want to play in that one. But now what they do have is they're like, everybody has to show up to this one. We can't just act like these don't exist, guys. So they did have that. But here's a small comparison of each golfer's first 15 starts. Tiger Woods and Scottie Scheffler this year. Tiger Woods in 2000, 6 wins, 15 starts into the season.
That's insane.
Scottie Scheffler, 6. Ooh. Now, majors, I'm sorry. I don't have how many majors have we played so far? Have we played only the 2?
We're not overseas yet, right? We haven't played the British Open or the Open, right? And I'm pretty sure we've played, obviously, the U.S. Open.
Yes, and
we've played the Masters. Did the PGA Tour, did that change to early in the year instead of late in the year?
I'll have to revisit that. That being said,
whatever.
Majors at this point for Tiger Woods, 3. Scottie Scheffler, 2. Top 5 finishes at this point, 12.
Yeah, we played the PGA Championship. That was at Valhalla. That's where
Thank you.
Scotty,
There you go.
yeah.
Top 5s, 12 for Tiger Woods, 10 for Scottie Scheffler.
And
money earned, 65% of the money that was available to be earned had been earned by Tiger Woods. Scottie Scheffler's at 59%. The money available to win, that dude has earned that. The scoring average, 68.7. Scottie Scheffler, 67.8. And then the raw SG, the season, 3.92 to 2.77 for Scottie Scheffler. Very comparable. Still have some time to see this play out for Scottie Scheffler.
So all the golf majors now are in back-to-back months. It's 4 and 4 months, right? Like April, May, June, and July.
Yeah, there you go.
Fascinating.
And so, Kevin, that's when you know to pay attention. Right there is whenever those go down, you can pay attention to that or not.
I paid attention to the Masters.
So the U.S. Open was the one that he had the struggle at because So you think Tiger Woods paid that security guard off, that police officer? He was like, I don't want this.
It didn't
guy
stop any
catching
of the
up
other
to me."
golfers from doing the exact same thing.
It wasn't the US, it was the PGA Championship.
That's a good point. Okay, see, Mike just said, they didn't stop the other ones. They just stopped him.
So he needs to win the Open to really
Solidify
be on that amazing level. I mean, that's a hell of a start to the season. And if you've won that much money already, that's incredible.
And no one claim him as our guy. So let's go ahead and
He's a Metroplex guy.
All right, Kevin.
Man, I bet 50% of the best golfers, well, not that high.
A lot of them live here.
33% of the best golfers in the world live in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Yes.
It certainly does feel like that, right?
Kevin, do you know who Lucas Bukavos is?
He's a fighter?
He is an MMA fighter. And after a fight, he got down on one knee.
Oh.
In front of 20,000 fans. And I don't think they're speaking English in this, but I want you to hear the crowd reaction to know exactly what happens as he gets down and proposes to his, significant other. He's getting down on a knee.
Oh, no.
What do you think happened? Do you think she said yes? Or do you think she said no when he proposed to her?
I think he started to try to propose, and she's like, no, I'm going to stop you right there. Like, the way you hear that crowd go, oh, like something bad happened.
That was a bad pop right there.
Yes.
Then, is what you're saying. She said no. She turned him down.
Oh, man.
And Kevin, this was after he lost a fight already. He had lost the fight and then pulled his girlfriend into the arena to get down on one knee and propose to her. And she said no. Let me take it even further.
Do you think...
Kevin?
Okay.
Not only was the fight after a loss.
Oh, no.
It was a 2v1 fight.
What?
Where he was part of the two.
Oh, no.
And he and another man lost to one man in a fight.
Okay, where was this event taking place? Because that sounds... Is this in the Czech Republic? This sounds dicey. They have very loose regulations in the Czech Republic and Texas.
Yeah, no, it seems like it could be somewhere else. It's definitely somewhere else, Kevin. It doesn't say where it was.
She said, "I don't think so." Damn.
That's not even assertive. She was like, let me think about it. I'm not sure.
She said after everything that we've gone through. Now I don't know what they've been through, Kevin. Like I have no clue what these.
We do know that at least they've been through a 2v1 fight that he lost.
Yes,
at the very least.
I don't know if it was that. Hey, I need you to win this fight, and then our lives can be set. I have no clue what was going on. But this is a guy right there. He was with another man to fight one guy, lost the fight against one man. And then loses the love of his life, allegedly.
Okay.
After that loss, after a double loss. That's a triple loss right there.
Corey, I just saw something on social media based on this.
And it was a back-to-back fight, by the way. So it's not like it was like...
Okay.
So it was like one and then another one.
So supposedly... Did you hear any of her reasoning for this?
She said, based on everything that's happened, I think probably not. I don't think so. No, I don't hear her reasoning on this.
She thinks that he was unfaithful to her. Now, I haven't, am trying to watch the Instagram clip. Didn't totally get all of this. But Bukavaz put out something on Instagram where he repeatedly denied being unfaithful to her. So she was like, yeah, I know you're all about the 2-on-1s, and that's why not. She didn't say it like that, but that is the implication.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah, I guess so. He cheated on her. He dyed his hair pink because what do you do whenever you're going through a depressive state like that? You either shave your head or you dye your hair some weird color.
That's what I do.
That's usually what happens. What's up? You agree or disagree on that,
I
Mike?
shaved all my body hair at one point when I was having a bad year in 03, so I get it.
Did you feel more aerodynamic after that? Or
yeah.
Okay.
I just felt like shaving my hair. I couldn't figure out what was going on.
So
did it help?
Yeah, did it help?
Don't go to Baseball Reference because it doesn't look like it did too much.
Oh no! Did he have a ring?
Kevin, Corey? It looks like he gets down there and he's holding a box of some sort.
Okay.
But he has those big old fighting gloves on. Not like boxing gloves or anything.
What if it was a Rangers replica ring?
Oh my gosh, then she should have said yes.
Oh no.
She absolutely should have and would have said yes.
Oh no, Corey. Because of you, I've now tracked down this video. All he had to do was look up and be like, this is a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Because
you could see it on her face.
As soon as, also she kind of puts her hand over her eyes a little bit. Like I do that, as if that's going to make the rest of the world go away. But she immediately starts as like, no. And then he's like, that's probably a good sign.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you're saying he's not a good body language reader?
Not at all.
He is not a good
Doesn't sound like a good fighter either.
Language reader. Which would be tougher for you to deal with, Corey? You lost the fight, or she said no to you in the public forum?
Probably the fight, because that's your career right there. You can get more girls if you keep winning. You keep winning, you keep those purses coming in. You're gonna be stacked with cash, and you're gonna be able to find any chick you can.
Follow-up question.
At these fights.
I hope this is okay in the C block. It appears as though she might be wearing a skirt. Did he dodge a bullet by not...
Are you out on the skirts?
Oh my God, that is the worst
skirts. They look like a skirt in the front, but they're shorts in the back. So they're actually shorts. It just has
it's
a
like, hey, I might
cover.
be wearing something you like. Nope.
Well, to be fair, I don't know if this is about skirts itself. I think this is just the vendetta against shorts coming through in a different mean. I think that's all that's happening.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, I think
I couldn't figure it out at first, but now Reggie just cracked the code.
That's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go back to NFL overreaction or reality, including a question about Zeke, just for you guys. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Motioning Thornton from the left. Bailey takes the snap. He throws it right for Elliott. Makes the catch at the 10. Turns it right at the 5. A dive to the end zone. The Patriots, with a touchdown, take the lead on the game's first series here in Pittsburgh.
That was last year, Mike.
Oh, I said that's an old highlight.
It's time for NFL overreaction or reality part 2. My first question for you.
You decided after yesterday to bring it back, huh?
Either that or I was so agitated with how part 1 went. I was like, we're going to keep doing this until we get it right.
Ooh.
Kind of like the Cowboys, except I actually care about the outcome.
Wow, are you Mike?
Right.
What's your problem, man? They're America's team. We're the home of the Cowboys.
5-time Super Bowl champion.
5-time. They've been to so many championship
All right, you know what,
games.
Mike? I'll start with you then. Overreaction or reality? Ezekiel Elliott will run for more than 800 yards this season.
Gosh, how many cheeseburgers or bowls of cereal are you putting in front of him to get there?
Mike, what the hell?
How many? What did you say?
Zeke will run for more than 800 yards this season.
How many games are we playing this year?
17.
I think he'll run for more than 800 yards.
If we play 24 to 28 games, I'd say yes.
I think he'll do it.
All right, so you say reality.
Yes, I think it's reality.
Okay, Mike says overreaction. No, you answered the question. We're moving on to the next
17 times 40 is what?
680.
Nope, he ain't getting there.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality? Joe Burrow will win the MVP award this year.
I can see that if he stays healthy. I mean, I guess he's hoping to have a clean backside like he did that stupid fashion show.
Oh, where he had the back cut out of his suit or whatever?
That was so stupid, but I mean, it's fashion for you. Like, what moron would go buy a suit and be like, yeah, there's no back to it? A moron.
Fashion forward.
Like, they'd pay more money for it. Hey, moron, you're missing the back part of your clothing.
You're, Mike, when you said that's fashion for you,
yeah,
I mean, it's as accurate as women. Am I right? You know, like those are two true things in the world. Yeah. In fact, Mike or Kevin.
Yeah. Kevin.
How often have you seen fashion show highlights?
Women have things that they have no back to.
Where you thought to yourself, that's totally wearable in public.
I watched a couple seasons of America's Next Top Model with my wife, and the one where what's the one where they make the clothes and stuff themselves? Dang it.
The Hunger Games.
It's not. How is it the Hunger Games?
Swiss Family Robinson.
877. I'm not lissing to the rest of your answers for that question.
The Real World.
No.
Pete's Dragon.
The Real World Road Rules Challenge.
I hate you guys so
Karate
much.
Kid. He made a shower thing, and he went and he put the hose on Johnny.
877-881-1053. Please, for the love of God, help me.
Hell's Kitchen.
No, it's not freaking Hell's Kitchen.
Diners, drive-ins, and dives.
I hate you guys so much. Anyways.
Project Runway?
Project Runway!
Shout out to Player President.
Yes! Thank you. And I watched
I could have let you keep suffering. I want you to understand
I appreciate that. I watched a couple seasons of that as well. And about half the time, I'm like, I get it. Fire outfit right there. Good for you. And then the other half of the time, I'm like, what the hell is this? And everyone's like, oh, it's genius. It's going to revolutionize fashion. I'm like, I don't understand. It's Fast and the Furious 7. What? And why that one?
Because 6 wasn't. It was more about the car still.
All right. Next question.
Okay,
I don't even. We're done with Joe Burrow.
Reality.
Overreaction.
I said yeah. Yeah, baby.
It's his time, though.
Overreaction or reality?
Baby Burrow.
I hate you guys. The Jets will win the AFC East.
Overreaction. Come on, man. It's the Jets.
You want me to spell it out for you? M-I-A-M-I.
Okay.
Oh, you think Miami's got this?
They're winning the division.
All right. No, over Buffalo.
Yeah, Buffalo's done.
Okay.
They got rid of all
You don't
the
think
players.
Josh Allen can carry that team?
Nope.
Okay. They did have a lot of veterans they moved on from, and that was part of it. But I think they're still good. But Miami's been building to something. Yeah, I don't think that they can, dude. As the Jets always mess it up somehow.
Yeah.
And I was ready to buy in last year on the Aaron Rodgers, go with another team and doing what Brett Favre, doing what Tom Brady, like being successful there. And then he got injured. And it's a lot to come back from. And I got to figure out if he even has the respect of his team, because him missing from it all last year was a big deal.
Benny and the Jets is a song. That's not even a show. Overreaction or reality, Jim Harbaugh will win Coach of the Year in the NFL.
Wow. In his first year.
That's right.
By getting Justin Herbert to a place that is reasonable.
Yes.
What happened to McCarthy?
Bobby Belt told me he will not win the award.
No, I don't think he will.
Dude, I'm being totally honest.
Yeah.
More likely that Mike McCarthy wins Coach of the Year or Dak wins MVP.
Dak.
Oh, yeah, girl.
Neither one's going to happen.
Okay.
Look, it has to be a lot of injuries. I mean, last year, Dak almost won. There were like 72 injuries in the NFL, and he got really close.
Is that what you're saying?
No, he was the best. I don't even know how.
You're saying if Aaron Rodgers had been healthy with the Jets last year, that Dak would have been behind him?
No, Dak's the best. In fact, I've never seen a better quarterback in my life.
Overreaction or reality?
Did you get an answer on that one?
No, I don't care.
Do they make their own clothes on Naked and Afraid?
If there's enough talk time,
if they
good
felt
enough.
that was
Let's
important,
move on to the next
They have
one.
to make their own toilet paper.
You're just counting timers. I would like to give you an answer. I think that's a reality. I think a lot of this ends up being about expectation when it comes to Coach of the Year. And I don't know that the expectations are crazy high.
You know what? At this point, Reggie, you gave me a coherent answer if it didn't make me angry. I don't even care if I agree with it or not. Good enough for me. Overreaction.
Oh, yeah, girl.
God dang it.
Thank you, Reggie.
You're welcome.
After that great compliment he
I
gave.
think he's leading you towards a Matthew Stafford question. I think that's a heck of a job.
Thank you. See, he sees the maestro that I am. That I am
NFL
over here.
overreaction or reality. Matthew Stafford and Kelly Stafford will stay married forever.
Oh, that's reality.
Reality, yeah.
They
Oh,
love
yeah,
each other.
girl.
Okay.
He's there for the long haul, man, at this point.
I mean, if he ain't left yet.
Yeah.
Man, God.
And he's right.
NFL overreaction or reality. Aaron Donald will unretire and join the Rams for a playoff run this season.
Huh?
Oh, no, boy.
I don't want that. It's rough.
No. Oh, I don't know how to react to that. So I'm going to say overreaction.
He's retired.
LMFAO, Reggie got him.
Got him.
I think, I don't think he'll do that. I think he retired. He wants to do other things with his life now, and his body is done getting beat up like that.
NFL overreaction or reality.
He's so broken.
I am, because especially, you need to look at the camera. Every time I start that again, Mike lifts his head up and looks over like, yes.
I'm ready.
Brandon
Here we go.
Brandon Ayuk will play for the 49ers all season long.
Like not get hurt or mean traded?
Traded.
No, I think he will. I was on San Francisco radio a few weeks ago, and they asked me, do they think Ayuk is an elite wide receiver? And I said, I think he's just outside elite wide receivers.
Okay.
But I think he's really good. But he has, obviously, Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey. He's in just such a great situation where he doesn't have to CeeDee Lamb it, where if CeeDee Lamb has a bad game, the Cowboys are screwed.
Yes.
Where if Brandon Ayuk, I'm not saying has a bad game, but if Brandon Ayuk has 3 catches for 42 yards, they can still easily win the game.
Yeah.
That's an automatic loss for the Cowboys.
He's a fantastic route runner. He fits into that system so well, the way that they use him. I would love to see him in another offensive system outside of that to see how good he really is. Because I do think that system is built specifically to where you can make explosive plays happen afterwards. That's the way that it's built. Like they build their offense, they build plays specifically to have a big play happen. So I'd like to see it, but I think Mike's right. Just outside of there, but very, very good.
Do you think they like Ayuk at this point? I think they like Ayuk more than Debo.
Yes, they do.
I can see that.
So I think they'll keep Ayuk.
NFL overreaction or reality. For the second straight year, Baker Mayfield will throw for more than 4,000 yards.
Where is he? He's in Tampa?
Yeah, he's still there.
And they got the new center we all wanted.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Graham Barton.
Threw for 4,044 last year.
He's still got Mike Evans?
Yes.
Somehow. Mike Evans has been threatening to leave like for a whole year.
Since he got drafted.
Actually, for a longer time than that.
You know what? Y'all know how I feel about Baker. Reality.
Oh.
I think he does it this year. Now, that being said, Canales was one of the major reasons he was so good offensively last year, and he left to go to the Falcons. So I am kind of interested what they're going to do offensively with him, with their new offensive coordinator.
When it comes to Baker Mayfield, is it okay if I answer, I don't care?
Oh,
okay. That's fair.
So this was a one-time.
He doesn't interest me at all. I understand the question. It's a real question. It's a good question. I don't know. I just don't follow Baker Mayfield at all.
I think you'll care more about this. Caleb Williams will throw for 26 touchdowns, 12 that's him crying. 12 interceptions and 3,700 yards this year. Is that achievable, overreaction, or reality? 26 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, 3,700 yards. You don't think it's going to be close to that, do you?
No.
He's got 3 amazingly talented wide receivers. I think he's good. I don't know the leadership on that team, though. Like, they have to bring that together for everybody to pull the same rope on that. I think those are achievable numbers.
Okay.
I think those are achievable numbers with that.
If he does that, do they make the playoffs? Can I ask a follow-up?
I do think they make the playoffs.
He doesn't control their defense.
But I mean,
but Eberflus is a defensive-minded head coach.
At a better than 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio as a rookie, I think that gets them in.
I think if he does those numbers, exactly those numbers.
Up against Bryce Love and
Goff.
Jared Goff.
I think that they would go 10-7 and sneak in. I only think there's one team making the playoffs from the Cowboys division.
Did you say Bryce Love?
Bryce. Yeah,
That's fine.
Jordan Love.
Buddy Love, I think
Bryce
you got it
Young
wrong.
is who I was thinking of.
One team's making it from the South, and they just have to put them in.
Yeah.
So I go over to the West. San Francisco's definitely going to make it. It doesn't even matter who their quarterback is.
I don't know. It's the year of Kyler Murray, everybody's saying.
So you know what? Yeah. I think if Chicago does those numbers, if Williams gets those numbers, then they'll make the playoffs.
All right, last question for you guys today. NFL overreaction or reality. Jason Kelce on Monday Night Football will lead a crusade for an offensive lineman to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Overreaction. I did see a video, though, of Jason Kelce walking in to the Taylor Swift concert, and he found a kid wearing a Jason Kelce Philadelphia Eagles jersey and stopped him and gave him a friendship bracelet, and the kid was just like, oh my God, what is happening right now? This is Jason Kelce.
He threw it in the trash.
My gosh, that would be...
It's a friendship bracelet from somebody who's absolutely not my friend, and I'm never going to see again.
God, you just kill all joy in the world, don't you, Mike?
Hey, why don't you give me an autograph or something?
So Jason Kelce goes out of his way to take a picture with you and give you a friendship bracelet, which is like the Taylor Swift thing.
Oh, wait, I thought it was Travis Kelce because he saw a Jason Kelce jersey.
No, it was Jason Kelce saw somebody wearing his own jersey, and so he gave the kid a bracelet.
Jason Kelce was going to a Taylor Swift concert to see his brother in the tuxedo doing that stupid thing?
Yeah.
Whatever.
And it's said that day that the Grinch's heart grew 3 sizes smaller instead. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
We're pumped, Haggy. How are you?
I love to hear that. I'm doing solid. Now, I know Corey was joking about it, but what do you think about coming all the way back from an 0-3 deficit, make it to Game 7, and then you lose anyway?
Heartbreaking. I mean, I think it's heartbreaking either way. Like if you were Florida and you were up 3-0, and now we're talking about you as one of the biggest all-time sports collapses. But I think we all would have sat there and been thrilled about the Mavs fighting back to Game 7 against the Celtics, right? I mean, it's like, okay, you gave yourself a chance. You proved, hey, we can compete against the best in the NBA. And we're going to be talking about the experience and the learning and what they can take to that going into next year. So, yeah, it stinks to end up, having that 3-game winning streak. All the momentum's on your side. I thought Edmonton would do it last night. Shout out to Florida. Pull yourself off the mat. They played a fantastic game defensively. But, yeah, I'm taking that. I want the Game 7. I don't want my team getting swept or losing in 5.
Don't give me that.
Broadus wants to get swept. Broadus would rather get swept.
No, I would rather if my team.
Boston Brian.
No, the thing about it is that to me, I just, like I said, fighting back, all that, to be gutted in Game 7.
Yeah.
When it was 3-0, my fate, my hands was, I kind of knew where this thing was going. Oh, you're going to fight back and play now? What happened to the other 3 games? Why couldn't we find a way to get it done? No, don't let me get gutted in a Game 7, after fighting away back in that thing.
Okay.
I just assume, I'm looking for a quick death. I'm not looking for slow death in sports.
And for Connor McDavid, does he even care or acknowledge, at least right now, getting the consummate trophy?
No, not at all.
I just think that was amazing, though.
Yeah, this is Dirk getting that MVP trophy when they got swept by Golden State.
Yeah.
In the Showtime book, Jerry West never liked getting that MVP.
Yeah.
He's the only person in the history of basketball to get it while losing in the NBA
69,
Finals. And he's like,
yeah.
he just doesn't like it because he's like, I don't like seeing it. They make it out in that show that he's beating it up and throwing it everywhere. He just didn't like seeing it or anything. Because
That's a great show. You guys were kind of talking about that
show.
And I've been seeing clips, and then they got canceled, and I'm like, wait a minute.
They need to bring that back.
We talked about that in the second season.
That was well done.
The creator of the show said, hey, we're on the bubble. I need more people to watch this show. And then they didn't.
Yeah.
And
that's a shame because
it was so good.
You guys were talking about it, and I started kind of catching up on TikTok. It actually had clips. And then I said, man, this is actually an interesting show. My guys are telling me to watch this. And it was.
It ends with the Celtics winning.
I'm not
right as it's about to get good with the Magic and Bird stuff. And the casting in that I thought was fantastic. Like, I've watched some of the clips.
It's
the
night
clipped
and
one,
day.
not even close.
Not
The
even
guy
close.
looks like Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
They made the Larry Bird guy look somewhat like Larry Bird, have the same kind of mannerisms and everything. I mean, I thought that show was brilliant. And John C. Reilly was incredible.
Yeah, he's a good Jerry Buss. He's a really good Jerry Buss. But your whole point about, don't let me get if I know my fate, I know my fate. I'm out.
Yeah, so you'd rather lose like the Cowboys did to the Packers than lose on if the Cowboys would have lost on like a game losing
like when
field
Aaron
goal.
Rodgers threw that pass to the tight end.
Yeah, like which one sucks worse?
God, no.
Which one sucks worse?
Give me sports quick death. I'm not interested in the 3-0 rally. To me, it's like, well, then you're like, well, hey, we played well enough. We should be winning this thing. And then you go and lose Game 7.
You don't want a chance to win the Stanley Cup in Game 7?
To me, the chance, I would rather die before I got to that, knowing that I'm going to die in a Game 7.
But you don't know. You end up losing.
In this hypothetical.
Yeah, in my hypothetical though, if I'm down 3-0, I'm thinking 100% of the time
You're cooked.
I'm cooked.
Yeah.
So history is not going to allow me to win this thing. It's kind of like when I made you walk out of that World Series game.
Yeah.
Like the Rangers had lost. They were 0-62 in games, or some crazy number.
History was not on their side.
History was not on their side, and you're right. You lived to fight another day. You won it. But you didn't get to see it because of me. I take the blame for that. But like I said, history usually in sports is right.
history usually is right. And so, as you're an Edmonton fan, you're sitting there going, wow, we have a chance for a Game 7. I feel worse today than I felt when we were down 3-0. That's how I would feel.
Yeah,
if I'm
I wonder
an Edmonton fan.
for the psyche of the team, would they have more of a chip on their shoulder coming in next year? We
You
got
don't live
swept
this one down.
in the final.
You
This
don't-
one, it just sticks with you, and it might
This one is forever.
Yeah.
You lose, you get swept 4-0. It's like, hey, we weren't good enough.
Yeah.
You fight back and lose in a Game 7 in a Cup final, and you're devastated for life. You might not come back from this one.
With the best player in hockey who didn't
Yeah.
put up a point in Game 6 or 7.
No.
Yep.
It's not his fault.
Okay.
No, I mean, he won him Game 5.
No, absolutely. He's the reason they got back into it. I'm
Yeah.
with you on that. Stanley Cup odds for next season. It depends on where you look, but the Stars are either tied for second or third for Stanley Cup, which is not
Gotta
always,
find a way.
Yeah, which is not always the way it goes. Sometimes people are like, that was kind of a fluky run. Is it speed and grit that you look at first when you're reconstructing the Stars team, or adding to it, not reconstructing?
Yeah, I want them to get a little bit more physical. I think they need to get a little bit, maybe it's the fourth line, whatever it is. I mean, I think they've got a lot of youth that's going to come up here. Bixel will be interesting. Does he end up making the team as a defenseman? I mean, I was reading The Athletic today as they were ranking like all the rosters and the core, and they had the Stars at number 2 on there. And they wrote on that the fourth defensive pairing with Lundqvist and Suter could be good enough. I'm like, no, you've got to move. You've got to find a way to improve. Like, Lundqvist can't play in the NHL. Maybe he ends up improving. He's young. He can do that on another team. I don't want him doing that on the Dallas Stars. And Ryan Suter is aging now. He gave you some good moments in the postseason, but ultimately you're not winning a Stanley Cup with those two on your team as a defensive pairing.
Yeah, well, I'd always feel like stretch pass, icing, or turnover with that guy.
Ryan Suter quickly became like the most divisive player.
I was
on
always
this Dallas
worried
Stars team.
when the puck was on his tape. I was always expecting something crazy to happen.
And you got to keep Tanev, and it seems like that's going to happen.
Yeah. What do you think is that number is going to come in at?
I don't know, man. I hope so.
How do you judge hockey?
The hockey numbers are so difficult to tell.
I mean, their payroll is like $25 million. It seems like.
Yeah, and it's weird because like your two worst contracts are the two people maybe people know the best. That's probably changed over the last couple of years.
They've been the last 5 years or 6 years, right? The Ben and Sagan contracts.
They've been awful contracts for a while, and you just start to think, man, if they were just like 5 or 6 for both of them, which is a more reasonable level for what they actually do, then you'd have another $8 million potentially in salary cap space. And holy cow, here we go.
Go after Ben to hockey fans, and you'll get the Dak treatment. Yeah, or you'll get the you'll get the Micah treatment from fans.
I just wish multiple things could be true, right? Like Jamie Benn is a damn fine all-time hockey player, and he comes up with some toughness and some clutchness.
Right.
He's overpaid.
Yes.
Both of those things can be true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. But the minute you take the overpaid part, everybody wearing the 14 sweater is coming after you for that opinion.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, and also unfortunate. Oh, we don't have time to talk about the College World Series. That's a shame.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Did you feel like you lost that in Game 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you brought that up yesterday, and I thought you were probably onto something. But also, I'm going to look back on it and say, man, you lost it when Tennessee moved it from 3-1 to 6-1 at that time.
Yeah.
I didn't think it really mattered because our offense wasn't doing
that
jack.
8th inning, though.
Yeah.
You
and
had to be thinking like, oh my God. And when Kent comes up in that 8th inning, are you thinking, okay, here's the 3-run bomb?
Absolutely.
They kept showing his dad.
Jimmy Jack
I was wondering,
situation?
Mike, how you would feel if that was your son in that moment. Like, oh my God.
Oh,
it's I think you're nervous.
I
for
hate
sure.
watching my kid. I hated watching my kid play.
There's
I would
nothing
be
you can do.
physically
You can't
sick.
do anything.
You can't do anything. You can't help them, and you're just at the mercy of whatever happens. You know.
And
Terrible.
Johnson City, Tennessee, the most Tennessee kid in the history of Tennessee, came in and did his job.
Yeah, he did with
that mustache.
What a look
and
everything.
It was incredible.
Rolled up pants. I've never seen rolled up baseball pants.
That's a
in
guy
my
you can
life.
win with right there.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. We'll talk with Bobby Marks, ESPN front office insider at 2:20. But Wyatt Langford, Rangers Players Show at 3:40, baby.
Love to hear it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. Remember, shorter show leading into Rangers, 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
If you're laughing, Harley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number one of the G-Bag Nation. We got Wyatt Langford coming up at 3:40 as the Rangers look to start a new winning streak, boys. All right? The 4-game win streak was snapped. Brian did not say they're going to sweep the Brewers. I think that you're at fault for this. You should have. You should have put in the call. Then they win last night. Maybe Jacob Blatz doesn't give up a grand slam that really tilted the tide for the Rangers.
You don't know. It's not that Broadus controls the destiny. It's just that he can see what it is.
He puts in the crystal ball and they win.
He knew there was going to be a Milwaukee flub on the bump with Latz last night.
Yeah.
So he couldn't put in the call because it would have been a disingenuous call.
I will tell you this. When we were interviewing CY, I almost asked him a Jacob Latz question about, he's doing really well there for you, CY. You know, I had this formula in my mind.
But you didn't want to jinx him. You didn't want him to give up the granny.
I thought about the other question about evaluating pitchers.
Versatility,
which I thought was a great question.
So I went for the versatility question instead of asking about Jacob Latz because I figure, like, only left-hander on the staff. Here he is kind of finding a way of doing things. You know, I was like being really I was going to be positive. Boy, I'd have felt terrible because when he gave up the grand slam, I'm like, damn, I'm glad I didn't ask that question.
Well, I mean, you could tell his face as soon as it left the bat.
Oh, my gosh.
He knew. He was like, oh, gosh, that was not where I wanted that pitch to be located.
Nope.
And, you know, hey, you get back, you pick yourself off the mat, much like the Florida Panthers did last night, and you try and get yourself even, and then a rubber game tomorrow. So hopefully today's a new game. Andrew Heaney on the bump for your Rangers. We'll talk with Wyatt Langford coming up at 3:40. And we got two new champions, boys. We crowned two new champs last night. The Tennessee Volunteers break Kevin Hagelin and the Texas Aggies' hearts. They win the College World Series. That stays in the SEC, Brian. Are you happy about that?
You know, I love the SEC, but yeah, I mean, hey, I was kind of hopeful for Texas A&M just because of my dad and the ties I have with the family. But Tennessee has been a great team all year. You know, they've had to deal with a lot on their plate. Their manager is a psycho, by the way. That guy is
Schlossnagle for A&M or for Tennessee?
Tennessee.
Oh,
that
yeah.
guy's crazy.
Yeah.
He's a yeller, screamer guy, you know. But anyway,
a little Mike Zimmer in him.
Oh, he's got some intensity there at Tennessee. But yeah,
he red-faced?
Yes, no, he's
it was hot out.
He's he's like not afraid of like yelling at, like when they have like the other team has mound visits and stuff. Like he's yelling. I've seen like clips of my guy yelling.
Yeah, taking too much time.
Yeah, yelling at the players.
Let's clock them.
Yeah, yelling at the umpires, yelling at the other team. But anyway, hey, congratulations to Tennessee out there. Their first national championship in baseball, and A&M was going for theirs. I just kind of had a feeling when A&M lost game 2 that it was going to be Tennessee's national championship.
Well, then shout out to the Florida Panthers. They almost had one of the biggest sports collapses in the history of sports. Instead, they win 2-1. They get the Game 7 victory. They win their first Stanley Cup in franchise history. And today, you've got Matthew Tkachuk, who's taken the Stanley Cup into the Atlantic Ocean. 877-881-1053. What would you do with the Stanley Cup? You get a chance to hang out with the Stanley Cup. What's the first thing you're doing? I mean, I think that they're doing all kinds of things, partying in Fort Lauderdale at the clubs. They're pouring beer into this thing. I mean, I would absolutely be wanting to drink out of the Stanley Cup. It's the greatest trophy in all of sports.
These guys, these hockey guys, the way they party, especially after a roller coaster type series that you just went through.
Remember Ovechkin? Ovechkin went
crazy.
He went on like a 2-month drunk. You know, it was a bender. Yeah, it was a bender.
And he was a guy that, I mean, it was Sidney Crosby and the Penguins kept knocking him out. I mean, it took a while. It was a fight to get there and get that cup for Ovechkin.
And you can just feel the relief seeing the party atmosphere for these Panthers players right now. And you know it's the same for their fan base. You've been walking around for 2 weeks, just puckered up, stressed out, not even being able to fathom what's taking place. And then you get the biggest weight off your shoulders ever. And now these guys are, as you mentioned, I'm seeing them over balconies at a place called the Elbow Room in South Florida.
In Fort Lauderdale.
Pouring beers from the Stanley Cup into Panthers fans' mouths and faces from like 15 feet down.
Imagine
it's like
getting a
over the
waterfall.
balcony.
Yeah,
and they're
from
just
the cup.
They're just pouring out of the cup beer onto their fans. It's one of the coolest celebration things I've ever seen. These guys are going hard in the paint. And during the expressway, we're gonna have a bunch of the clips and,
I'm excited.
The photos, the aftermath. These guys these guys are getting after it.
Nobody parties like hockey players.
It's
We
true.
found that out. The Stars parties in '99 still legendary to this day.
I have such like parade envy for what that type of atmosphere would be. I mean, my goodness, man.
I will say this. I think the hurt in Edmonton is more than the joy in South Florida today.
Ooh, I mean, I do think
video
I
evidence.
think there's
country is hurting.
I think if South Florida loses that cup last night,
I think there's for the masses, but there's still a diehard fan base that
there's
takes
a
that on the
fan
chin the
base.
same
There's
way
a fan
every-
base, but you're not calling.
There's not the volume.
You're not calling the Florida Panthers one of the great fan bases, are you?
I mean, there is something to be said about Edmonton.
I think there's a lot of
trying to bring the cup back to Canada.
I might not have had a Florida Panthers sweater, or I might not have had a T-shirt, or I might not have had this or that, but I'm going out and buying one today. I think
we got some front runner fans.
I think there's some front runner going on down there.
Well, and I get what you're saying. There's plenty of people in the state of Florida that have no idea.
They got other
that
things
a
to
team
do.
We've
just
seen that
won.
with the Heat, right?
Yeah.
Their runs as well. There's some diehard loyal Heat fans, but there's also some that just show up and are going to wear a white shirt to the NBA Finals.
I think there's people in Canada right now that are okay with Edmonton not winning the thing because they hate Edmonton that much.
They want it to be their
They
team.
want it to be Toronto or Ottawa or one of those places.
I mean, Vancouver had a riot when they lost.
Exactly. They're not cheering right now for they're like, hey, so yeah, good for you, Edmonton. But I think there's more hurt than there is joy in the fan base in Edmonton than there is in Miami right now.
I like the 817 just eating bowls of cereal to start their morning out of
the Stanley Cup.
I do that. I mean,
I wonder how much cereal you could fit in there.
That's
like
the
a
best,
full box.
That's the best tasting cereal ever. Yeah, I would think you could get a pretty giant bowl.
Yeah, good bowl.
I mean, but it
was initially a bowl, is what it was. The Stanley Cup was initially what it is. The top of the cup is the bowl.
Like how
They
heavy
added
is
all
that?
the rings.
How heavy is the cup? And then we almost had a moment. I think it was Sam Bennett who was skating around and he lifts it over his head and he
dropped
kind of
it.
stumbled for a second. Like I don't think we've ever seen one of these guys.
Oh, it's been dented.
Yes, it's been dented, but like during the trophy presentation and they're passing the cup off to each other and they all skate around the rink. I don't think we've ever seen a guy actually like fall on his ass while hoisting the Stanley Cup. That would have been a hell of a moment.
Yeah, 34 and a half pounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the adrenaline's just flowing and you're like, let's go.
Yeah.
If there is no way this particular version of Lord Stanley is going to be unscathed.
Oh,
after
no.
what these guys are doing
No.
to it. Like I said, they are pouring pints of beer out of it off of
it gets dropped.
balconies of bars.
Yeah, it gets dropped. It gets knocked around. Like the guy who travels, I think there's a couple of guys that travel with it.
Yeah,
the white glove guys.
Yeah, protectors.
Yeah, and I would love to interview those dudes because they travel with the cup, so everybody in the organization gets a day with the cup. I'd like them to write a book about the Stanley Cup's trips of fun. Like, hey, this time one time in Colorado, or this one time in Dallas, or
Lord
this
Stanley's biography.
Yeah,
Well,
Why
there's
wouldn't
certain rules. I think you've hung out with Head when we've gone over to Dutch's place, right?
He's the equipment guy.
Yeah. So his brother works with one of the teams there. So he's had a day with the cup with his brother. And I think it's one of those you get to pick one other person. Somebody has to be with the Stanley Cup at all times. There's all kinds of rules and regulations that goes into it. But I think there's a lot of great stories to be told with that.
Like the original Stanley Cup, when it first handed out, the history of it, they left it at the arena. Like where's the cup? Oh, it's at back. Someone just forgot it. They didn't even bring it with them.
Wow,
they just left it and just said,
and a lot of texts coming in. Yeah, the Stars did. I mean, I think at one of they threw it off a roof, or they did.
It went from the roof into a pool.
Yeah, it was a house party situation.
Yeah,
amazing.
Trying to throw it to somebody. Yeah.
Hagee mentioned it. Stars do have tied for the best odds to win the Stanley Cup next year at plus 900 with the Florida Panthers. Stars at plus 900. Stars now have moved to plus 1,000, depending on whatever sportsbook you're looking at. FanDuel, Action Network. BetMGM, they've got the second
No
best
first-round
odds.
pick, right?
No first-round pick. And look, are they able to bring like Matt Duchene back? Chris Tanev, it seems like they're going to be able to bring him back. The good news is Jim Neal was talking yesterday. No offseason surgeries will be required for Rope Hentz, Chris Tanev, Tyler Seguin, Yanni Hockenpah.
That's a first for a while.
It is. So you're going to hopefully have a healthy squad once they regroup here for training camp, which will probably start up there in September. But my gosh, the last like 5 minutes of that game last night, I mean, we were talking with the Hockey Hawk Gavin Spittle, and we don't even have a rooting interest in it. In fact, I mean, I said I couldn't watch the first couple of games of this Cup final because it still hurt after the Stars lost, but it was, I'm on the edge of my seat, right? Like the Rangers had just finished, the College World Series had just finished, and you've got Bobrovsky who's on his back.
No stick.
Doesn't have a stick. Puck's wide open, net's wide open. You've got Tarasenko flying in the way to try and block pucks. I mean, it was unbelievable how Edmonton didn't find a way to get a goal there to tie this thing and send it into overtime. But it often ends up being, your unexpected heroes. Matthias Janmark got the only goal for Edmonton. I talked with the Hockey Hawk, brought his name up last night. Carter Verhaeghe, who ended up having one of the best playoff runs among any player in the Cup final. Sam Reinhart with your game winner for the Florida Panthers. So congratulations to them. I wonder if Wyatt Langford, being a Florida kid, wonder if he's a Florida Panther, if he's excited and celebrating today. We'll talk with him at 3:40.
If we get some excitement out of him, I'm going to be fired up.
I would guess his answer immediately is going to be, no, I really don't follow hockey.
Okay.
Oh, I think it'll be like a super happy for him.
So you guys are nervous about like short answers?
I do believe that we're going to be talking about if we're looking at the spectrum here, you have PJ Carlissimo on one side.
Yes.
I think you have Wyatt Langford bookending the other side.
Yeah.
Okay.
In terms of
the longest answers.
I think the longest answer we get will be, I don't know that he'll ever hit double-digit words in a response to us.
Because bless Jonah Heim, but I was doing pre and post last time we had Jonah on, so I missed the Jonah interview. But you guys did not speak very well about that.
No, Jonah, very soft spoken, very quiet guy. Tried to ask a lot of questions. I'm going to say this thing could be 2 or 3 questions every 15 seconds.
Well, good thing I've got like 13 written out.
I think
13. You would need all of them. I think it would be funny to see how quickly you could get through 13 questions of you just question response. You guys might set a Guinness record.
Let's
today.
do this.
Most questions asked with answers.
This will be the most questions we ask a player. I'm willing to bet on that.
We need Tolos. We need to keep a tally on.
But no matter what, we're not going to punt on them. Right?
No,
actually, we could get. No, I don't mean like punt, but I mean like mid play or whatever.
Yeah.
Call like a 20-second timeout and try and gather ourselves.
Yeah.
You could text in some questions.
Yeah, if you have any questions,
because we're going to need. I think if it's a 15-minute situation, 12-minute situation, you're probably talking about needing upwards of 100 questions.
Look, if you need some background information, he's linebacker in high school.
He's probably
thumper. I bet
big time.
I bet he was sideline to sideline too. That quickness.
Yep.
I think he's going to. Are you going to play the interview or the question for him?
Here's the thing.
Do you think about that? Do you think about if you played the question, it goes, who is Jared Sandler talking about here?
Now,
and we know it's talking about him.
You know that's what I want.
Eric does want to. We actually, we're chatting with Jared.
We were talking with just like super high level Ranger folks, and I don't know that it would be the greatest thing to try.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm not going to say it was Ray Davis, but I'm not going to say it wasn't Ray Davis. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm kind of feeling like that would
from
be
the top down.
I would think that would be a really fun question for him to try and figure out if it's himself that Jared was talking about.
You know what?
He'd probably go Kisner.
We're going to do it if all else fails. We're going to have it ready to go. And if I've run out of the 13 questions, I'm looking at you. We're seeing it up.
Wow. Okay. I'll have to put that bullet back in the chamber because I literally removed it.
Put it in there.
I removed it.
Don't dare me not to do something because I'm doing something.
I'm going to have to go dig around and find that bullet because I launched it. I was like, we're not going to be able to use that. I completely emptied that particular clip.
I was thinking immediately, the first thing when we got the text that we're going to interview this guy, I thought about you playing that thing. I honestly did.
No, I
think it would be fantastic if he hears the clip and he goes, "Yeah, that's me."
That's what I'm saying.
That's me.
That would be great.
He'd probably go Kisner like everybody else.
Everybody's going Kisner. And listen, every time you watch a Rangers game, you're reminded about just how impressive waist down wise. I mean, Kisner That's a catcher's body right there,
He
dude.
is.
Like, he embodies being a guy that hangs out in squat position. I can't even imagine what a leg day looks like.
He is an absolute badass.
817 says it's been difficult coming up with nicknames and catchy things for Langford, but here's the 817's suggestion. We could call the player show today, Hang Out with Your Lang Out.
Okay.
So just suggestions.
Hang out with your Lang. I mean, we can ask
it's
him
only 2 o'clock. We're still in the
how
no
does he
bad
feel about
ideas phase.
Bangford? What did Gavin want to call him? Bam Bam?
Yeah.
Bam Bam?
Bang Bang.
Was it Bang Bang?
Well, I think Jared used that in a tweet the other day when the grand
Bang,
slang.
bang?
Bang, 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 I think is what he did.
There we
Oh,
go.
wow.
Yeah.
So we can ask him about that.
Those are waters that Mike Breen hasn't even entered.
A triple bang.
Yeah.
He's only done the double bang.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk with Bobby Marks, who I don't think is going to be a short answer guy. ESPN front office insider. He comes up next, along with the G-Bag of the day here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
26 mouth-watering sauces and rubs. We'll see you at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine.
ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks set to join us here momentarily in the G-Bag Nation segment, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's also brought to you by the Frankels. And if you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. And now to the D&M Leasing Hotline. We welcome in Bobby Marks of ESPN, front office insider. We got the draft tomorrow. It's we're in the thick of the offseason time now, Bobby. What is the one seed for thing that you're most interested in over the next maybe 48 hours?
Yeah, I mean, I think, certainly there's a lot of players that, outside of the draft, of course, there's a ton of guys we're still waiting on as far as with player options. That comes on Saturday. There's a deadline there. I think, certainly what happens with Paul George and with the Clippers as far as whether there's a new contract in place by the time we get to free agency, or certainly if he, certainly probably one of the best free agents outside of LeBron, becomes available here. So I think that just because there's certainly a lot of different, things in play, whether, if he doesn't return, what happens with James Harden? If he returns, what happens with Philadelphia with all that money they have there? So I think he kind of, has a little bit of the keys to free agency. I think that the draft is certainly intriguing, which is Wednesday and Thursday with, the unknown. I mean, it's one of those rare drafts where it's pretty wide open here.
Hey, Bobby, how real is the conversations everybody's hearing about Bronny James? Did he do that much? My background myself, I was a NFL scout, and so the combine was always important to us, but how much did he really help himself at the combine?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to take a big picture approach on Bronny. I mean, he was a McDonald's All-American for a reason.
Sure.
Before he got to USC. I think you have to take that into account. I think you have to take into account the Nike Hoop Summit that he played in last year in Portland. I think you have to take into account him not playing for 5 or 6 months after the incident with his heart last July.
Right.
Did he help himself in Chicago? I think he did. I think, if you're basing it solely off that, I think you can probably get yourself in some trouble there. I think he's got a role in this league down the road. Will he get drafted? Probably. I don't get caught up, and I know there's a lot of people saying, well, he's only get drafted because his dad and all this. I don't get caught up with that. I think, listen, he's undersized. He's an undersized two guard. 2.5 with shoes. He can probably guard two positions. I think he can be I don't want to say elite level defender, but I think he can be an NBA level defender. That's kind of what his role would be.
Right.
He's a second round prospect. I think the second round is always a crapshoot because it's not always about who's the best available or, best need. And, it's based on, okay, what do we have roster wise? Who would fit great locker room wise? Who's willing to kind of go to the G League? Who's the developmental project maybe 2 years from now? So I think there's a lot into that there. But, as I said, he was a highly touted prospect, before he got to USC. And, I think the health incident certainly set him back. It's almost like a guy tear. I don't want to equate an ACL, but, you take a year for how to get back from that.
Sure.
So, I'm intrigued. I got to sit down and meet with him. I think he's terrific. I think he's a terrific young man. I think when you're, as I said, when you're picking in the second round, it's your 13th, 14th, 15th guy, right? It's your kind of your connectors at the end of your bench.
Well, Bobby, when you start to, how much when you were in the front offices and stuff, and you're sitting across from kids, like the guys to the bloodlines, like dad was a player, mom was a track athlete. I mean, that to us was always, I was digging question after question. I know you're probably the same way. Did you find yourself asking this kid a bunch of questions, even though you knew the dad, kind of a thing, or was it that kind of? Were you getting that kind of deep with the kid?
No, I don't know about. Listen. He gets it, right? I mean, he gets it that everyone it motivates him that a lot of people have probably counted him out. It motivates him that basically that he will get drafted because of his dad.
Right.
He wants to, as best as he can, he wants to carve out his own identity, through this process. Does he go before 55 at the Lakers? I don't know. I mean, probably for the best of the kid, I would say he should, right? For him, because basically if he's staring at 55, we know what the narrative will be, right?
Right.
He's only picked because of LeBron and stuff.
Right.
So I think, we get to, I'm 51 now. Now I'm meeting with kids whose dad we had.
Yeah, that's exactly, yeah.
But certainly, listen, holidays with Drew and Aaron and Justin. Yeah, there's a bloodline there. Kenyon's, Kenny Martin's son, KJ,
Right.
Gary Trent Jr. There's a pedigree there as far as guys who's had parents who played professional basketball or played football.
Bobby Marks with us here on 105.3 The Fan. I think from a Mavs perspective, going into the offseason, the big question is Derrick Jones Jr. Yeah. How likely do you think it is the Mavs are able to keep DJJ?
Yeah, it's just a matter of, I think there's a couple ways you can go about it. I think, you'd have to create some room to go out and just from the flexibility standpoint, because the most you can offer him is where you are financially is $5.2 million. And this is a guy that's, I think, made $26 million in his career. So he's, of course, he's looking for probably a significant pay raise, $10 to $12 million in that direction. So yeah, it's just a matter of kind of who the odd man out is. And it's not Dante or Hardy or, some of the guys, on the low end. It's basically are you willing to move Tim to basically afford, Derek? Are you willing to move Maxey? I'm just throwing out contracts that are, in that $11, $12 million range. Or you move Dwight Powell, for example. I mean, a little bit less. But that's going to be the big thing. I think you would love for, and this Bobby Portis did this back in Milwaukee about 3 or 4 years ago. You would love for Derek to come in and say, we're going to take a 2-year deal at $5.2 million. Player option for next year, and what that does is it accrues early bird rights for next year, and you can give him a $12 to $13 million contract, and you won't have to trade a player there. But that comes with the player sacrificing $6 or $7 million this offseason.
Bobby, what Derek Lively was just a huge, I guess, surprise for all of us.
Yeah,
in the scouting community. Where were you guys on that? And then now do you look at it and go, okay, I told you bums, I had this guy right. And you guys were trying to talk me out of this kid, but where were you now on him? Where should scouts look him? Yeah.
Listen, one of the things that I do is I work with a lot of these draft prospects. I've been doing this since Jason Tatum came in the draft. Helping them when they get to meet with teams, when they're doing their interviews. So for the month of May, I'll sit with all these prospects, about 60 or 70 a year, and really coach them as far as the interview process here. And I flew out to LA last year and sat with Derek. And certainly the story with his mom, is inspirational, and certainly her passing is certainly a sad moment for him. But I just love the kid. I mean, I love his personality. I think he got it. I think there was so much untapped potential based on what we saw at Duke. His freshman year there. And they got a steal. And when you can hit on draft picks,
right?
You got that guy you'll get him for the next 8 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get him on your rookie contract, you'll get him on an extension probably here, and that's the beauty of trying to build out a roster. Especially where Luka is, salary wise, where Kyrie is salary wise, where things might get a little bit expensive, but if you can find those type of guys, man, those are it's similar to what OKC's been able to do.
Mm-hmm.
When you get Jalen Williams. I think at 13, and then Cason Wallace. I know that was actually the trade with Lively there. That helps you in the long run.
Bobby, the last thing I wanted to ask you about was you brought up Luka there, and I think we've had a conversation about Luka and wanting to play for his national team and the Olympic qualifiers. Being a GM in your background, how would you juggle that if you were the Mavericks and maybe wanting him to take a break or focus on his body and other things like that, instead of just keeping and maintaining playing?
Yeah. I mean, in a perfect world, you would love for him to take the summer off, right? Basically maybe maybe train with train with the team or be a part of it, but not from the competition standpoint, because, certainly from an Olympic standpoint, you're basically going, you're going June, July, end of June, July. Now Olympic starts in August, and then basically then camp starts at the end of September. But it's tricky. I mean, because you're really you don't want to interfere with that. You're not going to tell the player he can't. Certainly the league really lets the players kind of decide. And at the end of the day, he's got to trust his body. I mean, the only thing you can do is provide as much support as you can, whether from a training standpoint, whether having your own guys over there with him in that aspect. But a lot of it is just kind of rest. You love that he's playing, right? So he'll be in good shape when he comes back in late September and everything like that. But it's similar to what the Team USA guys, Tatum and Holiday, two guys that are going to play, you're going to have to really take it easy on these guys when they do come back, where you're kind of trying to integrate them in October.
Bobby, it's always a real treat, man. Thanks so much for the time.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. There he goes, NBA front office insider for ESPN, Bobby Marks, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. And we have the NBA draft tomorrow. Very, very exciting. Now we go into the Pimp Cup with Lucius Alexander for a Tuesday edition of
All right, I'm going to make this fast. This is day 2 for James Snyder, right? Day 2 for James Snyder, a.k.a. Cowboys insider Jane Slater. Hurricane Jane, if you will. She called into What You Drinking and What You Thinking on Friday and trolled these boys.
Okay, one more. James Snyder? Snyder?
Yeah.
What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, what's up?
What you drinking?
Corona.
Nice. What you thinking?
Well, I've been listening to this show a lot, and one of the more profound segments that I've ever heard was you guys talking about Brock Purdy and how we were all born with the ability to swallow. I tend to agree, guys. Also, good luck trimming those bushes this weekend.
Cheers. I appreciate that.
It really gets better every time we hear it.
Hurricane Jane.
I tend to agree.
Yeah.
She wild for that.
Have fun trimming those bushes.
Yeah. All right.
It was a honeydew Saturday, man. It sucked.
I got a combo pack of JJ Redick situations. You guys brought this up yesterday. When you said it, I knew I was going to have to play it. On the misconceptions he's looking forward to eliminating as head coach of the Lakers.
What misconceptions or concerns about you that you've heard in the last few weeks are you the most looking forward to dispelling when you're the coach?
It's a valid question, and I've certainly heard everything. It's been a really interesting 6 weeks or so. Just in terms of, being part of the engagement farming industry. It's been really interesting. However, I don't really have a great answer for your question because I really don't give a honestly. I want to coach the Lakers.
Yep.
Took a long way to say.
He did. He was worried about working it in, and he just said, what the F?
Yeah, I'm just going to lean on into it.
Yeah, lean on
He
in.
tossed out a couple of random engagement farmings.
Yeah, that was wild.
All the way to get to just, I don't give an F. That's an all-time I don't give an F either. Just very poignant.
Yeah.
Boom. That one punched.
It hit.
And Mike Tyson. Man, what? Man, I don't know, man. Yeah. Lennox, I'm coming for you. All right, let's see. Hey, someone called Cap right here on JJ Redick, or maybe this is a doctored video, because there's no way a media individual said, "Oh, come on, cuz," when this happened.
You have a very close relationship with LeBron. He could have done a podcast with anybody in the world. He chose to do it with you. What was his advice to you throughout this whole coaching search process?
He didn't provide any advice. LeBron and I did not talk about the Lakers job until Thursday afternoon, about 30 minutes after I was off the job.
Is that Doctor, bro?
Guy in the back.
Doctor,
yeah, you did. Are you kidding me? Was that McMahon? Was that Tim McMahon in the back?
Come on, cuz.
LeBron and I did not talk about the Lakers job until Thursday afternoon.
Come on, man. Lie.
That's so good. That's bold face. That's lie of the week. That's lie of the week. Congratulations, JJ Redick.
My man said,
It's like Mickey Spagnola in the back.
Yeah, bro.
LeBron, it's contagious. Capping LeBron. You start getting around him. Next thing you know, you're capping as well.
Pepperoni and cheese right there, man.
Pepperoni and cheese.
What are we doing? Let's see what else I got for you boys. Oh, this lady right here, she had to pull her phone out and started recording these kids at the gym. She tried to cancel her membership, and apparently somebody called her a fat ass. So she pulled her phone out and said, "Who said that? 'Cause I'm telling your managers."
Where's that young man that just called me out of my name? Where is he? There he is. Call me the name you just called me a while ago as a customer. Did you just call me a fat ass and call my birth date out and everything? Will you just say this to your corporate managers when I send it and while I'm posting on Facebook Live? Did you just call me a 56-year-old fat ass? Tyler. Say it again. Did you just call me a 56-year-old fat ass? Yeah, you did. Say it now. Did you just stand here and witness him calling me a 56-year-old fat ass because I tried to cancel my membership?
Hysterical.
I don't know. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was you came back yelling fat ass, mama, daddy, and cat.
Okay. All right.
Did you just call me a 56-year-old fat ass?
I didn't want to say it then.
Let's witness that. Anybody else?
That's what it says right here in the paperwork. And if you would just sign right here, just, get our divorce together.
We can fix this.
Yes, complete this divorce.
Where do you send your refund there, fat ass?
Man, that is crazy. 56-year-old fat ass.
Facebook Live is definitely where the crazier streams go. Like live streaming, if they're going to be like ridiculous, it's going to be on Facebook.
Yeah, it can be scary too. It's like live leaks.
Yeah, like beheadings.
Yeah, it's all.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the first things I seen on the internet back in the day, man. Beheadings and stuff.
Oh, messed up, man.
Yeah, the cartel. It doesn't go as smooth as you think it goes.
No.
It gets chunky. It gets nasty. They gotta hit it a few times before it falls off. It have to rip it off in some little places. Yeah, man.
That algorithm's not for me.
as cool as you think it is.
No,
it's
you
not
stick to the raccoons.
It's none of that.
I love steak butchers. The beef butcher videos are great. My algorithm's filled with that.
Oh no,
I can't do the beheaded.
Yeah, the butchers.
Yeah.
Whole side of beef.
Yeah, that's it.
One more?
I got fun. Now I'll do some other stuff tomorrow.
All right, here we go. It's up for vote now. Is it the one-time champ, Hurricane James Snyder, the JJ Redick combo platter, engagement farming and lying about LeBron, or is it the 56-year-old gym lady who was allegedly called out?
She called them kids out.
Yeah.
For being
Tyler.
being
Yeah,
large.
Tyler.
Come on, Ty. How many times
She
do we have
making
to talk
fun of
about
me.
this?
21 years old. Your metabolism is crazy right now. Don't make fun of me, man. I'm fighting for my life right here.
That is crazy, man. That is crazy. I think I'm going to go with the champion though, Hurricane James Snyder. What say you, Lucius?
Combo pack of your boy. What's his name again? JJ Redick.
Yeah.
All right, 1-1, Walchuk.
I'm going to go with the combo platter as well.
All right, 2-1, Broadus.
Fat ass lady.
Fat ass lady, allegedly. All right, 2-1. Congratulations, the JJ Redick combo platter. What a week for JJ. Liar of the week.
JJ.
We got lie of the week in sports. He's the Lakers head man, and he's G-Bag of the Day champion. That's the trifecta. That's the hat trick. Krusty's Corner's coming up next.
Yes. Is there hope for this Cowboys position? We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
We got the Rangers Players Show brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Coming up an hour from now, it's going to be Wyatt Langford joining us fresh off his first big league grand slam over the weekend. Looking forward to that as he joins us at 3:40-ish. But right now, we got Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you there, Wooly Bully. Appreciate that. Thank you to Reliant as well. New Love of the Star podcast out.
Let's go. This one's a juicy one. I love
it. Yeah, this one was a good one because Bobby and I dove into with Mike McCarthy's situation, what came out yesterday. Well, it actually was a story that was 3 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, it just got early June.
But it just got aggregated to now where people are picking it up. And so
this is when you appreciate the aggregators. You know, there's a bad rap out there, and I get that. But this is one of those times where you're thankful, man. They dug it up for us.
They dug it up.
So Bobby and I went into it pretty deep, and I think we give you three guys
Ooh,
that we think were
possibly spilled the beans on this.
Possibly, that could have been. So that would be, check that one out. I'll leave it at that one right there.
I like that.
You guys are like playing mystery clue games or whatever.
Well,
with who's the guy that sourced it?
Yeah, see,
I like that.
To me, when you start to there's a couple of different options of guys. You always kind of look at, these stories. Scouts love to talk. I'm a Gang of Seven, right?
Right.
Gang of Seven is like, hey, I'm going to tell you this, but you didn't hear it from me.
Mm-hmm.
That's how scouts live. And I know folks are out there, oh, you cowards. But no, that's how scouts kind of talk to each other.
Anonymous sources.
Anonymous sources.
Boy, those anonymous sources, they always kick up the most dust. I'll tell you that.
I know,
Always
Lucius.
anonymous.
I know, because every time I've ever said it about the Gang of Seven, I think about you, Lucius, and like, man, come on, say it with your chest.
Yeah.
Yeah, say it. What are you doing out there? But
anonymous source says
Yeah.
no one on the team likes him.
yeah, that's the.
Who the hell's the source?
But then now that I'm in the media, I'm always trying to figure out everybody else's sources.
Oh, yeah.
So you're like, so Bobby and I kind of dive into it, and we have some ideas. So just check it out. Love of the Star. It's on. But make sure you listen after our show today.
Here for the drama.
Yeah, keep listening to our show.
Well, you probably should listen to the Rangers game.
Well, yeah, listen, but you could, at some point, sometime, you might be out for your walk, workout, might be hanging out in the gym, antagonizing Lucius with like, Lucius loves when you stand around with no clothes on and talks to him and stuff like that. Just, puts a towel down. Yeah. If you see
Clip
Lucius,
your toenails.
Yeah, clip your toenails. They're like,
That's egregious.
Flying trash can
That is
lids.
disgusting.
Just toenail shrapnel all over the place. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So if you see Lucius, just make sure, just hang out with him. All right, here we go. These are my friends. I call them my friends at Pro Football Focus.
Man, you're loving them.
I tell you what, they come up with a lot of content this time of year.
That's good. We need that. We do need that.
They like to rank their positional groups and stuff. Like we've got the running back. Remember I told you that the running back room was the 32nd ranked running back room in the league?
32 out of 32, huh?
32
for the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Which they probably got right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just crazy some of the disrespect these guys get, though.
Wow.
Like, how are you going to do that to Royce Freeman, Deuce Vaughn, Rico Dowdle, and Ezekiel Elliott?
I don't know.
I think what you just did, though, is you put a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah.
These guys are about to run the hell out of the football.
We're about to get 2016 Zeke.
Zeke's going to be, at least 400 yards on the season.
400 yards?
Minimum.
Okay.
I might double up, say 8.
All right, now you've gone too far.
You think so?
But you guys, you think that's legitimate, though, right? You would say,
yeah.
I mean,
I think that's fair.
We cover this team, but we watch a lot of other teams play.
A lot of unproven outside of Zeke, and you also have a guy that is kind of in the twilight of his career now. So yes,
is that the position you're most terrified of right now for the Dallas Cowboys? Why is three technique defensive tackle?
That's the one I'm most terrified. Is defensive tackle. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, even behind Osa at 3 tech, I mean, I think that we've got some big questions.
I think small picture here, I think it's actually the tackle spot, the left tackle spot.
You just the unknown there, right?
Yeah, like how quickly is Tyler Guyton stepping in being the man, or do we have Chuma Edoga starting?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I don't know, but I think in the immediate, your left tackle being a problem is much worse than your running backs being a problem.
I guess I just trust them. Like they've hit on all these offensive tackles that Tyler Guyton's going to be okay. And in a pinch, if it's really that brutal, you can put Tyler Smith there and you'll be all right.
Yeah,
for sure. But now, but again, see what you've done. Now things are shaking out. Who's your left guard? I guess it's Bass.
Yeah,
Bass or BB.
Maybe BB.
BB. Yeah.
Like I think you're okay.
Unless BB's your starter.
Center, which I mean, I think you should be. We'll see.
That's going to be one of those. We're going to get out to camp, 3 live mics, and it's going to be like, it looks like to me that Brock Hoffman, it's like practice after practice.
Well, that's how it was for Tyler Smith's rookie year.
Oh, I know.
We kept going out there going, wow, Tyler Smith is not getting just any.
Yeah.
He's just not even being considered for first team.
This is where you worry about the coaching staff. All right, I brought up my concerns about the one technique.
Yeah.
This is Pro Football Focus's rankings, 1 to 32 of the defensive line.
Full defensive line.
Full defensive line.
All right.
The number 1 team. Would you like to take a guess? Just a guess. Just throw out a name of who they have as the number 1 ranked defensive line in the National Football League.
Oh, man.
San Francisco always comes to mind.
They'll be number 2.
Okay.
They'll be number 2.
And they lost Eric Armstead.
Yeah. They'll be number 2.
I mean,
mean, it's crazy to say. I think the Texans are doing something pretty nice.
I like what
right
the Texans
now.
have done this offseason.
Some of the stuff they've
Texans,
done.
you say?
They've added an interior D-line.
Yeah. Wooly, got anything?
How about? I mean, I really hope Philadelphia is not this high.
They're number 3.
Philly?
Yeah.
Maybe is it Cleveland?
Yeah, Cleveland's got a good defensive line.
Cleveland's in this mix
Pittsburgh?
right now. Cleveland's number 5.
Are they including the 2 outside linebackers with the Steelers, Highsmith and Watt?
They're number 8.
Okay, so we're dancing all around this thing.
Yeah. Would you like me to tell you who number 1 is?
Yeah, tell us who it is.
New York Jets.
Oh, okay.
Oh, son of a gun.
Yeah, the Jets do have a damn good defensive line.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if assuming Hassan Reddick's playing.
Yeah, Redick.
And not cosplaying
Yeah.
in Japan.
Yeah, Quinnen Williams is one of the best and most disruptive defensive linemen in the league, making the Jets as good as they get on the defensive line. So they're talking about Hassan Reddick and Will McDonald, who we liked coming out. Remember him coming out of Iowa
I was
State?
a little lower on him than I think of the rest of the group.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's got talent.
As
So the Jets are the best.
Jets are the best. San Francisco's number 2.
Okay.
In this list.
Even losing Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
Philadelphia Eagles are number 3, according to Pro Football Focus. For the first time in a while, the Eagles have some questions along their defensive line. The depth is still outstanding, but it isn't as proven as it's been in the past. Jalen Carter was a dominant force out of the gate as a rookie before cooling off in the second half of the season on his way to an 87.4 grade overall. Bryce Huff is a significant addition, but may not be an upgrade over Hassan Reddick on the edge, while young players like Jordan Davis and Nolan Smith need to establish themselves as the dominant forces, the players they are replacing in the past. So Eagles number 3. Detroit Lions number 4.
Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson, and they added a defensive tackle, Lee McNeil.
Yeah. Yep, sure did. And DJ Reader.
DJ Reader's who they added. McNeil was there, and McNeil's underrated.
I don't know why I thought the Texans added Reader.
Yeah, Marcus Davenport as well.
Yeah.
And Hutchinson has been outstanding. You talk about a Michigan guy.
He's turning it on.
Michigan guy that he looks like a real player in that place. We mentioned Cleveland is number 5. Is Cleveland is that too low for Cleveland considering the 4 I said before? Do you think you guys like what you got with Zadarius Smith, Dalvin Tomlinson? Think like that, or Myles Garrett?
Obviously Myles Garrett's doing a lot of heavy lifting there, but they were pretty dang stout last year, and Zadarius Smith had an awesome season.
Yeah, I mean, I think the team that's kind of it's just like track record is the Niners, like why they're this high. Like, right? They've got Chase Young, Randy Gregory, Cleveland Farrell, Leonard Floyd. And these
Did
are
they
all
move on from Randy Gregory? Why did I think Randy Gregory
went to Tampa Bay?
Yeah,
that's right.
Got moved on.
So they've got a lot of guys.
Leonard Floyd's a decent little ad there on the edge, trying to go opposite Bosa, but
Malik
I hear you.
Collins, they traded for. I think they lost a little bit there with losing Eric Armstead. But yes, I mean, I think Cleveland could be ranked higher. Cleveland's got a really good defensive line.
All right. If you were to say who is number 6, would that be the Dallas Cowboys or the Indianapolis Colts?
Colts have a much better interior. I do know that. Cowboys probably win on the edge.
Yeah, because I think the Cowboys had the best edge duo in PFF's rankings. We talked about that with Parsons and Tank. So I think that'll probably put the Cowboys over the top here.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Because it's DeForest Buckner, right, with the Colts.
You guys sure about that?
Yeah, I'll go with the Cowboys here.
I'll just go devil's advocate. Sure, give me the Colts.
It's Cowboys. This is what they say about the Dallas Cowboys.
Number 6, huh?
Number 6. And honestly, the loss of some depth there.
Yeah, I think that's high.
That seems a little high for me, but that's why I was like surprised. I'm like, maybe this group is better than what I think it might be.
Well, I think Osa is really, really good, and I think Osa played fantastic
for 12
last
games.
year. Yes, and then faded, but it's also because he's got no help.
Yeah,
that's all this team cares about, man. 12 games. Just go play 12 good games.
Yeah,
and that's all we care about. Doesn't matter.
Cowboys. This is what they say about the Cowboys: an elite player will take you quite far on the defensive line, and the Cowboys are this high thanks to Micah Parsons, who racked up 103 quarterback pressures in a regular season a year ago. DeMarcus Lawrence also earned a 90-plus PFF grade, thanks in large part to his run defense, but Dallas is lacking depth of the teams above them. and in that particular need to see growth from second-year nose man Mozzie Smith. Is he the biggest question mark? Okay, you mentioned the left tackle. Is the left tackle more of a question mark than what's going on at One Technique with Mozzie Smith?
It's. I think you're more concerned with Mozzie because it's like you've had a full season to try and figure this thing out. And the Cowboys do have a pretty good track record at getting these offensive linemen squared away decently. Yeah. So they're both big question marks to me, but I'm more optimistic about Tyler Guyton just because he hasn't given me reason to feel like he can't get it done. Mozzie Smith is now done.
Yeah.
I saw the cringe over there. What happened?
I think it is Mozzie, man. I just think there's so much unknown with him right now. First off, I mean, he had to have surgery this offseason. Sure. You've got the weight stuff. Mm-hmm. We know about the mental makeup. I mean, he's a guy that beats himself up. He's hard on himself.
Way hard on himself.
Getting a new defense in here that he's got to learn, which doesn't seem like it's super easy. So I'm nervous there. I do have a lot of questions and concerns. I mean, yeah, obviously a rookie left tackle. There's going to be questions, but gosh, Mozzie didn't answer a damn thing for us last year.
We do feel like he's in better hands, though.
Yes,
with this team and this coaching staff.
Absolutely.
Hopefully so. Okay, yeah. That Colts 7, Steelers 8. Let's run through. Vegas Raiders are 9.
Okay.
And your Houston Texans number 10.
Houston, I'm with you, man. I think Houston's going to end up moving up these ranks.
Well, they brought in a big guy. I can't remember which. I thought it was DJ Reader.
I thought it was Reader too.
Danielle Hunter.
Danielle Hunter was their edge.
But
I
thought they brought in
a big dude.
They did.
They did.
We'll figure out who that is during the break.
We will.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
I'm all over this thing.
Krusty's Corner every day at 2:45-ish right here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, we got Wyatt Langford coming up at 3:40. Let's do NFL News of the Day coming up next. The Hard Knocks trailer has been released. Comeback Player of the Year and a record you don't want to be the breaker of. That's next on The Fan.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan.
Well, and now hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. About to get some NFL news of the day. We've got Around the Rim coming up here on the other side. And then, of course, Wyatt Langford, Texas Rangers Player Show, coming up at 3:40. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo. We got Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, rocking with you. 877-881-1053. Always available to join the conversation as you turn it on and leave it on. Hashtag Tolo. Gavin Dawson on vacation with the family. Big news in the NFL right now is, of course, the ongoing Brandon Ayuk. Is he going to get a contract extension with the 49ers? Is he going to be traded? I guess Adam Schefter reported that the 49ers and Commanders had some trade talks before the draft. Commanders did not follow through with that. And then Brandon Ayuk went on to Instagram, said, but I thought the Niners were never trying to trade me. But it would make sense that the Commanders would be the first team that they would reach out to. I mean, given we talked about it yesterday, the relationship with him and their new quarterback, Jaden Daniels, I would assume the Commanders thought, okay, that's probably the guy we're going to take anyway in the draft prior to it with the second overall pick. Caleb Williams, foregone conclusion, he was going number 1 overall. So, yeah, I mean, that could be a union that ends up being positive, and maybe that still happens. But as of now, nothing new to report on the Brandon Ayuk stuff other than, yeah, they have had some trade talks, which I do think we knew about. Like, this was reported, we just didn't have teams listed.
Right, yeah, and all the flirting that he's done with Jaden Daniels and the Commanders here via social media and whatnot over the last few weeks, plenty of dots have connected, plus the front office guy that's the general manager now for the Commanders was a part of the front office in San Francisco, so everything connects that way. But one person put it like this in terms of the negotiations, like in the contract negotiation with Brandon Ayuk, they're treating Ayuk like he's a high-level number 2 wide receiver. So they're not meeting him at the dollar figure that he wants as a guy who thinks he's a obvious bona fide number 1.
Right.
But when other teams try to trade for Ayuk, San Francisco acts like he is an elite wide receiver who's worth a first and more. So it's like, okay, when we're trying to give him a number 2 kind of contract as a wide receiver, but when we're trying to trade him, we're trying to get all the assets. Doesn't really make sense.
Now, the AP last week came out with new clarification, new criteria to clarify and emphasize injury and illness for NFL Comeback Player of the Year after Joe Flacco won it last year. And basically it was just like, yeah, he's Comeback Player of the Year because he came back, signed with the Browns, and he wasn't playing. So they went 4-1 with him. He had 13 touchdowns to 8 picks, played really well. But what exactly was Flacco coming back from?
Yeah.
Just kind of
being on the couch.
Yeah, not really no team wanting him, I guess is what it was.
Yeah.
So the sequence of events that led to Flacco claiming the award inspired the AP to clarify what the award is supposed to highlight. And the new guidelines say the spirit of the AP Comeback Player of the Year award is to honor a player who has demonstrated resilience in the face of adversity by overcoming illness, physical injury, or other circumstances that led him to miss playing time the previous season. Now, we do have a Cowboy who is listed as one of the top to possibly win Comeback Player of the Year with the latest odds, and that would be Trevon Diggs.
Diggs, yeah.
Diggs is one of the top contenders to win Comeback Player of the Year, especially with this new criteria. Do we think our guy Trevon Diggs can come back and win this award?
I think he would have a real chance if he's the same type of ball hawk, like racking a bunch of interceptions up anywhere close to what he did a couple of years ago. Then yes, like if he's the interception king version of himself, then he's 100% in the mix here. But I think that's the only way.
Yeah,
like you have to have 7, 8,
especially if like Rodgers has a good year and he's coming off of the Achilles.
Yeah.
They're probably going to give it to a quarterback, especially a guy like Aaron Rodgers, who the league seems to just love and gives him a pass for everything.
Yeah, that's true. What's the competition like?
Yeah.
I think they do a great job of getting their guys healthy. I wonder if they've got it figured out yet of how to get them to play at that level they played at before they got hurt. You know, it always seems like it's a 5 or 6 game process before we get the guy to where he's comfortable and ready to play, and not ready to play, but plays at that high level. I worry about the rust with Diggs because I really don't know how much work he's going to get in Oxnard. You know?
Yeah, we haven't really gotten much in the way of update on where the status
he might just be working with Britt.
Yeah,
and look, the Cowboys staff's going to get him ready to go for week 1. There's no doubt in my mind.
There's no question. Britt Brown will get guys ready to play, whether they play at that level. You know, I mean, you hope, but Britt will have him ready to play. How hard is this guy willing to get back?
That's when it's on the player.
That's when it's on the player.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's guys but we've seen guys like Terrence Steele work his ass off. And then all of a sudden, he doesn't play
Seems
at a
like
high
Overshown's been doing that.
Yeah, and that's why
guys who haven't gotten the bag.
Very
right?
true.
Terrence Steele was doing it. He hadn't gotten the bag. Overshown, obviously.
Yeah.
Trevon Diggs has, so that makes it that much more difficult to be like, I got to really get this thing back to.
See, that's what I worry about a little bit because I think Overshown, I think John Stevens, I think guys like that I saw with my own eyes, and please forgive me, I'm not Britt Brown or Jim Maurer trainer guy, but I'm just watching them. I'm like, man, they're starting to do things with Overshown and make the positional drills, drop to hook, drop to flat, forward, break, this, that. So they're starting to do things. I'm thinking, okay, this is football related stuff. I haven't seen with Diggs. I've seen the one time I got to watch, I was like thinking, okay, he looks okay, but to me, there's probably going to be a lot of this training camp where there are going to be questions about Diggs to Mike McCarthy, and he's going to have to answer them, and we'll see.
Maybe he's just not ready.
And that's what I worry about. Like when you get to the Cleveland Browns in week 1, has Diggs done everything in his power to get ready, to be ready to go?
Well, and that's when you're not getting those reps, the timing.
Yeah.
You talk about the rust. That's that stuff like you can't mimic that by just practicing, right? When you're in the actual game flow, the game speed, there's a little bit of that. You've got to.
Training camp of covering CeeDee Lamb,
right? That's going to help you knock that off.
That's going to help you.
Brandon Cooks,
yeah. But I don't know how much work he's really going to get in Oxnard.
So if he's not doing that, then there'll be some questions. Is he hitting the ground running week 1 against Cleveland? And that's on him a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean betting on him to be comeback player of the year is not something that I would be like. I
do think Burrow. Somebody texted 214 texting Burrow. That's a great one.
Joe Burrow's already won it once, hadn't he?
That wouldn't surprise me.
I think
after his rookie, they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
afterwards,
he's won it. I think this might be the second.
No doubt.
You don't want to be the guy winning comeback player of the year award all the time.
Hey, if it means you're going to the Super Bowl again, maybe Joe Burrow would take that. But you're right. That's not something you want to be continuously doing. Now, we got the first trailer for Hard Knocks. This is the offseason with the New York Giants.
Giants.
You have to clarify because we got 19.
Yeah, we got a bunch of different Hard Knocks. Right. So this is the Giants version. Here is the trailer and how it sounds. And honestly, no matter what team they pick, it might be a Canadian football team. I think with this Hard Knocks music, you're going to get fired up.
The New York Giants are now on the clock.
We should stay in pick, right? This is Atlanta. What are you thinking?
Our team's not built. We're still adding pieces, but we still have the draft and free agency.
What about Brian Burns? Have you looked at Brian Burns? We would have to trade like 2 2s, and then you have to pay him $28, $29 million.
Breaking news. Brian Burns to the New York Giants.
I'm a G-man.
With the 6th pick, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors.
You ready to be a New York Giant?
Yes, sir. Let's do it. I am 5 months from the surgery, so progressing that. I've gotten hurt, but not like this.
When you win here, it's unlike anywhere else. You lose, they're going to be on your ass. It's New York, man.
He's doing everything he can to get back on the field.
Saquon, can you give me your word on that, or are you not going to give us a chance?
My job is to do what's best for the franchise.
Let's go.
I do love that Hard Knocks tune, man. It's so good.
It is that
awesome.
part.
It was one thing that I like.
I missed the John Bon Jovi one.
Oh,
Wanted Dead or Alive.
Wanted.
Oh, that was the one.
It's my life.
I know that's the one. That was the original one.
Doesn't Deadliest Catch use that now?
I think so.
On Discovery.
I think so,
I think that's the Deadliest Catch theme.
I watch Wicked Tuna more than I watch Deadliest Catch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad loves Deadliest Catch, man. He's still watching to this day.
They've had a lot of issues with those guys, man.
Well, didn't they have
physically?
I mean, yeah, like the dude's like
health issues.
Yeah,
a lot of those smoking
captains.
up guys and
I think
stress.
one
and,
of them Sig. I think he's had like a heart attack.
Yeah.
One of them
Zig.
I think a couple of them have died.
Yeah, they have a couple. They buried a guy at sea.
That's where he wanted to get.
There we go.
Like the whole body.
Yeah,
They didn't cremate it first.
I think
just the ashes.
Just threw them out there.
Yeah, well, you're a Navy man, so you understand burial at sea.
I sure do.
I think this was the ashes.
Okay.
I think this was an ash. I don't think this was a play taps and slide bit.
I've seen that a few times.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah.
But the one thing
this was the first one.
First Hard Knocks
when we
ever?
were on Hard Knocks,
Damn.
this was it.
I forgot. I didn't know that. Actually,
Yeah.
it's crazy. I remember watching at the time, but I didn't remember that this was the song.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
It's crazy to think that every time you're in the ocean, there's a decent chance you're swimming in somebody's ash water.
Yeah, there is.
I guess it's better than the poo, right?
Yeah,
As we discussed
I
yesterday.
would rather swim in any dead person's ash water
Than a bunch
as
of fecal
opposed
matter?
to
Lucius,
sewage water.
like when something happened at sea like that, was it immediate? Did they give him the option to bring the body back, or is it just immediately as a naval man? As a naval man, you go that way.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that they contact the family and they come up with something. But the times I've seen it, which was twice, they did it right within 2 days.
Wow. Yeah. See,
Just get on out there to the hangar deck and put on your blues and salute this man.
Yeah.
And then whoosh, whoosh, right there in the middle of the ocean, and we keep it moving.
Yeah.
We got somewhere to be.
Yeah.
It's tough.
It is tough, man, because I think they probably would give you the option, like, can you bring the body home?
Yeah, I would hope so.
Can you bring the body home? But no, he loved the Navy, man.
He's a Navy man.
Bury this dude.
Here's the protocol. Sorry, fam.
Died, love what he loved, That's died in the middle of the ocean.
Doing what he loved doing.
Starving for attention. Missing his family. This is what he loved to do. Oh, man. Let's leave him here.
Put this country on his back, and we're just going to leave him right here in the middle of the ocean.
The dust to water.
Yeah, I've seen it twice, man. It's tough, bro.
That is tough. God, it's going to be tough.
That is a tough deal. Well, we got Hard Knocks Giants to look forward to. I am interested in their side of the Barkley situation as he leaves and goes to the Eagles, because he's like, are you even going to give us a chance? And I bet Barkley just said, no, I'm getting the hell out of here. Thank you very much. And I wonder how much you focus on Daniel Jones in this, too. We'll see, because I'm not super interested in Daniel Jones. Speaking of quarterbacks, I got two things to get to here. Russell Wilson. He's got a chance to pass former Steelers quarterback Ben Roethlisberger on this all-time list. It's not one you want to be on.
Interceptions?
Sacks.
Oh, yeah, he is he's a perpetual
So he's the
sack
fifth
taker.
most sacked quarterback in NFL history. He's 27 sacks away from tying Roethlisberger at 554 sacks. It's the third highest mark in the league.
Mr. Unlimited.
Only Hall of Famer Fran Tarkenton and
got sacked a
seven-time
lot,
Super Bowl champ Tom Brady
sacked
were
a lot.
sacked more than Big Ben. And Russell Wilson has a chance to go ahead and surpass that. We'll see if he plays in those games.
Big Ben was like Big Ben the
He was
clock.
a tough
He ain't
guy to
moving.
sack.
Well, but he wasn't moving, right?
No.
I mean, early on,
he had a little
some
bit of mobility.
He became larger and larger and slower.
But he
and
was
slower.
a hold on to the football kind of guy.
Definitely. But I would love to know how many the sacks avoided, like how many
he would have a
tackle
lot.
Sacks.
I'll never forget. I think it was DeMarcus Lawrence had a clean sack look on him in 2016, and somehow Big Ben fought out of that thing and throws a pass. I mean, he was tough to bring down. I would imagine most linemen
that body armor
that played against him, would say like he was one of the toughest SOBs to sack.
Well, by the end, you were like, "Is that Brett Kiesel?" Oh God, that's Ben Roethlisberger.
You're right. They did look like doppelgangers, or doppelgaggers, as CA would say. All right, Julian Edelman was on the Cowherd show. And he was talking.
He might be going back to ESPN.
The Herd. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, because Fox. I don't know what's going on with them, but the ratings are so damn bad. But Edelman gave his opinion on what went down with Aaron Rodgers and is the quarterback being selfish by not being at the mandatory mini camps.
You know, I know a lot of people do things differently, but God forbid the New York Jets start 1-3 in the beginning of the season, which they start with the Niners, Tennessee, Patriots. Who else? The last one. Someone else, regardless, and we all know that the Patriots are no good, but that defense is still the same defense, and that's who Aaron goes against. If they go 1-3, this is going to be such a big distraction for that locker room because everyone's going to be talking about this is New York City. You know, this media, it's a media capital of the world, and you can't tell me, you know, I'm a big Aaron Rodgers fan, but if I was in that locker room and Aaron Rodgers wasn't there for 3 days on the mandatory minicamps,
having played 4 snaps last year.
Having played 4 snaps off of an injury when we have 2 new receivers, we got a bunch of new linemen that we added to the team with a CBA that doesn't allow us to practice a lot. You know, I guarantee there's 4 or 5 guys, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys in that locker room sitting there like, where's he at?
And he got it.
I think he's 100% right, and we'll see, man. I mean, things are going to absolutely spiral out of control if they don't start the season.
Why do I want Julian Edelman to be the broadcaster guy instead of Brady on Fox?
I think Edelman's great. I think he's entertaining. He's funny.
Why do I want him more
You
than
want Edelman week 1 in Cleveland?
The clips we've seen of Brady, though,
Alongside
I think
Kevin
Brady's going to be
Burkhardt?
good.
Brady's going to be awesome.
I'm just telling you, man, there's something about Julian Edelman.
Edelman is very talented.
He's a good storyteller, but, man, those were some really good points.
I would sub, and no disrespect to Gronk, you know, because I think everybody.
That's no.
But we
What are
could
you
sub
doing
Edelman
there?
and Gronk out on Fox.
Yeah, I think Edelman in the studio
Gronk
is
is
a nice
terrible.
addition. I think Edelman in the pregame or, you know, in the all that stuff with Bradshaw and those guys.
I just kind of feel like more Julian Edelman for me.
Okay.
Over Brady, huh?
I think Brady's going to be good.
I think Brady's going to wear me down.
Nobody's
going to
be better than Jameis, though. Jameis is going to be the best.
I think getting rid of our tight end was a bad play myself.
Olsen?
I like Greg Olsen.
Oh, gosh.
Well, and the Cowboys are the number 2 team, you know.
Yeah.
We'll get Olsen.
Odds that we're going to get as many games as we do, you and I, in the pregame, odds we're going to get Tom Brady one time.
I would put it closer to 0 than anything.
Romo or Brady? Who we got a better chance?
Brady.
You have a better chance to get Brady
because it's the unknown. We know Romo's not coming on.
Romo's not doing it. All right, there's your NFL news of the day. Let's go around the room. Where are we going with that, Eric?
The Maverick that is retooling his jumper, and more good news on our guy Derek Lively. That's next here in the nation.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com, the affordable, reliable protection for your home.
If your security equipment is older than 5 years, it's time to upgrade to DFW Security. Protect your home, business, or large commercial facility now with the latest technology from DFW Security, your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com.
Wyatt Langford joins us in 15 minutes. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Get your questions in for him. We might be able to go Fuego Rapido style and see if we can fit in 50-plus questions. So anything you got for Wyatt Langford, we look forward to chatting with him coming up here in a few minutes. And now it's time to go around the rim. Segments brought to you by Window Nation and also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And shout out to Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. And now we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we're less than 24 hours away from the NBA draft, and Broadus is wearing his Lucky Whataburger shirt. He just looks so good in that shirt. I can't stop thinking about it, dude. You look awesome.
You know what?
It's an awesome shirt.
I was having some envy because Lucius will wear his hoodie.
Yeah.
I think you guys got hoodies.
Yeah, we did.
And I was thinking, man, should I have gotten the hoodie? But I went for the camp shirt. I went for the, the camp, with the pearl buttons.
That's a year-round shirt, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I understand the hoodie envy, but I think you did it right with the short sleeve button up.
I think you could always, the hoodies, no matter what. Now, your Bobby Belt, it'll be 95 degrees outside, and he'll have a hoodie on.
Same with Sean.
He will.
Yeah, Sean, if we got Broadus like a hat, like a Whataburger hat here, we'd think he's a manager of one of these stores, like he's a big dog. Seriously.
Tell you what, man.
Hey, Bobby doesn't wear T-shirts or anything under his hoodie either.
He just goes straight skin.
That is a savage man right there, bro.
He's just got the
hoodie and naked chest. It's wild in Texas.
He's just got fleece up against his chest and
Sean got on him the other day, invited him over to the house for this pool party.
Oh, God.
And Bobby wore a hoodie over there. And
Sean slamming the hoodie.
Sean had like 3 T-shirts and like Bobby's like, no, I ain't changing into that.
Oh, man.
He just kept wearing the hoodie.
He wore jeans too?
I don't think he had jeans on.
He's one of the most interesting individuals ever created. Bobby.
He is.
Love you, Bobby.
Yeah, love you, Bobby.
Oh, I love him so much.
His
did
roommate.
have the most shocking thing said on the air today.
What was it?
Which was putting Jerry Jones second when doing the DFW.
Oh my gosh, which was a great segment. I mean, that's a great topic, by the way. But he put Jerry second.
He put Jerry second.
I think
that's just because he's going to the party this year and he wants to try and.
Is he going to the party?
He's going to the party this year.
I think he's going to the party.
He's going to the party this year.
I'm marking B on my Scantron for false. That's not happening.
Look, it's fair to wonder, but I do think he's.
No, he is going to back out. Something is going to come up where he is not going to do
Here's what's going to happen. He's going to be like, when it's time to go,
he's going to get mad at somebody and not
he's going to be wearing basketball shorts and a hoodie with no shirt underneath it. And then we're all going to look at him and say, you can't go to this party.
Marauder's
and that was his plan the whole time. You know what I mean?
I don't know, when some guys from another station show up in similar attire.
Not a hoodie and basketball shorts.
No, but like flip-flops and shorts, and maybe they have a Hawaiian shirt on.
See, there you go.
Maybe.
Now you pass. Because you're not wearing a hoodie.
Are you mad at
basketball
them?
shorts?
You're mad at them, aren't you?
He's doing some shit.
No, I don't mind. I think that it allowed me to realize I don't need to dress up as much.
Are you going to dress down at the Jerry party this year?
I'm not going to dress down, but I'm going to just be like casual, maybe business casual.
You're like post-soda. Are you really going to kind of lean into
Dude, I've put on weight. I am trying to lose.
But I mean, for that one time.
You're doing your thing right now. I've seen you for the last day.
I am, but I'm very much in a fringe of like, I got smaller clothes. Those are a little bit tighter fitting, so I'm having to wear some of the bigger clothes. So I'm not really sure what
So you're
range.
mad at yourself now?
I'm very upset at myself.
Yeah.
I don't know what range I'm going to be in a month. We'll see.
So you did stash away some of the older, bigger clothes.
Yeah.
That's a heady play. Some people do a full clean sweep of the closet
what it was
now.
Wifey likes to wear some of that stuff.
Ah.
So that's why we haven't seen the Staubach T-shirt or the Bob Lilly T-shirt, I believe.
That's true. We haven't seen Bob in a while.
I think she's
I'm
probably
worried a little bit.
I think she's taking that from you.
She definitely took my Texas Rangers gear, all of it, the World Series championship pullover we got, and the shirt that I bought.
That zip-up thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She started wearing it.
Heck yeah.
That
Good for her,
zip-up thing
man.
is nice.
Hey, she's a champion as well. Yeah, Bobby thinks general manager Jerry Jones better than Chris Young, world champion.
Jim Neal.
And no, he's got Jim Neal 1, and then he went Jerry Jones, and then I think he went Chris Young, and then Nico.
Yeah, I think he was thinking the entire department. Like he was including
He was
Will
really
McClay.
just thinking about
he was
draft.
calling Will McClay the general manager, basically.
Well, that's disrespectful to Jerry Jones, who's obviously the general manager. And if I think he was doing mostly like they draft the best.
Yeah.
I think that's basically what it came down to for him. So anyway, I think that's the most shocking thing said into these microphones today. But there's still time. There's still time.
I agree with him.
Over the past 24 hours.
Would that be more shocking?
Yeah, actually, it would. Over the past 24 hours at Fanatics Sportsbook, there has been 10 times more money wagered in the team to draft Bronny James market than the number 1 overall pick market.
Atlanta.
So that's the headliner for this draft is where does Bronny go? And the money, the gambling dollars are reflecting that in a huge way. I do have to admit something, and I have to salute our guy in the 214 who saved me from a giant butt cracking, even though he didn't really save me because I was in the midst of this thing. He just pulled me out, but I was in that crack. He had
Was this the Omax
grab
deal?
me by the hand and pull me out. No, this was not Omax. This was Derek Lively.
Oops.
I was going to bring to the air something that I thought was true about Derek Lively allegedly growing an additional inch since being drafted and now being 7'2" with a wingspan of like 8 feet or something. But I have since been informed. Again, thank you, Tolo and the 214, pulling me up out of the crack before I got fully sucked in there. So,
You don't want to be sucked into the crack.
no, you don't.
More
you
of a
don't.
crevice
And
guy.
this is on me 100%. But I was going to tell you guys that Derek Lively is still growing at this age. But that's
As a
that's
player,
not the
he
case.
is. He's growing
as a player.
As a
yes.
player, he's still
I think
growing.
he's grown more than an inch as a player. How many inches do you think he's grown in skill over the last season?
A foot.
Since being drafted.
A foot.
You're going 10. You're going
A foot. Yeah,
full
foot.
12 inches
Yeah,
of
I mean,
growth.
we're actually,
He's been fantastic.
Even the people who follow Duke, like Hagee and those guys that watch John Machota, all these guys that watch Duke.
Nobody saw this coming.
Yeah, they're all like, they're living and dying the games.
12 inches of growth is probably max growth for any individual in 1 year. And you can't grow more than 12 inches in any realm of life.
I'm going to say this.
But Walchuk's not willing to give him the full 12. Walchuk's sitting there at 10, which is respectable.
Hey, I learned from, who was the guy, Lucius? Andy Elliott? You got to leave room for a little more growth.
Absolutely.
Right?
Now take your shirt off. Let me see what you're about.
No, please don't ask me to do that.
Bobby, take your hoodie off. Let's see what
stand up.
Now, I like fat people, but you're a fat ass.
But I think that, to me, like I say, everybody, I don't know if even the people from Duke thought he was going to be this good.
Yeah.
I think, and here's
Duke
another,
certainly didn't use
here's
him,
another one of my
it seems,
thoughts.
in the right way.
I feel like that if he was in year 3 of his career, they beat Boston.
I hope we get
How about
that chance.
How about
Well, 'cause
that?
at that point, it'll be like 36 inches worth of growth if he stays.
At that
on
point,
pace.
it's him and Wendy, who's the best big in basketball of all time.
3
Yeah,
years
ever.
of experience, 3 years of experience and learning and all that. I think he's going to be one of the top big men in the league.
Okay, we need to do some broadest insider stuff here. Okay, I don't mean to put homework on you. I know this is supposed to be the off-season period.
What are we doing?
But I do need to put a little homework in here because we just got like a little teaser from Brian Damaris on the Take That With You podcast. About PJ Washington.
Okay.
And apparently his jumper getting completely retooled. Obviously trying to get his 3-point percentage higher. Which we all would appreciate.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So you need some my sources?
Okay, yeah, if you could dip into, I don't know how many of your NBA guys that you got across the league would be familiar with this, but I think
Is
it
he
would be a
training
fun-
here or somewhere else?
Yeah, I don't. All I know is PJ Washington jumper completely retooled, trying to help the 3-point percentage. I'm here for it. But what does that look like?
Okay.
I got extra homework. Too.
Completely retooling tells me you might be trying to
I
be
got
a
to write
lefty
all
shooter.
this down.
Yeah,
I
write
can't
this down.
remember.
All right, PJ Washington,
PJ
3-point.
Washington jumper, right?
And then also Stein is Mark Stein reporting.
I know Mark well.
The THJ, the Detroit Pistons seem to be the favorites right now. Would that be just basically a salary dump where the Mavericks are, hey, we're getting a pick back in some cash, or is there a player on the Pistons they'd like in return, like an Isaiah Stewart?
Oh, okay. So
ask about Isaiah Stewart.
Isaiah Stewart. Okay, I'm writing that down. Isaiah Stewart.
Because they kind of match contracts. Like, that's what I'm kind of looking at on that Pistons roster. Which players could you get in return for THJ that kind of match the salary? Now, for the Mavericks, it might be smart just to salary dump this thing.
Yeah, and I don't know what the rules are on, like, not taking on any money, like, in the trade. You're giving up a $17 or whatever $1 million THJ salary, and, like, what's the minimum you can get back in return? You know, or can you just do a full?
Bobby Marks gave us some idea how we can get Jones.
Could you get a second-round pick?
That was good. That was good insight.
Yeah, he's awesome at that, dude. Yeah. He's got a full-on article if you want more information on him. Quentin Grimes, I guess, would be another name that I think Stein's thrown in there as well as a potential outgoing piece in the Tim Hardaway Jr. trade. So, yeah, Grimes and Stewart.
Paul George's preference is to stay on a 4-year deal with the Clippers, according to Mark Stein, but the rumors are swirling. Brian Windhorst says, like, anytime over these next couple of days, you could get the Paul George news of an opt-in and a trade somewhere. And the Golden State Warriors are a name that is now really starting to come alive in terms of potentially landing Paul George.
Okay, scarier, Golden State or Houston for him to go?
Golden State.
You think? Okay.
I mean, yeah, I think, Golden State, they could actually be like a legitimate title contender.
Gotcha.
I think Houston, you're talking about still a young team, and Paul George is not making you a contender, but you're going from, I guess, a play-in team to potentially
they're probably a playoff team.
A playoff team.
Because Fred VanVleet's one of those dudes that's also a winner like Drew Holiday.
And it makes your division, that much more difficult. Like, to be fair, no question. But in terms of actually challenging you for Western Conference Finals champion, I think the Warriors could do that with Paul George much quicker than what you would have Paul George with the Rockets. But the Warriors' odds, I mean, last night they were plus 3,000 to land Paul George. Now it's plus 600 overnight.
Okay.
So
Vegas heard something.
Yeah, absolutely. The Paul George stuff is going to be very, very interesting, but Bronny's the one that is getting all the bets coming his way right now. Brandon Ingram is the most likely dude to be, like, he's likely played his last game as a Pelican, according to Mark Stein as well. So Brandon Ingram being dealt over the course of these next few days could be super interesting. And final around the rim Nugget WNBA style, this weekend's Fever Sky game, Clark versus Reese. 2.3 million viewers on ESPN on average. That's what they average. So that makes it the WNBA's most watched game in 23 years.
And both of them balled out.
Yeah, they did. I mean, that fourth quarter for Angel Reese. They both led their
team in points. Angel Reese, another double-double, 8 straight now, rookie record. And it was a really good game.
2 young studs. And speaking of young studs, Wyatt Langford of the Texas Rangers joins us next here in the Nation.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ with the NBA draft upon us, let's list the sporting events.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The set, the pitch. Langford swings and belts one. Deep left field. Back goes Melendez. That ball is history. A grand slam for Wyatt Langford. The first of his career, and the first grand slam by a Ranger this year. He puts the Rangers on easy street. It's 6-0.
Wyatt Langford. Wyatt Langford. Wyatt Langford. Yeah, baby. Fresh off his first career grand slam, Wyatt Langford joining us here on the Rangers Player Show, brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary? Wyatt Langford. Wyatt, how the hell are you doing, man? Welcome.
Hey, guys. I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic, man. What do you think about the nickname Bangford, or do you have a nickname you like to go by?
That's the first I've heard it. I mean, I don't mind it, I guess. It's not bad.
So what was going through your mind there? You hit your first grand slam of your career. You helped propel the team to a victory, which is the most important thing. But it seemed like you knew off the bat that thing was going out.
Yeah, I got it pretty good. Yeah, it felt good.
Hey, Wyatt, when we were talking about kind of kicking things around here on our show about the fact that you're now becoming an everyday positional player, and it seems like that since that's happened, that your numbers have improved. Is that, can I get it straight from the Gators' mouth that that's the case with you? The fact that you're out in the field and making defensive plays has kind of helped you at the plate a little bit?
I don't know that it has, honestly. I don't think that played too much of a part in it.
Sure.
What do you think?
I feel like just in general, I'm just feeling better at the plate.
What do you think has been the biggest difference for you since you came off the IL? Was that just a good reset for you? Are you seeing the ball better? Just things kind of going slower for you?
Yeah, I think a lot of it was just comfort, getting comfortable, playing up here and getting accustomed to the pitching and everything.
Is it the speed that is a little bit more eye-opening when you get up to this level of these pitches, or is it just the command of these guys? What stands out about these MLB pitchers?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say all of the above. I mean, everyone throws hard nowadays, and then, they all know where to put it, too.
Hey, Wyatt, with your speed, do you just know how much stress you put on defenders when you're on the base? I mean, seriously, the ball just is hit like it's a hard shot, and then now all of a sudden you're standing on second base. Do you just know immediately, like, I put so much damn fear in these defenders the way I play this baseball?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a big part of why I like to do it, just because I know it puts that extra pressure on them.
You've been getting some run playing center field. How's that been for you, and how different is center compared to one of the corner outfield spots?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I think I only did it for about 6 innings that one game. But, no, it's fine. It's just a little different, some of the reads off the bat between the two. But besides that, it's not too much different.
I did love you went a little bit viral. I don't know if you noticed that, arguing some balls and strikes with one of the umps. You've been very unlucky when it comes to some bad calls. How's that been dealing with that frustration? Have you gotten any tips on how to discuss and challenge some of that stuff with the umpires?
Yeah, it's been a little frustrating just because how frequently it's happened. But, I mean, it's part of it. It's part of the game. I feel like I've handled it pretty well.
Wyatt Langford with us here on The Fan. All right, one of your buddies from Florida calls you up and just starts talking about the the differences in going from college baseball, which you were playing in just a year ago, to now these major leagues. What are you telling him about just the difference in how difficult it is?
Yeah, I'd say the biggest difference is just playing every single day. College you're playing 3 to 5 days a week at the most. So just going about it every single day and getting your body ready to play every day.
How nice is it having guys like Marcus Semien, guys like Corey Seager, and just the dedication to the grind that those guys put in every day? Are you in their ear? Are you stealing stuff? I mean, at some point, is Wyatt going to be walking around with a tripod videoing himself like Corey?
I don't know about that, but no, it's been great. I mean, there's so many guys on this team that's had a lot of experience and a lot of success playing this game. So being able to talk to them, be around them, definitely helps a lot.
What is the best advice you've gotten so far since being in the big leagues?
I wouldn't say there's really a best advice I've gotten. I'd say just in general, just kind of just make sure you be yourself and do what you need to do to get ready. Not like you don't need to copy other guys like what they do to get ready. Like Corey does his thing, Marcus does his thing. So you just got to figure out what works for you.
Hey Wyatt, when you hit the grand slam, you got the cold shoulder from your teammates there in the dugout. You're kind of putting your gloves and your hat away, and you're looking around. Did you know that it was going to happen, or did you expect it to happen, or you were just looking for somebody? Hey, somebody shake my hand, please. I did something pretty good for us here.
Yeah, that was after my the first home run I hit.
Right.
The first one I hit against the Mets, they did that. But yeah, it was cool. I mean, I kind of expected it, just because it's one of those things that happens.
My Uncle Dave is actually the one who caught that home run ball, by the way. So you absolutely made his entire life there. It was pretty awesome. He couldn't wait to be the gentleman who's not going to fight for that ball. He couldn't wait to get it to you. So that was a huge group chat family discussion. Watching my uncle catch your first home run. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Now, rookie hazing wise, I mean, because that's what they're doing. They're messing with you on the rookie stuff. What type of what's the deal? Do you have any rookie tasks that you're having to perform?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been too bad really. The only thing I have to do is we have a boom box that I have to carry around everywhere we go on the road, so we can have music on the plane and on the bus.
A boom box, like a full flip, like you got to carry it over the shoulder kind of deal?
No, it's a little smaller, but. Yeah, no carrying it on the shoulder.
I'm assuming you don't have any aux cord rights, though, right? You haven't graduated to getting to decide.
Oh yeah, no.
I was wondering, are you responsible for the batteries, or is this something that we plug in as we go along? Is there equipment that goes along with it, like a little bag, a little pouch that goes with it?
No, just charging cord.
Okay.
Were you watching any of the College World Series?
I did. I watched some of it. I watched Florida play. I didn't watch the championship series really.
So have you had taken the time to sit back and be like, damn, I was playing in that last year and now I'm sitting here as a big leaguer?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about it.
It is. It's absolutely surreal. So, I mean, being a Florida kid, did you grow up a Florida Panthers fan?
No, I never really grew up really any professional teams.
Okay, so you weren't partying for the Stanley Cup last night?
No, not at all.
Just partying for being a badass. That's what he was partying about last night. Wyatt Langford with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Now, you weren't a hockey guy, but you were dual sport, playing some football as well, correct?
Yeah. I played football, played basketball.
What were you better at, football or basketball?
Definitely football.
Definitely football. Okay, I imagine basketball, you were probably heavy rebounder. You're there to eat 6 fouls, and you'll set a hard screen.
Were you dunking? Because you're a freak athlete.
Pretty accurate. I actually never did in high school. I never dunked.
Damn. But you can dunk, right? Do you know for sure that you physically can dunk a basketball?
I can now. Okay. I got a lot more athletic in college.
When it came to football, were you ever thinking like maybe I'd pursue that over baseball, or was it always baseball?
Growing up, I wanted to play football in college, but I think it kind of switched over to baseball.
Did you have a favorite player that you loved growing up in football?
Not really, no. I didn't really watch as much as I just like to play.
Okay. Were you a two-way guy football-wise? Are you toting the rock? I imagine you as a running back would be pretty dang lethal. I mean, the quads that you got would scare me.
Yeah, I ran the ball a little bit, and I played linebacker.
Oh, my gosh. Whole plugger, right thumper, there. Absolutely. Super freak athlete. What if Wyatt Langford, because you're impressive physically. I mean, my dear God, you said it all happened in college for you. What's the most impressive thing you could do in a weight room if you had spectators and they're like, just do something cool for us? Is it a heavy back squat?
No, I hadn't back squatted since my freshman year of college, sorry. I mean, probably deadlift.
What are you pulling, Wyatt?
The most I've ever done is 715.
Ooh, 715.
That's got to be. Was that at Florida?
Yeah, that was I guess over winter break at Florida. Damn. I was back home.
Oh my God, yeah.
Sophomore year.
That's bulk time, baby. Winter time. Yeah. That I mean, my goodness. Who's the most impressive guy in the weight room on this Rangers team?
I'd probably say Michael Lorenzen. He gets after it. He gets after it the most, I would say.
I can't remember seeing a pitcher with biceps like this guy.
No.
I mean, holy smokes, dude.
I mean, also the ability to play center field. Dude's a freak show. We hear about these legendary card games, of course, that helped propel the Rangers to the World Series last year. Have you been getting in on this? How you doing in the clubhouse with the cards?
Yeah, I've gotten in. I'm learning.
Learning sounds like a little bit of losing going on here. Is that are you just trying to keep your head above water on this?
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
All right.
Who's the most competitive when it comes to those like off the diamond sort of games?
Honestly, probably Josh Smythe is up there. Corey's really passionate about his cards too.
Do we ever get fights that break out over this?
No fights.
Like lingers into the game, like no bleep you, dude. I remember that earlier. You cheated.
Do you look? Which eye do you look at when you're talking to Scherzer?
Both of them.
Look at him square in the eyes. We got a tip that you're a big hunter. When's the last time you went hunting, and kind of what's your biggest catch?
Yeah, I mean, I did a bunch of off seasons. We shoot anything: ducks, deer, hogs, whatever.
Bleeping human being?
No.
But you're
most dangerous game?
Yeah.
What is it?
Just like a hunting Wolverine situation.
Yeah.
I got you. Do you tell in the duck blind? Do you have the best stories? Who tells the best stories? Do you go with buddies from Florida or your home guys? What do you do? Do you guys all tell a story? I'm wondering if you tell the best stories.
No, I don't. I'm not a storyteller, but I go with mostly my buddies back home from high school and stuff.
I could see you calling out your buddies for false stories, though, too. I can say that ain't true, man. You can't say that. That's not a true story. I could see you doing that.
Yeah, 100%.
Wyatt, I could see you eating some chicken wings. Are you a big chicken wing guy?
I can be.
Yeah? Okay, what's your go-to flavor?
I would say garlic parmesan.
Ooh, I got really good
news. All right, well,
for
listen, this for being on today. We got Pluckers as a sponsor, and so Pluckers is going to give you a gift certificate for $100. There's 8 of these in the DFW location, so you can get you some of those wings. And Wyatt, thank you so much for being with us today, and best of luck to you, man. We'll be pulling for you.
We appreciate you, bro. Go dong on one tonight.
All right, guys. Thank you guys for having me.
Take care, sir.
Thank you. There he goes. Wyatt Langford with us here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We crushed it, guys.
I'm out of breath.
We nailed that.
My head hurts. My head hurts.
A human being, Wolchuk.
Most dangerous game? We shoot everything.
You looked at Wolchuk, and I'm like, he goes, excuse me? And I'm like, oh, what
He
is
said,
it?
go dong one tonight.
Keep it light. Keep it fun. Let's go get that dub tonight, even up this series against the Brewers. All right, let's have some more fun. Michael Phelps gets you USA hyped.
We need to just show one more Golden Chick and Globe Life Field.
I got both in, but as much Golden Chick and
because everyone has beneficiaries, but not everyone has life insurance.
That's life insurance.
That. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary?
Yep, no doubt.
We should have asked Wyatt Langford, who's your beneficiary?
Who do you think it is? The Gators?
I bet it's a close family member.
All right, let's talk Michael Phelps. He's going to get us USA torqued. And how would you build the all-time Cowboys offense? That's next on The Fan.
This nation is growing.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Just hung out with Wyatt Langford. If you missed that, you can hit the Odyssey Rewinder. We're going to podcast that, baby. Lucius does an excellent job of getting all that stuff podcasted for you. Heck, if you're up late, maybe the G-Bag Snacks, we even have that for you. We'll see if it makes the cut. I do want to talk top 10 coming up next, the Wooly Bully top 10. We had an interesting list come out as EA Sports, the new college football game that's coming out. They have ranked the top 10 hardest environments to play in college football. Did they get it right? But let's talk some Cowboys in a moment. How would you build the all-time Cowboys offense? But we have the Olympics that are coming up in about a month. And I saw this courtesy of NBC Sports, of course, the home of your Olympic Games. And they were talking with Michael Phelps, who is arguably the greatest Olympian of all time, legendary swimmer. He's got 28 Olympic medals. And the exchange here is he's going to see a clip of Kate Campbell, who is an Australian swimmer. And Kate Campbell has 8 Olympic medals. She has 4 gold medals. Michael Phelps has 28 and 23 gold medals. So I think, all things Olympics, Michael Phelps probably somebody that, we can get his opinion on this. It's justified.
Yes, absolutely. He's got the skins on
He's
the wall.
qualified to talk about that.
Very qualified. That dude was eating like 12,000 calories a day.
Hell yeah,
to
he
swim
was.
for his country.
Ripping some bong skis, all this stuff. All for America, right? All for America.
Everything he does is
So
for
we're
his
not going to get him, but the United States, led by Katie Ledecky, they're hoping to be taking home a lot of gold and being at the podium and hear the national anthem. Well, here was Michael Phelps seeing what Australian Kate Campbell had to say. Let's get fired up, baby.
I'm just going to ask you to see this, how you might have used it if this was said back when you were swimming.
But it is just so much sweeter beating America.
Yeah.
There were a couple of nights, particularly the first night of competition, where we did not have to hear Star Spangled Banner ring out through the stadium, and I cannot tell you how happy that made me. When we're right next to each other in the warm-up areas, the US have this infernal cowbell that they ring, and as someone leaves to go to the competition pool, they ring out, USA, USA, and I've never wanted to punch someone more.
Wow. Have you seen that? No, but I appreciate your comments, Kate. Somebody said that to me, I would lose it. I would literally make them eat every word they just said about me. Because people have done it. Chad Leclos, Thorpe, you guys have all talked about me, and I had the last laugh. So for the Americans, if you see what I just saw, that's the first time I saw it. I would watch that thing every single day to give me that little extra bit of just oomph. Oh, I mean, that's awesome. Well, the good news is the Olympics will be here shortly, and we'll be able to see what the results are.
I loved watching Michael Phelps watch the clip, the reaction to it. It gets your blood boiling. It makes the hair on your arm stand up. We're doing. This is why I do love the Olympics. It's for your country, and you can tell everyone else. I mean, especially swimming, in track and field, but gymnastics, certain events that the United States has dominated. They really want to beat us in the U.S. And for those competitors like Michael Phelps, I mean, that just adds just a little bit more fuel to the fire. I loved it. It got me going, and I'm pumped for these Paris games, outside of course, the poo water.
Yeah, I am. I'm concerned for the health of these athletes that are going to have to swim in that. But that was actually a really funny clip from that Australian. It was an Australian.
It was Kate Campbell.
Swimmer. Yeah, it was actually really, really funny. And it's kind of a sign of respect because she's just so sick of, it's like sports fans just
always
hating the Patriots for so many years because, well, they do so much winning or whatever. So there's a little bit of respect there. But that's the crazy sicko all-time GOAT level competitive spirit,
no doubt,
that you have to have if you're going to be somebody like Michael Phelps and achieve the type of things that he's achieved over the course of his career. You have to be an insane person like that. And that's evidence to that sound right there gives you a window into what type of insane person he is.
I'm all for it. All right, I saw this on Blogging the Boys, who does an excellent job. Building the all-time offense for your Dallas Cowboys. 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. Why don't you play along and build this offense with us? at quarterback. And, of course, we've got the Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus, here with us to lend credence to some of these quarterbacks that are all-time greats that we didn't get to see. Danny Don Meredith, right? Roger Staubach.
I think we should build the best Cowboys team that Broaddus was a part of, like just the era that Broaddus was building it.
Which quarterback would you even pick?
You'd go Quincy. Yeah, you'd have to go Quincy, right? I mean, you're certainly not going Hutchinson.
Yeah,
or,
that would
or
not
Henson.
be. That would not be good. That would be bad.
Romo. You were. I guess
Romo was there.
That counts.
Romo
that counts,
there.
man.
Yep.
Okay, then we're gonna have a halfway decent quarterback
Romo
here in the
was there.
Broaddus era.
Yeah. In terms of the all-time Cowboys offense, Blogging the Boys. I don't know why I keep wanting to say Bleacher Report. It's the Bees. Roger Staubach is who they go with.
Ooh, I know why you want to keep saying Bleacher Report.
Why?
It's because Micah Parsons.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Synonymous. As we're talking Cowboys, I'm thinking Bleacher Report and Micah.
Yep.
But, of course, Roger winning 2 Super Bowls, and he was a 27-year-old rookie. I mean, it makes you, because obviously he served in the Vietnam War. So you think about what his career could have even been if he went straight. There's no war. He goes straight into the NFL out of Notre Dame, wins 2 Super Bowls, played in 4 in his 10-year career. Stats, obviously, not going to live up to some of the current
Staubach,
quarterbacks.
right?
Yeah.
You said Notre Dame Navy.
Navy, excuse me.
Yeah, Navy.
Yeah, stats
I'm
not
sure
gonna,
somebody will call you out for
yeah,
that, but
I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate the correction with Navy.
Yeah.
Stats aren't going to live up to, like, obviously Dak, Romo, even Aikman from that era. But, I mean, I don't have an issue with having Rodgers. I think if you were to play in today's game with the mobility that he had, he'd probably be incredible.
Yeah, the thing about Roger Staubach and his era with Tom Landry was a defensive coordinator under Vince Lombardi with the Giants. And or he worked with Vince Lombardi. Vince Lombardi was the offensive coordinator, and Tom Landry was the defensive coordinator.
Gosh, what a staff!
And then
amazing.
Yeah, and then so when Tom Landry took over the Cowboys, of course, then there's some talk. But Landry, if you were at the 70s, we had not seen a quarterback. I mean, in the 30s and the 40s, we'd seen Clark Shaughnessy of the old back in the day of using the shotgun formation, and Landry brought that to the Cowboys, or not. I say brought it to, but it was something that had been out there. But in the 70s, you did not see a lot of quarterbacks play out of shotgun. They were all playing under center. There was a lot of. I mean, the wide receivers played in 3-point stances. Like you watch some of the old,
it's crazy.
3-point stance, like they're running a 40-yard dash out wide. Not even standing up, hand on the ground, and then running routes from 3-point stance.
We should bring that back.
So
we should.
So Landry, Staubach got a little taste of what we see today. Like every quarterback plays out of shotgun today, whereas in the 70s you never saw that. And so there leads me to believe that Landry had a little bit of Lamar Jackson to his game.
Yeah.
He had that little Fran Tarkington with the Vikings and the Giants, smaller guy, really elusive, but see, that's the thing about Staubach. Jackson wasn't a great passer coming out of Louisville.
Which I think he's improved a lot.
He has
some
improved.
people will just write him off and say he can't throw the football. He's improved a ton.
Yeah, the Staubach's numbers will never be great, but his ability to lead, his ability to the mobility you talk about,
intangibles,
the accuracy,
the creating.
There were times where he would miss passes and or throw an interception, but his ability to improvise on a play
absolutely
is what made him and guys like Fran Tarkington and guys like that the players they were.
I mean, I think it comes down to Troy or Roger. Would you go Roger over Troy? I mean, Troy obviously also great leader, extremely accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd probably put up crazy numbers in today's league as well.
Both players had incredible players around him.
True.
Hall of Fame offensive lineman, Hall of Fame wide receivers,
running back,
Hall of Fame running game.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a very hard. I personally never beat Troy Aikman, and then when I got here in '99, he was already on the downward slide. So I never got to see that vintage.
Would you pick Troy? I don't think there's a wrong answer between the two.
No, I just know personally
the mobility. I feel like would be.
We had great teams in Green Bay.
Yeah, you did.
And San Francisco.
Hey, you won a Super Bowl.
And those teams, those teams were.
Damn you, Eric.
Go for it.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks, and Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
So anyway, those teams that Aikman beat, probably a little bit better than, but I'm telling you, Rams, Vikings, there were some.
Those wars with the Steelers in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, those were some great teams. But I'm talking about in the NFC, what you had to deal with.
Yeah.
The NFC teams, when Staubach was playing, it was the 49ers. It was the 70s 49ers you had to deal with. Staubach, if you look, like I say, 1969 to 1979, kind of similar to what Troy Aikman kind of went through in his career, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not that long of a career. But me personally, Roger Staubach,
I'm not going to fight it.
No, but man, they both, Roger Staubach's teams never really moved around. He never lost personnel.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he got Preston Pearson basically on a deal from, I think he was with was he with the Rams? But he was like their third down back. Whereas Troy Aikman got Jay Novacek on a plan B deal from Arizona, at the time, the Phoenix Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
So they both had similar paths to winning championships.
It's interesting.
Yeah, very similar.
Running back, obviously, they go with Emmitt Smith. Wide receiver, I think, is fantastic.
Yep.
They took who I initially thought as well. X, they're going Michael Irvin. I think you got to have Michael Irvin on there. Z, they're taking Bullet Bob Hayes, which I also thought about because of the speed factor, right?
All right.
He won a gold medal, 100-meter, 4x100 at Tokyo, and they had to change the cover 2 defense for Bob Hayes.
Yeah, that's your field stretcher. That's your guy that can take the top off.
Slot, CeeDee Lamb. Now, Dez Bryant's my second favorite Cowboy ever. It is very difficult to leave Dez out of this. There's also, of course, Drew Pearson, who's a friend of the station, and we love him. We've gotten to meet him. He's one of the best, and we was long
Can't run out of sight, though.
I
know, but this is what I'm about to...
This is tough.
This is what I'm about to do for you. This is... Bob Hayes played in a different era, and I mean it in a way of the defensive backs, the corners that he played against, there were some that just weren't fast enough. Not to handle his speed.
It was plumbers and electricians.
It was a lot of white guys. There were a lot of white guys playing cornerback, but there were some good black cornerbacks in the league. Night Train Lane, guys there were some good guys. There were, but not to the level of what you're dealing with today.
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, I see Bob Hayes and watching him as a kid just run by guys that couldn't turn and run with him. Whereas I think more guys today would be able to turn and run with Bob Hayes.
Yeah.
Drew Pearson. Drew, if you're listening, you'll know this. Drew Pearson had the ability to separate, but not great. He made a ton of contested catches.
Yeah, the Super Bowls, man.
Yeah.
The acrobatic, hanging in the air.
He's an all-time BBC wide receiver.
Yeah.
Bad ball catcher.
Yeah, he was a guy that would go across the middle and get crushed and hang on to the ball.
Fearless.
Dez Bryant, to me, I'm playing Dez as an X. I understand Michael Irvin. I like
too much similarities there with Dez and Mike, and they're
very similar.
Yeah,
physical, mean, nasty. I think Dez Bryant has better hands than Michael Irvin does.
Okay.
I would say
there wasn't a better high pointer of the football in Dez's prime than Dez.
Yeah, but I don't know if I could play Dez at Z.
Okay.
So I might have to play Drew Pearson at the Z. CeeDee Lamb playing in the slot.
He's going to feast.
Is going to feast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's his best spot.
But I'm just telling you, Bob Hayes played in an era where there were a lot of white guys playing corner that could not turn and run with him.
That's a good rebuttal.
Okay, but I'm just saying that. But Drew Pearson couldn't run out of sight either.
All right, let me run through the rest of the squad.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop you there.
No, because I think wide receiver is the hardest debate of the bunch.
Yeah.
Tight end, they're going Jason Witten.
Mm-hmm.
Left tackle, Tyron.
Oh.
Left guard, Larry Allen.
Okay.
Center, Travis Frederick.
Yeah.
Right guard, Zach Martin.
Okay.
Right tackle, Rayfield Wright.
Okay.
Any issues?
No. Good offensive line.
Man, all-time Cowboys
there's
offensive team.
There's some Larry Fitzgeralds and Dave Manders and guys like that they were good players. Tom Rafferty was a really good player, but Travis Frederick was really good.
Really damn good.
And Mark Stepnowski in that line was really good
Absolutely.
too. Yeah.
All right, let's get to the top 10 toughest places to play in college football. We got the new EA ratings out for their game. Did they get it right? 877-881-1053. Where do you think's the toughest place to play in the country? That's next on The Fan.
Well, I know the best place in all.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber
Shall we? Welcome into the G-Bag Nation on a Tuesday. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. And now here he is, the Woolly Bully, with the top 10 list of the day.
Thank you very much. Where is the toughest place to play in college football? 877-881-1053. Carter, if you, I should have mentioned this to you. I know we got college football, Carter. If you do want to jump on in here, join the conversation, feel free. I know you've probably been able to go to some of these places as well, but I'm curious what the fan text thinks. Did EA Sports get it right? It's rankings week. They're every day going to come out with some new rankings for the EA Sports game. Today, they came out with their top 10 toughest places to play. Before we get into that, quick update. Our buddy Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, who's hustling, bustling, doing great work. Cowboys held some workouts at the Star in Frisco for 4 players today. Defensive end Jonathan Garvin being one of the Birmingham Stallions, and he played in the NFL with the Green Bay Packers for a little bit, former Miami Hurricane. Wyatt Ray, also a defensive end of the San Antonio Brahmas. Derek Robertson, defensive end from the DC Defenders, and then running back John Lovett of the San Antonio Brahmas are the 4 players they brought in. And Nick writes one fascinating note on Wyatt Ray, grandson of legendary jazz singer Nat King Cole.
There we go.
Pretty cool there. Also the nephew of Natalie Cole. So we'll see if the Cowboys end up bringing in some more UFL talent. But let's get to this top 10. 877-881-1053, the toughest places to play in all of college football. I always think when somebody's like, okay, what's the toughest environment, Brian? And I've not gotten to go. I'm hoping this year, part of Jared Sandler's annual college football trip, Tiger Stadium, Death Valley at night.
It's tough. I would say, and I don't want to be a homer, but, Baton Rouge is tough, and a lot depends on the team. When the team, that team that won the national championship in 2019,
Joe Burrow.
Yeah, the fans made it tough. They had great players, and LSU fans could be a little fickle. If it's going well, they'll show up. If it's not going so well, but usually for the big games, they're there. I kind of have my own thoughts. I thought Bryant-Denny Stadium in Alabama was one of the toughest places I'd ever been.
Okay.
I also thought
as a player or as a fan,
no, as my team going to have to go play somewhere. Okay. I thought Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa, Alabama was as tough of a place I've ever been in my life. Sanford Stadium in Georgia is tough to deal with. I got beat, had a chance to win a game at the Horseshoe. At the time, it was a Horseshoe at Ohio State, and we got beat in the last 2 minutes of the game. Notre Dame Stadium could be a little bit tough to have to deal with as well. Texas A&M is not an easy place to play. When we were having to deal, I was part of that. Going in there as a fan, myself, David Hellman, and Bennett and I, we were part of that 7 overtime game. And Aggie fans can make it really, really tough on you in those games.
Y'all took the L in that one, didn't you?
We did. We took the L in 7 overtimes. Been to Camp Randall in Madison, Wisconsin. Could be tough. Never been to Beaver Stadium at State College in Pennsylvania, at Penn State.
Okay.
And they say that's a difficult one to deal with.
Like the whiteout Saturday night.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's being texted quite a bit. Like Penn State whiteout, the big house in Michigan. I mean, when you talk about it obviously can seat the most of anybody.
Yeah. Florida State. And Florida State is not a huge venue by any means. Doak Campbell Stadium there, and Oklahoma's tough. They get on a little bit of a roll. Florida Field was not easy. When we played at Florida Field, it was artificial turf, hot, loud. I mean, there's a lot of those SEC schools that I mentioned, but if I had to pick one that I've been to that I just absolutely you can't hear yourself. It's the one in Tuscaloosa.
I don't think anybody wants to go to Jack Trice Stadium in Ames, Iowa on a Saturday night.
Bad things happen to you.
Bad things happen Saturday night at Iowa State.
Bad things happen to you. Yeah.
They better be in this top 10 or at least outside looking in.
I'll tell you a very underrated one I went to and got my ass kicked in was in Provo. Was it BYU?
Yeah.
BYU was not, and I'll tell you, a tiny, small stadium that could wear you out because of the altitude. Take a trip to Laramie, Wyoming, and try and play those in front of 28,000 people, and they're all the weather changes as the game's going on.
Oh, that's tough.
Like all of a sudden you're standing there in a short sleeve shirt. Next thing you feel a little breeze. Next thing you know, it's snowing sideways, and there's like 28,000 people at this place.
Brutal.
And they're loud, and the altitude is killer. It's a tough.
We got some people texting in University of Montana. Might just be one guy that keeps flooding the text.
The Grizz? Is Montana the Grizz or Montana State?
Yeah, Washington Grizzlies.
I'll tell you, speaking of Washington.
Stadium.
Husky Stadium in Seattle, Washington was not easy.
Well, one that isn't on the list and that I have gotten to go to, Memorial Stadium in Lincoln.
Yeah.
I mean, it is literally the entire state of Nebraska shows up to Lincoln, and it doesn't matter if they're winless or undefeated.
Yeah.
They are loud, they are passionate, and they love their Huskers.
Well, and they pack it 90,000, 100,000.
The sellout record for them.
Yeah.
I mean, they love those type of town or cities, really, where they don't have a national team, like football to root for.
Like professional teams.
Yeah.
I've never made the trip to Blacksburg for Virginia Tech.
Like during the Frank
when we were
Beamer
growing
days.
up, and it was
Frank
like
Beamer
Vautech and the ACC with Michael Vick, and they're competing for national
Hey,
championships.
all three phases when Beamer ball's involved.
Dude, their games against Miami.
They're blocking a punt on you.
Oh, man. Yeah, Vautech looked incredible. Well, I remember after they had the tragedy that was the school shooter.
Yeah.
Their first home game.
It was crazy.
That was something that was like, that'll give you chills.
I remember Daryl Tapp off the edge at Virginia Tech.
I'll tell you a very comfortable stadium to play in. Play USC in the Coliseum.
Yeah.
Their fans are...
I don't think any of those California teams are ranked high on here.
They don't... to me, it's just not it's not one of those places where you go in there and you're like, they're going to be a lot of crowd noise here today.
Not going to be hostile.
And I know Jared, he's probably not listening today. Maybe he is.
Oh, no.
But he has to admit that USC does not have a hostile environment for how good that program is.
How is DKR? Because I haven't seen a game there in Austin. Like, Lucius, I know you're a Texas guy. I don't know if you thought DKR was impressive or not.
Well, if you are a visiting situation, they're going to fry you out there. They're going to cook you up, put you in the sun.
Yep.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, they put you in the sun,
you're
sweat
getting
you out.
cooked.
Yeah.
Okay. Shout out to, man, I like that.
Yeah.
That's smart there. That's smart stadium building. Honorable mentions. DKR is on the list of honorable mentions. So is Notre Dame Stadium, Kinnick Stadium in Iowa.
Yeah, see, I've scouted at Iowa. I've never been to a game at Kinnick.
We've got Lane Stadium, Virginia Tech.
That's what we were talking about with Enter the Sandman. Is that what that song is?
Yes. That's a badass
That's
intro.
an amazing
That is so
walkout.
sick.
Or the Sandman. Is it just called the Sandman or Enter the Sandman?
Enter the Sandman.
Okay.
Michigan Stadium with Michigan. Williams-Brice Stadium, South Carolina.
Now, that's an interesting place, too, to have to play it, but I've never been to that stadium. I know
The Gamecocks.
I've watched a bunch of games there, but yeah, they get a little rowdy there at the Cabooses.
Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn.
Auburn's tough.
Neyland Stadium, Tennessee.
Really loud, I think highly overrated.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
It's funny that you bring that up because Tennessee.
A lot of fans, but when they sing Rocky Top.
Rocky Top, that gets going.
It gets you chilly, but
are they rowdy? Like, are they boisterous fans there?
I felt like they were loud, but I didn't feel like it was any worse than Georgia and Florida and Alabama will hurt you. That you can't, like,
you're having a headache.
Yeah, you cannot line up and run plays at the student section of those ends.
Neyland, I brought that up. Memorial Stadium at Clemson.
Howard's Rock, that's the run.
And then Autzen Stadium in Oregon is.
See, I've never
11.
made the trip to Autzen, but there's your West Coast team.
I was going to go to Autzen with Jared and the crew, but then we found out we were having a baby. I'm like, I can't.
I think
spend the
weather's the biggest. The best venue for a West Coast team, like I say, Seattle Husky Stadium. Can be nuts.
All right, here's the top 10. Let me know if you think you got it right. 877-881-1053. This is the top 10 most difficult environments in the new EA Sports NCAA football game. Number 10, Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, Florida.
Yes, tough, very tough.
Number 9, Doak S. Campbell Stadium, Florida State.
Chant the whole damn game. Oh. Yeah. Chant the whole damn game. Yeah.
Number 8, Gaylord Family Oklahoma Memorial Stadium.
Man, they've had it used to be Owen Field, I believe, is what it used to be called.
I didn't know it was Gaylord.
Gaylord.
Yeah, but
I thought Gaylord was a Texas staple.
Apparently,
well, it's also in Michigan.
The Gaylord family has taken over the rights to Oklahoma Memorial Stadium.
Yeah, I thought it was Owen Field, is what I thought. Maybe Carter can help me on that.
Gaylord.
Yeah,
it's Gaylord Memorial.
7 is Camp Randall, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
6, Beaver Stadium, Penn State.
Never been, but I've always wanted to make.
Awesome.
It's a hard place to get to.
5, Sanford Stadium at Georgia.
Yeah, Sanford Stadium needs to be. It's one of the loudest places I've ever been in my life.
4, Ohio Stadium, Ohio State.
Yes.
I have been there. I will tell you Nebraska was louder. 3, and both teams are playing trap opponents. Ohio State was playing Iowa, and Nebraska was playing Purdue. No disrespect to those schools.
Love a Boilermaker this time of year.
3, Tiger Stadium, LSU.
There you go.
Go Tigers. Number 2, Bryant Denny Stadium, Alabama.
Yep.
But number 1, toughest places to play, according to the new EA Sports game, is indeed Kyle Field, Texas A&M. And that stadium's even bigger now, and it does get rocking. I mean, when they've played Alabama at home and they upset Alabama, and I have gotten to go to Kyle Field. They beat the crap out of SMU one year with Reggie McNeil at quarterback.
But they also take an L against App State.
They did at home, by the way. That happened at home. But, yeah, Kyle Field, I'm not going to argue that. That place is loud. It is big. Really, really impressive. McLean Stadium in Waco, not in the top 25. Neither was Boone Pickens in Stillwater for those asking.
I'll tell you, our guy out in Lubbock's got a good thing going out there, too. Those fans in Texas.
AT&T. Or Jones Stadium.
Is it Jones, AT&T Jones Stadium?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the name. Yeah. North Texas plays up there. I thought about going. We'll see. I don't know how many times I'm going to be able to venture out to these college football games this year. I got to pick and choose. But there you go. There's today's top 10.
Good list.
Yeah, heck yeah. Nice work, Wolchuk. Now Wolchuk's going to take us on a trip around the bases, brought to you by Uber Eats, a potential Rangers trade target. We got a Kershaw update and a historic triple play. That's next year in the nation.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We got the finest coming up, and then we'll roll into the Expressway. Brought to you by the On Time Experts. We'll have LA Live at 5:40, and then it'll be time to talk with Jared Sandler. Get you ready for Game 2. Rangers at the Brewers. Looking to get back in the win column after last night's 6-3 loss. A big grand slam helped to propel the Brewers to victory. Andrew Heaney Getting the start for the Rangers, Bryce Wilson, the righty, not a lefty, it's a righty for the Brewers tonight. Rangers lineup is out. Simeon and Seager at the top. Josh Smith playing third in the 3-hole. Garcia in right field, batting fourth. Our guy, Wyatt Langford, playing left field, batting fifth. Nathaniel Lowe back at first base tonight. Jonah Heim catching. Ezekiel Duran will be DHing, and Leody Taveras playing center field. Now, we did get news former Highland Park standout and World Series champ, future Hall of Famer Clayton Kershaw. He's been shut down by the Dodgers due to lingering soreness in his shoulder.
Got to be done, right?
Well, he was already he's rehabbing.
I mean, 1 foot, right? He was kind of
I mean, he's at the end of his career.
Yeah,
I mean, much like I think him and Scherzer, it's kind of a similar conversation right now.
18.
Like, how much can you get out of them?
Right.
So he made one rehab start, was scheduled to make another one today, but instead he's been shut down due to that soreness. He won't throw again for at least a week before he tries to ramp back up. Good news apparently is Kershaw had an MRI. Didn't show any new incidents here as we go around the bases, brought to you by Uber Eats. When it comes to the Rangers All-Star voting, we got the second round of results in. The only Ranger who looks right now that he's going to be selected from the fan voting will be Marcus Semien. Semien right now has the second most votes at second base behind Jose Altuve. At catcher, it's Adley Rutschman and Salvador Perez. First base, Ryan Mountcastle, Vlad Guerrero Jr., the Blue Jays. I actually saw Vlad Guerrero Jr. today mentioned he'd be open to a trade to the Yankees. That'd be interesting. I don't know if the Blue Jays really want to trade him within the division. I know the Dodgers are out there still looking for maybe some more help, as they always are, but I don't know if Vladdy Jr. is going to get moved, but that could be something
Rangers?
to monitor. I don't think the Rangers are that's one. No, I don't think so.
First base power kind of a thing?
I know. I don't think Vladdy's one.
Jared keeps telling us it's first base power guy.
Yeah, I keep bringing up Pete Alonso.
Yeah.
I think Vlad Guerrero Jr. would be too much. I don't think that they're willing to give up what it's going to take for Vladdy. Gunnar Henderson and Bobby Witt Jr. are your leading vote getters at shortstop. Shout out to Colleyville Heritage with Bobby Witt Jr. Third base, Jose Ramirez and Jordan Westberg. Outfield, Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, Kyle Tucker are your leading vote getters. And at DH, Jordan Alvarez, followed by Giancarlo Stanton. So there's an update on the All-Star voting. Make sure you go vote for your Texas Rangers. Let's get Josh Smith into this thing, man. Please, please, please. Let's get Josh Smith in there. Now, speaking of trades for the Rangers, I did see Luis Robert Jr. of the Chicago White Sox. He's an outfielder, and we can talk with Jared more about this at 6 o'clock. Now, he is an all-star caliber player. And MLB.com put out 10 teams that could target Luis Robert Jr. Rangers come in at number 6 on the list.
Okay.
They say why it should be them. The follow-up to the 2023 World Series championship has been more than a little disappointing, especially in an outfield that was expected to be a strength, yet has shockingly been the 29th best or second weakest hitting outfield in the game. Perhaps we expected too much too soon from Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter, but Adolis Garcia and Leody Taveras each have taken a huge step back. This is hardly a team that is running out of time, but Simeon and Seager are each in their 30s in a rotation that's already full of graybeards relatively, will only get older as Scherzer and DeGrom return. They say why it won't be them. They probably need to get better than their current standing, 3 games under 500 to justify this move. And despite the struggles of Langford and Carter, both very much a part of this team's future. I mean, it is shocking to me that we're talking about adding an outfielder because it seemed like such a strength coming into the season. And I do think Adolis Garcia, whose offensive numbers have been disappointing, he is due for a tear in the second half. We've seen this throughout Adolis' career. He's very streaky. He will go through some very low lows, but then have some incredible highs, and I think that is still coming. The question mark is, now, can you warrant such a move? Because what is going on with Evan Carter? Do you get Evan Carter back? And because of the back injury, right? So that was an area where I didn't think you needed any moves to be made, but Leody, very inconsistent with the bat. You know what he brings you defensively, even though there's been some issues here. Maybe that is a player they look into, although he has been linked, of course, to the Dodgers, the Mariners, another team that could possibly be interested within their own division to go get him.
Don't let the Mariners get him, dude. Don't add a nice bat to that lineup. I don't want them to have that. I need them to just be living and dying with their pitching, and that be the only thing they can do.
I would agree.
He's 26 years old. I mean, Robert, 26 years old. He'd be locked up with the team option until 2027.
Mm-hmm.
Bring some pop. That's an interesting name. I wonder what you have to give up to get a guy like that.
The thing about it's so funny because I was driving one night and Jarrett was doing one of his late night, post game shows, and somebody called in and asked about Robert.
Okay.
And Jarrett was not too on board with all that. He had some. And I wish I could go, but Jarrett can give you some long answers.
Well, I'll ask him at 6 when we have him on.
Yeah, but make sure we started at the top of this because
I'll ask him first question.
Jared's closer to Carlissimo than he is Langford.
Okay,
but he
I'll make sure it's the first thing.
He gave some really, and I'll let him give you the answer, but it didn't sound like it's I'm willing to do with me with Shohei Ohtani when last year I was like, heck yeah, we won the World Series, let's go get Shohei. That kind of crotch first kind of demeanor. Jared was not like, I don't really, and he was going, and it wasn't like it was all bad stuff. He just was kind of like, be careful with this one.
Okay.
And so I just remember
that might not be worth the trade assets that you're giving up to get him.
Jared lives with that baseball team.
Yeah.
So I think maybe that might be something.
I mean, I can understand. Look, I do think first base, DH, maybe that is something. If you just want to add a bat, you do feel like the future of your outfield is pretty much.
I think at the time,
for.
What's he hitting now? He was hitting like 214 or something like that. It was something. This was a couple weeks ago. So,
okay.
Eric, did you have his stats up in front of you there? What he was
on Robert?
Yeah,
yeah.
But at the time, I don't think he was. I don't think
he
it
wasn't.
It wasn't playing
what
great.
His OPS is.
Yeah.
But everybody on the White Sox has been absolutely terrible this year. Now, we did get yesterday, New York Mets closer Edwin Diaz received a 10-game suspension from Major League Baseball. He was ejected in Sunday night's game on ESPN following a foreign substance check.
Oops.
So now he's getting that 10-day suspension. Of course, you remember Edwin Diaz got hurt in the World Baseball Classic. Now he's back there with the Mets.
Great walk-up song.
Absolutely historic. Now, I sent this over.
Trumpet, right?
Yeah.
By the way, Robert, he's batting 198 right now.
Yeah, it's bad.
And OPS 768. So still got a little bit of that pop for sure, but he's not. Maybe you're
well, the numbers I think are down based on the team that he's playing with.
Oh, no.
Yeah, maybe you can buy a little bit lower.
The White Sox lost a game the other night. They had a runner on first, and the guy, it was one out. And the guy, they had a fly ball to center, and the runner at first took off.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't a steal. It was, he just thought that there was 2 outs and was running.
Yeah, they're just not, I mean, they are so clueless.
Guy caught the ball in center field and threw it to first, double play to end the game. That's how they've been losing baseball games.
And no, we're not getting killed for not playing that audio for Wyatt. We talked about that in the open of the show for any of you that were listening to the Wyatt Langford audio back at 340 and like, why didn't you play the audio of like, who is Jared talking about here? The preference was asked like, don't play it.
Yeah, that came from the top down. Again, I'm not going to say it was Ray Davis, but I'm not going to say it wasn't either.
Yeah, that's all it was. That's all it was. It was just a choice that we made, and if you
it
wanted
wasn't a choice that we made. We didn't make the choice.
We were asked politely to not do it.
Yeah. So we're
trying to be good.
Hey, when you win a world championship, all of a sudden we start being more
just trying to be good teammates here.
That's exactly right. Always trying to be a good teammate.
That's it.
Hey, if you have one thing in life, be a good teammate.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, last thing here, and I sent this over to Carter as we can, if you're on Twitch or on YouTube, you can watch this, but we had history. The Phillies beat the Tigers 8-1 last night, but they made cool history in the process. They had a wild triple play they made look really easy. So
hidden ball trick?
This was a play that hadn't been done since 1929.
Oops.
Aaron Nola caught a soft looper back to the mound. Of course, he's the pitcher.
Oh, we're watching it right now.
Then he fired the ball to first place to get a double play. Bryce Harper then threw it to third to get an easy out after Detroit's Zach McKinstry took off for home at the crack of the bat. So that gives the Phillies the rare 1-3-5 triple play. First time it's been done since 1929. Pretty freaking badass there.
Cool.
Wow, a classic 1-3-5.
1-3-5 triple play.
Was this a high leverage late game moment? Or?
Not really.
With Nola playing, I mean, he's a starter unless he was going that deep.
They
right?
won. Yeah, he was. Yeah, they won pretty handedly 8-1 over the Tigers. Phillies right now best team in baseball at 52-26.
We saw that with our own eyes.
Yeah,
they're
very good. Very, very good. All right, we'll get into more baseball tomorrow when we go around the bases. But up next, how about we get into some football's finest, Eric?
Love and football. Raiders going to Raider and football trivia for the boys next year in the nation.
commercial-free. From our Highly Mazda Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. About to do some football's finest, and we'll get into the Expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted radio. We'll have some hodgepodge and LA Live, of course, at 5:40. Brian's got the finger up. What is it, Krusty?
Wow, why does it have to be that finger?
Did you already lose the headsets I gave you?
No, I got them.
I think they're sitting right here.
No, those aren't them.
those aren't the ones.
Those are the busted ones. I got those ones in my bag. Those are the nice ones now that I don't. But when you have the community ones here, it's like, why would I put wear and tear on the super nice ones but these ones, these backup ones aren't always here. That's when I stay ready with my nice one. You know what I mean? You have like your everyday shoes, and then you have your nice shoes. You're not going to wear your everyday shoes to the nice event. You're not going to wear the nice shoes to the everyday event. You know what I'm saying? You're upset, aren't you?
I think it's a little bit disrespectful.
Okay. Is it disrespectful?
When he's giving me things, I'm wearing them all the time. You know,
I know.
Showing him the appreciation.
I'm going to ask
because we haven't seen Bob Lilly in a while. Well,
because I wore it too damn much.
I think
and as we talked about, the wife's got that one.
I think the wife's got the one. Yeah. Okay, if we went to your scouting bag right now, could you produce the headset?
100%.
He's got them.
Okay, go ahead. Talk.
He's got them for sure. He's ready to rock.
All right, I just want to make sure.
But it's honestly,
there they are.
It could be smart.
Okay, I just yeah.
They're still in great condition. Hell yeah, they're ready.
Do you not like them?
I'm trying to get I absolutely I like them so much that I don't want to ruin them and put the wear and tear. So when the substitute ones are here, I'm like, why put extra miles on my car when I got this rent-a-car right here? I can throw some miles on.
Okay, and the second thing is, you're really getting all your hair cut off?
Yeah, well.
Were you going to save that?
Yes. I
was waiting for you to be vulnerable and bring that up, but Brian's let the cat out the bag.
In 15 minutes, everybody will hopefully share something or text in something.
Oh, did I mess up?
That they haven't done.
Bleeping messed up.
Something you haven't done in at least 10 years.
Look at you.
For me, it's a haircut, and I think I'm doing it tomorrow.
Just jump in the damn gun.
No, it's all right. It's fine.
Oh, is it on the show sheet? You guys gave me a show sheet. I'm following along. I'm marking along.
Oh, you are marking along. No, it was not on the show sheet. No, it wasn't.
It was not there, so it's fine.
It's just part of the podge, so not your fault. No harm, no foul. It's a good tease, actually.
Thank you.
But let's get into the finest, shall we? Take it away, Eric Chiafalo.
We have
all you idiots out there.
potential new greatest sports movie of all time is in the making. Well, Chuck, we do these sports movie lists from time to time.
I'll be the judge of this.
The Kansas City Chiefs and the Hallmark Channel.
Oh, this is not going to be even in the top 50.
Are teaming up with the NFL and Skydance Sports for a new original movie called Holiday Touchdown, a Chiefs love story. Now, you're thinking this is player and superstar, pop star. That's not the case. This particular film, if you want to get the synopsis of this. No, this is not
who
the
grew
Harrison
up just
Butker
wanting
story.
to be a mother,
kicker in the
wife.
kitchen.
No, this is about a girl who is sure that her family's lifelong history as Chiefs super fans makes them a front runner to win the team's quote fan of the year contest.
Oh, okay.
So they're having a fan off, if you will.
We'll be a judge of that.
So, I mean, it's her and her family going toe to toe with other super fan Chiefs families trying to out fan one another, and then she falls in love with somebody, and then
the dude that was robbing people.
Yeah, it's like
the Chiefsaholic.
Chiefaholic.
Maybe we can get if this is about a Chiefsaholic movie. I'm in.
I think there's
the documentary.
That's right. We are going to get documentaries.
Yeah, that's coming up, right? Wolf in sheep's clothing, or
something like that.
Sheep in wolf's clothing. What? Some of those things.
I'll find out.
Chief in wolf's clothing.
Chief and wolfing hunting.
But the main character Alana begins to doubt everything she believed about fate, destiny, and even questions her future with her love interest, unless that is a little Christmas magic can throw a Hail Mary. So Christmas time, love, football, super fans. I think there's a real chance for this one, man. As a rom-com guy myself, this could go toe to toe with maybe like a Fever Pitch or something,
or maybe like American Underdog, Kurt Warner's movie that did not do very well.
I never even saw. I'm such a football guy. I didn't even watch that movie.
Yeah, Airplane. That thing. It was.
Did you watch Airplane or Kurt Warner show?
Airplane's a fantastic
Airplane
movie.
is hilarious.
Oh, hilarious.
I was actually going to ask you guys because we're getting ready to go to training camp here in a few weeks, and in preparation, I'm seeing all these flight stories. Are you guys seeing these things
Yeah,
now?
the Boeings, man. Something keeps happening.
No. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like
even the pilots are coming out and talking about it now.
Like the trendy thing now, and this is a direct like quote on what this is called. They're raw dogging flights.
Oh, what? No water, seat upright. No electronics.
That's right. This is no headphone. This is no headphones. This is no movie. This is no entertainment. This is just sitting there in your seat. I don't even think you're allowed to sleep when you're raw dog.
No.
I think a true traditional raw dog on a flight is you just sit in your chair, no book, no nothing.
Yeah,
and that's what people are flexing now on social media. Just raw dog the flight, 15-hour trip. Didn't watch, read, or listen to anything. Just sat here and minded my business.
Why is this even a flex? Like, why is this a thing?
It's like a feats of strength thing. I think Broadus would be impassioned by it.
It's a seat upright.
Yeah.
It's like you're in a row, but see, we're not going to be struggling because we're already in the exit row and there's nobody in front of us. So we got all this space in this big plane. So we've got this whole.
But still, could you do a run-of-the-mill 3-hour flight? You can't sleep. You can't listen to anything. You can't watch anything. You can't entertain yourself with anything unless you're playing thumb war with yourself, I guess.
Or something else.
No, you can't do that anymore on airplanes.
Raw dogging? Oh, really?
No. Whatever, dude. Just continue.
Okay.
I'm going to say no because I have to have some type of. I've got to keep because I hate flying. I can't just sit there and worry about flying.
I'd have to be like I've been on a roll with sleeping on these planes. You guys have seen it. I've been really crushing the game when it comes to being able to fall asleep on
Other
these.
than that,
you understand what PEDs.
Well, the last time we were all together on a
that's
flight,
also helped. Yeah,
we had to get you another flight coming home.
Well, that was a traumatic experience. I'm actually very nervous for this one. Not that we have another baby due or anything, but I just
you don't know that.
That's true. I guess we found out the Golden Corral situation. You never know.
Yeah, and now you're past the 6 weeks of post baby. You know what I mean? So it's. I mean, it's
baby
all,
lice is what?
It's all
how
a dangerous
old now?
game.
How months today, man?
4 months.
4 months old.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
Wow.
4 months
That's
old.
wild.
Today. My little
crazy.
baby, my little princess.
Raw dog in an airplane flight, Lucius. Is that a
absolutely not?
Okay,
no, absolutely not.
Need some type of entertainment
Why did you even
protection.
ask? You know,
I wanted to get his thoughts on the matter.
My man, no.
Are you familiar with the new trend though, Lucius, or was this?
I've never even heard of it, bro.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
He's gonna have a cocktail.
Yeah.
He might have an unlit cigar hanging out of the corner of his mouth
fact,
too.
Jack. Just chewing on that.
He might be just chewing on it like his family, like his
He's just won the
granddad.
damn championship.
I got headphones in my ear, just walking from the parking lot into this studio.
Yeah, that's a
I'm
good
listening
point.
to something on the way.
That's a good point. Yeah. All right. Well,
Bet payoff from the 469 raw dog a flight. I mean, that's a long play right there. Should we put that on the list?
Was there something that we were supposed to do at camp that was? We can't do anything embarrassing, get kicked out of camp, right?
Oh, well, I've already agreed. Remember yesterday during Football's Finest, we learned about the 320-pound, 6'6" Gamecock that was.
Oh, the wings. The wings. You're going to hammer the wings.
I'm going to do because Carter Freeman's coming to document our entire training camp experience in Oxnard. So
yes.
I will have a night in Oxnard where I will do the 3 minutes. How many bone-in traditional, just regulation chicken wings can I consume in 3 minutes?
I like that.
Joey Jaws is 38. This dude from South Carolina was 20. I'm trying to hit at least double digits. I want to leave it all out there.
Night before or before we go to the rudder room or after a night at the rudder room?
Either way, I'll be prepared.
Yeah, I mean,
do you think
I'll be staying ready for this
after?
Because this is my wheelhouse. Chicken wings are my wheelhouse.
How about if we bring 20 out to the rudder room out there?
Yeah,
I love that, dude.
And document it out there.
Do this out there on the sand, on the beach?
We can do this on the sand.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly the type of
the secret's in the sand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, you've often said that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know what other payoffs we had in Oxnard, but I guess we can circle back. I'm down to do the raw dogging thing, by the way, as a payoff. I could do that, no problem.
I know
I'll
you
bear
can.
back a flight with the best of them.
Okay.
Myles Garrett.
No, you drink water constantly. You're going to drink.
I don't know that you can't hydrate during a.
Well, you
a
said no
barebacking.
water.
No, Walt brought us.
There's no water.
I didn't confirm that. He might
No.
be right.
I'm
I
not.
thought that was
it's
part
no
of the
water,
rules.
no water, no tilting of seat, no sleep, no headphone.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's
you
fine. That's
constantly
fine.
drink water.
You're right, but for this particular instance, I won't. I don't mind doing that.
I think he's lying.
Myles Garrett says that
he says it.
He's a liar.
the player in the NFL that is not a quarterback and not himself, that's the best.
Myles Garrett?
Yeah, he's giving you this. He's like
he's telling us there's a player
telling
better.
you that It's not a quarterback. Any non-quarterback and any other player in the league that's not him, who does he think is the best?
Is it somebody
player
at his position?
No, it's not.
It's got to be somebody that blocks him.
It's got to be somebody that he has to tackle, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey, he says, is the best player in the sport that is not himself or a quarterback. And listen, it's hard to push back on that, I guess. I mean, with the type of versatility, the way he's stressing some of these defenses right now. What are you chuckling about?
Oh, it's just so funny. We don't have the audio to play it, but did you guys hear Jim Schlossnagle last night?
Yo, I did. Oh wait, okay. Aggies.
This is breaking news.
Aggies coach, did he just accept the job?
So, breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. But yeah, breaking. One day after leading Texas A&M to a runner-up finish in the College World Series, Jim Schlossnagle leaving College Station to become the new baseball coach of the Texas Longhorns.
Okay, that is wonderful.
According to Horns 247.
Okay. We are
Chip Brown with the report.
We got to pull that. We're going to pull that sound then, and we'll play it in the Hodgepodge coming up.
That's good. That's cool. I'm sure we can find it. But yeah, first off, you got to ask the question, and he's like, I think it's a little bit disrespectful.
Selfish. He said selfish. He said the reporter was selfish for asking a question about whether or not the rumors were true about him bailing on the Aggies to go to the Longhorns, and he gave this huge spiel. We'll play it coming up in a few minutes.
It felt like it was what Pat McAfee did with, I'm talking up Georgia, but then I'm picking Alabama.
Give me Alabama.
In the moment, that's what I was thinking. Like Schlossnagle's talking about how much he loves Texas A&M, everything I've given up to be here, but I'm going to Texas.
Every baseball coach, a dream job is University of Texas.
Bassick has talked about their facility, their baseball facility.
It's unbelievable.
Dog ass.
Well, I tell you what,
they're about to get better.
They're about to get a lot better. That guy's a good coach, though. But hey, I feel bad for Texas A&M. Texas A&M, those put a lot of money in their baseball programs. Whoever gets that gig in A&M, that's a good. You have a good opportunity there.
Yeah, it's a prime spot. There's no question about it. A&M's got the NIL money.
I feel sad. My coach just left. Well, matter of fact, just got retired, and so we've been fortunate at LSU. But man, our coach just left and went to South Carolina, and I thought he was retired. This shows you, man. Sometimes these universities can pay you a lot of money to go be these coaches. Got to take a run.
That's such a
pulmonary
kicking the downstairs mix-up. If you're A&M, you make your first final in school history. You're trying to win the College World Series.
Had to know.
Now your coach just leaves for your biggest rival.
You had to know.
Gosh, that stinks.
If you're the AD at A&M, you kind of had an idea that something like this might happen. But that A&M job, no, the A&M will get maybe a better coach. And I like Schloss, but A&M might get a better coach.
Well, presumed Aggie fan in the 972 texting in, please, dear God, don't play the audio. Let me grieve.
We've got to play it.
Yeah, we're going to have to play that audio. I'm sorry about that. It's going to feel a little bit torturous, like the 817 says. The raw dogging a flight, the 817 says, is like a solitary stint, and it's medieval torture. And there's no reason anybody should be raw dogging a flight. So maybe that is going to be a good payoff. I'm looking forward to that.
But see, it's not going to be a struggle for us. Because the raw dogging thing is
right, but we got to do this Frontier flight on the way back. That might be a raw dog situation.
No, I think
but that's too late of a flight. I'm going to fall asleep on that.
I think you're front of the bus on that one.
I think we're second row, according to Tim.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I've never flown Frontier, and people just say it's not good.
I'm going to stay behind and make sure you guys got content.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Broadus going to be hanging out in Oxnard for
He's living out his dream.
He really is, dude.
I'll be on every day, man, but we're going to have some content.
Hell yeah, we are.
Yeah.
I'm feeling
on the ground.
This is as Raiders a story. Like if I told you the details on this story and said guess the team whose coach this is, you'd be like, Raiders.
It's gotta be. It's my team.
I'm feeling Al. I'm feeling for
your. Who is it?
This Antonio Pierce.
Oh, he's a legend. I would have hired him if I would have been around. He was the kind of guy I liked.
Well, he's apparently done some hiring in the past.
No,
his wife is now filing for bankruptcy. But Antonio Pierce, some upwards of a decade ago, invested in car dealerships that defaulted on their loans. And
come buy a car for me.
It was her business venture that he was financially helping out.
Yeah.
And so he was the guarantor of judgments, which equals over $28 million. And so now the lenders are seeking to satisfy judgments from the marital assets. I don't know, just a nightmare offseason Antonio Pierce story. I don't know what the contract is there when it comes to
what do you
the
settle
Raiders,
for then? What do you settle? If you're the car dealer, if you're the creditors, what are you selling for? You're not probably going to get your 28, right?
I don't know how this stuff works.
Settling
dude.
for half?
I assume when
14,
you owe $28 million,
That's sad, man.
you're giving that up. That's a tough deal. But wife, you're trying to help out wifey on a business venture. Next thing you know, didn't really weren't super buttoned up there. That's a super tough deal. Okay, I saw this. Saw a little graphic here. The most losses in the NFL for any franchise over the past 20 years. I have the bottom 10 teams who have lost the most. Which organization
Last
over the
20
last
years?
20 years in football has lost the most games?
Give me the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay.
The Lions had an 0-16 season, so they got to be in the mix.
The Lions are 4th on the list.
Browns?
The Browns are number 1.
Oh.
221 losses over the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Who else? Who
I
else
think
is
the
in this top
Panthers are
4?
probably in here, considering they haven't had back-to-back
Not the last
seasons.
20.
Panthers are not in there.
Damn.
Yeah.
Panthers are not in there.
How about
Washington?
Jaguars?
Washington's 5th. Jags are 3rd.
Okay.
They both have over 200 losses.
So do we have the top 5?
You have you have 4 of the top 5, but you don't.
So we're
have
missing
number 2.
We're missing number 2. Number 2. It's not the Arizona Cardinals.
Houston. No.
Houston's in the top 10, but they're sitting at 10. It's the Raiders at number 2.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Browns, Raiders, Jags, Lions, Commanders.
I don't know why I never do that. We're like talking about the team. I just forget about.
And then it's the Jets. Those are are
they haven't made the playoffs in what, 11 years?
That's the sewage of the sport over the last 20 years. Browns, Raiders, Jags, Lions, and Commanders.
Oh, I can't believe that. That's a terrible list. You should be ashamed.
Yeah, I should be.
I'm not ashamed. You're
That's
ashamed.
brutal. That's brutal.
This is your fault, Al.
Thank you very much. Football's finest, usually every day here at 5 o'clock in the G-Bag Nation. Let's get into the Expressway, brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We'll hodgepodge it. Eric has a confession. We'll get into LA Live. That's next on The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation.
Roger that, Sally.
It's Expressway time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go commercial free to the top of the hour. We'll get to LA Live here in just a few minutes. The breaking news over the last couple of minutes, courtesy of Chip Brown. One day after leading the Texas A&M Aggies to a runner-up finish in the College World Series, Jim Schlossnagle is leaving College Station to become the new baseball coach of the Texas Longhorns. Oof! That stings, especially on the heels of his post-game presser last night that we will give you the sound on here in just a few minutes. The G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Thank you to the on-time experts for the Expressway here commercial free. And what is something that you haven't done in at least a decade? 877-881-1053. I believe I'm doing something tomorrow that I haven't done in at least 10 years. But let's go ahead if we have the sound here, Lucius. This is Aggie, now former Aggie baseball coach, who is now the Longhorn baseball coach over the course of the last few minutes. Here is him last night after losing in the College World Series to Tennessee.
With the rumors circulating today about a specific job opening, what do you have to say about your future in Aggie land?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign